On the other hand, within the ancient, one sacred land, Su Jiaolong's grandfather's face was filled with gloom. His avatar was connected to his main body, and he was well aware of everything that had happened to the avatar. Everything had far exceeded his expectations. Li Xing turned out to be a saint. I need to find the Holy Lord. His eyes were sinister, and he was far from simple. In a short time, he had already thought of a way to deal with Li Xing. Now, he had no way back. He had to kill Li Xing, or else Li Xing wouldn't let him off and would kill him. Soon, he arrived at the Holy Lord's cultivation site, requesting an audience. Is there something? The Holy Lord's voice came from within, slightly impatient. The cold winter of cultivation was approaching, and he wanted to become stronger as much as possible. Only by becoming stronger would he have a chance to survive this cultivation winter. That was why he spent most of his time in intensive cultivation, rarely inquiring about the matters within the sacred land. However, recently, Su Jiaolong's grandfather, Su Cheng, often came to see him, which made him a bit irritated. He hadn't taken Su Jiaolong's death to heart at all. Although Su Jiaolong had talent, his character was too poor. He had never favored Su Jiaolong. If it weren't for Su Jiaolong's grandfather, Su Cheng, he would have long expelled Su Jiaolong from the ancient one sacred land. Su Jiaolong's death, on the contrary, made him a bit happy, as it was a way to rid the ancient one sacred land of a troublemaker. I have important matters to report to the Holy Lord. Su Cheng respectfully said outside. Important matters? Inside the cultivation site, the Holy Lord disdainfully curled his lips. What important matters could Su Cheng have? It was probably still about Su Jiaolong. He had no interest in listening and didn't want to get involved, saying, "Wait until I finish my cultivation. I'm at a critical juncture right now. We can't wait." Su Cheng quickly said, "The successor of the demon blade has appeared, receiving all the inheritances of the demon blade. Now, he is digging up the blessings left behind by the demon blade." What? Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord's expression immediately changed, no longer calm. He directly walked out of the cultivation site and looked at Su Cheng, saying, "Are all these things you mentioned true?" He didn't care about Su Jiaolong's death, but the appearance of the demon blade's successor was something that deserved his attention. In ancient times, the demon blade had robbed many sacred lands, and those blessings had never been recovered. Now, if they could capture the demon blade's successor and obtain those blessings, it would undoubtedly be a huge gain. He was immediately attracted. Absolutely true. Su Cheng nodded and said, "Jiaolong was sent by me to investigate the situation of the demon blade's treasure troves. At a place where the demon blade once appeared, he encountered that person and was later killed by him. I predicted that person was probably heading towards the demon blade's treasure troves, so I set up ambushes at the places I had investigated where the demon blade had once appeared. Eventually, I waited for him. He is undoubtedly the successor of the demon blade. Not only did he accurately locate the demon blade's treasure troves, but he also knew how to open the restrictions of the treasure troves, taking away all the blessings inside. He revealed everything. Of course, he still concealed the fact that Li Xing might be a disciple of the Taiqing sect, only saying that Li Xing was the successor of the demon blade. I thought, he's just a young man. How strong could he be? So I sent an avatar with several elders to kill him. Who knew? That person was unexpectedly strong. Not only was my avatar destroyed, but the several elders who went with me also perished in his hands." He showed a heartbroken expression, claiming that he truly shouldn't have underestimated Li Xing, resulting in a big loss. A young man around 20 years old, who would have thought he was so terrifying? Su Cheng said with hatred, "This guy is most likely already a saint." What? The Holy Lord was shocked, his face full of disbelief, unable to help but say, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? A saint around 20 years old?" This was too young, making him a bit unable to believe it. After all, he had cultivated for nearly 3,000 years and still hadn't become a saint. Now, he was only a half-saint. Yes, Su Cheng described how Li Xing instantly controlled his soul, which was not a power that a half-saint could possess, but rather a capability of a saint. Indeed, you are also an old heavenly deity. A half-saint truly cannot easily control your soul. The Holy Lord's face was solemn. According to Su Cheng's words, Li Xing really might be a saint. The demon blade once robbed so many sacred lands, and it itself was not simple. No one can be sure what profound and terrifying blessings it possesses. Su Cheng said, under such circumstances, it's not difficult for the demon blade to cultivate a saint. Correct. The Holy Lord nodded, agreeing with Su Cheng's view. Holy Lord, the demon blade has a grudge with us, having once robbed our ancient one's sacred land. Now, its successor not only killed Jiaolong but also killed several elders. We definitely cannot let this go. Su Cheng said with tears streaming down his face, Please, the Holy Lord must not let this guy off. Don't worry, we definitely won't let this guy off. The Holy Lord said, Next, all our focus in the ancient one's sacred land will be on this guy. Not to mention his identity as the successor of the demon blade, just for killing Jiaolong. I definitely won't let him off. Jiaolong had such astonishing talent, he would have surely achieved great things in the future. It's truly a pity. What a pity indeed. Su Cheng wanted to say, Holy Lord, you were probably hoping Jiaolong would die, weren't you? Not to mention Li Xing's identity as the successor of the demon blade. How laughable. If he hadn't said Li Xing was the successor of the demon blade, the Holy Lord wouldn't have even seen him this time. Everything he was very clear about in his heart. The Holy Lord didn't let Li Xing off because Li Xing was the successor of the demon blade. The Holy Lord wanted to obtain the blessings left behind by the demon blade. However, he was clear about it, but on the surface, he didn't show it at all. On the contrary, he showed a very grateful expression, saying to the Holy Lord, Thank you, Holy Lord, for standing up for Jiaolong. No need for that. As the Lord of the sacred land, these are things I should do. The Holy Lord sneered, He dares to kill our people in the ancient one's sacred land so recklessly. Does he think the environment of the world has changed, and our ancient one's sacred land is now weak and powerless? Unfortunately, he thinks too simply. Our ancient one's sacred land is not so easily bullied. A saint is indeed difficult to deal with, but for our ancient one's sacred land, it's just that. A saint cannot act recklessly in front of our ancient one's sacred land. He continued, I will go and invite a few ancestors to deal with this guy. Those ancestors were all saints who had already achieved great power, with profound and unfathomable strength. Dealing with Li Xing would be no problem at all. This is truly the heavens blessing our ancient one's sacred land. He smiled in his heart, as if he had already seen capturing Li Xing and obtaining the blessings left behind by the demon blade. It would undoubtedly be a huge gain. Their ancient one's sacred land would surely become several times stronger because of this. Chapter 144. A giant stone thrown into a calm lake. The Holy Master's heart was filled with joy. This was truly a blessing from the heavens, a great fortune that had fallen into his lap, as they had discovered the existence of the heir to the demon blade. Su Jiaolong, you died well? He thought to himself, now feeling that Su Jiaolong was quite commendable. After all, he had brought such a significant opportunity to their ancient one holy land. The next step is to find this fellow. The Holy Master put aside those thoughts and spoke to Su Cheng. He wanted to find Li Xing as soon as possible. Only by capturing Li Xing could he feel completely at ease. Otherwise, if other holy lands learned of Li Xing's existence, it would be troublesome. He had no intention of sharing the blessings left behind by the demon blade with other holy lands. He wanted to keep them all for himself. We can continue to set traps. Perhaps the places I've deduced still contain hidden treasures of the demon blade, and that guy hasn't been there yet. Su Cheng suggested continuing to wait in places where the demon blade had once appeared. They knew too little about Li Xing, so this was the only way. Actively searching for Li Xing would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Additionally, there was another method, using himself as bait to lure Li Xing out. Li Xing hated him so much that he had vowed to storm the Holy Land and personally suppress him. If he left the Holy Land and appeared outside, Li Xing was very likely to take the bait and come looking for him. He could have several elders follow him in secret. Once Li Xing appeared, they would capture him. However, this was a last resort. With several elders accompanying him, he was unlikely to be in danger, but he was still afraid and worried about unexpected accidents. After all, Li Xing was too mysterious, giving off an unfathomable aura. He did not want to risk his life. As for using a clone to take his place, he hadn't considered it. The clone had already been used once, and Li Xing would certainly be on guard. A clone taking his place to walk around would probably not be able to lure Li Xing out. For now, the best course of action was to continue waiting. If Li Xing still didn't show up, then he would consider taking the risk himself. The idea of waiting in the Holy Land for Li Xing to come and challenge him was something he hadn't even entertained. Come on, Li Xing wouldn't have the guts for that. Unless Li Xing was crazy. All right. The Holy Master nodded and said, let's do both. Wait and actively search for him. He didn't want to just wait passively. He also wanted to take the initiative and send Holy Land disciples out to search for Li Xing. Finally, he made a decision, deciding to split the forces and launch a pursuit of Li Xing. You go and take charge of the waiting operation, the Holy Master said to Su Cheng, himself no longer thinking about continuing his cultivation, but instead personally commanding the pursuit of Li Xing. Yes. Su Cheng accepted the order and left. The Holy Master also began to act, first finding the several elders and explaining the situation. The blessings left behind by the demon blade? That's great. If we can obtain those blessings, we might be able to extend our lives even further. Let's act. We must find that young man. The elders fully supported this operation, stating that once Li Xing was found, they would personally take action to suppress him. With the support of the elders, the Holy Master's confidence soared. He bid farewell to the elders and immediately summoned all the elders within the Holy Land. Go to the north, and from there, search the entire Yin state. He issued the order, mobilizing everyone within the ancient One Holy Land. Remember, you must find him. Even if you have to turn the entire Yin state upside down, you must find him. He said, don't be afraid of causing too much commotion. If anyone asks you the reason, tell them he killed Jiaolong and several elders of our Holy Land. We are irreconcilable with him and must capture him. Of course, these were just surface reasons. The real reason he did not share with these elders. He was afraid that if it leaked out, other Holy Lands would find out. Yes. Understood. The elders accepted the order and quickly began to act, mobilizing all the members and disciples of the Holy Land and sending them to the north. The net has been cast, and you will not escape. The Holy Master sneered, waiting for good news. There was a teleportation array within the ancient One Holy Land that could directly transport them to the north. The elders quickly organized the troops and stepped onto the teleportation array, arriving in the north. Do not leave any corner unsearched. Comb every inch. Go, you must find him. The elders issued the order, showing the disciples the portrait of Li Xing, after which the disciples scattered in all directions to search carefully. The ancient and long-standing ancient One Holy Land, with all its disciples and members in motion, numbered in the thousands. This was undoubtedly a grand spectacle, shocking all the living beings in the north. My God, I actually saw a god. What's a god? I saw an emperor of gods. The living beings of the north were profoundly shocked. Before this, they had never seen any gods, only in that ancient ruin. You must know that in the northern land, gods were almost legendary, having not appeared for countless years. The top-tier experts in the north were still within the Tao realm, not even stepping into the Nirvana realm, let alone the realm of gods above Nirvana. But now, what did they see? A large number of beings above the realm of gods were appearing in the north, and especially among them were many young figures. They were completely terrified, not knowing what had happened. So it's the ancient One Holy Land. A primordial Holy Land passed down from the ancient times. Such a primordial Holy Land, actually not extinguished in the river of time? It's unlikely that only one primordial holy land has not been extinguished in the river of time. Other primordial holy lands are likely to have also passed down to this day. After the identity of the members and disciples of the ancient One Holy Land was exposed, the living beings of the North were even more shocked. It was a primordial holy land. They truly had not expected it. Indeed, one cannot judge by appearances alone. There are even more terrifying and formidable forces hidden in the unseen darkness. What? The members and disciples of the ancient One Holy Land are all in motion, just to find a young man. A living being took a deep breath, feeling his scalp tingle. As the members of the ancient One Holy Land scattered to search for Li Xing's whereabouts, the living beings of the North learned what the ancient One Holy Land wanted to do. My goodness! What kind of young man is he? To make a primordial holy land go to such great lengths. Too terrifying. He actually killed a genius of the ancient One Holy Land, a top-tier god king, and several divine sovereign elders of the ancient One Holy Land. He's only around 20 years old? SSS. This is a monstrous freak of nature. As the search by the disciples of the ancient One Holy Land unfolded, information related to Li Xing was also exposed. This was like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake, causing a huge wave throughout the North. The entire North, without exception, was shocked by Li Xing's ferocity. What's his name? Li Jiudao. In an instant, the name Li Jiudao spread rapidly throughout the North. All the living beings of the North knew the name Li Jiudao and knew of such a young man who was ferociously extraordinary. Chapter 145. Anxious thoughts. Can Li Xing survive this crisis? Astonishing. In this era, even gods are hard to come by, yet Li Xing, a young man barely over 20, has managed to slay supreme gods and annihilate divine sovereigns. Such feats are enough to terrify anyone to death. The entire northern region is in shock, with all living beings discussing Li Xing in disbelief. How could he be so formidable? They couldn't even dream of such a scenario. Qingxin sect. Here too, everyone is talking about Li Xing, though most have no idea that he is actually Li Jiudao. The identity of Li Jiudao is known to only a few. How did he provoke the ancient One Sacred Land? Mu Yin is deeply concerned, worried for Li Xing, knowing that he is Li Jiudao. The scale of this event is unprecedented. The entire ancient One Sacred Land has mobilized, with several heavenly gods reportedly appearing and even rumors of half-saints emerging. She fears that Li Xing might be in grave danger. So formidable. Elder Feng is equally shocked upon hearing these news. He too knows that Li Xing is Li Jiudao, as Li Xing once confided in him. To think he could annihilate several divine sovereigns in succession? Li Xing's strength far exceeds his expectations. Ancient sacred lands are no simple matter. What has appeared so far is merely the surface strength. Deep within, there must be even more terrifying existences. He wears a worried expression, concerned for Li Xing. The ancient One Sacred Land's massive mobilization clearly indicates they are determined to pursue Li Xing to the bitter end. Can Li Xing survive this ordeal? He has no confidence in this regard. Although Li Xing has changed his identity, the ancient One Sacred Land is too formidable. The entire Sacred Land has mobilized, making the situation far from simple. It's not as if Li Xing can just abandon the identity of Li Jiudao and move on. The ancient One Sacred Land is terrifying. Elder Feng doesn't believe that abandoning the identity of Li Jiudao would be enough to escape their grasp. The means of ancient sacred lands are beyond ordinary imagination. Li Xing might ultimately be unable to escape their pursuit. Arg, how infuriating. In the past, I couldn't protect Zhao Zhe, and now history repeats itself, and I can't protect Li Xing. He lets out a low roar, resenting his own incompetence. Both Zhao Zhe and Li Xing were disciples of Qingxin sect, yet as the founder, he couldn't protect either of them. Incompetent fool, what right do you have to be the founder? A useless wretch who can't even protect his disciples. He berates himself, seeing Li Xing in danger and feeling powerless to do anything. Not to mention standing against the entire ancient One Sacred Land. Even a single disciple from there could easily annihilate him. He hasn't even ascended to godhood, while the Ancient One's sacred land boasts numerous divine disciples. You must be all right, survive this ordeal, he says firmly in his heart, hoping for Li Xing's safety. White Fox clan territory. Wow, our son-in-law is so formidable? The White Fox Emperor is stunned upon hearing news about Li Xing. How embarrassing. Back then, I even told our son-in-law that there are countless people far more powerful than him. Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox recalls her first meeting with Li Xing, when she told him that while he was quite strong, there were many more who surpassed him. Now reflecting on it, she feels a bit embarrassed. Li Xing has annihilated several divine sovereigns. Among his peers, how many could truly surpass him? Though it's not to say there aren't any, they are indeed few, barely countable on one hand. She had severely underestimated Li Xing. Stop feeling embarrassed. Is this the time for embarrassment? The entire Ancient One's sacred land has mobilized. Do you think our daughter and Li Xing can survive this? The White Fox Emperor worries, saying, I think it's very difficult. Indeed, it's difficult. These ancient sacred lands have long been in hiding, their heritage unbroken, almost perfectly preserved, with incalculable strength. Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox says seriously, Li Xing's chances of defeating such an ancient sacred land are very low. She knows more about such ancient powers than the White Fox Emperor, as her origins are also from such an ancient lineage. However, I hope they can confront the ancient sacred land. Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox says with a profound gaze. The forces they will face in the future are far more terrifying than this ancient sacred land. They need to get used to such battles. She isn't exaggerating. What she says is the truth. If Li Xing is to continue with Little White Fox, he will inevitably face forces 100 times more terrifying than the Ancient One's sacred land in the future. All this is due to the nine-tailed Rainbow Fox bloodline within Little White Fox. Xianxia. The White Fox Emperor looks at nine-tailed Rainbow Fox, sighing heavily. Forgive my incompetence. I can't shield you from the storm. Stand at the forefront. He knows how terrifying that power is. In its presence, he is no more than a speck of dust. No, not even that. Even saints are insignificant before it. Don't say that. In my heart, you are the best. Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox looks at the White Fox Emperor affectionately. Back then, if it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. There would be no present, let alone the happiness I've experienced that I never had before. At that time, she was gravely injured, on the brink of death, but it was the White Fox Emperor who saved her, taking care of her meticulously, allowing her to gradually recover. Otherwise, she would have perished. Promise me, if that day comes, you must hide and live well. She continues, as long as you live, there is hope. If you die, there is no hope at all. All right, I will hide and live well. The White Fox Emperor says, repeating what he has promised countless times before, as nine-tailed Rainbow Fox often reminds him of such matters. However, while he agrees verbally, he knows deep down that if that day truly comes, he won't be able to hide. He simply can't stand by and watch nine-tailed Rainbow Fox in danger while he hides. Even if he knows coming out means death, he can't do it. Don't just promise with your words. You must really do it when the time comes. Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox looks at the White Fox Emperor. I will. The White Fox Emperor replies, though he knows in his heart that he won't be able to. Northern Region, Thousand Butterfly Ridge. Li Xing is currently unaware of the uproar he has caused in the northern region, nor does he know that the members of the Ancient One's sacred land are all out searching for him. He, along with Little White Fox and the Dragon Horse, has already entered the treasure vault in this area and is busy looting. This time, everything goes smoothly without any mishaps. The treasure vault is quite rich, containing sacred artifacts and semi-sacred items. He leaves nothing behind, thoroughly looting the vault, and finally even takes the entire vault away. Next location. He smiles in satisfaction, popping a heavenly god-grade pill into his mouth, mounting the Dragon Horse, and holding Little White Fox as they head to the next treasure site in the northern region. Another heavenly god-grade pill? The supreme scripture of purity and clarity is almost in tears. It hasn't even fully absorbed the previous heavenly god-grade medicinal herb. Now another heavenly god-grade pill is added, and it feels immense pressure. Chapter 146, High-Profile Appearance, Overwhelming Killing Intent. Fortunately, the previous burst of ultra-ultimate power had refined a significant amount of celestial medicine, leading to a substantial increase in Li Xing's own realm, from 2 nirvana cycles to 5. This internal nirvana did not manifest externally, but the 5th cycle allowed him to unleash even greater strength. With another celestial pill, he could still manage, albeit with some difficulty. After leaving this underground palace, Li Xing and his companions headed to the next treasure trove. There were 3 such locations in the northern region, and he had already excavated 2, leaving just 1 remaining. During this journey, Li Xing sensed something amiss. Many creatures gave him strange looks, and most who saw him began to track him secretly. This was definitely not normal. He didn't think he had such universal charm that every creature would be captivated by him upon sight. Subsequently, he captured these creatures and learned the full story. Members of the Ancient One's sacred land had mobilized en masse, searching for him across the northern regions. They had even issued a bounty, offering substantial rewards for anyone providing information on his whereabouts. How ruthless! They are determined to kill me. Li Xing sneered. Not only had the Ancient One's sacred land issued a bounty, but they had also ordered all northern forces to mobilize, searching for him across the entire region. He had truly become famous. Every living being in the north knew his name. I can't believe it! Dragon Horse exclaimed, eyes wide. The Ancient One's sacred land truly lived up to its ancient reputation. They had mobilized the entire north? It was quite intimidating. Brother, maybe we should change our identities? Dragon Horse suggested, thinking a new identity might be prudent. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of them. This identity is unattached, without worries, so there's no need to change it. Li Xing replied. His true identity had not been exposed. Other creatures did not know he was Li Xing of the Pure Heart sect. There was no need to change identities. The Ancient One's sacred land has ordered all northern forces to act. I wonder if the Pure Heart sect and the White Fox clan have been affected. Li Xing worried about the Pure Heart sect and the White Fox clan. He took out a communication artifact and contacted Mu Yin, wanting to inquire about the current situation of the Pure Heart sect. Indeed, something seemed amiss. The communication artifact was not answered for a long time. This was unusual. Normally, Mu Yin would not take so long to answer. Eventually, the communication artifact connected. Before he could speak, he heard a voice from the other side. Who is contacting you? Why didn't you answer? Is it a disciple of the Pure Heart sect? If so, have them join the search for that Li Jiudao. A man's voice said. Li Xing's gaze turned cold. He understood immediately that someone from the Ancient One's sacred land was at the Pure Heart sect. No, just a friend from another faction. Mu Yan's voice replied. A friend from another faction? The man's voice echoed again. I am Wu Xingfeng from the Ancient One's sacred land. Now, immediately, go and search for that Li Jiudao's whereabouts. Li Xing's expression grew colder. Wu Xingfeng's words were directed at him. All right. He lowered his voice and responded. Your Excellency, please rest here. I will also go and search for that Li Jiudao. Mu Yan's voice said. No need. There are enough people searching. You stay here and serve me. The man told Mu Yan, first, pour me a cup of tea, then come back and massage my feet. This is your unparalleled honor. Serve me well, and I can take you into the sacred land. The conversation ended abruptly. Li Xing wasn't sure if Mu Yan had turned off the communication artifact or if the man had done it. Pour tea, massage feet? Li Xing's killing intent surged. You aren't worthy. To dare order Mu Yan to serve, this man had a lot of nerve. On the other side, the White Fox clan also seemed to be in trouble. Little White Fox tried to contact her father and mother using a communication artifact, but had not been able to reach them. If nothing had happened, this situation shouldn't have occurred. It seemed even sacred lands couldn't filter out scum, and there were quite a few of them. Don't worry, nothing major will happen. Li Xing told Little White Fox, it's likely that disciples of the Ancient One Sacred Land are in your clan. Go and see what the situation is with the White Fox clan. The main task of the Ancient One Sacred Land's elders was to find him. They probably couldn't spare much attention elsewhere. Those causing trouble were likely the disciples of the Ancient One Sacred Land. He gave Little White Fox and Dragon Horse several activated celestial artifacts, capable of unleashing all the power and might of the celestial artifacts. Even against old celestial gods like Su Jiaolong's grandfather, these artifacts could eliminate them if fully activated. Dealing with the disciples of the Ancient One Sacred Land would be a piece of cake, with no pressure at all. Okay. Little White Fox nodded and left with Dragon Horse in a hurry, heading towards the White Fox clan. Damn it, daring to make my senior sister pour tea and massage feet. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Li Xing's killing intent soared. In this world, only a few people held significant positions in his heart, people he cared deeply about. Mu Yin was one of them. Kill. He directly appeared, starting a massacre, targeting only the people of the Ancient One Sacred Land. Directly attacking the Pure Heart sect would raise suspicions, leading to the possibility of the sect being implicated in more and greater trouble. However, by killing his way through, this problem did not exist. No one would know his main purpose was for the Pure Heart sect. Moreover, his appearance was also to attract the strong of the Ancient One Sacred Land. Although it was highly likely that those causing trouble at the Pure Heart sect and the White Fox clan were disciples of the Ancient One Sacred Land, the possibility of it being stronger members couldn't be ruled out. Therefore, he intentionally appeared. This way, regardless of what the strong members of the Ancient One Sacred Land were doing, they would undoubtedly come to kill him first. After all, the Ancient One Sacred Land had mobilized so extensively to find him. The strong members wouldn't dare delay, or they would face severe punishment. This way, if there were indeed strong members of the Ancient One Sacred Land at the Pure Heart sect and the White Fox clan, they would be lured out, indirectly helping the Pure Heart sect and the White Fox clan. Ancient One Sacred Land, you are playing with fire, seeking death. Dare to oppose me, Li Judao? Your Ancient One Sacred Land is destined to be erased from this world. Li Xing's killing intent soared, cutting down several members of the Ancient One Sacred Land, making a high-profile appearance and causing a huge uproar in the north. In less than a moment, the news of his appearance spread throughout the entire north. This guy is really fierce. In such a situation, he still dares to appear high-profile, slaughtering the people of the Ancient One Sacred Land. He's really damn impressive. One person challenging the entire Ancient Sacred Land? My goodness, his courage is truly extraordinary. The entire north was in an uproar. No one expected that even with the Ancient Sacred Land almost fully mobilized, Li Xing would still dare to appear high-profile and slaughter the people of the Ancient One Sacred Land. This truly shocked them. Chapter 147. Wu Xingfeng, Mu Yin, give me a good foot massage. The entire northern region was shaken, and the hearts of its inhabitants were filled with great shock. The Ancient One Sacred Ground launched an overwhelming search for Li Xing, thinking that Li Xing would hide and wait for the storm to pass before reappearing. Unexpectedly, Li Xing was so bold that he completely disregarded these concerns and made a grand appearance, directly challenging the entire Ancient One Sacred Ground. This is too handsome, too domineering. I really want to meet him and have a sweet romance with him. A northern girl shouted, her admiration for Li Xing evident, wishing to get to know him. However, soon after, she closed her mouth, her face as pale as a sheet. Someone from the Ancient One Sacred Ground had set their sights on her. He is destined to die. If you want a sweet romance with him, you can. I will personally send you on your way, so you can have a sweet romance with him in the afterlife. A member of the Ancient One Sacred Ground sneered, slashing at the northern girl with a sword, cold and ruthless. No. The northern girl was terrified. Her realm was too low, having just stepped into the wheel of fate, and she couldn't withstand this strike. Puff. At that moment, blood splattered everywhere as Li Xing rushed in, crushing the sword with a single hand and kicking the member of the Ancient One's sacred ground to death. Then, he left the scene, leaving behind a series of phantom images. He's really so handsome. I've decided, the standard for my future partner will be him. The northern girl said with heart-shaped eyes. Li Xing continued his bloody path, mercilessly advancing towards the Clear Heart sect. His grand appearance immediately drew the attention of all the powerful figures in the Ancient One's sacred ground, who without exception immediately pursued Li Xing. Clear Heart sect. Main hall. Mu Yin brought tea, while Wu Xingfeng sat in the hall. My lord, Li Judao has appeared. Aren't you going to look for him? Mu Yin said. She understood why Li Xing had made such a bold appearance. It was clear that Li Xing knew something had happened to her, so he had made a bold appearance to attract the attention of the Ancient One's sacred ground, hoping to divert them and lead Wu Xingfeng away. But to her surprise, Wu Xingfeng sat there, showing no intention of leaving. The elders are dealing with him. I don't need to go. Wu Xingfeng took the teacup, indeed showing no intention of leaving. Li Xing was so powerful, having killed Su Jiaolong, a top-tier god king, and annihilated several god elder masters. Wu Xingfeng, just an ordinary god king, was no match for Li Xing. If it weren't for the sacred master's strict order, he wouldn't have left the sacred ground and come to the northern region. However, even though he had come to the northern region, he had no intention of truly looking for Li Xing. Come on, he wanted to live a few more years and didn't want to die at Li Xing's hands. After all, there were so many sacred ground members looking for Li Xing. His absence wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, he wasn't doing nothing. He had come to the Clear Heart sect and ordered everyone there to go out and look for Li Xing. Come, give me a foot massage. Wu Xingfeng leisurely lifted one foot, asking Mu Yin to take off his shoes and socks and massage his feet. I've been tired from the journey from the sacred ground to here. This foot is so sore. Give it a good massage and rub. He spoke in a commanding tone. My lord, please behave yourself. Mu Yin frowned, taking several steps back. Even if she had to die, she would not massage Wu Xingfeng's feet. The Ancient One sacred ground is an ancient sacred ground, highly respected and admirable. Please consider the reputation of the Ancient One sacred ground and do not tarnish its dignity. She said to Wu Xingfeng, Little girl, you sure can talk? Wu Xingfeng sneered dismissively. Don't say so much nonsense. Being able to massage my feet is a great blessing for you. I'll say it again. If you're sensible and serve me well, I can take you into the sacred ground. My lord, if you insist on this, then I can only take my leave. Mu Yin said coldly, turning to leave. Was this the conduct of the disciples of the Ancient One sacred ground? Truly disgusting. I didn't let you go. Wu Xingfeng snorted coldly, and dazzling divine light erupted, instantly suppressing Mu Yin with invisible divine power, immobilizing her. I told you to massage my feet, so you have to massage my feet. Don't be ungrateful and put on airs here. He said coldly, feeling particularly displeased. As a god king, he couldn't even intimidate a little girl like Mu Yin. This made him very angry. My lord, don't be angry. She's just a little girl. She doesn't know how to massage feet. Let me massage your feet for you. At that moment, a sexy and alluring woman's voice said sweetly, entering the hall from outside, offering to massage Wu Xingfeng's feet in place of Mu Yin. Mu Yin saw the sexy woman and was immediately stunned. She knew everyone in the Clear Heart sect, but this sexy woman was completely unfamiliar to her, with no impression at all. Who was this sexy woman? Where did she come from? Wu Xingfeng looked at the sexy woman, his eyes lighting up, clearly attracted by her. But soon, the light in his eyes faded, his face turning dark, filled with killing intent. Damn it, you old bastard. You dare to trick me like this? Disgust me? He roared in anger, his voice cold and piercing, smashing the table beside him into pieces, filled with murderous intent. As a god king, he instantly saw through the sexy woman's true nature. This was no beauty, but an old man transformed. No, my lord, please don't be angry. I just wanted to serve you well. This appearance was to please you. The sexy woman quickly said, "Please? This appearance disgusts me." Wu Xingfeng shouted, "Damn it, old man, quickly revert to your original appearance." Clearly an old man, but transformed into a sexy woman, he couldn't stand to look at it, his stomach churning violently, feeling extremely disgusted. Ah! The sexy woman sighed heavily, her body shimmering with spiritual light, reverting to her original appearance at Wu Xingfeng's request. Feng Laobo. Mu Yin was greatly shocked, never expecting it to be Feng Laobo. Feng Laobo wasn't severely injured and unable to cultivate anymore? She didn't know Feng Laobo's true identity. "Young man, I have to say, I still want to advise you to stop here. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely not be something you can bear." Feng Laobo said to Wu Xingfeng. He shouldn't have come out, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Mu Yin be bullied by Wu Xingfeng. Even though he knew he wasn't Wu Xingfeng's opponent, he was determined to protect Mu Yin at all costs. Mu Yin was a disciple of the Clear Heart sect. This was the responsibility he, as the ancestor of the Clear Heart sect, should shoulder. "You don't know your place, old man. Do you think you can teach me how to do things? What gives you the right?" Wu Xingfeng sneered, slapping the old man with a palm. Boom! With his palm, terrifying divine power struck, sending Feng Laobo flying out, crashing heavily onto the square and creating a large pit. He was on the brink of death, almost killed by that palm. Blood flowed from his body in all directions. Half of his body was shattered, his internal organs exposed, making it a horrifying sight. Chapter 148. How dare you pursue and assassinate me? How many lives do you have? In the pit, Elder Feng's consciousness was blurred, his breath extremely weak, barely hanging on by a thread. He was too weak, not yet a god, and a strike from a god king was far beyond what he could endure, posing a lethal threat. Elder Feng. Mu Yin was inconsolable, tears streaming down like rain, soaking her chest. She wanted to go over to check on Elder Feng, but she couldn't move her body, which was completely restrained by the power of a god king, unable to move an inch. "The old man did this to protect you, didn't he?" Wu Xingfeng glanced casually at Mu Yin, waving his hand to withdraw the restraining force on her. He lifted his foot again and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Come over and kneel to massage my feet. Otherwise, I'll kill the old man first, then you." "Massage your grandma's leg." A voice echoed in Wu Xingfeng's ears, followed by a boom, as a figure charged towards him rapidly. The speed of this figure was too fast for him to react. By the time he reacted, his neck was already tightly gripped by a large hand. Li Jiudao. Seeing the owner of the large hand, his face turned ashen, devoid of any blood, his 7 souls and 6 spirits nearly scattered in fright. How could it be Li Jiudao? How did Li Jiudao manage to chase him here? "Killing you here would defile the hall of Qingxin sect." Li Xing's voice was like that of a demon from the underworld, filled with boundless killing intent. "Why?" Wu Xingfeng trembled in fear, unable to understand why Li Jiudao harbored such intense, killing intent towards him. "Li." Mu Yin saw Li Xing and almost called out his name, but she held back. "It's my fault. I've brought trouble to you." Li Xing blamed himself. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, he truly didn't know what would have happened. Now is not the time for more words. Take these and give them to Elder Feng when no one is around. Also, please apologize to Elder Feng for me. And don't worry about me. The Ancient One's sacred land can't do anything to me. Li Xing took out some heavenly god medicines and heavenly god pills, handing them to Mu Yin. "What's going on here?" Wu Xingfeng saw this scene and nearly wet himself in fright. 10 heavenly god medicines and 10 heavenly god pills. Li Xing just handed them over to Mu Yin like that? He was truly scared out of his wits. How could he not realize now that Li Xing and Mu Yin and Qingxin sect clearly had an extraordinary relationship, and he had actually beaten Elder Feng to the brink of death, and even demanded Mu Yin to kneel and massage his feet. Li Xing's gaze towards Mu Yin was clearly different, full of concern. Mu Yin was likely Li Xing's lover. My goodness, This was suicide. Not even this kind of suicide. He cried on the spot. Mat da. He was too unlucky. He had said he wouldn't go looking for Li Xing. Yet, he ended up at the place of Li Xing's lover, and even started a fight here. This was truly the king of hell opening the door for a little ghost. He had voluntarily delivered his life. Swish. After Li Xing finished his instructions to Mu Yin, he flew out of Qingxin's sect with Wu Xingfeng in his grasp. There was no other way. There were many members of the Ancient One Sacred Land chasing him. He couldn't stay in Qingxin's sect for long. Otherwise, it would bring more trouble to Qingxin's sect. Mu Yin quickly hid the heavenly god medicines and heavenly god pills, then rushed to Elder Feng's side, bringing him into the hall. She cautiously looked around, closed the hall doors, and placed a leaf from the heavenly god medicine into Elder Feng's mouth. As soon as the heavenly god leaf entered his mouth, the astonishing medicinal power instantly unfolded, turning into a surging warm current that flowed into Elder Feng's body. In an instant, dazzling divine light erupted from Elder Feng's body. All his injuries were healed in an instant. Then, Elder Feng's half-destroyed body quickly regenerated, with precious light flowing. His own aura also returned to its peak, even more vigorous than before. Li Xing must have robbed the entire Ancient One Sacred Land, right? Seeing the heavenly god medicines and heavenly god pills hidden in the corner by Mu Yin, Elder Feng took a deep breath, greatly shocked. These were heavenly god medicines and heavenly god pills, which he had never even seen before. Yet Li Xing casually left behind 10 heavenly god medicines and 10 heavenly god pills. He was truly frightened, seriously suspecting that Li Xing had looted the entire Ancient One Sacred Land. I don't know, but Li Xing told us not to worry, saying that the Ancient One Sacred Land can't do anything to him. Mu Yin said. On the other side, Li Xing, with Wu Xingfeng's neck in his grasp, quickly left Qingxin's sect. Behind him, many powerful figures from the Ancient One Sacred Land were chasing him. All right, time to go. He had a blank expression, raising his hand to throw Wu Xingfeng into the sky. No. Wu Xingfeng was terrified, hurriedly running towards the Ancient One Sacred Land's strong figures. Puff. Blood splattered. Li Xing raised his hand and summoned a broad-bladed knife, instantly chopping Wu Xingfeng into 2 halves, completely killing him. A god king was not so easily killed. However, the broad-bladed knife in his hand was extraordinary, named Infinite Blade, a semi-sacred artifact capable of unleashing its full power in his hands. Instantly killing Wu Xingfeng was a piece of cake. Bold. Dare to kill our sacred land's disciple in front of us. You're looking for death. The Ancient One Sacred Land's strong figures chasing from behind, seeing Li Xing kill Wu Xingfeng, were all infuriated, filled with murderous intent. Before coming, the sacred master hadn't told them how strong Li Xing was, only that Li Xing had killed Su Jiaolong and several God King elders, without much detail. They thought Li Xing was at most a heavenly god. Even a heavenly god was their overestimation of Li Xing. He was too young. How could there be such a young heavenly god? Most of them believed Li Xing was a top-tier god king. If they knew Li Xing was suspected to be a saint, they would never dare to chase him like this. In fact, this was the reason the sacred master didn't reveal Li Xing's details. If he said Li Xing was suspected to be a saint, the sacred land's members and disciples would be too scared to search for Li Xing's whereabouts. They would have been scared out of their wits. As for the possible heavy losses the sacred land's members and disciples might suffer, the sacred master didn't care at all. As long as they could capture Li Xing and obtain the blessings left by the demon blade, even if many sacred land members died, it would be worth it. It's you who are bold. How many lives do you have to dare pursue me? Li Xing raised his blade and turned to charge at the Ancient One Sacred Land's strong figures. Holding a semi-sacred artifact doesn't mean you're invincible. Ridiculous. A semi-sacred artifact isn't something you can easily wield. Want a counterkill? You're truly mad. These Ancient One Sacred Land strong figures sneered, seeing that Li Xing's broad-bladed knife was a semi-sacred artifact. However, they weren't afraid. They were all heavenly gods, several of whom were elders of the Ancient One Sacred Land. having reached the peak of the heavenly god realm, top-tier heavenly gods. Even if Li Xing was also a heavenly god, it wouldn't be possible for him to be their opponent. The semi-sacred artifact in Li Xing's hands was the same. Li Xing was destined to be captured by them. Chapter 149. A legendary battle shakes the north. Semi-sacred artifacts, tainted with the word sacred, touch upon the realm of the sacred. How could they be easily fully activated? Even these top-tier heavenly gods have difficulty fully unleashing the power of a semi-sacred artifact. Such a young man as Li Xing has no chance at all. Boom! The sky shattered as 8 heavenly god powerhouses launched their attacks, 6 of them being top-tier heavenly gods and 2 being fully-fledged heavenly gods, encircling Li Xing from all directions to capture him. Terrifying heavenly god power surged, destroying mountains and rivers, turning the heavens and earth into a scene of apocalypse, horrifying to behold. He has been caught. No, can't you see? He deliberately stopped and, in front of those heavenly gods, ruthlessly killed a disciple of the Holy Land. Is he too confident to fight 8 heavenly gods alone? A large number of northern beings witnessed this scene, all shocked. Li Xing was too fierce, actually aiming to kill a heavenly god. They were all drawn in, standing far off, their eyes unblinking, intently watching this battle. A battle of heavenly gods. Undoubtedly, this was the most terrifying battle of the current era in the north. Before this, no gods had appeared in the north, let alone heavenly gods. They all wanted to see the terrifying power of heavenly gods and how extraordinary they were. None of them are ordinary heavenly gods. At the very least, they are fully-fledged heavenly gods, and more are top-tier heavenly gods. An elderly man with white hair sighed endlessly, saying, "Top-tier heavenly gods can easily tear apart the heavens and earth, possessing infinite power. This is truly a legendary battle that will be remembered and passed down through generations." He was an old ancestor of the most prosperous and powerful sect in the north, though not a god himself and with a low cultivation level. However, his sect had a long history and many ancient records, so he could recognize that these Holy Land powerhouses were not ordinary heavenly gods. If he can survive this battle, he will surely be remembered for centuries. He continued, 6 top-tier heavenly gods and 2 fully-fledged heavenly gods. If Li Xing could survive such a siege, he would undoubtedly become a legend, remembered by future generations. Not to mention surviving, even if he doesn't, he will still be remembered for centuries. A northern being said with deep emotion, at the age of around 20, to fight against a group of top-tier heavenly gods, he is already a legend, a myth. The heavens envy talent. Why does the Ancient One Holy Land want to kill such a genius? It's too regrettable. If he could grow without accidents, what heights would he achieve? He might even become an emperor in the future. Emperor potential. Countless northern beings sighed for Li Xing. He was too astonishing, clearly a rising star, yet facing such a deadly crisis that seemed impossible to survive, truly heartbreaking. Does he dare to stop and fight? He's truly mad. Let's go. In various parts of the north, several terrifying figures on the move sensed the commotion and immediately headed towards it. They all came from the Ancient One Holy Land, stronger than those top-tier heavenly gods. They had touched upon the realm of the sacred, transcending the heavenly god realm but not yet fully stepping into the sacred realm, belonging to the semi-sacred. What does the Ancient One Holy Land want to do? Really, would they go to such lengths just because of the death of a disciple and several elders? In many unknown small worlds in the north, multiple beings emerged, directing their gazes towards the battle involving Li Xing. They were all extraordinary, some from ancient holy lands, others even more terrifying, with heritage from the ancient times, all shocked by the Ancient One Holy Land's grand actions. Such ancient forces were very clear that the age of spiritual winter was approaching. The reason they remained hidden and unexposed was to preserve their strength for the future to survive this spiritual winter. In a peaceful era, the Ancient One Holy Land's actions, though somewhat surprising, could still be understood. After all, If a prestigious disciple of their holy land was killed and several elders were annihilated, the Holy Land would take drastic measures to protect its reputation and eliminate the culprit, which was normal. But now, it was not a peaceful era. The spiritual winter was approaching, becoming the darkest and most severe period in history. If one could not survive, they would surely be extinguished in this winter. Everyone had long prepared, yet still felt insecure, unsure if they could survive this most severe and dark winter. The Ancient One Holy Land, however, disregarded everything, not fearing the consumption, and took such grand actions. How could this not arouse their suspicion? Although the people from the Ancient One Holy Land claimed it was to avenge the death of Su Jiaolong and several divine elders, they did not believe it and suspected there was something else going on. For a moment, they couldn't help but want to act against Li Xing, capture him, and see what secrets he held. However, in the end, they all restrained themselves. The Ancient One Holy Land clearly had Li Xing in their sights, and if they intervened to compete for Li Xing, they would inevitably make enemies of the Ancient One Holy Land. Currently, everything was unclear, and they did not want to make enemies of the Ancient One Holy Land. They wanted to wait and see. In the small world where the Ancient One Holy Land resided, appeared, the Holy Lord received the news and without delay, hurriedly contacted several old ancestors, asking them to go capture Li Xing. He knew the truth. Li Xing was suspected to have already achieved sainthood, and those Holy Land members couldn't handle Li Xing. Young people are too arrogant, unable to see the hidden dangers, thinking the world's situation is as it appears on the surface. They are still too young. The demon blade was so reckless back then, and now its successor is equally reckless. Truly, it's a family tradition, not a family, not a door. But this is also a good thing. If he weren't so arrogant, we wouldn't know there was a successor of the demon blade, let alone get the blessings left by the demon blade. Several old ancestors sneered, having long been prepared. After the Holy Lord informed them of the situation, they immediately set off, leaving the Ancient One Holy Land and heading towards the north. They had already achieved sainthood, each more terrifying than the last. This time, they were confident in capturing Li Xing in the White Fox clan territory in the north. Li Xing's assumption was correct. Indeed, several disciples of the Ancient One Holy Land had stayed behind and caused chaos in the White Fox clan territory. After returning, Little White Fox and the Dragon Horse immediately dealt with these disciples of the Ancient One Holy Land. Now, all attention was focused on Li Xing, and no one knew that several disciples of the Ancient One Holy Land had died in the White Fox clan, not even causing a ripple. I say, brother is too fierce. The Dragon Horse widened its eyes, having learned about Li Xing's situation. It was impossible not to know, as the commotion in Li Xing's area spread rapidly across the north, with news of Li Xing everywhere. He's doing it for us. Little White Fox sighed, saying he deliberately appeared high-profile to divert attention, helping the White Fox clan avoid suspicion and not let anyone think the White Fox clan is related to him. She understood Li Xing's intentions and was deeply moved. Li Xing could have remained hidden, but he chose to appear high-profile to help the White Fox clan. Of course, there was also the reason of helping the Clear Heart sect, but that did not diminish her gratitude. She was very clear that even without the Clear Heart sect, if it were just the White Fox clan, Li Xing would have made the same decision. We found a good son-in-law. He's really responsible. The nine-tailed color fox looked at Little White Fox, seriously saying, with him by your side, we are completely at ease. She was very satisfied with Li Xing. Li Xing was loyal and righteous, truly standing up for what was right, fully deserving Little White Fox's lifelong commitment. I just don't know if he can survive this ordeal. She looked towards the horizon, faintly seeing terrifying scenes erupting, worried. Li Xing's actions this time were too bold, and one misstep could cost him his life. Chapter 150. Terrifyingly invincible, even the peerless celestial god is decapitated with a single slash. Under the gaze of countless eyes, this battle has attracted the attention of innumerable beings in the northern regions, both openly and secretly. Even the ripple of this event is spreading rapidly, quickly reaching the other four regions. In this era, it is a major event, destined to set off a huge wave throughout the Yin state. Boom. 6 peerless celestial gods and 2 perfected celestial gods. Though their words showed disdain for Li Xing, they were actually not at all careless. Li Xing was suspected to be a celestial god and was wielding a quasi-saint artifact. They couldn't afford to be careless. They weren't that foolish. They launched a full-scale attack, locking Li Xing in from different directions, not giving him any chance to escape. In their hands, various celestial god weapons radiated astonishing divine light. Coming from ancient sacred grounds, their celestial god weapons were far from ordinary, made of extraordinary materials. Kill. Li Xing's expression was cold, his entire body glowing with precious light, as he raised his Wuji blade and charged forward. The ultra-ultimate burst of his small-achieved saint physique had already allowed him to fight on par with celestial gods. Coupled with his quasi-saint artifact Wuji blade, he was even more fearless of these ancient sacred ground experts. Puff. Blood splattered, his first strike was effective. With a slash across the sky, he immediately cut a perfected celestial god in half, celestial god blood raining down like a crimson shower, scattering across the high skies. The Wuji blade, a quasi-saint artifact, could fully unleash its power in his hands. The perfected celestial god, cut in two, had his divine soul instantly crushed by the power of the Wuji blade, completely dead. So fierce. Too terrifying. A single slash killed a perfected celestial god. Countless beings in the northern regions, witnessing this scene, all gasped in shock, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Such a situation, they didn't favor Li Xing, believing he would be subdued in an instant. Unexpectedly, Li Xing was unexpectedly fierce, not only not being subdued on the spot, but also astonishingly killing a perfected celestial god in an instant. This truly terrified them. No wonder Li Xing dared to turn around confidently and face these experts from the ancient sacred ground. It turned out, Li Xing possessed such terrifying and formidable power. Puff. Another perfected celestial god was instantly slain by Li Xing, his celestial god weapon cut in half by the Wuji blade, completely no match for Li Xing. My god, can he really kill all these experts? One slash at a time, like cutting watermelons, he might really accomplish such a feat, even killing 6 peerless celestial gods. Countless beings in the northern regions felt their scalps tingle. Li Xing was too terrifying. Another perfected celestial god killed in an instant with a single slash, completely shattering their previous perceptions. At the age of 20-something, able to slaughter celestial gods, and doing so effortlessly, so cleanly, it all seemed like a dream, unreal to the extreme. What? How can he be so fierce? The remaining 6 peerless celestial gods were also shocked by Li Xing's ferocity, their earlier confidence completely gone. They thought that the quasi-saint artifact in Li Xing's hands would be hard to unleash its power, but the result far exceeded their expectations. The quasi-saint artifact in Li Xing's hands fully displayed its might, and Li Xing showed no sign of strain, wielding it with utmost ease, as if using an ordinary spirit weapon. Even they, as peerless celestial gods, couldn't achieve such ease as Li Xing. How did he do it? In an instant, they all felt an extremely bad premonition. They felt that even though they had already overestimated Li Xing, they still underestimated him. Li Xing might have transcended the celestial god realm, touched upon the saint realm, and was a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint. Realizing that Li Xing might be a quasi-saint, they all felt infinite fear. A quasi-saint had touched upon the saint realm, though not truly stepping into it, was still extremely terrifying, not something they, as celestial gods, could contend with, even if they were peerless celestial gods. Kill. The elders are almost here. We just need to hold on. They roared, dispelling their fear, battle-hardened as they were. They knew that fear would only make their situation worse. At the same time, they also knew that escape was impossible. They could only fight to the death, delay Li Xing, and only then might they have a chance to survive. They fully erupted, unleashing various celestial god techniques, Their celestial god weapons also fully activated, they no longer thought about subduing Li Xing, just wanted to delay him. The heavens rumbled, the void shattered. Everything in that area was completely destroyed. Nothing could remain under the full eruption of 6 peerless celestial gods. Is this the power of a peerless celestial god? So terrifying. Beings in the northern regions watching the battle, without exception, all trembled, their souls shuddering. This was a terrifying power they had never seen before. Fortunately, they were far enough away, unharmed. But if they were closer, they had no doubt they would all be wiped out in an instant. Even though they were far enough away, they could still feel how terrifying this power was, making them extremely frightened, involuntarily retreating madly, further away from the battlefield. Boom! A blazing saintly light erupted, breaking through various celestial god lights, even overshadowing the light of the divine sun in the 9 heavens. Li Xing was invincible. The Wuji blade cut through everything, breaking out from various celestial god techniques, shattering the terrifying attacks from celestial god weapons. At this moment, Li Xing stood in the high sky, truly like a war emperor, an invincible aura sweeping across the world, terrifying countless beings in the northern regions. Puff! Blood splattered. A peerless celestial god bled. As Li Xing approached, he was decapitated with a single slash. His head and body separated, falling from the high sky, completely dead. Even a peerless celestial god was no match before the Wuji blade, decapitated. His divine soul also destroyed by the Wuji blade. No possibility of rebirth. A peerless celestial god, decapitated with a single slash, instantly dead. My God! Beings in the northern regions were all deeply shocked by this scene. When had a celestial god, let alone such a peerless celestial god, ever been so easily killed? Divine beings who had ignited the divine fire within were not so easily killed, completely dead, let alone peerless celestial gods. Under normal circumstances, such a peerless celestial god, without a year or half a year, or even longer, would not be killed. It required an extremely long time, slowly wearing them down. But now, what did they see? Li Xing killed a peerless celestial god with a single slash. This was too terrifying. Just how strong was Li Xing? On the other side, the remaining 5 peerless celestial gods were even more terrified. They really wanted to cry. How could such a young Li Xing be so terrifying? Even a peerless celestial god could be killed with a single slash. This completely exceeded their expectations. They couldn't regret it more, their intestines turning green. If they had known this earlier, even if they were given 100,000 guts, they wouldn't have dared to chase after Li Xing like this. Thinking back to their earlier actions, they felt ridiculous. Damn it! Earlier when they were chasing after Li Xing, they were shouting for Li Xing not to run, to stop and fight them. Now looking back, they were really stubborn, too ridiculous, seeking death like this. Bold. At this moment, a terrifying saintly might spread. A voice like a sudden thunder sounded. The elders of the ancient sacred ground, those quasi-saints, had arrived. Let you be arrogant, let you be rampant, die for me. A twist in the road, you're finished. The 5 peerless celestial gods, hearing the elders' voices, all burst into laughter. They had thought they were finished, about to die by Li Xing's blade, but unexpectedly, the elders had arrived at this moment. These elders were all quasi-saint level existences. Li Xing was doomed to be subdued, could no longer stir up any waves. Chapter 151. I admit, I laughed a bit too loud just now. 6 elders of the ancient one sacred land stood tall in the sky, their colossal figures exuding a terrifying sacred aura. They were both male and female, their appearances old, devoid of any youthful vitality, only an endless sense of ancientness. Gazing upon them was like gazing upon ancient histories, their traces of time too profound. The void around them twisted, as if they had crossed the river of time. Their expressions stoic, their might too fearsome, striking terror into the hearts of all. Are they saints? I feel like someone is choking me. I can't breathe. Countless beings in the northern regions, upon seeing these 6 semi-saints, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if a mountain had been placed upon them, pressing them to the brink of collapse. They're not saints. They haven't truly reached the realm of saints yet. They are merely semi-saints. An elderly man spoke, having lived long enough to have read many ancient texts. He noticed that the 6 elders of the ancient one sacred land did not match the descriptions of saints in the ancient texts, but rather the descriptions of semi-saints. What? Semi-saints are this terrifying? Goodness, I feel that if they wanted to, they could destroy the entire northern region with just a glance. The northern beings were completely shocked. Semi-saints were already this terrifying. So what kind of fearsome power would true saints possess? It was unimaginable. Within the Xianxia sect, Elder Feng had already recovered. He gazed at the distant sky, his expression grave. 6 semi-saints, their might too fearsome, the sacred aura they exuded almost covering the entire northern region. He couldn't see the figures of the 6 semi-saints, but he could feel their semi-saint aura. His heart immediately rose to his throat, worried for Lixing. In any era, saints are true powerhouses, and semi-saints are no exception. In this current harsh environment, the terror of semi-saints goes without saying. Elder Feng said with deep concern, "Can Lixing handle these semi-saints?" "Yes, definitely." He said he would be fine. Mu Yan's delicate face was filled with seriousness and sincerity, nodding emphatically beside him. These words were not only for Elder Feng, but also for herself. "Lixing, you rascal. This time you must be reliable. I'll be waiting for you in the Xianxia sect," she thought to herself. In the White Fox clan territory. Damn, how did the celestial battle turn into a semi-saint battle? The White Fox Emperor paced back and forth in anxiety, his concern evident. Semi-saints, having touched the realm of saints, could Lixing still display his invincibility as before? The 9-tailed rainbow fox remained silent, her expression more solemn than ever before. Lixing was too young. Could he escape from the encirclement of semi-saints? She had no confidence at all. Could it be that I, the dragon horse, will lose my good brother? The dragon horse couldn't help but say. Thud. The little white fox raised her tiny paw and knocked it on the dragon horse's head, pouting angrily. "Don't say such depressing words. Lixing will definitely be fine." Then, she muttered softly, "That guy, he even said he would dress me in black silk. Hey, you must come back. Come back and I'll wear black silk for you to see." The appearance of the 6 semi-saints to encircle and kill Lixing instantly escalated the situation, igniting the entire northern region, with all beings in heated discussion. A genius of an era is about to perish. What a pity and a tragedy. We have witnessed a true genius, alas, only before his fall. Countless northern beings sighed deeply. Those were 6 semi-saints, standing there like ancient histories, as if they had come from ancient times. How could they be resisted? There was no hope. None of them believed Lixing could prevail, all thinking Lixing's end was near. What a handsome and powerful little brother. The heavens are truly unfair. Why must they bring such tribulations upon him? A beautiful maiden clenched her fists in anger, saying resentfully, "Is the heavens jealous of the little brother?" Previously, Lixing had slain a perfected celestial being, annihilated a peak celestial being, his invincible figure engraved into the hearts of countless maidens, especially since Lixing was so young and handsome. Many maidens were infatuated with him, going crazy for him. On the other side, the remaining 5 peak celestial beings who had not died laughed one after another. With 6 semi-saints here, how could they possibly be in danger? Absolutely impossible. Youngster, ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, how dare you insult the majesty of the ancient sacred land? Go and take a good look at yourself. See what kind of trash you are. Do you even deserve it? What a joke. How dare you stand against the ancient one sacred land? The 5 peak celestial beings laughed. The situation had turned around. Now was their time to dominate. Do you think you're safe? Li Xing said coldly. I never said you were safe. With a thunderous roar, he swung his blade towards the 5 peak celestial beings. 6 semi-saints be damned. If he wanted to kill the 5 peak celestial beings, even 6 semi-saints couldn't stop him. Bold. You're truly mad, not only not surrendering before us, but still daring to commit violence. The 6 semi-saints rebuked, their expressions cold. Li Xing killing the 5 peak celestial beings right in front of them was an undisguised provocation to them. How could they? Absolutely impossible. They would not let Li Xing harm the 5 peak celestial beings in the slightest. Unknowing of death, thinking oneself powerful, becoming arrogant to the heavens, not knowing you're just a clown sitting in a well. One of the semi-saints snorted coldly, raising a hand to slap Li Xing. The sacred light was dazzling. This slap, like the heavens descending, carried an unstoppable force. The void instantly collapsed. All beings in the northern region were terrified. Was this the might of saints? Even semi-saints were boundless in terror, truly capable of easily wiping out the entire northern region. Unexpectedly, an unimaginable scene occurred. Li Xing's entire body enveloped in precious light. He threw a punch, colliding with the descending palm, instantly exploding the palm. The semi-saint let out a muffled grunt, his body staggering, affected. At this moment, Li Xing had already reached the vicinity of the 5 peak celestial beings, his infinite blade already raised. The 5 peak celestial beings were all terrified, their bodies uncontrollably trembling, never expecting Li Xing to be so fierce. I admit I laughed a bit too loud just now. Can you give me a chance? One of the peak celestial beings cried, truly frightened. Earlier, Li Xing had killed a peak celestial being with a single slash. If the infinite blade fell, they would surely die, completely annihilated. You dare? Stop at once. The 6 semi-saints' expressions all changed, losing their previous composure. If Li Xing killed the 5 peak celestial beings right before their eyes, where would their face be? In an instant, they all moved, unleashing various semi-saint techniques, blocking Li Xing. Chapter 152. Terrifying power engulfs Li Xing. Li Xing in grave danger. Boom. The roars of various half-saint techniques resounded, and terrifying power surged. 6 half-saints were desperate, unleashing all their might to intercept Li Xing. In an instant, it was as if a divine sun from the 9 heavens had exploded, engulfing everything in blinding light, making the sky and earth several times brighter, impossible to look at directly. Is he dead? 6 half-saints unleashed their fury. How could he possibly withstand it alone? Alas, what a pity! A rising new star, now fallen. Countless beings from the northern region sighed, witnessing both the emergence and the fall of a legend. The attacks of the 6 half-saints had already reached Li Xing, who was undoubtedly doomed. This was a brief legend, having just demonstrated myth-like feats to the world. Now a fleeting bloom, perishing just like that. However, the next moment, many beings from the northern regions opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Li Xing was not dead. Emerging from the dazzling saintly light, Li Xing was enveloped in radiant treasure glow, bursting forth with overwhelming momentum. He was unscathed. Not even a single hair on his head was broken. With the Wuji blade in hand, he decapitated 5 supreme gods in an instant. The heads of the 5 supreme gods were separated from their bodies, blood gushing out like columns from their necks, their souls obliterated by the power of the Wuji blade, utterly dead, their bodies collapsing weakly. What? My goodness! The northern beings who witnessed this scene were all in an uproar, their hearts surging with waves, extremely shocked. Chapter 152. Terrifying power engulfs Li Xing. Li Xing in peril. Boom. Various half-saint techniques roared, and terrifying power surged as the 6 half-saints grew desperate, unreservedly intercepting Li Xing. In an instant, it was as if a divine sun from the 9 heavens had exploded, with blazing light engulfing everything, illuminating the world several times brighter, making it impossible to look directly. Is he dead? With 6 half-saints enraged and attacking, how could he withstand it? Alas, what a pity. A newly rising brilliant star has fallen just like that. Countless northern beings sighed, witnessing both the emergence and the fall of a legend. The attacks of the 6 half-saints had already reached Li Xing, who could not possibly survive. He was a brief legend, just beginning to showcase mythical feats to the world, but now he was like a fleeting flower, about to perish. Then, the next moment, countless northern beings gaped in astonishment. Li Xing was not dead. Emerging from the dazzling saintly light, Li Xing was enveloped in a radiant aura, bursting forth with vigorous momentum. He was unscathed. Not even a single hair was damaged. With a swing of his Wuji blade, 5 supreme gods were instantly beheaded. The heads of the 5 supreme gods rolled off, their necks spewing blood like fountains, their souls annihilated by the power of the Wuji blade, and their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. What? My goodness! The northern beings who witnessed this scene were all in an uproar, their hearts surging with waves of shock. Despite the interception of 6 half-saints, Li Xing still Xianxia killed 5 supreme gods, decapitating all of them with a single slash. How could this be described as anything but terrifying? It was simply too frightening. They were all terrified, their souls trembling uncontrollably. Originally, they all thought Li Xing was a fleeting new star, destined to fall and be erased. Unexpectedly, Li Xing was extremely monstrous, defying the heavens, accomplishing the impossible. Damn it! How infuriating! The faces of the 6 half-saints were darker than ever, so gloomy they could almost drip water. Under their interception, Li Xing had still killed 5 supreme gods, which was undoubtedly a huge disgrace to them, completely losing face. At the same time, they were also shocked. How could Li Xing be so strong? It was truly beyond their expectations. Under their interception, Li Xing could still kill 5 supreme gods. There was no doubt that Li Xing was stronger than any one of them. This made them almost unable to believe it. They had cultivated for endless ages to reach this realm and strength. Li Xing was so young, only around 20 years old. Even if he had started cultivating from the womb, it would have only been about 20 years. Yet, Li Xing was stronger than any one of them. How could they believe it? Only now did they realize why the Holy Lord had paid such attention to Li Xing, going to such lengths to deal with him. Li Xing truly was extraordinary, quite frightening. Boom! At this moment, Li Xing, enveloped in radiant light, charged towards them, and they immediately set aside these thoughts, engaging in fierce battle with Li Xing. Whether it was the divine medicine or divine pills Li Xing had consumed, they had also brought great benefits and assistance to Li Xing's body. His small achieved saintly body had become stronger due to this, and with the unleashing of ultra-ultimate power, he was exceptionally fierce, unafraid of the 6 half-saints. Doomsday Melody. A half-saint shouted, summoning an ancient zither, and quickly began to play. Terrifying zither sounds arose, stirring up boundless terrifying waves. This was an ancient melody, of transcendent rank, extremely fearsome. In the ancient times, it had claimed the lives of countless ancient experts, none of whom survived. The heavens and earth instantly changed, with terrifying power undulating with the zither sounds, as if the world was truly about to perish, spreading a desolate, helpless, and despairing atmosphere rapidly. 9 swords to sever heaven. Another half-saint shouted, holding a snow-white long sword, performing a certain extraordinary sword technique, slashing forward across the sky. In an instant, billions of sword lights erupted, with the world seeming to turn into a realm of swords, filled with countless terrifying and astonishing swords, suddenly slashing towards Li Xing. 10,000 Beasts Technique. A half-saint roared, unleashing an ancient art, as if opening the gate to the world of beasts, with countless ferocious beasts rushing out of the void, charging towards Li Xing. Void Arrow. A half-saint, expressionless, summoned an ancient bow, pulling the bowstring taut and shooting it out. No arrow appeared on the bow, but it gave Li Xing a sense of threat. Boom! A crimson arrow suddenly appeared, arriving earlier than the other attacks, making it impossible to guard against, directly hitting Li Xing. This was the void arrow. Once shot, it pierced through the void, impossible to defend against. If it were anyone else, even a half-saint, facing such a void arrow, they would have to bleed, paying a heavy price. However, unfortunately, Li Xing was extraordinary, not so easily injured. The ultra-ultimate power of the small achieved saintly body erupted. Li Xing's flesh was like heavenly gold and emperor iron, indescribably hard. The arrow hitting Li Xing didn't even leave a mark, instantly shattering into debris and scattering. What? The half-saint who shot the void arrow was greatly shocked, never expecting Li Xing's body to be so hard. All 6 half-saints had unleashed their great killing techniques, and the subsequent attacks all reached Li Xing, with terrifying waves reverberating across the entire northern region, engulfing Li Xing. Can he withstand such attacks? Each one of them could destroy heaven and earth. Although I desperately hope he can withstand them, witnessing the rise of a true legend, reason tells me it's impossible. Countless northern beings shook their heads, all longing to see a myth come to life. But myths are myths. How could they be so easily realized? This time, Li Xing did not emerge instantly. The doomsday melody rang out, sound waves turning into blades, slashing over. The sword world created by the 9 swords to sever heaven was filled with countless swords. The 10,000 beasts technique opened the gate to the beast world, with tens of thousands of beasts charging over. The half-saint who shot the void arrow even fired several more arrows. The remaining 2 half-saints also unleashed their world-shaking techniques, engulfing Li Xing. To emerge from these attacks was no simple matter. Li Xing's figure had completely disappeared, with no extraordinary light erupting. It's over. The facts prove that no matter how strong one's personal strength is, it cannot compare to the long-standing ancient forces. Alas, if there's an afterlife, I hope he can understand this, not provoking such ancient holy lands, silently cultivating until truly invincible before emerging. Talented individuals often perish early, as has been the case since ancient times. Many peerless talents have died before rising. Reality is harsh. Even the most brilliant must fall to harsh reality. Countless northern beings shook their heads, believing it was over, that Li Xing had perished in such attacks. How terrifying was that? It was simply too frightening. They were all terrified, their souls trembling uncontrollably. Originally, they all thought Li Xing was a fleeting new star, about to fall and be erased. Who would have known that Li Xing was extremely monstrous, defying the heavens, accomplishing the impossible? Damn it! How infuriating! The faces of the 6 half-saints were one uglier than the next, completely darkened to the point of dripping water. Under their interception, Li Xing still managed to kill 5 supreme gods, which was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for them, losing all face. At the same time, they were also quite shocked. How could Li Xing be so strong? It was truly beyond their expectations. Under their interception, Li Xing could still kill 5 supreme gods. Without a doubt, Li Xing was stronger than any one of them. This made them almost unable to believe it. They had cultivated for endless ages to attain such a realm and strength. Li Xing was so young, only around 20 years old. Even if he had started cultivating from the womb, it would only be about 20 years. Yet, Li Xing was stronger than any one of them. How could they believe it? It was only now that they realized why the Saint Lord had placed such emphasis on Li Xing, going to such lengths to deal with him. Li Xing was indeed extraordinary, quite frightening. Boom! At this moment, Li Xing, enveloped in radiant treasure glow, charged towards them, and they immediately put aside these thoughts, engaging in fierce battle with Li Xing. Whether it was the divine god medicine or divine god pills Li Xing had consumed, they had also brought great benefits and assistance to Li Xing's body. His partially perfected saint body had also become stronger, and when the ultimate power was unleashed, it was exceptionally fierce, making him unafraid of the 6 half-saints. Doomsday Melody. A half-saint shouted, summoning an ancient Qin instrument, and then began to play rapidly, with terrifying qin sounds rising, stirring up boundless terrifying fluctuations. This was an ancient melody, of an extraordinary level, extremely terrifying. In the ancient times, it had an infinite infamy, with countless ancient powerhouses falling under this melody, unable to survive. The heavens and earth instantly changed, with dreadful power fluctuating with the qin sounds, as if the world was truly about to perish, spreading a sense of desolation, helplessness, and despair rapidly. 9 swords to cut the heavens. Another half-saint shouted, holding a snow-white long sword in his hand, performing some extraordinary sword technique, slashing forward across the sky. In an instant, billions of sword lights erupted. The world seemed to have turned into a realm of swords, filled with countless terrifying long swords, suddenly slashing towards Li Xing. 10,000 beasts technique. A half-saint roared, unleashing an ancient art, as if opening the gate to a world of ferocious beasts, with countless ferocious beasts rushing out from the void, charging towards Li Xing. Void arrow. A half-saint with a cold expression summoned an ancient bow, pulling the bowstring to its full extent, and shot it out. There was no arrow on the bow, but it still gave Li Xing a sense of threat. Boom! A crimson arrow suddenly appeared, arriving earlier than the other attacks, making it impossible to guard against, directly hitting Li Xing's body. This was the void arrow. Once shot, it pierced through the void, impossible to defend against. If it were someone else, even a half-saint, facing such a void arrow, they would have to bleed, paying a heavy price. However, unfortunately, Li Xing was extraordinary, not so easily injured. The ultimate power of the small achieved saint body erupted. Li Xing's flesh was as hard as heavenly gold and imperial iron, unimaginably tough. This arrow hitting Li Xing's body didn't even leave a mark, let alone injure him. At the same time, this crimson arrow shattered instantly, turning into debris, scattering down. What? The half-saint who shot the void arrow was greatly shocked, never expecting Li Xing's flesh to be so hard. The 6 half-saints all unleashed their great killing techniques, and the subsequent attacks all reached Li Xing, the terrifying fluctuations resounding throughout the northern region, engulfing Li Xing. Such attacks, each one can destroy the heavens and the earth. Can he still withstand them? Although I desperately hope he can withstand them, witnessing the rise of a true legend, reason tells me this is impossible. Countless northern beings shook their heads, all eager to see a myth come true. But myths are myths. How could they be so easily realized? This time, Li Xing engulfed, there was absolutely no possibility of charging out again. Indeed, this time, Li Xing did not charge out instantly. The doomsday melody sounded, sound waves turned into blades, attacking. The sword world created by the 9 swords to cut the heavens, countless swords, the 10,000 beasts technique opened the gate to the world of beasts, tens of thousands of beasts charging over. The half-saint who shot the void arrow even shot several arrows in succession. The remaining 2 half-saints also struck awe-inspiring great techniques, engulfing Li Xing. To charge out from these attacks, how could it be so simple? Li Xing's figure was completely invisible, with no extraordinary glow erupting. It's over. Facts prove that no matter how strong an individual's strength is, it cannot compare to the long-standing ancient forces. Alas, if there is an afterlife, I hope he can understand this point, not to provoke such ancient sacred forces, but to silently cultivate, only coming out when truly invincible under the heavens. Talented individuals easily perish, it has always been so. How many peerless talents have died before rising? Reality is cruel. Even the most brilliant will fall under the cruel reality. Countless northern beings shook their heads, believing it was over. Li Xing had perished in such attacks. Chapter 153. The arrival of saints. Li Xing faces a critical situation. Legends will eventually fade. Myths will inevitably fall. In the face of ancient and terrifying sacred grounds, individual power is ultimately limited and unable to withstand the onslaught. The northern beings all believed that they would never see Li Xing again, that he would perish in those attacks. However, the 6 half-saints who were the main attackers on Li Xing did not share this belief. Although Li Xing was engulfed by terrifying forces, he had not fallen, nor was his legend over. They could clearly feel the astonishingly vigorous blood energy radiating from Li Xing, showing no signs of faltering. Damn it! Can't we suppress him even in such a situation? One of the half-saints cursed. These attacks were their strongest means. If they couldn't subdue Li Xing with this, then he would be too monstrous and freakish. Increase the power output. No matter what, we must take him down. Another half-saint roared, madly increasing their power, and the others did not hesitate, all erupting with full force. In an instant, the scene became even more terrifying, as if the sky itself was about to be shattered. Why are they still increasing their power? Could he really withstand it? Some northern beings said in horror. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion sounded, akin to the birth of the world, shaking the entire northern region. Brilliant light shot into the sky, and Li Xing, surrounded by a radiant aura, emerged from the engulfing forces like a war emperor. Is he even human? The northern beings who witnessed this scene were all covered in goosebumps, their scalps tingling as if they had witnessed the most terrifying thing in the world. Li Xing's ability to break through like this was too frightening. They were all terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Thud. Hot blood splattered. Half-saint blood. Li Xing, wielding the Wuji blade, beheaded a half-saint. A half-saint is still a half-saint, not so easily killed. The beheaded half-saint roared, reconnecting his severed body. It's useless. Li Xing's expression was cold as he put away the Wuji blade and summoned an ancient spear. This was a true sacred weapon, not a half-saint artifact, obtained from the treasure vault of the demon blade. Although he could not unleash the full power of the sacred weapon, it was sufficient to slay the 6 half-saints. The Azura spear. How is it in your hands? The 6 half-saints were shocked when they saw the ancient spear Li Xing summoned. They recognized the spear's origin. This was a great ancient weapon, stained with the blood of countless saints. In ancient times, the mere mention of the Azura spear struck fear into people's hearts. However, later, for unknown reasons, the Azura spear disappeared and never reappeared. In a blood-red world in the north, the Azura spear? He has inherited the demon blade's legacy. A blood-red figure roared in fury. The Azura spear was a great weapon in their palace, but in ancient times, it was stolen by the demon blade. They did not announce it to the outside world because, in ancient times, they had many enemies. Announcing it would bring them great trouble, so they kept the theft a secret. We must retrieve the Azura spear at all costs. He looked cold-faced, not caring that attacking Li Xing now might provoke the ancient sacred ground. The Azura spear was extraordinary, not an ordinary sacred weapon, and they were determined to reclaim it. Then, he awakened the slumbering saint-level experts and left this blood-red world with them, heading towards Li Xing. Does he have any connection with the Azura Palace? At the same time, various ancient sacred grounds were shocked, never expecting Li Xing to possess the Azura spear. This was a great weapon of the Azura Palace, too famous in ancient times. They speculated that Li Xing might be related to the Azura Palace. Things are becoming more and more mysterious. Let's wait and see. They decided not to act and wait to see how things unfolded. At Li Xing's location, the appearance of the Azura spear made the 6 half-saints turn pale with fear. This was a famous ancient weapon. How could they not be afraid? They felt a very strong sense of death. Run. Quick run. They did not dare to hesitate, scattering and fleeing. They couldn't defeat Li Xing with half-saint weapons, let alone Li Xing with a sacred weapon like this great weapon. They were even less likely to be a match for him. If they didn't escape quickly, they would surely die under the Azura spear. Wanna leave? Did I agree? Li Xing sneered, throwing the Azura spear. The spear trailed terrifying red light, carrying the smell of death, and pierced through a half-saint's body with a thud. In an instant, the half-saint collapsed, directly killed by the power of the Azura spear. However, at that moment, Li Xing suddenly felt a heart-stopping sensation, as if some terrifying enemy was approaching. His expression was extremely grave, knowing that the saints of the ancient sacred ground had arrived. Time to go. He reached out to reclaim the Azura spear, knowing it was time to leave. Currently, he could unleash all his power to kill a saint without any pressure. However, the saints from the ancient sacred ground were unlikely to come alone, and even that terrifyingly powerful figure might be among them. He couldn't handle such power yet, so he shouldn't stay here. As for the 5 half-saints who escaped, they wouldn't survive, to be killed later. Su Jiaolong's grandfather was still alive, and he still needed to visit the ancient sacred ground. Then, he sped up and quickly left the area. Where to go? Quick reactions, but it's useless. Several terrifying figures appeared, sealing the heavens and earth. Li Xing's guess was correct. The saints from the ancient sacred ground had arrived, and there was more than one. With a boom, the Azura spear radiated boundless bloodlight, breaking the seal, and Li Xing rushed out quickly. However, just as he broke through, several terrifying attacks came at him. The saints from the Azura palace had also arrived, blocking his way and not letting him leave. With saints from the Azura palace in front and saints from the ancient sacred ground behind, Li Xing's situation suddenly became extremely critical. The ancient sacred ground had sent 7 saints, and the Azura palace had sent 8, totaling 15 saints. The sacred aura enveloped the entire sky, leaving Li Xing with no escape. The northern beings were in an uproar, never expecting so many saints to appear. In Qingxin sect, Elder Feng and Mu Yan's hearts were instantly lifted, filled with tension and worry. In the White Fox clan, Little White Fox, Dragon Horse, White Fox Emperor, and Nine-Tailed Color Fox were also extremely tense and worried. Would the half-saint battle evolve into a saint battle? Their breathing became rapid, their hearts clenched. The most terrifying scenario had indeed occurred. Chapter 154. The Devil Blade is ruthless enough to rob the top 3 sacred lands. 15 saints, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, completely encircled Li Xing, preventing him from escaping. The radiance of saints soared to the sky, enveloping the entire northern region with an overwhelming and terrifying aura. These 15 saints were all genuine, seasoned veterans who had achieved sainthood long ago, far surpassing semi-saints in comparison. The gap was immense. The creatures of the northern region were in panic, enveloped by the aura of saints. They were shocked to find that despite the vast expanse of the north, the saintly aura covered every inch, intensely powerful, as if it were right before their eyes. Truly terrifying. Was this the might of a saint? Below the level of a saint, all were mere ants. Indeed, they were painfully insignificant before such saints, like specks of dust, completely negligible. The people of the Azura Palace? An elder of the ancient One Sacred Land spoke, recognizing the identity of the saints from the Azura Palace. He was well aware of the purpose of the Azura Palace saints' visit, undoubtedly for the Azura spear in Li Xing's possession. You can take the Azura spear, but you cannot touch him. He directly addressed the saints from the Azura Palace. They were well informed about Li Xing, knowing him to be the heir of the Devil Blade. They would not let Li Xing go. They aimed to obtain the treasures hidden by the Devil Blade from him. Don't be like that. We also want to take him with us. A red-haired saint from the Azura Palace said. He had a triangular eye and a rather sinister appearance, clearly not a benevolent figure, exuding a heavy aura of malevolence. Just take the Azura spear. The saintly elder of the ancient One Sacred Land snorted coldly, saying, He killed our genius disciples and slew several of our elders. We cannot allow you to take him. He will be dealt with by us. Is that really the truth? The triangular-eyed saint from the Azura Palace chuckled, showing no concern or belief in the words of the ancient One Sacred Land's saintly elder. The Azura spear had been taken by the Devil Blade, and now it appeared in Li Xing's hands. Undoubtedly, Li Xing must have some connection with the Devil Blade. In the ancient era, the Devil Blade had not only robbed their Azura Palace but also many other ancient sacred lands. They were also very interested in the treasures left behind by the Devil Blade. This time, their purpose was not only to retrieve the Azura Spear, but also to take Li Xing away to investigate his relationship with the Devil Blade. At the same time, they realized why the Ancient One Sacred Land had taken such drastic action against Li Xing. Clearly, the Ancient One Sacred Land had long known of Li Xing's connection to the Devil Blade and wanted to capture Li Xing to obtain those treasures. We also want to take him. The triangular-eyed saint from the Azura Palace continued, showing no sign of backing down. Don't push your luck too far. The saintly elder of the Ancient One Sacred Land, with a cold expression, said, in the ancient era, the Azura Palace was besieged by various sacred lands, only surviving due to drastic changes in the world's environment. In the following years, your Azura Palace was like a stray dog, constantly on the run, never daring to show your face. Now, you think the current situation is special, and the other sacred lands don't want to make a big deal of it, so you think you're capable and dare to jump around? He snorted coldly. Take the Azura Spear and leave immediately, or you won't even get the Azura Spear and will end up worse off. In the ancient era, the Azura Palace's actions were bloody and ruthless, earning a notorious reputation, causing disgust among the other sacred lands. Eventually, the sacred lands united to launch a crusade against the Azura Palace. Don't try to intimidate me here. The triangular-eyed saint from the Azura Palace sneered, I'm not easily scared. Then he continued, Ancient One Sacred Land, do you want me to reveal the reason you want to capture him to the public? The Devil Blade had robbed so many sacred lands in the ancient era. The treasures must be astonishing. The Ancient One Sacred Land certainly didn't want other sacred lands to share in these treasures, aiming to monopolize them. He understood this, which was why he was unafraid of the Ancient One Sacred Land's intimidation. The saintly elders of the Ancient One Sacred Land, upon hearing the words of the triangular-eyed Azura Saint, all changed their expressions. Apparently, the Azura Palace also knew about the Devil Blade's actions. Understood. No wonder your Azura Spear never reappeared again. A saintly elder of the Ancient One Sacred Land sneered, realizing that the Azura Palace's Azura Spear had also been taken by the Devil Blade. Hence, upon seeing the Azura Spear in Li Xing's hands, the Azura Palace immediately suspected Li Xing's connection to the Devil Blade. Fine, we'll discuss other matters later. Let's capture him first. He didn't want to waste time, and said to the Azura Palace saints, we can cooperate. The commotion here was so large that other ancient sacred lands were undoubtedly watching. They shouldn't get entangled with the Azura Palace for too long, as it could easily lead to trouble and provoke the other ancient sacred lands' suspicions. If other ancient sacred lands intervened, it would be very troublesome, and they might not get much of the treasures at all. Agreed. The saints of the Azura Palace nodded, accepting this cooperation. They had come with the intention of cooperation from the start, knowing the Ancient One Sacred Land wouldn't let them monopolize the situation. A bunch of old fogies. Do you really think you've got me cornered? At this moment, Li Xing laughed, saying, I've got both of your places marked. In the not-too-distant future, I will definitely pay you both a visit. 15 saints, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, had him completely surrounded, making it nearly impossible for him to escape. However, he valued his life the most and had already prepared for this. Before his high-profile appearance, he knew that it might attract the attention of the Ancient One Sacred Land saints, and he had already devised a countermeasure unafraid of these saintly forces. Seriously, are you still thinking you can escape now? What are you dreaming about? The saints of the Ancient One Sacred Land and the Azura Palace sneered, quickly closing in on Li Xing to capture him. Swish. At that moment, Li Xing summoned a small boat, quickly jumped into it, and immediately, the boat emitted boundless radiant light, weaving special Tao and laws, breaking through the 15 saints' sealing power, and vanished into the void. The Wanderer's boat. How could such a treasure be in his possession? The saints of the Ancient One's sacred land and the Azura Palace instantly changed their expressions, their faces so dark they seemed capable of wringing water out of them. The Wanderer's Boat, a sacred treasure of the Wanderer's sacred land, could penetrate anything and possessed extreme speed. They truly hadn't expected that even the Wanderer's Boat had fallen into Li Xing's hands. Previously, they hadn't heard any news about the Wanderer's Boat being stolen. The Devil Blade is really damn ruthless, even robbing the Wanderer's sacred land. The triangular-eyed saint from the Azura Palace cursed, his expression incredibly ugly. Among the sacred lands, there were strong and weak, and the Wanderer's sacred land ranked among the top 3, its might unimaginable. The Wanderer's Boat appearing in Li Xing's hands was undoubtedly from the Devil Blade's hidden treasures. How did the sacred treasure of the Wanderer's sacred land end up in the Devil Blade's hidden treasures? Clearly, the Wanderer's sacred land had also been robbed by the Devil Blade. Chapter 155. The ancient sanctuaries are not calm. They are making associations. The appearance of the Xiaoyao boat took the Ancient One sanctuary and the Azura Palace by surprise, foiling their plans to capture Li Xing. The top 3 sanctuaries, with their unimaginably deep foundations, were far stronger than other sanctuaries, yet they too suffered at the hands of the Demon Blade. This was truly unexpected. They didn't announce it, probably to save face. It seems that during the ancient times, the forces that were robbed by the Demon Blade were not just the ones on the surface. There were many more that were robbed but didn't make a sound. For example, the Xiaoyao Sanctuary. An elder ancestor of the Ancient One Sanctuary said with a gloomy face, "During the ancient times, when we were hunting the Demon Blade, a large number of unknown mysterious powerhouses appeared, also hunting the Demon Blade. Back then, we thought these unknown mysterious powerhouses just wanted to take advantage of the chaos to get the treasures the Demon Blade had snatched from the various sanctuaries. Now it seems that these unknown mysterious powerhouses were likely victims too, robbed by the Demon Blade, but they didn't announce it due to face." He continued, feeling extremely bad. The Xiaoyao boat was too extraordinary. There was nothing that could trap it. Moreover, the Xiaoyao boat possessed extreme speed. With the Xiaoyao boat in hand, finding and capturing Li Xing was almost impossible. Especially, the appearance of the Xiaoyao boat would likely alert other sanctuaries to something. Both the Azura Spear and the Xiaoyao boat were extremely famous, well-known treasures, and they were both treasures with owners. One was the treasure of the Azura Palace, and the other was the treasure of the Xiaoyao Sanctuary. As a result, these 2 great treasures ended up in the hands of Li Xing alone. The people from other sanctuaries were not fools. They couldn't help but make associations. During the ancient times, the various sanctuaries had not experienced any major events, only the incident with the Demon Blade. Other sanctuaries would inevitably associate this with the Demon Blade, believing that the outflow of the Azura Spear and the Xiaoyao boat was related to the Demon Blade. By then, the various sanctuaries would not let Li Xing off either. They would all definitely want to capture Li Xing. The Demon Blade had robbed so many sanctuaries. Its hoard must be incredibly valuable. The various sanctuaries couldn't help but be tempted by these treasures. Even if the sanctuaries weren't tempted by these treasures, they would certainly want to recover what was stolen by the Demon Blade. Their plan to monopolize the Demon Blade's hoard was clearly going to fail. Deploy all forces to search and find him as soon as possible. Let's go. The saints of the Ancient One Sanctuary and the Azura Palace immediately split up and began a massive manhunt for Li Xing. He actually got away, just like that? This is too exaggerated, too absurd. A large number of creatures in the northern region were shocked. They never expected such an outcome. 15 saints had sealed the sky and locked the earth. It was absolutely impossible to escape. Yet, Li Xing once again demonstrated his legend, his myth, leaving easily, truly unexpected. He looks young, acts without considering the consequences, but in fact, he's not at all. He's clearly steady and experienced, bold and resourceful. Before making a high-profile appearance, killing top celestial gods, and annihilating half-saints, he had already thought of a way out and planned everything. A northern creature said with deep emotion, When Li Xing made a high-profile appearance, everyone thought he was too young and reckless, unaware of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. When Li Xing stopped and challenged top celestial gods, they thought he was crazy. Later, when Li Xing aimed to annihilate half-saints, they all thought he was courting death. Who knew? Everything was under Li Xing's control. He was too amazing, not at all young and reckless, very bold, and very meticulous, having planned everything in advance. In the future, he will undoubtedly become an unimaginable great figure, dazzling all living beings in the world. He said with even deeper emotion, "We are witnessing the rise of a truly extraordinary great figure." Within the Clear Heart sect, Elder Feng was so excited that he couldn't speak. "Zhao Zhe, I see hope for avenging you." He was in tears. Previously, he only had hope for Li Xing, hoping that Li Xing would rise in the future and avenge Zhao Zhe. But to be honest, he had no confidence in such hope. The ancient sect like the Taiqing sect was truly not something an individual could shake. However, now, he saw real hope in Li Xing. Li Xing was not reckless, had a plan, and was so dazzling, with an incredibly fast growth rate. Such a Li Xing truly had the potential to shake the Taiqing sect in the future, avenge Zhao Zhe, and kill Zheng Zimo. What a rascal, making me worry so much for you. Humph, when you come back, I want you to make up for my injured heart. Mu Yin pouted, very cute, thinking about how to make Li Xing compensate her when he returned. "I want you to give me a shoulder and back massage and massage my whole body." She happily made her decision. Previously, Li Xing often made her give him a shoulder and back massage, and he would massage her. She decided that when Li Xing returned, she would also make him give her a good massage. However, soon she realized something, her little face instantly turning red. She shyly whispered, "Forget it. Li Xing is too unruly. If he massages my whole body, who knows what he will do?" She remembered very clearly that Li Xing had learned various yin-yang cultivation techniques and had even wanted to practice them with her before. If Li Xing really massaged her whole body, he would probably practice the yin-yang cultivation techniques with her directly. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Seeing Elder Feng looking at her with a strange expression, she immediately said goodbye to Elder Feng and shyly left. In the White Fox clan's territory. "Not bad. Our son-in-law really has my style from back then." Seeing that Li Xing was fine, the White Fox Emperor laughed heartily, very happy. Little White Fox rolled her eyes. Her father was at it again, bragging. Dong. The nine-tailed color fox was not at all indulgent with the White Fox Emperor. She raised her jade hand and knocked on the White Fox Emperor's head, saying, "Don't flatter yourself. And back then, could you be so fierce back then? Killing top celestial gods, annihilating half-saints, and escaping unscathed under the all-around surveillance of 15 saints. Don't mention back then, even now, you're still far from it." She said, "Any top celestial god could blow you to ashes with a single breath." Being exposed by the nine-tailed color fox, the White Fox Emperor's toes could almost dance with embarrassment. He said awkwardly, "Xianwan, you should at least leave me some face." "What face?" "Face is something you earn yourself. If you want face, then go kill top celestial gods, annihilate half-saints, challenge saints, and escape unscathed. Let's just forget it." At the same time, the ancient sanctuaries in the northern region all became uneasy. Both the Azura Spear and the Xiaoyao boat appeared in Li Xing's hands. The thoughts of the saints from the Ancient One Sanctuary and the Azura Palace were correct. Other ancient sanctuaries all made associations. Chapter 156. The oncoming winter of cultivation. I must start hustling too. How did a treasure with an owner end up in Li Judao's hands? This matter is quite suspicious. Li Judao must possess some great secret. The Ancient One Sacred Ground and the Azura Palace are well aware of this. They have previously negotiated over there. The various ancient sacred grounds began to connect the dots, realizing that Li Xing was not simple. They indeed thought of the Demon Blade, as the Azura Spear and the Wandering Boat had been leaked out, most likely related to the Demon Blade. "Let's go. We need to ask them." The various ancient sacred grounds, without prior agreement, set out simultaneously to seek clarification from the Ancient One sacred ground and the Azura Palace. Meanwhile, the wandering boat traversed through the void and stopped at a certain location. Li Xing jumped off the wandering boat. "Greetings, esteemed master. The wandering boat is delighted to serve you." The wandering boat's voice rang out, full of flattery. "Well done. I give you a thumbs up. Keep it up next time and create new glories." Li Xing praised the wandering boat in his mind. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to activate the wandering boat. The wandering boat was extraordinary, its rank surpassing that of a sacred artifact. And at present, he couldn't even fully harness the power of a sacred artifact. However, just because he couldn't activate it didn't mean the wandering boat couldn't erupt on its own. Before embarking on a series of actions, he had communicated with the treasures he possessed, asking if they could exert power automatically. At that time, all the treasures had eagerly and competitively expressed that they could exert power without any issues. It was with this confidence that Li Xing boldly made his appearance. After all, with so many treasures guarding him, even in the most dangerous situations, he could endure. The Ancient One sacred ground, the Azura Palace, right? Wait for me. After I plunder all the hidden treasure sites, I will definitely come for you at the first opportunity. Li Xing sneered, naturally not letting this matter go. This was not his style. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, rays of light burst forth from his body. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching was diligently and frantically refining the power of celestial god medicine and celestial god pills, greatly benefiting him. His realm had been elevated, undergoing another internal nirvana, advancing from the original fifth nirvana to the sixth. Moreover, his physical body had also been enhanced, his strength surging madly, reaching the peak of the later stage of the minor saint body, only a step away from breaking through. Once he breaks through at the later stage, the minor saint body will undergo a qualitative change, becoming a major saint body. By then, he wouldn't need to use any power that transcends his level to confront a celestial god head-on. Not bad. You all performed very well. Keep it up. Li Xing also praised the supreme chapter of Tai Ching and the minor saint body. The refining of celestial god medicine and celestial god pills was not solely done by the supreme chapter of Tai Ching. The minor saint body was also frantically refining them. Therefore, his overall progress was extremely rapid. Is everything all right? He took out a communication artifact and contacted the White Fox, checking if the issues with the Fox clan had been resolved. It's fine, just a few small fries, all taken care of by us. The White Fox's voice quickly came through. Good. Wait for me at the Fox clan. I'll come find you later. Li Xing ended the communication artifact, worried about Elder Feng's condition, wanting to return to the Pure Heart sect first. He naturally couldn't return to the Pure Heart sect in his current appearance. He restored his original appearance and swiftly returned to the Pure Heart sect. Seeing Elder Feng, he breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Feng's condition was excellent, his vitality and spirit extremely vigorous. Clearly all injuries had been resolved. Li Xing. Elder Feng was incredibly excited. He never dreamed that within the Pure Heart sect, a disciple like Li Xing, who could even slay a semi-saint, would appear. Mu Yin, upon receiving the news, also came over. You? Annoying, making me worry for you so much. Next time, don't do such dangerous things again. All right, but I'm used to being restless. If you really want me to settle down, I can only think of one possibility. Li Xing said with a smile. What possibility? Mu Yin asked. Marry and have children. Once I have a wife and children, I'll naturally settle down and stop running around. Li Xing laughed. If senior sister wants me to settle down, then marry me quickly and give me a bunch of chubby babies. That way, I'll stay by my wife and children every day, and you won't have to worry anymore. Get lost. Mu Yin glared at Li Xing, who was still as unserious and unreliable as ever. Li Xing ended the joke, his expression turning serious. During this trip, I learned some not-so-good things. Li Xing said seriously, the environment of the world is worsening, and in the near future, a winter of cultivation will arrive. By then, we might face the darkest times, entering an era of no magic, where many divine abilities and spiritual powers will disappear. Elder Feng was relatively calm, though not fully aware. He had sensed some of it earlier. But Mu Yin, upon hearing this news, was greatly shocked. How could this be? She exclaimed, the era of no magic. Wouldn't that mean they would all become ordinary people, forever severed from cultivation? This is a true disaster, extremely severe. Truly losing all divine abilities and cultivation, many practitioners and living beings might die directly, as without cultivation, longevity will be difficult to sustain. Li Xing said earnestly, therefore, my journey cannot stop. I still need to venture out, obtaining as many fortunes as possible before the era of no magic arrives, to support us through this era of no magic. In truth, he most wanted to stay in the pure heart sect, basking in the sun, chatting with Mu Yin, watching the female disciples of the pure heart sect practice their swordsmanship. And if there was nothing else to do, getting the white fox to wear black silk and dance for him. How leisurely and enjoyable that would be. Unfortunately, these could only be fantasies. The winter of cultivation is imminent, and he must start hustling, preparing everything in advance. Let's go to the back mountain. Li Xing asked Elder Feng and Mu Yin to go with him to the back mountain. Arriving at the back mountain, he told Elder Feng, from now on, this place will be a forbidden area, accessible only to you two and no one else. Then, he dug out a mountain at the back mountain and placed a treasure palace inside. Moreover, he used various rare materials to heavily arrange this place, inscribing many restrictions. That treasure palace was plundered from the Demon Blade's treasure site, inherently good, possessing very powerful restrictions. Even saints would find it difficult to forcibly attack it. He also practiced the path of restrictions and was constantly refining it. When arranging the restrictions, he even let the path of restrictions undergo ultra-ultimate eruption, and since he used various extremely rare and extraordinary materials to inscribe the restrictions he set up were also undoubtedly terrifying. At least saints couldn't shake them. After completing all this, Li Xing placed a large number of treasures and fortunes into the treasure palace. Elder Feng and Mu Yin were dumbfounded. No wonder Li Xing said to classify this place as a forbidden area. Every item Li Xing placed inside was no ordinary thing, their value unimaginably high, far exceeding their expectations. Chapter 157. The feats spread widely, known to all in the four regions. Various heavenly god pills, heavenly god elixirs, heavenly god artifacts, as well as numerous half-saint elixirs, half-saint pills, and other half-saint treasures, left Elder Feng and Mu Yin dazzled. Did you rob the entire ancient one sacred land in the Azura Palace? Mu Yin was astonished. Even the foundation of a sacred land might not compare to this. Li Xing was truly terrifying. Not just those two. Most of the sacred lands have been plundered. Li Xing smiled and said, however, it wasn't me who did the robbing. He told Elder Feng and Mu Yin everything about the Demon Blade, as he trusted them 100%. No wonder the Ancient One's sacred land is relentless in pursuing you. They want to obtain the hidden treasures of the Demon Blade from you even more. Elder Feng finally understood everything. Fortunately, you changed your identity and didn't use your real one. They can't touch you even if they want to. Elder Feng said with great approval. Li Xing's strategy of changing his identity was truly ingenious, leaving himself ample room for retreat. Actually, I'm not afraid of these by myself. I don't even need to change my identity. I'm mainly worried about implicating the Qingxin sect. Li Xing said, in my heart, the Qingxin sect is my home, and Elder Feng, you are my family. I can have troubles, but you cannot. Then, he took out some heavenly god artifacts, both offensive and defensive, and gave them orders. Protect them well. He handed these heavenly god artifacts to Mu Yin and Elder Feng, entrusting them to protect Mu Yin and Elder Feng. These heavenly god artifacts all glowed with infinite luster, as if responding to Li Xing's orders. Li Xing, have you become a saint? Mu Yin was astonished. These heavenly god artifacts obeyed Li Xing without question. Coupled with Li Xing's previous feats of slaying top heavenly gods, annihilating half-saints, and escaping unscathed from the encirclement of 15 saints, she felt that Li Xing had already become a saint. But how could this be? It hadn't been long. How could Li Xing have become a saint so quickly? Even in those ancient and glorious times, such rapid ascension was unheard of. She had once asked Li Xing if he was a reincarnation of some old senior, hence growing so fast. Li Xing had clearly answered her, no. She believed Li Xing wouldn't lie to her. Was this terrifyingly powerful strength truly cultivated by Li Xing within this short period? My goodness, if that were true, then Li Xing was too extraordinary and monstrous. I haven't become a saint, but defeating saints is no problem. Li Xing smiled, not explaining much. Although he trusted Elder Feng and Mu Yin, he didn't want to reveal the system's secrets. I'm leaving. Finally, he bid farewell to Elder Feng and Mu Yin, explaining that he still had to collect other treasures hidden by the demon blade. After leaving the Qingxin sect, he didn't change his appearance or identity. He still needed to go to the White Fox clan, and the identity of Li Jiudao was inconvenient. He traveled at extreme speed, and soon arrived at the White Fox clan. Good son-in-law. Son-in-law is here. The White Fox Emperor and the nine-tailed Rainbow Fox were very enthusiastic, finding Li Xing, their son-in-law, more and more pleasing to the eye. Due to Little White Fox's relationship, Li Xing was equally generous with the White Fox Emperor and the nine-tailed Rainbow Fox, leaving behind a treasure palace and setting up heavy defenses outside. Of course, he also left a large amount of treasures and fortunes inside the treasure palace, which stunned the White Fox Emperor and the nine-tailed Rainbow Fox, exclaiming that Li Xing was truly too rich. Li Xing also left a few heavenly god artifacts for the White Fox Emperor and the nine-tailed Rainbow Fox to protect themselves. After finishing all this, he left with Little White Fox and the Dragon Horse. There was still one treasure site in the north that hadn't been visited. After arriving at a secluded spot, they all changed their appearances, and Li Xing resumed his identity as Li Jiudao. He wasn't afraid of being discovered, as he had the Xiaoyao boat. No one could stop him if he wanted to leave. During this time, he heard various discussions about him from the northern creatures, calling him a representative of legends, a manifestation of myths, and destined to become an unparalleled great power in the future. What great power! If one cannot survive the winter of cultivation, it will all be just a dream. He shook his head, remaining exceptionally clear-headed and not getting carried away by the praise. He quickly arrived at the next treasure site with Little White Fox and the others. It went smoothly, with no accidents. They successfully entered the treasure site, taking away all the treasures inside, and Li Xing started to become even richer. At the same time, various information about him quickly spread in the other 4 regions. Slaying top heavenly gods, annihilating half-saints, escaping unscathed from the encirclement of 15 saints? What? You're telling me he's only around 20 years old? My goodness, is there such a monstrous genius in this era? Creatures from the 4 regions were all shocked by Li Xing's feats, especially his youth, which shocked them even more. At the age of 20 or so, most of them hadn't even stepped into the Dao realm. While Li Xing could already contend with saints, how could they not be shocked? Moreover, they felt a heavy burden in their hearts, never expecting so many ancient sacred lands to have been perfectly preserved and not perished in the river of time. They have been in hiding, showing no trace in this era. Why? Are they afraid of something? Under normal circumstances, how could they remain in seclusion? There must be something unusual. This era is not as simple as it seems. There may be great secrets we don't know. Creatures from the 4 regions were in a state of panic. The hidden ancient sacred lands made them all sense a very bad sign, that there might be a great calamity in this era, and the ancient sacred lands were in hiding to avoid the calamity. Even those terrifying and formidable ancient sacred lands had to hide to avoid the calamity. Could they withstand such a calamity? It seemed very difficult. Within the Qin clan's territory. Oh my! The old divine emperor of the Qin clan, upon hearing Li Xing's feats, was almost scared out of his wits. Li Xing was too fierce, truly terrifying. Recalling the past, he was full of relief. Fortunately, he had compromised early, otherwise, his entire Qin clan might have been completely annihilated. Where's Qin Mian? Damn it. Hang him up and flog him. Flog him 100 times every day. Thinking of Qin Mian, he immediately issued this order. It was Qin Mian who had recklessly provoked Li Xing back then. Fortunately, Li Xing didn't take it to heart, otherwise, his Qin clan would really have been wiped out. Qin Kuren, how is the discussion about restarting the ancient path going? Not going smoothly? Tell them, if they don't restart the ancient path this time, there will be no more chances in the future. Once the winter of cultivation arrives, they'll all just wait for death. It's better to take a gamble now. If it's too late, there won't even be a chance to gamble. He contacted Qin Kuan, who was persuading other ancient forces, urging Qin Kuan to ensure the restart of the ancient path. This was a task Li Xing had entrusted to him, and he had to do his best to complete it. By the way, if they still don't agree, tell them that our Qin clan will go all out to harass them, making their lives a living hell, until they agree. He added to Qin Kuan again. Chapter 158. The storm escalates, ancient sanctuaries converge in the north. What do the dormant ancient powers fear the most? Naturally, they fear depletion. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan has become ruthless, using this to threaten the various ancient powers. He is willing to go to war with the ancient powers to ensure the reopening of the ancient path. Yin State, Western Region. The wandering boat has appeared. From a special small world, an elder with white hair but a youthful face emerged. His gaze was sinister and terrifying, his aura far more formidable than those of the saints from the ancient Isengdi and the Azura Palace. Upon his emergence, the surrounding space fluctuated and distorted. Swish, swish, swish. Subsequently, a large number of powerful figures emerged from this small world, each one extraordinary, their auras astonishing, their bodies glowing with radiant sacred light, all of them above the level of saints. You are Li Judao, right? No matter where he hides, find him for me. The elder with white hair and a youthful face sneered, issuing an order. They were determined to reclaim the wandering boat. Indeed, they were from the wandering sanctuary. The news of the wandering boat's appearance had made them unable to remain calm. The ancient sanctuaries in the four regions, upon hearing about Li Xing's deeds, all made associations, suspecting that Li Xing was related to the demon blade. They immediately became interested in Li Xing and quickly left their respective small worlds, heading north to search for Li Xing's whereabouts. Yin State, Northern Region. The various ancient sanctuaries dormant in the north coincidentally approached the ancient Isengdi and the Azura Palace. Under pressure, the ancient Isengdi and the Azura Palace admitted that Li Xing was related to the demon blade, suspected to be its successor. After all, the situation had developed to this extent, and they knew they couldn't hide it. The various ancient sanctuaries were not fools. The successor of the demon blade. In the ancient times, the demon blade acted recklessly, robbing the various ancient sanctuaries. Now, its successor dares to appear so ostentatiously, showing no regard for us at all. Crazy? We must capture him. The ancient sanctuaries in the north sneered, not only wanting to avenge the past grievances with the demon blade, but also planning to capture Li Xing to obtain the treasures hidden by the demon blade. In an instant, the north was once again thrown into chaos. Numerous powerful figures emerged from the ancient sanctuaries in the north, searching for Li Xing's whereabouts. On the other side, the saintly powerhouses from the ancient sanctuaries of the other four regions also arrived in the north. At the same time, the identity of Li Xing as the successor of the demon blade spread rapidly, known to the ancient sanctuaries of the other four regions. The ancient sanctuaries in the north intended to conceal Li Xing's identity as the successor of the demon blade, but the ancient sanctuaries of the other four regions had already made associations, making it impossible to hide. Li Xing's identity as the successor of the demon blade was completely exposed. My goodness! In the past, not a single saint could be seen, but now, saints are almost everywhere. The creatures of the north were all frightened. They had thought that the matter concerning Li Xing would temporarily come to an end, but unexpectedly, the situation escalated. Numerous ancient sanctuaries emerged, and many saints walked the land of the north, searching for Li Xing's whereabouts. This scene was beyond mere shock. Undoubtedly, this event would be remembered and known by future generations. This is not good. Li Xing left the treasure vault and knew that more ancient sanctuaries had come to the north. He furrowed his brows, not wanting the north to become a focal point of turmoil. After all, both the Pure Heart sect and the White Fox clan were in the north. If the north became so chaotic, it might affect the Pure Heart sect and the White Fox clan. Let's go to the west. He summoned the wandering boat, calling the White Fox and the Dragon Horse to enter it together. Then, he steered the wandering boat through the void, quickly leaving the north and arriving in the west. Upon arriving in the west, he appeared ostentatiously, attracting the attention of those ancient sanctuaries. "Don't you dare pin false accusations on me," Li Xing coldly said. "Who is the successor of the demon blade? I am not. I stand by my name and do not change my surname. I am Li Jiudao, from the Taiqing sect, my master, Xianxia." He had already known that the various ancient sanctuaries considered him the successor of the demon blade. This was unacceptable. He had to correct this. Such a huge black pot. He naturally wanted to throw it onto Xianxia, that old scoundrel. Moreover, he was pinning an even bigger black pot on Xianxia. What demon blade? You know nothing. That was a treasured blade forged by my master, Xianxia. The previous actions of the blade were also authorized by my master, Xianxia. And you, these sanctuaries who do not know your place, actually dared to resist and strike harshly at the blade, almost completely destroying it. Laughable, being robbed by the blade is indirectly offering tribute to my master, Xianxia, establishing a cause and effect. It's a blessing you can't achieve in several lifetimes, yet you don't cherish it. Instead, you strike at the blade with deadly force, truly unforgivable. He continued, the blade was nearly destroyed by you, only recently returning to the Taiqing sect to report all this to my master, Xianxia. My master, Xianxia, is very angry, and your consequences will be severe. I came out this time, 1, to bring back the things the blade didn't have time to take away, and 2, to carry out my master, Xianxia's order, to avenge the blade, to make you pay the due price. If you are sensible, return immediately, and obediently offer all your treasures. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Let your sanctuaries bleed endlessly, with blood staining every corner of your sanctuaries. His words were first spread by the creatures of the West, quickly spreading throughout the West. Later, they spread again, reaching the other 4 regions. The various ancient sanctuaries were all shocked upon hearing this. Taiqing sect. These 3 words carried too much weight. They all knew how terrifying the Taiqing sect was, a true behemoth, incomparable in any era. Some ancient sanctuaries immediately became somewhat timid. They had originally thought Li Xing was just the successor of the demon blade. Who knew? Li Xing had such a terrifying background. No wonder Li Xing was so freakishly powerful, possessing such terrifying strength at such a young age. In an instant, they all wanted to recall the saintly powerhouses they had dispatched. However, some ancient sanctuaries did not believe, sneering, thinking Li Xing was fabricating, using a tiger's skin to make a big banner. After all, Li Xing had no evidence, everything relying on Li Xing's words alone, saying it was so. They were not so easily fooled by Li Xing. Don't you dare tarnish the reputation of the Taiqing sect? The people from the ancient Isengdi sneered, speaking to the outside world. The Taiqing sect has been passed down for several eras, enjoying a very good reputation in every era, never using its power to bully others, and is respected by all people. How could it commit such acts of robbing various sanctuaries? They held a particularly hostile attitude towards Li Xing, who had killed the most of their people. In addition, there was Su Jiaolong's grandfather fanning the flames, insisting that Li Xing could not be a disciple of the Taiqing sect, claiming Li Xing was just pretending to be powerful. Chapter 159. Wait for me. I will be the first to storm the ancient One Holy Land. If there was anyone who most wanted Li Xing dead, it would undoubtedly be Su Jiaolong's grandfather. Especially after Su Jiaolong's grandfather learned how terrifying and astonishing Li Xing was, he wished for Li Xing to die as soon as possible. Because he and Li Xing were already in a state of mutual animosity, with Li Xing having once declared that he was determined to take his life. The matters between him and Li Xing could not be brushed aside so easily. Li Xing would never let him off so lightly. The current era is chaotic, facing the greatest dark calamity in history, and even the Taiqing sect cannot be exempted from being swept up in it. Do you think the Taiqing sect would stir up such a big storm at this critical juncture? Su Jiaolong's grandfather said, even if the ancient holy lands are insignificant and tiny before the Taiqing sect, a single move can set off a chain reaction. Who knows what might happen after disturbing the calm? He continued, the stronger the forces, the more cautious they are at this time, with more considerations. For example, the ancient forces that are dormant, aren't they strong enough? Yet they are still dormant and have not come out to move around. Moreover, even if the demon blade was indeed forged by Zhang Zimo, and Zhang Zimo wanted to reclaim the item stolen by the demon blade from the various holy lands, did Zhang Zimo need to send over such a disciple to act so ostentatiously? Wouldn't it be better for Zhang Zimo to send a stronger individual to quietly take away the treasures hidden by the demon blade without anyone knowing? Furthermore, during the ancient times, the demon blade nearly got annihilated and never mentioned anything related to the Taiqing sect. Isn't it suspicious that this kid came out and revealed everything right away? He continued to say, moreover, Holy Lord, we have repeatedly targeted that kid before. Do you think that even if we compromised with him, he would let our holy land off? He then said, not necessarily. That kid might directly destroy our entire holy land. The Holy Lord sighed, precisely because they had repeatedly targeted Li Xing, leaving him in a dilemma, unsure of how to make a decision. Su Jiaolong's grandfather was right. They had repeatedly targeted Li Xing. Could Li Xing really treat everything that happened before as if it never occurred and let their holy land off so easily? It was impossible. He wasn't that naive. Holy Lord, even if we take a step back and assume everything that kid said is true, so what? Su Jiaolong's grandfather sneered. Our holy lands are so insignificant before the Taiqing sect. Would the Taiqing sect even look at the meager resources of our holy lands? Impossible. The Taiqing sect's reserves, just a corner of it, would surpass the total reserves of our holy lands. The Taiqing sect would definitely not covet the reserves of our holy lands. This is most likely just the doing of Zhang Zimo alone. Think about it, Holy Lord. How powerful could this Zhang Zimo be if he is after the reserves of our holy lands? Su Jiaolong's grandfather coldly said, the law does not punish the many. Now, all the ancient holy lands have their eyes on that kid. If we all join forces to take him down, Zhang Zimo probably wouldn't dare to make a fuss. If Zhang Zimo really dared to make a fuss, he wouldn't have sent just this one disciple. He definitely wouldn't dare to make a fuss. He also doesn't have any strong subordinates, which is why he only sent one disciple. He said, so, regardless of whether that kid is a disciple of the Taiqing sect or not, dealing with him won't cause us any trouble. After hearing all this from Su Jiaolong's grandfather, the Holy Lord's eyes lit up. Su Jiaolong's grandfather's analysis was well-reasoned and comprehensive, and he also felt that dealing with Li Xing didn't need to worry about any consequences, as there wouldn't be any follow-up problems. Moreover, the most important thing is that we have no way back. In fact, not just us, other ancient holy lands also have no way back and will inevitably fight this kid to the end. Su Jiaolong's grandfather said at this time. What do you mean by that? The Holy Lord asked, puzzled. That kid is too arrogant and too young, thinking that by invoking the Taiqing sect, he can scare off the ancient holy lands. Indeed, many ancient holy lands might be scared and dare not act rashly. Su Jiaolong's grandfather sneered, but that kid has gone too far with his actions. What did he say? He said he wanted the ancient holy lands to obediently hand over all their reserves. At this critical juncture, asking the ancient Holy Lands to hand over all their reserves means what? It means that the ancient Holy Lands are just waiting to die. Hearing this, the Holy Lord understood everything. With reserves, the ancient Holy Lands might not be able to survive the upcoming spiritual winter, and without reserves, the result goes without saying. The ancient Holy Lands definitely won't survive the spiritual winter, which is exactly like waiting to die. Su Jiaolong's grandfather was right. Their ancient One Holy Land had no way back, nor did the other ancient Holy Lands. Whether it was their ancient One Holy Land or the other ancient Holy Lands, they could not possibly hand over their Holy Land reserves. This point, he believed, other ancient Holy Lands would soon realize. Those ancient Holy Lands that were scared by Li Xing would, after realizing this, no longer be afraid and would fight Li Xing to the death. Then there's nothing more to say. Fight him to the end. The Holy Lord sneered, no longer hesitating, and issued orders to go to war with Li Xing in all aspects. Seeing this, Su Jiaolong's grandfather also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Li Xing was dead, he wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Our ancient One Holy Land firmly believes that the Taiqing sect would not commit acts of robbery against the Holy Lands. At the same time, our ancient One Holy Land firmly believes that the Taiqing sect would not teach a disciple like you. The ancient One Holy Land once again spoke out, this time with more resolute content and tone. You are the heir of the demon blade. No matter how much you say, our ancient One Holy Land will never believe a word you say. Our ancient One Holy Land declares here that we will fight you to the death. The ancient One Holy Land kept speaking out, not worried that Li Xing wouldn't hear these words. Currently, Li Xing and the ancient Holy Lands had become the focus of the entire Yin prefecture. The words spoken by their ancient One Holy Land would surely spread quickly. Li Xing and the ancient Holy Lands would definitely hear his voice. Indeed, it was as expected. The ancient One Holy Land, located in the eastern region, quickly spread their words across the entire eastern region. After all, there were communication artifacts among the cultivators, and the speed of news spreading was truly very fast. Soon after, the words spoken by the ancient One Holy Land spread to the other 4 regions, reaching every corner of the Yin prefecture. Hearing the words spoken by the ancient One Holy Land, Li Xing, who was in the western region, revealed a cold smile. The ancient One Holy Land was a place he must visit. Now, the ancient One Holy Land was acting as the vanguard, the first to speak out against him, so he naturally wouldn't let the ancient One Holy Land off. Wait for me. I will be the first to storm the ancient One Holy Land. He spoke with a cold, icy tone. ####Chapter 160. Reducing the number of Western saints is still a priority. With a cold voice, Li Xing deliberately sought out some Western creatures to spread his words. After speaking, he remained silent, his purpose already achieved. The ancient sanctuaries now knew he was in the West, and the North would become calm, with the ancient sanctuary experts withdrawing from the North. There was no need for him to make a high-profile appearance and challenge the ancient sanctuaries. Next, he only needed to retrieve all the treasures hidden by the demon blade. He considered the treasures hidden by the demon blade in the East as the final destination. He had declared that he would be the first to strike the Ancient One Sanctuary, which was located in the East. He planned to go to the East last, retrieve the treasures there, and then attack the Ancient One Sanctuary. Subsequently, he, along with the White Fox and the Dragon Horse, re-entered the Xiaoyao boat, using it for travel. The Xiaoyao boat traveled through the void, faster and safer than riding the Dragon Horse, making it less likely to be discovered. His words, spread through various channels, eventually reached the Ancient One Sanctuary. We await you. We just fear you lack the courage to come. The people of the Ancient One Sanctuary sneered, unafraid, even eager for Li Xing to attack their sanctuary. This was their territory, meticulously planned since ancient times. If Li Xing dared to come, they were certain they could make him unable to escape, ensuring his demise. Everything unfolded as Li Xing had envisioned. The North gradually returned to calm, and the ancient sanctuary experts began to withdraw from the North. Some returned to their own small worlds, while others came to the west to search for Li Xing's whereabouts. The sanctuary experts who returned to their own small worlds were those who had been intimidated by the Taiqing sect. They dared not act rashly and wanted to wait and see. However, soon, these returning sanctuary experts reappeared, coming to the west and joining the search for Li Xing. They had realized that fear was useless. Li Xing had declared that this time he came to avenge the demon blade, and they had all attacked the demon blade, making them targets for Li Xing's reckoning. Would they hand over all the sanctuary's reserves to seek self-preservation? Impossible. The sanctuary's reserves were their lives, their guarantee for surviving the coming spiritual winter. Handing over the sanctuary's reserves was equivalent to handing over their lives. They could never agree, absolutely not. In an instant, the west was engulfed in turmoil, with the magnificent scenes seen in the north now replaying in the west. Saints were everywhere in the west, and creatures above the divine realm were countless, making it seem as if the ancient glorious era had returned to the world. After all, only in those glorious ancient times would there be so many divine realm beings and saints active everywhere. Who would have thought that the cause of all this would be a young man around 20 years old? If these events were recorded and passed down to future generations, it's likely that future beings would find it hard to believe that a young man around 20 could stir up such terrifying storms. The Western creatures exclaimed with deep emotions, not to mention passing it down to future generations. Even they, who were experiencing it firsthand, found it all too surreal and unrealistic. A young man around 20 could cause such widespread movement and draw out the ancient sanctuaries. It was truly too shocking and hard to believe. At this moment, Li Xing and his companions had arrived at a treasure site in the west. They were very fortunate, encountering no trouble. The Xiaoyao boat pierced through the void directly, undetected by any creatures. They successfully entered and looted all the treasures inside. Finally, Li Xing even took the entire treasure palace. However, as they headed to the next treasure site, an accident occurred. While the Xiaoyao boat traveled through the void, it was detected by some saints. These saints immediately attacked into the void. There were too many saints in the west, and saints had extraordinary abilities. Moreover, these saints all knew that the Xiaoyao boat was in Li Xing's possession, so they paid special attention to the void. Even though the Xiaoyao boat had minimized the fluctuations, it was still detected by some saints. Li Xing did not engage in battle with these saints. He controlled the Xiaoyao boat, allowing it to erupt with speed, swiftly traveling away and shaking off these saints. Saints were everywhere in the west, all coming for him. If a battle truly erupted here, it might attract all the saints in the west. By then, the Xiaoyao boat might not be able to leave. Damn it! With the Xiaoyao boat in his hands, he's too difficult to capture. These saints cursed, their faces livid, having finally encountered Li Xing, only to miss him by a hair's breadth. The Xiaoyao boat was too powerful, possessing extreme speed, vanishing in an instant, making it impossible for them to chase after it. The Xiaoyao sanctuary really messed up. How could such a precious treasure be allowed to fall into the wrong hands? If he didn't have the Xiaoyao boat, we could have captured him now. These saints were furious, even blaming the Xiaoyao sanctuary, accusing it of incompetence for allowing such a treasure to fall into the wrong hands. Thud. At that moment, a massive palm suddenly descended, sending these saints flying, with blood splattering everywhere. Speak ill of the Xiaoyao sanctuary again, and next time you'll die without a burial place. A cold voice rang out, and an elderly man with white hair but a youthful appearance appeared, his aura terrifying and far stronger than ordinary saints. It was he who had struck those saints away. He had sensed the Xiaoyao boat's presence and arrived here immediately, but it was too late. The Xiaoyao boat, carrying Li Xing and others, had already vanished. He had heard these saints blaming the Xiaoyao sanctuary. Damn it! If not for his reluctance to escalate the situation, he truly wanted to kill these few saints. Did the Xiaoyao sanctuary want the Xiaoyao boat to fall into the wrong hands? It was stolen, and they were still angry. These few saints actually blamed the Xiaoyao sanctuary. Indeed, He was a powerful figure from the Xiaoyao sanctuary. Meanwhile, the Xiaoyao boat emerged from the void and landed in a desolate area. This won't do. Li Xing frowned and jumped off the Xiaoyao boat. There were too many saints in the west, and it was difficult for him to retrieve the demon blade's treasures under their watchful eyes, even if he changed his identity. The opening of the treasure palace was highly likely to be discovered by these Western saints, drawing them over. Moreover, these Western saints all knew that the Xiaoyao boat was in his possession and paid special attention to the void. It was now difficult for him to leave the west, nor could he quietly go to other regions to retrieve the demon blade's treasures. We need to find a way to reduce the number of Western saints. He stroked his chin, pondering. Once the number of Western saints decreased, everything would no longer be a problem. I've got it. At this moment, he smiled, having thought of a way to reduce the number of Western saints. Chapter 161. Diversion and a permanent solution. How do we do it? The white fox and the dragon horse eagerly looked towards Li Xing, excited at the prospect of reducing the number of saints in the western region, which would indeed be a great advantage. Diversion. Li Xing smiled and said, this should provide a permanent solution, ensuring we are worry-free until we collect all the treasures hidden by the demon blade. He took out a stack of yellow ancient talismans, each engraved with complex and profound ancient runes. These were doppelganger talismans, of a very high grade, capable of perfectly replicating even saints without any flaws. He had obtained them from a previous treasure site of the demon blade. Doppelganger talismans transform into my likeness and attract the ancient sanctuaries. Should be no problem, right? He thought to himself. The doppelganger talismans were extraordinary and not easy to activate. They required a high level of power and strength to be used, which he currently lacked. Rest assured, my extraordinary and supreme master, there will be no issues. We guarantee to complete the tasks assigned by the master. The voice of the doppelganger talismans echoed in Li Xing's mind. Good. Li Xing responded, instructing the talismans to transform into their 3 forms. Immediately, 3 doppelganger talismans flew out, radiating boundless brilliance and weaving special Tao and law. In no time, perfect replicas of Li Xing and his companions were created. Wow, exactly the same. The white fox exclaimed with wide eyes, amazed that even she couldn't detect any flaws. I never knew I looked so dashing with my hooves in the air. The dragon horse grinned, looking at its replicated form with great satisfaction. Li Xing summoned the Xiaoyao boat and the Xiaoluo killing spear, among other sacred artifacts, and communicated with them in his mind. Help them complete their mission, should be no problem, right? He asked in his mind. No problem. We guarantee to complete the task. The Xiaoyao boat, Xiaoluo killing spear, and other sacred artifacts quickly responded. Good. After receiving affirmative answers, Li Xing felt relieved and handed over the Xiaoyao boat, Xiaoluo killing spear, and other artifacts to the replicated versions of himself. All right, go ahead. Li Xing instructed the replicated trio to begin their mission. With the Xiaoyao boat, Xiaoluo killing spear, and other artifacts in hand, the ancient sanctuaries would certainly not suspect anything and would be fully drawn away, making his subsequent actions much more convenient. The replicated trio boarded the Xiaoyao boat and quickly left the area, appearing elsewhere and causing a significant commotion. Found them. Let's go. The powerful figures from the ancient sanctuaries all rushed over at the first moment. The replicated trio strictly followed Li Xing's instructions, focusing on attracting attention and avoiding direct confrontation. With the assistance of the Xiaoyao boat, they repeatedly traversed through the void, heading southward. Let's go too. Li Xing, along with the white fox and the dragon horse, set off for the next treasure site of the demon blade. During this time, Li Xing's body glowed with brilliance, and his realm had once again improved. He had advanced from the 6th level of nirvana to the 7th. The replicated trio, aided by the Xiaoyao boat, were very successful and smooth, leading all the powerful figures from the ancient sanctuaries to the southern region, where they engaged in a game of cat and mouse with them. Meanwhile, the western region was devoid of any powerful figures from the ancient sanctuaries. Pathetic, like a stray dog, running around without daring to stop even for a moment. Yet you dare to claim you'll attack our Gui sanctuary? If you have the guts, don't run." A saint from the Gui sanctuary laughed mockingly, ridiculing Li Xing. They had thought Li Xing had some real capabilities, but it turned out he was just a mouth-strong warrior with nothing else. Previously, they had been a bit worried, as Li Xing seemed somewhat unfathomable and might indeed pose a threat to their Gui sanctuary. But now, they had no such concerns. With all the ancient sanctuaries united, Li Xing had nowhere to hide and could only flee. Under the relentless pursuit of the ancient sanctuaries, Li Xing was inevitably destined to be caught and captured. With no saints in the western region, Li Xing and his companions easily plundered all the treasure sites of the Demon Blade in the western region. The replicated trio, remembering Li Xing's instructions, moved from the southern region to the central region, with the powerful figures from the ancient sanctuaries chasing them all the way. Li Xing and his companions took the opportunity to move from the western region to the southern region, plundering all the treasure sites of the Demon Blade in the southern region. With the treasure sites in both regions plundered clean by Li Xing, he truly became immensely wealthy, even richer than the combined reserves of several ancient sanctuaries. The Demon Blade from the ancient era was indeed very ruthless, hoarding only the best treasures, and the treasures left behind were incredibly substantial. And time had passed for over 10 days. During these 10 days, the Tai Ching Supreme Chapter and the Small Achieved Saint Physique had almost completely refined the Heavenly God Medicine and Heavenly God Pills that Li Xing had consumed. Both his realm and physique had made significant breakthroughs. Li Xing successfully ignited the divine flame within his body, stepping into the divine realm and embarking on the true path of transcendence. His physique also broke through from the later stage of the Small Achieved Saint Physique to become the Great Achieved Saint Physique. The Great Achieved Saint Physique gave Li Xing a sense of boundless power. He felt that now, he could single-handedly challenge a heavenly god without any pressure, easily achieving victory. Even against a saint, he could fight and secure victory. If the Great Achieved Saint Physique were to unleash its power through level surpassing, transcendent level surpassing, ultimate level surpassing, and super ultimate level surpassing, its power would be unimaginably terrifying. Even the combat power above saints could be easily handled. Now, I could almost attack the Gui sanctuary. Li Xing was very confident. However, he did not directly attack the Gui sanctuary. Currently, he was at the center of a storm, with any small movement causing a significant stir. He needed to become even stronger. At this time, the replicated trio had returned from the southern region to the western region, with the powerful figures from the ancient sanctuaries chasing them back to the western region. The biggest problem is still the Xiaoyao boat. If not for the Xiaoyao boat, we would have captured him long ago. The powerful figures from the ancient sanctuaries gnashed their teeth, deeply resenting the Xiaoyao boat. The Xiaoyao boat was too overpowered, capable of penetrating anything and possessing extreme speed. Every time they thought they were about to capture Li Xing, the Xiaoyao boat always managed to take Li Xing and his companions away. The people from the Xiaoyao sanctuary are also in pursuit. Can't they find a way to deal with the Xiaoyao boat? After all, the Xiaoyao boat originated from the Xiaoyao sanctuary. Shouldn't the Xiaoyao sanctuary have some secret technique to establish a connection with the Xiaoyao boat and reclaim it? The ancient sanctuaries had quite a few complaints about the Xiaoyao sanctuary. The Xiaoyao boat came from the Xiaoyao sanctuary, so normally, the Xiaoyao sanctuary should have some spell to establish a connection with the Xiaoyao boat and reclaim it, right? But the Xiaoyao sanctuary had been dragging their feet in reclaiming the Xiaoyao boat, leaving them in a very passive position, unable to catch up with Li Xing and his companions. However, at this moment, the Xiaoyao sanctuary made a statement. Rest assured, everyone, he won't be able to escape anymore. An ancient ancestor from our sanctuary has emerged, and he once wielded the Xiaoyao boat, capable of establishing a connection with it. The people from the Xiaoyao sanctuary spoke with great confidence. They stated that everything was about to end, as their ancient ancestor would certainly be able to reclaim the Xiaoyao boat. Chapter 162. Ancient Ancestor of the Distant Past, an Old Cured Meat. Confidence stems from solid ground, and the people of the Xianxia sacred land have also toughened up, planning to invite out their true ancient ancestor to shock all the ancient sacred lands. How could the ancient sacred lands not be shocked? They paid attention to what Xianxia sacred land said. That ancient ancestor once held the Xianxia boat. Holding the Xianxia boat. What does that mean? It's enough to scare people to death. Although the Xianxia sacred land has not admitted or publicly acknowledged it, all the ancient sacred lands are well aware that the Xianxia sacred land of the ancient times also suffered from the plunder of the Devil Blade. It was at that time that the Xianxia boat was seized by the Devil Blade and only later appeared in Li Xing's hands. What does this mean? It means that the person who once held the Xianxia boat must be a figure from the ancient times. A figure from the ancient times. How could this not shock them? The ancient times are at least 2,000 years away from the present. Their heritage dates back to the ancient times, yet even within their sacred lands, there are no such figures from the ancient times. The passage of time is too long. Only beings like emperors, who are at the pinnacle of cultivation, can survive such a long time. Those below their level simply cannot endure such a long period. No way. A powerful figure from a sacred land exclaimed, could it be that the ancient ancestor of the Xianxia sacred land has already become an emperor? An emperor. All the powerful figures from the ancient sacred lands inhaled sharply, their scalps tingling with fear. The emperor realm, the peak of cultivation on earth, the supreme realm, beyond which lies the elusive realm of immortals. Throughout history, the number of beings who have stepped into the Emperor realm can be counted on one hand. The Emperor realm is extremely difficult to cross. Out of billions of living beings, it is hard to find even one. In this current era of harsh conditions, could there still be a supreme being of the Emperor realm? This truly shocked them, making it hard for them to believe. Impossible. An aged old saint spoke, regaining his composure from the shock. How could there be a powerful emperor figure? Think about it, everyone. The ancient times already had a much worse environment than previous eras, making it even harder to become an emperor. There were very few emperors in the entire ancient times. The Xianxia sacred land has never produced an emperor, and if there really was one, it could only be later. But what about later? Later, the deterioration of the environment accelerated, which is why our sacred lands successively went into hiding. In such a harsh environment, could there still be a being who rises against the current and achieves the emperor's throne? He said with unwavering certainty, absolutely impossible. Right. It does seem unrealistic. The ancient sacred lands gradually calmed down, feeling that this old saint was correct. The ancient ancestor of the Xianxia sacred land, if he wanted to become an emperor, could only do so later, and by then, the environment was already insufficient to support becoming an emperor. It was almost impossible to achieve the emperor's throne. They thought too much, too exaggeratedly. Under normal circumstances, the ancient ancestor of the Xianxia sacred land could not become an emperor. Everyone, our sacred land's ancient ancestor, has indeed not become an emperor. The reason he could live until now is also because he once obtained some opportunities, which extended his lifespan to the present era. Soon, someone from the Xianxia sacred land spoke up. But rest assured, even if our sacred land's ancient ancestor has not become an emperor, reclaiming the Xianxia boat is not a problem. The people of the Xianxia sacred land said confidently. How could they not be confident? A figure who has lived for over 20,000 years, especially one who once held the Xianxia boat, reclaiming it would be a piece of cake. The Xianxia sacred land is still deeply terrifying. A figure who has lived for over 20,000 years, even if not an emperor, is definitely incredibly powerful. The ancient sacred lands said with great emotion. After such a long time, even if the ancient ancestor of the Xianxia sacred land had ordinary talent, the achievements he could reach would undoubtedly be very high, something they could only look up to. Yin Prefecture, Southern Region. The news that the ancient ancestor of the Xianxia sacred land was going to reclaim the Xianxia boat quickly spread in the central region and soon reached the southern region as well. Li Xing and the others all heard this news. I say, The Xianxia sacred land still has such an old cured meat alive. The dragon horse exclaimed, trembling with fear, its belly turning. Dong! The little white fox swung its little paw and knocked on the dragon horse's head, disdainfully saying, "Look at your little courage, you're almost peeing your pants." "All right, stop talking about horse riding, swallows, you're not much better. Look at you, shivering so much you can't even stand steady, just like you're drunk." Li Xing was almost amused by the little white fox. The little white fox was scolding the dragon horse, but it itself was so scared it couldn't stand steady, swaying on the dragon horse's back like it was doing drunken boxing. "No need to worry, that old cured meat won't attack us. At most, he'll just reclaim the Xiaoyao boat." Li Xing said, "So much time has passed, and that old cured meat hasn't become an emperor. Even if he had some opportunities, his condition couldn't be good, and he's probably nearing the end of his lifespan, on the verge of death. Otherwise, the old cured meat from the Xiaoyao sacred land would have come out to deal with them long ago, not waiting until now. Especially with the approaching winter of cultivation in the future, that old cured meat would surely be afraid of any consumption and would be even less likely to make a big move. If nothing unexpected happens, that old cured meat will at most come out to reclaim the Xiaoyao boat. Other matters, that old cured meat probably won't do much about. Therefore, he is not worried. As long as that old cured meat doesn't chase them down to kill them, they won't be in trouble. However, he did not take it lightly and decided to wait and see. After all, with his current strength and means, dealing with such an old cured meat would not be without pressure and would be quite dangerous. Then, he took out a heavenly god pill, treating it like a candy, and swallowed it, letting the supreme chapter of Tai Ching and the great completion saint body refine it. His realm and physical strength had both improved, so refining the heavenly god pill should not be a problem. Indeed, after swallowing the heavenly god pill, he felt the supreme chapter of Tai Ching and the great completion saint body immediately begin refining it, without any pressure. And his own realm and physical strength were rapidly increasing. Very good. He smiled inwardly, then took out another heavenly god pill and swallowed it, letting the supreme chapter of Tai Ching and the great completion saint body refine it. Next to him, the little white fox and the dragon horse were completely stunned. Li Xing was too fierce, treating heavenly god pills like candy, swallowing one after another. "What? Do you guys also want to eat?" Li Xing saw the strange looks from the little white fox and the dragon horse and thought they also wanted to eat. So he took out a few heavenly god pills and handed them over to the little white fox and the dragon horse. Very tasty, great flavor, crunchy when eaten," Li Xing commented. "No. We'll pass." The little white fox and the dragon horse quickly refused. Goodness, they dared not eat heavenly god pills like Li Xing did. If they swallowed one, they would be blown up by the power contained in the heavenly god pill. Heavenly god pills were not something they could handle at their current level. Even if they wanted to eat, they would have to do it little by little and dilute it, otherwise, they would have big problems. Chapter 163. The Terrifying Ancient Ancestor, a Supreme Being of the Universe. Wait before taking action. Li Xing observed the unfolding situation, curious to see just how powerful the old man truly was. They had arrived at the edge of the central region, not venturing deeper. Currently, the three duplicates, along with the Xiaoyao boat, were within the central area. Will the Xiaoyao boat be taken away? He murmured to himself, uncertain of the outcome. Soon after, a great commotion erupted in the central region as the ancient ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land emerged. A figure from the ancient era, a true living fossil, his appearance caused a massive stir, with all living beings eager to catch a glimpse of this ancient ancestor. An ancient figure from the distant past has appeared, truly terrifying. I never thought I would see such an ancient figure in my lifetime. The central region was abuzz with shock and endless reflections as beings from the ancient past made their appearance in the current era, leaving the inhabitants in a state of utter agitation. It's truly coming to an end, a generation of genius, about to meet an untimely demise. The path of genius is fraught with danger, indeed. It's a pity. Many sighed, knowing that with the ancient living fossil now involved, Li Xing's chances were slim. They felt a deep regret, as Li Xing's extraordinary talents made them eager to see how far he could go in this era. But now, it seemed they would never know, as Li Xing's end was imminent. In the central region, on the peak of a mountain, the saints of the Xianxia sacred land stood respectfully to the side, as an old man appeared amidst a glow of auspicious light. His hair was sparse, his body hunched, unable to straighten his back, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, his eyes clouded, his face wrinkled, and his body emaciated. It's been so many years since I last walked out. He looked towards the horizon, his voice filled with emotion and weariness. After the drastic change in the environment, he had been in a deep slumber, reducing his consumption. He had never emerged in this era, this being his first time. It's so poor, almost no high-level cultivation substances can be sensed. Is the heavenly Tao truly going to cut off the path of cultivation? He sighed heavily, his expression filled with melancholy. The current environment was worse than he had imagined, with almost no high-level cultivation substances existing in this era. Even low-level cultivation substances were scarce, and at this rate, all cultivation substances in the world would disappear, making cultivation impossible. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Had cultivators done something to anger the heavenly Tao, leading to this complete cutting off of the path of cultivation? Alas, the heavenly Tao is ruthless and unpredictable. All we can do is strive to adapt. He put aside his thoughts, his cloudy eyes gradually brightening, with a spark of brilliance flickering within. My condition is poor, and I can only make a limited number of moves. I can only help you retrieve the Xiaoyao boat. The rest is up to you. He looked at the saints of the Xiaoyao sacred land and spoke. As Li Xing had guessed, this ancient ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land was indeed nearing the end of his life, a candle in the wind, with limited power to wield. Multiple moves could potentially lead to his immediate demise. This time, he had come out because of the treasures hidden by the demon blade. His condition was too poor, his lifespan nearly exhausted, and the reserves within the sacred land could not extend his life. Therefore, he had turned his attention to the treasures of the demon blade. In the ancient era, the demon blade had stolen too many valuable items, with countless sacred medicines and other extraordinary objects. If he could obtain them, even if only partially, his lifespan would surely be extended, delaying his end. If not for this, he would never have emerged. You see, he was already beginning to emit a decaying odor, a sign of impending death, and he had very little time left to live. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly make any moves casually? Every move was him using his life as a wager. Ancestor, please rest assured. Once we retrieve the Xiaoyao boat, that boy will be powerless, and we will surely capture him. An old man with hair as white as snow but a youthful face respectfully said. His name was Wu Jun, the great elder of the Xiaoyao sacred land, the leader of this operation, and his strength far surpassed that of other saints. Good. The ancient ancestor nodded slightly to Wu Jun, saying, then let's begin. He put away his dragon-headed cane and began to act, his internal strength circulating, and in an instant, his aura changed dramatically, with boundless terrifying power fluctuations spreading out, enveloping the entire central region with dazzling brilliance. This brilliance was too terrifying, making the divine sun in the 9 heavens pale in comparison, like a firefly's light. Truly, a living fossil from the ancient era was horrifying. What a terrifying pressure. I feel my entire body is being squeezed, even my soul, as if it's about to be crushed into oblivion. What realm is this ancient ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land in? Countless beings in the central region were enveloped by the pressure unleashed by the ancient ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land, their faces pale, devoid of color. The pressure unleashed by the ancient ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land was far beyond what they could withstand. Even the saints from various ancient sacred lands fared no better. Unable to bear such terrifying pressure, their faces grim, under immense stress. A supreme being. A supreme being. The ancient sacred lands exclaimed in shock, knowing more than the beings in the central region. This was the pressure of a supreme being. Although the ancient ancestor of the Xianxia sacred land had not become an emperor, he had attained the supreme and extraordinary position of a supreme being. The realm of a supreme being was an extraordinary great realm above the saint realm, and just from its name, one could tell how extraordinary and powerful this realm was. If it weren't extraordinary and powerful, how could it be named the realm of supreme being? The saint realm was vast, with the lowest being saint, and above that were great saint, saint king, saint emperor, saint god, and heavenly saint. The heavenly saint was the pinnacle of the saint realm, and only by surpassing the heavenly saint could one enter the realm of supreme being. And without exaggeration, even the pinnacle of the saint realm, the heavenly saint, was as insignificant as an ant in front of a supreme being, incomparable. A supreme being could suppress a heavenly saint with a single move. Supreme being of the universe, respected by all. This was the most fitting description of a supreme being, who had reached the highest point, truly standing at the pinnacle, overlooking all beings, wielding infinite terrifying power. The ancient sacred lands were filled with awe, as such supreme beings were not even possessed during their peak ancient era. The Xianxia sacred land had indeed produced a few supreme beings during the early ancient era, but after those supreme beings, until the end of the entire ancient era, no more supreme beings had emerged from the Xianxia sacred land. In the early ancient era, the environment was still very good, with countless high-level cultivation substances capable of giving birth to supreme beings. But later, the environment deteriorated, high-level cultivation substances sharply decreased, and not only did the Xianxia sacred land fail to produce more supreme beings, the entire world could count the number of supreme beings on one hand, extremely few. At that time, high-level cultivation substances were already insufficient to support cultivators to reach the realm of supreme being. It seems that the ancient ancestor of the Xianxia sacred land truly obtained an astonishing opportunity, not only allowing him to live until now, but also enabling him to achieve the position of a supreme being. You've wandered outside for too long, Xiaoyao boat, come back? The ancient ancestor of the Xianxia sacred land began to summon the Xiaoyao boat. He had once wielded the Xiaoyao boat and had a certain connection with it, capable of establishing a connection with the Xiaoyao boat. Chapter 164. The mighty response of the Xiaoyao boat, reducing the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land to tears. The blazing light pierced through the sky, illuminating the entire central region, making it a dazzling spectacle. The aura emanating from the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land grew increasingly terrifying, causing countless living beings in the central region to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their souls shuddering incessantly. The ancient sacred land powerhouses fared slightly better, managing to stay upright, but their bodies also trembled uncontrollably. They were well aware that the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land had begun to summon the Xiaoyao boat. Return, come back to the embrace of the Xiaoyao sacred land. On the peak of the mountain, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land called out to the Xiaoyao boat repeatedly, using a secret technique to establish a connection, aiming to recall the Xiaoyao boat. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Connection successful. He chuckled, sensing that the secret technique had successfully established a link, allowing him to communicate with the Xiaoyao boat. Great! The powerhouses of the Xiaoyao sacred land, including Wu Jun, were elated, their eyes flashing with excitement. Being able to establish a connection was a good start. They were afraid that no connection could be made. The Xiaoyao boat was a precious treasure of their sacred land, and the ancestor had once wielded it. As long as a connection could be established, the Xiaoyao boat would surely return. Come back. Bring that boy back too. The ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land transmitted his voice to the Xiaoyao boat using the secret technique, wanting the Xiaoyao boat to bring Li Xing back as well. The Xiaoyao boat was a high-grade treasure, far surpassing other sacred artifacts, only a step away from becoming a supreme artifact. If the Xiaoyao boat wanted to bring back Li Xing, Li Xing would be unable to resist and would be directly brought back. Just wait, the Xiaoyao boat will bring that boy back too. Before the Xiaoyao boat had even responded, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land confidently smiled at Wu Jun and the other saints. There could be no accidents. After all, the Xiaoyao boat originated from the Xiaoyao sacred land, having resided there for a long time, serving as their treasured artifact, and the bond was extremely deep. Now that he had communicated with the spirit within the Xiaoyao boat, the Xiaoyao boat would undoubtedly not continue to serve Li Xing. That would be wonderful. Wu Jun and the other saints were even more delighted, their faces beaming with joy. However, at that moment, the expression of the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land changed. The Xiaoyao boat had responded. Old stick, old jerky, go back to your grandma's legs. Now I am the artifact in the hands of my wise and mighty, extraordinary master. If you know what's good for you, go back and prepare the sacred land's foundations, and wait obediently for the extraordinary master to come and hand over all the sacred land's foundations. This was the response from the Xiaoyao boat. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land nearly blew his top. What the hell? Had the Xiaoyao boat betrayed them so quickly? Had it sided with Li Xing? Are you worried about the demon blade? Or are you threatened by it? Or have you been placed under some kind of restriction by the demon blade? Chapter 164. The Xiaoyao boat's bold response, reducing the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land to tears. A blaze of light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire central region, which was now a sea of brilliance. The aura emanating from the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land grew increasingly terrifying, causing countless central region beings to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their souls in a state of constant fear. The ancient Holy Land's experts fared slightly better, managing to stay on their feet, but their bodies also shook uncontrollably. They knew full well that the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land was summoning the Xiaoyao boat. Return, come back to the embrace of the Xiaoyao Holy Land. On the peak of a high mountain, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land repeatedly called out to the Xiaoyao boat, using a secret technique to establish a connection and summon the boat back. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. The connection is successful. He chuckled, sensing that the secret technique had successfully established a dialogue with the Xiaoyao boat. Excellent! The experts of the Xiaoyao Holy Land, including Wu Jun, were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. As long as the connection was established, they were confident the Xiaoyao boat would return. Return. Bring that young man back with you. The ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land used the secret technique to transmit his voice to the Xiaoyao boat, hoping it would bring Li Xing back as well. The Xiaoyao boat was a prized treasure, far superior to other sacred artifacts, just a step away from becoming a supreme artifact. If the Xiaoyao boat wanted to bring Li Xing back, there was no way Li Xing could resist. Wait, the Xiaoyao boat will bring that young man back too. The ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land confidently told Wu Jun and the other saints, even before receiving a response from the Xiaoyao boat. There was no possibility of failure. After all, the Xiaoyao boat originated from the Xiaoyao Holy Land, having resided there for eons, serving as their sacred relic. The bond was incredibly deep. Now that he had communicated with the spirit within the Xiaoyao boat, it was certain that the boat would not continue to serve Li Xing. That would be wonderful. Wu Jun and the other saints were even more delighted, their faces beaming with joy. However, at that moment, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land's expression changed. The Xiaoyao boat had responded. Old stick, old jerky, go back to your granny's leg. Now I am the divine and supreme master's artifact. If you know what's good for you, scram back and prepare the Holy Land's foundation, waiting obediently for the Supreme Master to come and take it all. This was the Xiaoyao boat's response. Hearing this, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land nearly blew a fuse. What the hell? Had the Xiaoyao boat really betrayed them? Had it sided with Li Xing? Are you worried about the demonic blade? Or are you under its threat? Has it placed some kind of curse on you? He asked unwillingly. Li Xing's situation was known to him, a 20-something saint. He believed that such a Li Xing was not enough to make the Xiaoyao boat submit and recognize him as its master. He thought the Xiaoyao boat must have been threatened by the demonic blade or placed under some kind of curse. You don't need to worry. I have achieved the status of a supreme being. As long as you return, I can surely resolve all your problems and threats. He said again. Resolve what? The biggest problem you need to resolve is your own brain. Damn it, can't you understand? I am the master's artifact, sworn to serve the master. The Xiaoyao boat responded. After hearing the Xiaoyao boat's response, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land was furious, his liver and lungs nearly bursting with anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. What kind of spell did that young man cast on you? He said bitterly. How dare you address the divine and supreme master as that young man? You old stick are courting death and will surely pay for this in the future. The Xiaoyao boat angrily responded, then ended the connection. The ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land was so enraged that his eyes seemed to shoot flames. He struck out with a palm, instantly reducing a nearby mountain to dust. Still not satisfied, he raised his hand to crush another mountain, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and lowered his hand. The strength he expended was his very life. He dared not waste it on venting his anger. Go. You must bring back the Xiaoyao boat and that young man no matter what. He looked at Wu Jun and the other saints, grinding his teeth. If not for nearing the end of his lifespan, with little strength to spare, he would have personally taken action to capture the Xiaoyao boat and that young man right now. Alas, he could only think about it, not actually do it. If he did, his own end would be near. With that, he left the area and returned to the Xiaoyao Holy Land's small world. Wu Jun and the other saints looked at each other in dismay. None of them had expected such an outcome. Earlier, they had declared that everything would soon be over, only to be proven wrong. The ancestor had returned, half dead with anger. Moreover, they had made a grand display, with the ancestor making a spectacular entrance, only to return in defeat. It was utterly humiliating. Failed. Impossible. The entire central region was in an uproar, including the various ancient holy lands. They had not seen the Xiaoyao boat being recalled, and the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land, a supreme being, had failed. Could a supreme being fail? It was inconceivable. They were astounded and marveled at Li Xing's extraordinary methods, even causing a supreme being to be thwarted. My face hurts, it's burning. Me too. Countless Central Region beings felt their faces grow hot with shame. They had all predicted that Li Xing would not survive, only to be proven wrong. Even the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land, a supreme being, had failed. On the outskirts of the Central Region, I thought this old jerky would be formidable, but it turns out he's all bark and no bite, just a pretentious show. The dragon horse sneered. On the other side, Li Xing did not think the ancestor of the Xiaoyao Holy Land was merely pretentious. The main reason was the system, which had completely subdued the Xiaoyao boat to him. Without the system, the Xiaoyao boat would have undoubtedly been recalled. All right, no problem. This old jerky is indeed on the verge of extinction, nearing the end of his life. Li Xing was completely at ease, no longer worried. Let's move. He contacted the replicated trio, instructing them to continue their actions and head to other regions. He aimed to collect the demonic blade's treasures in the central region. The replicated trio immediately took action, making a grand appearance, riding the Xiaoyao boat, and swiftly leaving the central region. Moreover, the replicated Li Xing loudly proclaimed, in the future, those without any real ability should not come out and embarrass themselves. His words quickly spread throughout the central region, heard by the Xiaoyao Holy Land's experts, who were also present. You're seeking death. Kill. They were enraged and immediately set off in pursuit. The experts from the ancient Holy Lands also quickly joined the chase. The central region soon emptied out. He knew Li Xing's situation, a saint in his 20s, and he felt that such a Li Xing was not enough to make the Xiaoyao boat submit, to make it acknowledge him as its master. He believed that the Xiaoyao boat must have been threatened by the demon blade, or placed under some kind of restriction by it. You don't need to worry. I have already achieved the status of a supreme being. As long as you return, I will surely be able to resolve all your problems and threats. He said again. Resolve what threads? The biggest problem you should resolve is your own brain. Damn, can't you understand? I am the artifact in my master's hands, sworn to serve him to the death. The Xiaoyao boat responded. After hearing the response from the Xiaoyao boat, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land was so angry that his liver and lungs nearly exploded. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that before. What kind of spell did that boy cast on you? He said bitterly. How dare you address the wise and mighty, unparalleled master like that? You actually dare to call the master that boy? You old stick must be tired of living. You will surely pay the price for this in the future. The Xiaoyao boat responded angrily, and then ended the connection. The ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. With a single slap, he instantly reduced a nearby mountain peak to dust. He was still not satisfied and raised his hand, wanting to reduce another mountain peak to dust as well. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his raised hand. The energy he expended was his very life. He dared not waste his life in a fit of anger. Go back, no matter what. You must bring back the Xiaoyao boat and that boy. He looked at Wu Jun and the other saints, grinding his teeth as he spoke. If it weren't for his approaching end of life, with his remaining lifespan dwindling, and his strength not to be wasted casually, he would have wanted to take action himself and capture the Xiaoyao boat and that boy right now. Unfortunately, these were just thoughts he could only entertain, not actions he could truly take. If he were to do so, his own end would not be far off. After saying this, he left directly and returned to the small world of the Xiaoyao sacred land. Wu Jun and the other saints looked at each other, none of them expecting such an outcome. They had previously declared that everything was about to end, only to be met with this result. The ancestor had been so angry that he returned half dead. Moreover, they had made their declarations to the outside world, with the ancestor making a grand entrance, only to return in defeat. This was utterly humiliating. Failed? No way. The entire central region was in an uproar, including the various ancient sacred lands, who had not seen the Xiaoyao boat recalled. The ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land, a supreme being, had failed. Could a supreme being fail in an attempt? My goodness, how could this be possible? They were stunned beyond words, and at the same time, they marveled at Li Xing's incredible means, as even such a supreme being had been thwarted. My face hurts, it's burning. Me too. A large number of living beings in the central region felt their faces burning with shame. They had all said that Li Xing wouldn't make it, that he would be subdued, only to be slapped in the face. Even the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land, a supreme being, had failed. In the outskirts of the central region, I thought this old jerky was fierce, but it turns out he's all bark and no bite, just a pretentious show-off. The dragon horse scoffed repeatedly. On the other side, Li Xing didn't think the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sacred land was all bark and no bite, just pretentious. The main reason was the system, which had made the Xiaoyao boat completely submit to him. Without the system, the Xiaoyao boat would undoubtedly have been recalled. All right, no problem. This old jerky is indeed in poor condition, nearing the end of his life, approaching his twilight years. Li Xing felt completely at ease, with no more worries. Let's get moving. He contacted the replicated trio, instructing them to continue their actions and move to other regions. He intended to collect the Demon Blade's treasures in the central region. The replicated trio immediately took action, appearing in a high-profile manner, commanding the Xiaoyao boat and quickly leaving the central region. Moreover, the replicated Li Xing shouted loudly, "In the future, those without any real ability should not come out and embarrass themselves." His voice quickly spread throughout the central region, and the powerhouses of the Xiaoyao sacred land, who were also in the central region, all heard these words. "You're asking for it." Kill. They were furious and immediately set off in pursuit, brandishing their blades. The powerhouses of the various ancient sacred lands also quickly joined the chase. The central region soon emptied out. Chapter 165. Truly impressive, treating heavenly god pills as snacks. The central region was empty, and the replicated trio had successfully lured all the ancient sacred land powerhouses from the central region to the western region. This was the final shift in zones, as the replicated trio would remain in the west to engage in a game of cat and mouse with the ancient sacred land powerhouses, facilitating Li Xing's collection of the treasures left by the demon blade in the central and eastern regions. The final choice to settle in the west was because Li Xing intended to strike at the ancient sacred land of Gu Yi, which was located in the east, the farthest from the west. Although such a distance was negligible for the ancient sacred land powerhouses, it allowed for a slight time difference, preventing Li Xing from being besieged by the ancient sacred land powerhouses when he attacked the Gu Yi sacred land. Li Xing swiftly moved, collecting the treasures left by the demon blade in the central region. It was undeniable that the demon blade was formidable, having looted an astonishing amount of treasures. In the ancient era, the demon blade was undoubtedly a terrifyingly powerful existence, at the very least a supreme being. This served as a wake-up call for Li Xing. Once everything concluded, when he returned to the Qin clan's territory to face the so-called Celestial Joy Sovereign, he must not be the slightest bit careless. Whether or not the Celestial Joy Sovereign was the demon blade, the Celestial Joy Sovereign was undoubtedly no ordinary being, and must be treated with utmost caution. The process of collecting the demon blade's treasures went smoothly without any mishaps, though it did take several days. During these days, Li Xing's cultivation level and physical prowess saw further enhancements. The Supreme Chapter of Tai Ching and the Great Completion Saint Physique were relentless, feverishly refining heavenly god medicines and heavenly god pills, causing Li Xing's overall abilities to soar dramatically. Li Xing's cultivation level advanced consecutively, leaping from the original god realm, past the god king realm, and into the god emperor realm. The Great Completion Saint Physique also reached the middle stage, capable of unleashing even stronger physical strength. Li Xing felt that the middle stage of the Great Completion Saint Physique should be able to sweep through a group of saint-level combatants without any pressure. It's still faster to rely on pills. He chuckled inwardly. As for the concerns about pill popping leading to instability in the Dao heart and potential hidden dangers in future cultivation, he was not worried. Such issues occurred in other cultivators and beings, but not in him. This was because he was extraordinary, different from other cultivators and beings. His body was constantly in a state of intense cultivation, never pausing, including the cultivation of his Dao heart. Other cultivators and beings, if their cultivation levels rose so rapidly, might experience a hollow state, where each level appeared complete but was not, which was the main reason for subsequent hidden dangers. He, on the other hand, was not at all hollow. While advancing so quickly, he was also incredibly stable. The Supreme Chapter of Tai Ching took control, ensuring that each level was perfected to the extreme before allowing breakthroughs. Thus, he was not only solid but also exceptionally well-founded in all aspects. Even if he set aside his physical prowess and relied solely on his Dao arts, he was still far superior to his peers, capable of reigning supreme within his realm. The power contained within the heavenly god medicines and heavenly god pills was too vast and astonishing. If it weren't for the strict control of the Supreme Chapter of Tai Ching, he wouldn't have just advanced this much. He would have advanced even further, easily reaching the god's sovereign level. Life motto: having a good system is better than anything else. Li Xing chuckled inwardly again, thinking of the fantasy novels he had read on Earth. The protagonists in those novels, despite gaining systems, suffered miserably, living as system slaves, oppressed by the systems, forced to complete various tasks, and punished for failure. How could they compare to his system, which served him as its master, considering all aspects for him and ensuring no hidden dangers? Over the past few days, the news about the replicated trio never ceased. Some said the replicated trio was truly done for, trapped in the West, unable to escape. Li Xing smiled without comment. Was that really the case? Certainly not. He had intentionally left the replicated trio in the west to circle around with the ancient sacred land powerhouses. To the east, he swiftly moved, accompanied by the white fox and the dragon horse, leaving the central region and arriving at the final destination, the east. After collecting the demon blade's treasures in the east, he would directly strike at the Gu-E sacred land. This process took him several more days. In the end, he collected all the demon blade's treasures in the east. He was now beyond merely rich. He could be called a moving treasury. Without exaggeration, the wealth he possessed surpassed even the peak reserves of the ancient sacred lands during the ancient era. However, his subsequent cultivation level and physical prowess did not rise as rapidly as before, mainly because both cultivation level and physical prowess were not easy to improve, extremely challenging. Some cultivators, spending their entire lives, training for thousands of years, might not see any progress. Of course, he still improved, just not as quickly or dramatically as before. His cultivation level rose from the God Emperor realm to the God Sovereign realm. The Great Completion Saint physique reached the middle stage perfection, not far from breaking through to the later stage. No rush, the current strength is more than sufficient. Li Xing smiled, popping pills again, treating heavenly god pills like candy, swallowing one after another, as if eating snacks. With his cultivation at the God Sovereign realm and the Great Completion Saint physique at the middle stage perfection, his tolerance and refining abilities were significantly stronger. Treating heavenly god pills as snacks was no problem. He could handle it. I'm impressed. The dragon horse's eyes almost popped out. Only the big brother could pull this off. Too damn impressive. Treating heavenly god pills as snacks. Since ancient times, only the big brother could do this. Not to mention whether others were as wealthy, whether they had so many heavenly god pills, even if they were that wealthy and had so many heavenly god pills, eating them like snacks, the body would definitely not be able to handle it. Sob, sob, sob. The white fox cried, looking enviously at Li Xing. You're eating so deliciously. When will I ever be able to eat heavenly god pills like snacks too? No rush, that day will come, and it won't be too long. Li Xing patted the white fox's head and said with a smile. Over these few days, the news about the replicated trio grew even more intense. He's really done for, truly trapped in the West. He hasn't been able to leave the West for so many days, which has never happened before. Yes. Previously, he quickly moved to other regions, but this time he hasn't left the West for a long time. The situation is indeed looking grim. Actually, thinking about it, it's normal. So many ancient sacred lands pursuing him, being able to last until now is already a miracle. Indeed, he's been relentlessly pursued by the ancient sacred lands from the very beginning, without a moment's respite. Being unable to escape now, and trapped in the West is quite normal. This really is the end. Countless beings sighed. Even the strongest couldn't withstand such exhaustion, being pursued day and night, running madly without a moment's rest, and for such a long time, over a month. Under such circumstances, running out of strength was normal. Li Xing was truly about to be captured. Hashtag chapter 166. The real Li Xing appears, storming the ancient first sacred land. The western region once again became the focal point, with all living beings in the Yinzhou region focusing their attention on the west. The situation of the replicated trio continued to spread throughout Yinzhou. Even powerful factions used this as a marketing ploy, doing business in various regions. The central flourishing sect quickly set up tea houses in various regions, using communication artifacts to stay updated on the situation of the replicated trio in real time. To enter these tea houses and hear the latest updates, one had to pay a hefty fee. Despite this, the tea houses set up by the central flourishing sect in various regions were packed to the brim, with beings scrambling to get in and hear the latest news. His condition is really bad. He was caught by the Azura Palace. He escaped only after blood stained the land. Recent reports say he was caught by the ethereal sacred land. Half his body was blown up, and he escaped with his remains. Oh no, he's done for. The Taoist sacred land has also come out, the first ancient sacred land. even stronger than the ethereal sacred land. His entire body was blown up, and he escaped with his shattered soul into the ethereal boat. The situation of the replicated trio was updated in real time, and it was clear that their condition was getting worse. The replicated trio was truly on the brink of collapse. He still couldn't escape this fate. Alas, individual strength is ultimately limited. Countless beings expressed their regrets. Li Xing was trapped in the west, unable to leave, which was clearly the beginning of a bad omen. And the development of events was indeed heading in that direction, with no good news, only bad news. Li Xing was about to break down. At this stage, there couldn't be any more surprises. Everything was truly coming to an end. This made them all sigh. Such a dazzling genius was about to fade away. He even said he was going to storm our sacred land. Come and try it. The people of the ancient first sacred land were the happiest. Li Xing had named them as his target, and they wanted him to fail more than anyone else. Now, their wish was about to come true. Li Xing was about to fall. Inside the ancient first sacred land, Su Jiaolong's grandfather was laughing so hard his mouth could barely close. "Kid, you're still too young to compete with me." He felt incredibly pleased and had someone bring out a rocking chair for him to bask in the sun. Now that Li Xing was about to fall, he could finally relax completely. Calm in crisis, step by step, it's all about me. Kid, you had a bright future, limitless potential, but you shouldn't have provoked me. That was your biggest mistake. He beamed with pride and satisfaction. Everything originated from him. Li Xing's downfall was largely due to his relentless efforts. If not for him, the ancient first sacred land wouldn't have pursued Li Xing to the bitter end. Without that, the other ancient sacred lands wouldn't have known about Li Xing, and he wouldn't have been hunted so ruthlessly. Thinking of this, the look of pride and satisfaction on his face became even more pronounced. Such a brilliant young man, rarely seen throughout history, could have become an emperor, even a heavenly emperor. Now, due to me, he's about to fall. In a sense, isn't this like an emperor, or even a heavenly emperor, falling into my hands? He picked up a cup of tea, savoring it, a cup just brought to him. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inside, he was far from it, his emotions surging. A figure who could become an emperor, or even a heavenly emperor, falling into his hands. How could he remain calm? His excitement was beyond measure. However, at that moment, a terrifying and powerful explosion sounded from outside, startling him and causing the teacup in his hand to fall, splashing tea all over his face. What the hell? He quickly stood up, looking bewildered, and left the place. Who was attacking their ancient first sacred land? Who did this? He gathered with the other elders and asked. Could it be that Li Xing was indeed a disciple of the Taiqing sect, and their powerful figures had come to exact revenge? But that didn't make sense. Even if it were the Taiqing sect's powerful figures, they shouldn't be coming to trouble the ancient first sacred land now. They should be going to the west to rescue Li Xing, right? Li Jiudao. One elder stammered. Are you kidding me? Su Jiaolong's grandfather's face changed instantly as he cursed. What kind of joke is this? He's clearly trapped in the west and about to be captured. How could he possibly be here? Look outside for yourself. The elder's face was pale as he said this. He didn't believe it either, but Li Xing was indeed here, blocking the entrance to their small world and launching continuous attacks. Su Jiaolong's grandfather looked outside, disbelieving. How can it really be him? When he saw Li Xing's figure outside the small world, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground with a thud. Outside, Li Xing held a sacred spear, like a battle immortal, extraordinary and divine, with explosive power in every movement, exuding an invincible aura. How could this be? The sect master was also there, completely disoriented, his face pale. He couldn't understand how Li Xing, who was in the west being hunted by the ancient sacred land's powerful figures, could be unscathed and appear here. Was the information wrong? All fake news? Impossible. Their own saints of the ancient first sacred land were also hunting Li Xing in the west, witnessing his various tragic situations firsthand. It couldn't be fake. Thinking of this, he quickly took out a communication artifact to contact the saints hunting Li Xing in the west, inquiring about his situation. The situation is excellent. He can't escape this time, and we're about to capture him. The communication artifact transmitted an excited voice. Excellent, my ass. That's a fake. The real Li Jiudao has already stormed our ancient first sacred land. Hurry back? The sect master urgently said. Although he didn't know what means Li Xing had used, he was certain that the Li Xing in the west was fake, and the one attacking their ancient first sacred land was the real one. What? We're returning immediately. In the west, the saints of the ancient first sacred land were shocked and ended the communication, immediately returning to their sacred land. Other ancient sacred lands' powerful figures also learned about this incident. Their faces changed instantly. They realized that they might have been fooled. The Li Xing they were surrounding was likely a fake. A bunch of fools, just realized? Laughable. The replicated Li Xing sneered, no longer pretending, reverting to its ancient talisman form and flying back into the ethereal boat. Its mission was complete. Li Xing had transmitted information to it, no longer needing it to distract anyone. With significant enhancements, Li Xing was confident in suppressing all enemies. Chapter 167. Li Xing against the heavens, sweeping through the saints. Substitute talisman. Damn it, we really fell for it. Chapter 167. Rebellious Li Xing, sweeping the saints. Substitute talisman. Damn it, we've really been fooled. The ancient Sungdi powerhouses cursed continuously, recognizing the substitute talisman. Their faces turned grim, and their hearts were on the verge of exploding with anger. After chasing for so long, it turned out they were not chasing the real person. No wonder Li Xing, who they were pursuing, appeared so boldly, not placing any of these Sungdi in his eyes. He was playing a game of diversion, using the substitute talisman to distract them. They felt an unbearable sense of frustration, filled with the urge to kill. They had chased for so long, almost capturing Li Xing, only to find out it was a fake, just a substitute talisman. The feeling was beyond miserable. The person is fake, but the treasures like the wandering boat are real. Kill. The people from the wandering Sungdi disregarded everything else and charged forward, aiming to reclaim the wandering boat first. Kill. The cultivators from the Azura Gong also attacked, as the Azura Spear was also here. They wanted to reclaim the Azura Spear first. Yes, those treasures are real. The substitute talisman itself is also valuable. If we can obtain it, it would be a significant gain. Kill. The ancient Sungdi powerhouses also joined the fray, moving forward to attack. If it weren't for my master asking me to distract you, you wouldn't even see my shadow. I'm leaving. The wandering boat spoke, instantly tearing through the void. No matter how the ancient Sungdi powerhouses tried to stop it, they were powerless. It left easily, as its grade was too high for them to hold it back. I'm so angry, I could explode. The ancient Sungdi powerhouses were so enraged they felt like exploding on the spot. They had chased day and night for so long, only to end up with nothing. How could they not be furious? Head to the ancient one Sungdi. Let's go. They didn't hesitate, all moving towards the ancient one Sungdi, where the real Li Xing was. What? Substitute talisman? I can't believe it. There's such a move. When news of the substitute talisman spread, it caused an uproar in the 5 regions. None of them had expected that everything was fake. Li Xing had played all the ancient Sungdi like a fiddle. This move was truly amazing. They were shocked. Originally, they thought Li Xing was doomed, but it turned out to be all fake. Li Xing had deliberately used the substitute talisman to distract the ancient Sungdi. Instantly, they all admired Li Xing greatly. Li Xing was indeed a remarkable person. No wonder he had achieved the status of a saint at such a young age, around 20. Li Xing was too intelligent, bold, and strategic. Even the ancient Sungdi had been successfully tricked. Outside the ancient one Sungdi, Li Xing wielded a long spear, channeling thunderous power, and launched a fierce attack, aiming to force his way into the small world of the ancient one Sung Di. This spear was known as the Daoyan spear, a treasure from the Dao Yan Sung Di. Like the wandering boat, its grade was extremely extraordinary, far surpassing other sacred artifacts. Indeed, even the top-ranked Daoyan Sung Di in ancient times had been plundered by the demon blade. The sacred treasure, the Daoyan spear, was taken by the demon blade. The demon blade from the ancient era was truly very fierce. Although he had greatly improved in various aspects, he still couldn't fully unleash the power of the Daoyan spear. However, this was under normal circumstances. He was not within the scope of normal circumstances. True, he couldn't unleash the full power of the Daoyan spear due to his low cultivation level. But that didn't stop the spear from automatically erupting with its full power. With just a word from him, the Daoyan spear automatically unleashed its full might without any need for him to stimulate it. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the heavens, causing severe damage to the small world of the ancient one Sung Di. The saints inside, including the master, all had extremely grim expressions. The small world was their foundation, their stronghold. Over the long years, they had continuously strengthened and reinforced its power. Not to exaggerate, even a powerful existence like a great saint couldn't shake their small world at all. Yet, under Li Xing's spear attack, the small world's defenses were clearly struggling. The power unleashed by the spear was too terrifying. The small world couldn't withstand a few more strikes. How can it be so strong? The master's face turned pale. It was truly uncanny. Li Xing, a young man around 20 years old, had already become a saint, which was alarming enough. Yet, the saint status wasn't even his true strength. Li Xing's actual power was even greater than that of a saint. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it even if he were beaten to death. We can't even delay him. He was extremely anxious. Originally, he had planned to stay inside and delay Li Xing, hoping to buy time until the other ancient Sung Di powerhouses arrived. Who knew Li Xing was so formidable that he was about to force his way in. "Young friend, can we talk?" He hurriedly shouted, using his power to project his voice outside, hoping Li Xing would stop and negotiate. Of course, negotiation wasn't the goal. The goal was still to buy time. "There's nothing to discuss. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously, not cherishing it at all." Li Xing's expression was cold, clearly understanding the master of the ancient one Sung Di's intentions. It was nothing more than trying to delay until the arrival of the other ancient Sung Di. He wasn't worried. This time, he dared to attack the ancient one Sung Di because he had full confidence. Even if the other ancient Sung Di arrived, it would be fine. It was time to settle all accounts. Boom! He erupted again, the Daoyan spear radiating even more terrifying brilliance, like a heavenly pillar, piercing through the sky. Crack! The small world of the ancient one Sung Di was forcibly pierced by the Daoyan spear, creating a large hole. Li Xing directly charged in. Kill! Inside the small world, a few saint-level combatants from the ancient one Sung Di immediately attacked Li Xing. They knew Li Xing's terror well and attacked without holding back, using all the power and means at their disposal. Such power and means had been able to threaten and pressure Li Xing before. But now, these powers and means couldn't bring Li Xing any pressure at all. The Daoyan spear burst with boundless brilliance, a single strike shattering all powers and means. Saintly blood splattered. The saints, who had reached the extraordinary realm, were like chickens and dogs before Li Xing, unable to withstand a single blow. They were swept away by Li Xing, instantly suffering severe injuries, losing their combat capabilities, and collapsing to the ground. Saints, ranked as extraordinary beings, were remarkable in all aspects and couldn't easily lose their fighting abilities. But the Daoyan spear was too terrifying, its power directly injuring the saints' essence, rendering them unable to fight any longer. Saints can be swept away like this? My God! The disciples of the ancient one Sung Di were terrified, trembling all over, almost losing their souls. When did saints become so easily defeated, like fallen leaves on the ground, effortlessly swept away? Especially The one sweeping away the saints was just a young man around 20 years old. This impact on them was too great. Li Xing truly was going to defy the heavens. No wonder Li Xing, who was being pursued, boldly appeared and did not take these sacred lands into account. He was playing a diversion tactic with them, using the substitute talisman to distract them. They felt extremely frustrated, filled with the urge to kill. They had chased for so long, almost capturing Li Xing, only to find out it was a fake, just a substitute talisman. The feeling was unbearable. The person is fake, but the treasures like the wandering boat are not. Kill. The members of the wandering sanctuary ignored everything else and charged forward, intent on reclaiming the wandering boat first. Kill. The people from the Azura Palace also charged forward, as the Azura Spear was also present. They wanted to reclaim the Azura Spear first. Yes, those treasures are real. The substitute talisman is also very good. If we can obtain it, it will be a great gain. Kill. The ancient Sungdi powerhouses also joined in, charging forward. It's not the real person, but the treasures like the Xiaoyaozhou are real. Attack. The people from Xiaoyao Sungdi, disregarding everything else, charged forward, aiming to reclaim the Xiaoyaozhou first. Attack. The Shouluogong also joined the fray. With their Shoulua Samal also present, they wanted to reclaim it as well. Yes, those treasures are all real. Even the Ti Sun Fu is valuable. If we can obtain it, it would be a significant gain. Attack. The ancient Sungdi powerhouses all took action, rushing forward. If it weren't for my master asking me to distract you, you wouldn't even see my shadow. I'm out of here. The Xiaoyaozhou spoke and instantly tore through the void, effortlessly escaping despite the efforts of the ancient Sungdi powerhouses to stop it. Its grade was too high for these ancient Sungdi powerhouses to detain. Arg! I'm so furious. The ancient Sungdi powerhouses were so enraged they felt like exploding on the spot. After all the days and nights of chasing, it all turned out to be for nothing. How could they not be furious? Let's go to Guyi Sungdi. Move out. They did not hesitate and quickly set off towards Guyi Sungdi, where the real Li Xing was. What? A Ti Sun Fu? I can't believe it. There's such a move. When the news of the Ti Sun Fu spread, it immediately caused a sensation in the 5 regions. No one had expected that everything was a fake, and Li Xing had played all the ancient Sungdi like puppets in his hands. This move was truly amazing. They were shocked beyond words. Initially, they thought Li Xing was doomed, but it turned out to be a fake. Li Xing had deliberately used the Ti Sun Fu to distract the ancient Sungdi. In an instant, they all admired Li Xing greatly. Li Xing was truly an extraordinary person. No wonder he had achieved the status of a saint at such a young age of 20. He was incredibly intelligent, bold, and strategic, successfully outwitting the ancient Sungdi. Outside Guyi Sungdi, Li Xing wielded a spear, channeling the power of thunder, and launched a fierce assault, determined to force his way into the Xianxia of Guyi Sungdi. This spear was known as the Dalian Cheng, a treasure from the Dalian Sungdi. Just like the Xiaoyaozhou, it was of an extremely high grade, far surpassing other Sungqi. Indeed, even the top-ranked Dalian Sungdi in ancient times had been plundered by the Modal, and the sacred treasure, the Dalian Cheng, was stolen by the Moda. The Modal from ancient times was truly formidable. Although he had significantly improved in various aspects, he still couldn't fully unleash the power of the Dalian Cheng. However, this was under normal circumstances. He was not in the realm of normal circumstances. True, he couldn't fully unleash the power of the Dalian Cheng due to his low level, but the Dalian Cheng could automatically erupt with its full power, just by his command. Booming sounds of terrifying explosions reverberated through the heavens, causing severe damage to the Xianxia of Guyi Sungdi. The Sungdu and others inside the Xianxia all had extremely grim expressions. The Xianxia was their base, their stronghold, and over the long years, they had continuously strengthened and reinforced its power. Without exaggeration, even the formidable power of a Da Sung couldn't shake their Xianxia. Yet, under the spear attacks of Li Xing, The power of their Xianxia clearly couldn't withstand it. The power unleashed by the spear was too terrifying, and the Xianxia couldn't endure even a few more strikes. How can it be this strong? The Sengdu's face turned pale, truly feeling like something supernatural was happening. Li Xing, a young man around 20 years old, had already achieved the status of a saint, which was terrifying enough. However, being a saint wasn't even Li Xing's true strength. His actual power was even greater. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he were beaten to death. We can't even delay him. He was extremely anxious. Originally, he had planned to stay inside and delay the situation, hoping to hold out until the other ancient Sengdi powerhouses arrived. Who knew Li Xing was so fierce that he was about to force his way in? Young friend, can we talk? He hurriedly shouted, using his power to project his voice outside, hoping Li Xing would stop and negotiate. Of course, negotiation wasn't the goal. The goal was to buy time. There's nothing to talk about. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously, not valuing it at all. Li Xing's expression was cold, fully aware of the Sengdu's intentions, which were merely to stall for time until the other ancient Sengdi arrived. He wasn't worried. This time, he dared to attack Guyi Sengdi because he had absolute confidence. If the other ancient Sengdi came, so be it. It was all part of settling the score. Boom! He erupted again, and the Dalian Chang radiated even more terrifying brilliance, like a pillar of heaven, shooting straight into the sky. The sound of shattering echoed as Guyi Sengdi's Xianxia was forcibly pierced by the Dalian Chang, creating a large hole, and he charged right in. Attack! Inside the Xianxia, several saint-level fighters from Guyi Sengdi immediately charged towards Li Xing. They knew how terrifying Li Xing was and unleashed all their strength and techniques without holding back. Such power and techniques earlier could still pose a threat and pressure to Li Xing, but now, these powers and techniques couldn't bring Li Xing any pressure at all. The Dalian Chang emitted boundless brilliance, a single strike breaking all powers and techniques. Saintly blood splattered, and these saints, who had reached the realm of the extraordinary, were like chickens and dogs in front of Li Xing, easily swept away. In an instant, they were heavily injured, losing their ability to fight, collapsing to the ground. Saints, standing at the pinnacle of the extraordinary, couldn't be easily defeated. But the Dalian Chang was too terrifying, its power directly injuring the saints' essence, rendering them incapable of further combat. Saints can be swept away like this? My goodness! The disciples of Guyi Sengdi were so frightened their bodies trembled, and their souls almost scattered. When did saints become so vulnerable, easily swept away like fallen leaves on the ground? Especially when the one sweeping them away was a young man around 20 years old. This impact on them was too great. Li Xing was truly going to defy the heavens. If it weren't for my master asking me to distract you, you wouldn't even see my shadow. I'm leaving. The wandering boat spoke, and in an instant, it tore through the void, effortlessly escaping despite the attempts of the ancient, sacred land powerhouses to stop it. Its grade was too high. These ancient sanctuary powerhouses couldn't hold it back. I'm so angry. Chapter 167. Li Xing the Rebellious, sweeping across the saints. Substitute talisman. Damn it, we've been tricked. The ancient Sengdi powerhouses cursed loudly, realizing they had been fooled by a substitute talisman. Their faces darkened, and their hearts were filled with rage. After chasing for so long, they had been chasing a decoy all along. No wonder Li Xing, the pursued one, had appeared so boldly, not placing any of these Sengdi in his eyes. He had been playing a diversion tactic with them, using the substitute talisman to distract them. They felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, filled with the urge to kill. They had chased for so long, thinking they were about to catch Li Xing, only to find out it was a fake, just a substitute talisman. The feeling was beyond miserable. The person is fake, but the treasures like the Xiaoyaozhou are real. Kill. The people from Xiaoyao Sengdi didn't care about anything else and charged forward, aiming to reclaim the Xiaoyaozhou first. Kill. The Xiaoluogong also charged, as their Xiaoluo Samal was also here. They wanted to reclaim the Xiaoluo Samal first. Yes, those treasures are real. The substitute talisman itself is also valuable. If we can obtain it, it would be a significant gain. Kill. The ancient Sungdi powerhouses also joined in, attacking forward. If it weren't for my master ordering me to distract you, you wouldn't even see my shadow. I'm out of here. The Xiaoyaozhou spoke and instantly tore through the void, leaving effortlessly despite the efforts of the ancient Sungdi powerhouses to stop it. Its grade was too high for these ancient Sungdi powerhouses to hold it back. I'm going to explode from anger. The ancient Sungdi powerhouses were so furious they felt like exploding on the spot. After chasing day and night, in the end, it was all for nothing. How could they not be furious? Head to Guyi Sungdi. Let's go. They didn't hesitate and quickly moved towards Guyi Sungdi, where the real Li Xing was. What? Substitute talisman? I can't believe it. There's such a move? When news of the substitute talisman spread, the entire region of Wubu was in an uproar. No one had expected that everything was a fake, and Li Xing had played all the ancient Sungdi like puppets. This move was truly impressive. They were all stunned. Originally, they had thought Li Xing was doomed, but it turned out to be all fake. Li Xing had deliberately used the substitute talisman to distract the ancient Sungdi. In an instant, they all admired Li Xing greatly. Li Xing was truly a remarkable person. No wonder he had achieved the status of a saint at such a young age, around 20. Li Xing was too intelligent, bold, and resourceful. Even the ancient Sungdi had been successfully tricked. Outside Guyi Sungdi, Li Xing wielded a spear, channeling the power of thunder, and launched a fierce attack, intending to force his way into the small world of Guyi Sungdi. This spear was known as the Dalian Cheng, a treasure from the Dalian Sungdi, with an extremely extraordinary grade, far surpassing other Sungqi. Indeed, even the top-ranked Dalian Sungdi had been plundered by the demon blade in ancient times, and their treasure, the Dalian Cheng, had been taken by the demon blade. The demon blade from ancient times was indeed very fierce. Although he had greatly improved in various aspects, he still couldn't fully unleash the power of the Dalian Cheng. However, this was under normal circumstances. He was not bound by normal circumstances. True, he couldn't fully unleash the power of the Dalian Cheng due to his low realm, but that didn't stop the Dalian Cheng from automatically erupting with its full power. With just a word from him, the Dalian Cheng erupted with its full power, without needing him to activate it. Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the heavens, and the small world of Guyi Sungdi was severely damaged. The Sungdu and others inside had extremely grim expressions. The small world was their foundation and stronghold, fortified over long years. Without exaggeration, even the mighty power of a great saint couldn't shake their small world. Yet, under Li Xing's spear attack, the small world's defenses were clearly struggling. The power unleashed by the spear was too terrifying, and the small world couldn't withstand many more blows. How can it be so strong? The Sungdu's face turned pale. It was truly absurd. Li Xing, a young man around 20, had already achieved the status of a saint, which was already alarming enough. However, being a saint wasn't even Li Xing's true strength. His true strength was even greater than that of a saint. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he were beaten to death. We can't even delay him. He was extremely anxious. Originally, he had planned to stay inside and delay Li Xing, hoping to hold out until the other ancient Sungdi powerhouses arrived. Who knew? Li Xing was outrageously powerful, and it seemed he was about to force his way in. "Young friend, can we talk?" He hurriedly shouted, using his power to project his voice outside, hoping Li Xing would stop and negotiate. Negotiation wasn't the goal. The goal was to buy time. "There's nothing to talk about. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously, not at all." Li Xing's expression was cold, clearly understanding the Sungdu's intentions. It was just a ploy to buy time until the other ancient Sungdi arrived. He wasn't worried. This time, he dared to attack Guyi Sengdi, confident in his abilities. The other ancient Sengdi coming would be fine. It would be better to settle accounts with them all at once. Boom! He erupted again, and the Dalian Chang radiated even more terrifying brilliance, like a pillar of light piercing the sky. Cracking sounds echoed as the small world of Guyi Sengdi was forcibly pierced by the Dalian Chang, creating a large hole. He charged right in. Kill. Inside the small world, a few remaining saint-level fighters from Guyi Sengdi immediately charged towards Li Xing. They knew Li Xing's terror and attacked without holding back, using all their strength and techniques. Such power and techniques, earlier, could still pose a threat and pressure to Li Xing. But now, these powers and techniques couldn't pressure Li Xing at all. The Dalian Chang erupted with boundless brilliance, a single strike breaking all powers and techniques. Saintly blood splattered, and those who had reached the extraordinary level of a saint were like chickens and dogs before Li Xing, easily swept aside. In an instant, they were severely injured, losing their combat abilities, collapsing to the ground. Being a saint, they were extraordinary in all aspects and couldn't easily lose their combat abilities. But the Dalian Chang was too terrifying, its power directly injuring the saint's essence, rendering them unable to fight. Even saints can be swept aside like this? My heavens! The disciples of Guyi Sengdi were terrified, trembling all over, their souls almost scared out. When had saints become so easily defeated, like fallen leaves being effortlessly swept away? Especially when the one sweeping them aside was just a young man around 20 years old. This impact on them was too great. Li Xing was truly going to defy the heavens. To the Ancient One Sanctuary. Let's go. They didn't hesitate and quickly moved towards the Ancient One Sacred Land, where the real Li Xing was. What? Substitute talisman? I can't believe there's such a move. When the news of the substitute talisman spread, the 5 regions were instantly in an uproar. None of them had expected that everything was fake. Li Xing had played all the ancient sacred domains like a fiddle. This move was truly amazing. They were shocked. Originally, they thought Li Xing was finished, but it turned out to be all fake. Li Xing had deliberately used the substitute talisman to distract the ancient holy lands. In an instant, they all admired Li Xing greatly. Li Xing was truly an extraordinary person. No wonder he had achieved the status of a saint at the age of 20. Li Xing was too intelligent, bold, and strategic. Even the ancient sacred grounds had been successfully deceived. Chapter 167. Li Xing the Rebellious, Sweeping Through Saints. Substitute Talisman. Damn it, we've been tricked. The ancient sacred land experts cursed loudly, recognizing the substitute talisman. Their faces darkened, and their hearts were filled with fury. After chasing for so long, they realized they weren't chasing the real target. No wonder Li Xing, the one they were pursuing, had boldly appeared, showing no respect for these sacred lands. He had been playing a diversion tactic with them, using the substitute talisman to distract them. They felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, their minds filled with the urge to kill. They had chased for so long, almost capturing Li Xing, only to find out it was a fake, just a substitute talisman. The feeling was indescribable. The person is fake, but the treasures like the Wanderer's boat are real. Kill. The people from the Wanderer's sacred land didn't care about anything else and charged forward, aiming to reclaim the Wanderer's boat first. Kill. The people from the Azura Palace also charged forward, as the Azura Spear was also here. They wanted to reclaim the Azura Spear first. Yes, those treasures are real. The substitute talisman itself is also valuable. If we can get it, it would be a great gain. Kill. The experts from the ancient sacred lands also joined the fray, charging forward. If it weren't for my master asking me to distract you, you wouldn't even see my shadow. I'm leaving. The Wanderer's boat spoke, instantly tearing through the void. No matter how the ancient sacred land experts tried to stop it, they were powerless. It left the area easily. Its grade was too high. These ancient sacred land experts couldn't hold it back. Arg. I'm so furious. The ancient sacred land experts were so angry they felt like exploding. They had chased day and night, only to end up with nothing. How could they not be furious? Head to the ancient one sacred land. Let's go. They didn't hesitate and immediately set off towards the ancient one sacred land, where the real Lixing was. What? A substitute talisman? I can't believe it. There's such a move. When news of the substitute talisman spread, the 5 regions were instantly in an uproar. No one had expected that everything was a fake. Lixing had played all the ancient sacred lands like a fiddle. This move was truly amazing. They were shocked. Originally, they thought Lixing was doomed, but it turned out to be all fake. Lixing had deliberately used the substitute talisman to distract the ancient sacred lands. Instantly, they all admired Lixing greatly. Lixing was truly an extraordinary person. No wonder he had achieved the status of a saint at such a young age of 20. Lixing was too intelligent, brave, and strategic. Even the ancient sacred lands had been successfully tricked. Outside the ancient one sacred land, Lixing wielded a long spear, channeling the power of thunder, and launched a fierce attack, intending to force his way into the small world of the ancient one sacred land. This spear was named the Tao Evolution Spear, a precious treasure from the Tao Evolution Sacred Land. Like the Wanderer's Boat, its grade was extremely extraordinary, far beyond other sacred weapons. Indeed, even the top-ranked Tao Evolution Sacred Land had been plundered by the Demon Blade during the ancient times, and the sacred treasure, the Tao Evolution Spear, had been stolen by the Demon Blade. The Demon Blade of the ancient times was truly very fierce. Although he had greatly improved in various aspects, he still couldn't fully unleash the power of the Tao Evolution Spear. However, this was under normal circumstances. He was not within the scope of normal circumstances. Granted, he couldn't unleash the full power of the Tao Evolution Spear due to his low cultivation level, but the spear could automatically erupt with full power. With just a word from him, the Tao Evolution Spear automatically unleashed its full might without requiring any effort from him. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the heavens, causing severe damage to the small world of the ancient one sacred land. The faces of the saints inside turned extremely grim. The small world was their foundational base, their stronghold. Over the long ages, they had continuously strengthened and solidified its power. It was no exaggeration to say that even a mighty saint of the highest rank couldn't shake their small world. Yet, under Lixing's spear attack, the power of the small world clearly couldn't hold up. The power unleashed by the spear was too terrifying, and the small world couldn't withstand a few more strikes. How can it be so strong? The saint leader's face turned pale. It was truly a bizarre situation. Lixing, a young man around 20 years old, had become a saint, which was already shocking enough. However, being a saint wasn't even his true strength. Lixing's true strength was even stronger than that of a saint. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he were beaten to death. We can't even delay him. He was extremely anxious. Originally, he had planned to stay inside and delay Lixing, hoping to buy time until the other ancient sacred land experts arrived. Who knew? Lixing was too fierce, and it seemed he was about to force his way in. "Young friend, can we talk?" He hurriedly shouted, using his power to project his voice outside, hoping Lixing would stop and negotiate. Of course, negotiation wasn't the goal. The goal was still to buy time. "There's nothing to talk about. I've given you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously, not at all." Lixing's expression was cold. He clearly understood the saint leader's intentions. It was just to delay time, hoping for the arrival of the other ancient sacred lands. He wasn't worried. This time, he dared to attack the ancient one sacred land, confident in his abilities. The arrival of the other ancient sacred lands would be even better. He could settle accounts with them all at once. Boom! He erupted again, and the Tao Evolution Spear radiated even more terrifying brilliance, like a pillar of light piercing the sky. Crack! The small world of the ancient one sacred land was forcibly pierced by the Tao Evolution Spear, creating a large hole. Li Xing directly charged in. Kill. Inside the small world, several saint-level combatants remained in the Ancient One's sacred land. They immediately rushed towards Li Xing. They knew how terrifying Li Xing was and attacked without holding back, using all their power and means. Such power and means could still pose a threat and pressure to Li Xing earlier. But now, these powers and means couldn't bring Li Xing any pressure. The Tao Evolution Spear burst with boundless brilliance, and with a single strike, all powers and means were shattered. Saintly blood splattered. The saints, who had reached the extraordinary realm, were like chickens and dogs before Li Xing, easily swept aside. In an instant, they were heavily injured, losing their combat abilities and collapsing to the ground. Saints ranked among the extraordinary, with astonishing abilities in all aspects, and couldn't be easily defeated. But the Tao Evolution Spear was too terrifying. The power it unleashed directly injured the saints' essence, rendering them unable to fight. Even saints can be swept aside like this? My goodness! The disciples of the Ancient One's sacred land were so frightened that their bodies trembled, and their souls almost scattered. When had saints become so easily defeated, like fallen leaves on the ground, easily swept away? Especially when the one sweeping them aside was just a young man around 20 years old. This brought them too much shock. Li Xing was truly going against the heavens. Li Xing wielded a spear, channeling the power of lightning, and fiercely attacked forward, intending to forcefully break into the small world of the Ancient One's sanctuary. This spear was named the Tao Evolution Spear, a treasure from the Tao Evolution Sanctuary. Just like the wandering boat, its grade was extraordinarily high, far beyond other sacred weapons. Indeed, even the top-ranked Tao Evolution sacred land, during the ancient era, had been plundered by the demon blade. The treasure of the sacred land, the Tao Evolution Spear, had been taken by the demon blade. The demon blade from the ancient era was truly very fierce. Although he had greatly improved in various aspects, he still couldn't fully unleash the power of the Tao Evolution Spear. However, this was under normal circumstances. He was not within the scope of normal circumstances. True, he couldn't unleash the full power of the Tao Evolution Spear due to his low realm, but he didn't need to. The Tao Evolution Spear automatically erupted with its full power at his command, without requiring any effort from him. Boom! The small world of the ancient Wunsung Di suffered severe damage, with terrifying explosions echoing through the heavens. The saints inside, including the patriarch, all wore extremely grim expressions. The small world was their foundation, their headquarters. Over the long years, they had continuously strengthened and reinforced the power of the small world. Not to mention, even a mighty saint could not shake their small world at all. But under the attack of Li Xing's spear, the power of the small world was clearly unable to withstand it. The power unleashed by the spear was too terrifying, and the small world couldn't endure many more strikes. How can it be so strong? The patriarch's face turned pale. It was truly bizarre. Li Xing, a young man around 20 years old, had already become a saint, which was shocking enough. However, being a saint was not Li Xing's true strength. His true strength was even stronger than that of a saint. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. We can't even delay him. He was extremely anxious. Originally, he had planned to hide inside and delay for some time, hoping to drag it out until the other ancient sect powerhouses arrived. Who knew? Li Xing was fierce to the extreme, and it seemed he was about to forcefully break in. "Young friend, can we talk?" He hurriedly shouted, transmitting his voice out with power, hoping Li Xing would stop and negotiate. Negotiation was not the goal. The goal was still to buy time. "There's nothing to talk about. I've given you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously, not at all." Li Xing's expression was cold. He clearly knew what the patriarch of the Ancient One Sanctuary was thinking. It was nothing more than wanting to delay until the arrival of the other ancient sanctuaries. He wasn't worried. This time, he dared to attack the Ancient One Sanctuary because he had full confidence. If the other ancient Holy Lands came, so be it. It was time to settle accounts. Boom. He erupted again, and the Tao evolution spear shone with even more terrifying brilliance, like a pillar of heaven, piercing through the clouds. Cracking sounds echoed as the small world of the Ancient One Holy Land was forcibly pierced by the Tao evolution spear, creating a large hole. He directly charged in. Kill. Inside the small world, there were still a few saint-level combatants remaining in the Ancient One Sacred Land. They immediately rushed towards Li Xing. They knew how terrifying Li Xing was and unleashed all their strength and techniques without reservation. Such strength and techniques, in the past, could still pose a threat and pressure to Li Xing. But now, these strength and techniques couldn't bring Li Xing any pressure at all. The Tao evolution spear emitted boundless brilliance, a single strike breaking all the strength and techniques. Saints' blood splattered. Saints, who had already entered the extraordinary realm, were like chickens and dogs in front of Li Xing, easily swept away. In an instant, they were heavily injured, losing their ability to fight and collapsed to the ground. Saints, ranking in the extraordinary realm, were extraordinary in all aspects and couldn't lose their combat ability so easily. But the Tao evolution spear was too terrifying and powerful. The power it unleashed directly damaged the saints' essence, making them unable to fight anymore. Even saints can be swept away like this? My God! The disciples of the Ancient One's sacred ground were terrified, trembling all over, their souls almost scattered. When did saints become so easily defeated, like fallen leaves on the ground, easily swept away? Especially, the one sweeping away the saints was just a young man around 20 years old. This impact on them was too great. Li Xing was truly going against the heavens. Chapter 168, True, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Sages, regardless of the era, stand high above, transcending the mundane and overlooking countless lives. Yet now, before their very eyes, these sages were swept away like ants, an awe-inspiring sight beyond words. The entire Ancient One Sacred Land was struck with terror. Ah, how could this be? Su Jiaolong's grandfather roared inwardly, unable to accept this reality. He had thought he controlled everything, that Li Xing, pushed by him, had walked into a deadly trap with no chance of recovery. Who knew? It was all a ruse. Li Xing, with his shrewdness, had outwitted all the ancient sacred lands. Don't panic. Don't panic. The sacred land still has its ancient ancestor, who should be able to hold him off and buy some time. He kept consoling himself, trying to calm his fear. The ancient ancestor within the sacred land had yet to emerge, his power unfathomably deep, far surpassing that of a sage. How dare you? At that moment, a terrifying voice rang out, like thunder exploding, extremely frightening. Simultaneously, a horrifying pressure descended, as if a slumbering beast had been awakened, extremely terrifying. Old fogey, don't just make a show of bravado. If you have the guts, come out and fight. Li Xing sneered, unafraid. Time is ruthless, no matter how brilliant you are. Unless you become an immortal, you will be cut by the blade of time. He knew who the voice belonged to, the ancient ancestor of the Ancient One's sacred land, who had lived through endless ages, his strength unfathomable. And such figures who had lived through endless ages, their conditions were never good, having been cut by the blade of time, nearing their end, with little life left. They dared not act recklessly. Like the old supreme being of the Xiaoyao Seng Di, it was the same. Despite the extreme terror and horror of the pressure emanating from the ancient ancestor of the Ancient One sacred land, it was all just a show of bravado. Li Xing was well aware of this. Moreover, even if this ancient ancestor of the Ancient One sacred land wasn't just showing off, Li Xing was unafraid. You're courting death. From the depths of the Ancient One's sacred land, a cold snort echoed, a killing intent that blanketed the heavens and earth, making one feel cold to the bone, hair standing on end. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded in the heavens and earth. The ancient ancestor of the Ancient One's sacred land had made his move. A great blade surged out from the depths, wrapped in peerless sacred radiance, its blade light illuminating the heavens, descending from the sky, slashing down at Li Xing with one strike. The ancient ancestor of the ancient one sacred land, striking fiercely and powerfully, seemed to be responding to Li Xing's claim that he was just making a show of bravado with actions. Damn, the old fogey. His condition isn't really good, is it? The dragon horse's expression changed. Those nearing the end of their life, how could they dare to strike so fiercely? All were doing their utmost to avoid consumption. After all, the price of such a fierce strike was very severe. It would cost their own lives. What are you shouting about? The little white fox, riding on the dragon horse, raised a small paw and knocked it on the dragon horse's head, saying, "Where is it good? If he really had a good condition, why wouldn't he show up?" She continued, "You've been deceived. He's obviously struggling. Look, his attack isn't using his own power. Clearly he's just borrowing a knife to kill." The dragon horse realized, indeed, the little white fox was right. The ancient ancestor of the ancient one sacred land belonged to, true borrowing a knife to kill. The seemingly fierce and powerful attack, in fact, most of the power came from that great blade. That great blade was no ordinary weapon. The ancient ancestor of the ancient one sacred land obviously wanted to use this to intimidate Li Xing. He underestimates my big brother too much. Big brother dares to come. How could he be afraid of these? Don't say he's in bad condition. Even if he's really in good condition, Big Brother definitely wouldn't be afraid of him, the dragon horse said. Boom. The great blade came down, truly not an ordinary weapon, extremely terrifying, its blade light slicing through the void. Even a great sage could be easily beheaded. This was a Saint King weapon. Hand it over. Li Xing thrust out with a spear. The Tao evolution spear had special Tao and laws flowing, forming order rules, immediately suppressing the great blade, erasing all its attacks. Then, his figure flashed, like a streak of light, quickly arriving in front of the great blade, grabbing it in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The great blade, when grabbed, was initially very unruly, resisting fiercely, but in the next instant, the great blade became docile, retracting all its luster and power, becoming Li Xing's weapon. Respected master, the thunder slash blade will serve you for eternity. The great blade's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind. It was suppressed by the system, submitting to Li Xing as its master, completely surrendering. Good. Li Xing chuckled, saying, "Go and cut off that old fogey's head for me. Let him make a show of bravado again." Swish. The thunder slash blade automatically flew out of Li Xing's hand, heading towards the depths. Then a battle erupted there. The ancient ancestor of the ancient one sacred land was forced to appear, engaging in a fierce battle with the thunder slash blade. Who exactly is this guy? Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was deeply shocked. Others might not be clear about Li Xing's situation, but she was. The astonishing strength Li Xing displayed mostly came from his formidable physical body. Li Xing's cultivation realm wasn't particularly high, currently only at the divine sovereign realm. It was because she was clear about these that she was shocked. Whether it was a sacred weapon, a Saint King weapon, or even the extremely high-grade, near-supreme weapon, almost half-supreme weapon like the Xiao Yao vessel or the Tao evolution spear. Once in Li Xing's hands, they all instantly submitted, serving Li Xing as their master. Moreover, without consuming Li Xing's own strength, these weapons could unleash their maximum power. How was this done? She really couldn't figure it out. If Li Xing's realm was exceptionally high, or even a supreme being, or an emperor, these would all be understandable. But Li Xing's realm was only at the divine sovereign. She knew this was Li Xing's true realm, because she had witnessed every step of Li Xing's realm advancement. How could a divine sovereign make sacred weapons, Saint King weapons, and even half-supreme weapons submit instantly? She really couldn't figure it out. This guy has too many secrets, the red-robed demon emperor said with great solemnity in her heart. As an invincible demon emperor who roamed the ancient times, she had seen all kinds of characters, but like Li Xing, She had truly never encountered one before. Li Xing's mystery even shocked her, deeply impressed her. Has he discovered my existence? She whispered inwardly. Previously, she thought the jade bead was extremely mysterious and transcendent. Li Xing couldn't possibly discover her existence through the jade bead. But as the time spent by Li Xing's side grew longer, her confidence also gradually waned, no longer certain if Li Xing had discovered her. No matter if he has discovered me or not, I can't do anything to him now. I'm not his match. The red-robed demon emperor said helplessly in her heart. She really wanted to ask Li Xing if he had long discovered her existence. But her reason told her that she couldn't do so. At least Li Xing hadn't done anything to her yet. She still had some chance. Once she questioned Li Xing, making everything clear, she would likely lose this chance. Li Xing was very likely to directly take action against her. Therefore, she couldn't make it clear now, could only continue to hide like this. Chapter 169. Remember the name of my master, Zheng Zimo. Explosions echoed from the depths, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to shake. The thunder-cutting blade lunged towards him, forcing the ancient ancestor of the ancient, one sacred land to emerge in bewilderment, confronting the thunder-cutting blade. What the hell is going on? The ancient ancestor of the ancient one sacred land was utterly dumbfounded. He had wielded the thunder-cutting blade against Li Xing to demonstrate his dominance and force Li Xing to retreat. How did the thunder-cutting blade end up in Li Xing's hands, becoming his weapon and fighting for him? In the face of such a situation, he was on the verge of madness. As the little white fox had guessed, he was indeed struggling to maintain his composure. His condition was dire, nearing his end, with little time left to live. The thunder-cutting blade was indeed a tool to eliminate his enemies, avoiding further depletion of his strength. Without hesitation, he swiftly unleashed various secret techniques, attempting to reclaim the thunder-cutting blade. However, to his utter disbelief, all his secret techniques failed to affect the thunder-cutting blade. He could not reclaim it. This is impossible. Even he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his face filled with disbelief. The thunder-cutting blade was his life-bound artifact, forged with his own essence and blood, deeply connected to him. Under normal circumstances, it could never become someone else's weapon. It would always remain under his control. Yet now, he truly couldn't reclaim the thunder-cutting blade, as all connections to it had been severed. The thunder-cutting blade was now completely foreign to him. How was this possible? He couldn't comprehend it. Li Xing was truly eerie, capable of instantly severing all connections with the thunder-cutting blade. This was utterly inconceivable. Thunder-cutting blade, look at me. I am your creator, your old father, he shouted, trying to awaken the thunder-cutting blade. However, all that responded were endless streaks of blade light. Billions of blade lights erupted, illuminating the sky, as the thunder-cutting blade continuously slashed forward, each strike more powerful than the last, slicing through the void, unleashing chaotic spatial forces. Damn it! The ancient ancestor of the ancient one's sacred land cursed, his face ashen. This time, he was truly in dire straits. The thunder-cutting blade was no ordinary weapon. He had fused it with the best materials, and its power surpassed that of ordinary Saint Kings. To reclaim the thunder-cutting blade, he would have to expend considerable effort, which would greatly deplete his lifespan. He really wanted to curse. What kind of situation was this? To fight against his own life-bound artifact at the cost of his life. He was probably the only one in history to suffer so miserably. What the hell? My God. The ancient ancestor's life-bound artifact has been seized and turned into his weapon. The entire ancient one sacred land was in shock, each more bewildered than the last. This situation was entirely beyond their expectations. They hadn't anticipated it at all. Li Xing was too damn terrifying. How could this happen? Su Jiaolong's grandfather exclaimed in shock, his face as pale as a corpse, his eyes filled with despair. Li Xing was attacking, and he had hoped the ancient ancestor could suppress Li Xing. Who knew such a thing would happen? This time, he was truly despairing. Li Xing could easily seize the thunder-cutting blade and wield it for himself, clearly demonstrating his terrifying power. Even if the ancient ancestor were to fight to the death, he likely wouldn't be Li Xing's match. This time, he was truly doomed. Boom. At that moment, all the saints of the ancient one sacred land outside had returned. The distance from the west to the east was vast, but for saints, it was negligible. They all returned in less than a moment. Bold. You've truly gone mad. Without hesitation, they all charged towards Li Xing. Dozens of saints and several great saints. The strength the ancient one sacred land possessed was truly astonishing. However, for Li Xing now, these were nothing. Li Xing's entire body glowed brilliantly. His perfected saint body was nearing its later stages, capable of unleashing formidable physical power, unharmed by great saints. He wielded the Tao derivative spear and immediately charged forward. The Tao derivative spear was extraordinary, truly just a step away from becoming a supreme artifact. With such a Tao derivative spear in hand, the saints and great saints of the ancient one sacred land were no match for him. Puff, puff, puff. In less than a moment, saint blood rained down, splattering across the entire ancient one sacred land. Before the Tao derivative spear, these saints and great saints were nothing, instantly swept away by Li Xing, each collapsing to the ground, severely injured, losing their ability to fight. That's the Tao derivative spear. My God, even the first sacred land, the Tao derivative sacred land, has been plundered by the demon blade? The other ancient sacred land experts also arrived at the scene. They recognized the Tao derivative spear in Li Xing's hand and were all greatly shocked. No wonder even the Tao derivative sacred land had joined the pursuit of Li Xing this time. Apparently, even the Tao derivative sacred land, during the ancient era, had not escaped that calamity, falling victim to the demon blade's plunder. The demon blade from the ancient era was truly formidable beyond measure. This has nothing to do with you. Don't seek trouble for yourselves. Today, anyone who dares to attack me will pay a heavy price. Li Xing turned, gripping the Tao derivative spear, and gazed at the various ancient, sacred land experts, declaring with an aura of invincibility. Who do you think you are? Holding some treasures gives you the audacity to challenge us? My Xiaoluo Palace is not afraid of you. The Xiaoluo Palace expert sneered, without hesitation, immediately charging towards Li Xing. They were no pushovers. How could they be intimidated by Li Xing? Impossible. Li Xing was just one person, despite possessing many treasures. How long could he last? The more powerful the artifact, the greater the consumption to wield it. Li Xing was bound to not last long. They were determined to reclaim the Xiaoluo killing spear. My Xiaoyao sacred land has never feared anything since its inception. You think you can threaten our Xiaoyao sacred land alone? Impossible. The great elder of the Xiaoyao sacred land, Wu Jun, shouted coldly, "Attack?" He would not back down. At the same time, he led the Xiaoyao sacred land experts in charging towards Li Xing. Who said I was alone? Li Xing shouted, I said. I come from the Tai Ching sect. My master is Xianxia. Those who oppose me are enemies of the Tai Ching sect, enemies of my master, Xianxia. Remember the name of my master, Xianxia. Today, I will fully display the divine might of my master, Xianxia's disciple, eradicating all foes. His voice thundered, brimming with momentum, as if he had transformed into a war emperor, exuding an invincible aura. Stop pretending. My Tao derivative sacred land doesn't believe your Tai Ching sect disciple identity. Even if you really are a disciple of the Tai Ching sect, our Tao derivative spear cannot fall into your hands like this. The experts of the Tao derivative sacred land were also present. They charged forward together. The Tao derivative spear, they were determined to reclaim it. Hashtag chapter 170. The battle erupts, the small world shattered in an instant. The chaotic battle erupted, with the powerhouses from Xiaoluo Palace, Xiaoyao Sacred Land, and Dao Yin Sacred Land all charging towards Li Xing. Fellows, All the treasures of our sacred lands are in his possession. Why wait any longer to strike? No matter how strong he is, he's still just one man. Some sacred land powerhouses shouted, urging other powerhouses to join the attack. Exactly. There's nothing to be afraid of. The current environment is extraordinary, and no one can guarantee survival through the upcoming winter of cultivation. If we hesitate, we'll achieve nothing and be doomed to die. Kill. The ancient, sacred land powerhouses hardened their resolve and no longer hesitated, charging forward together. The possibility that Li Xing might be a disciple of Tai Ching sect indeed gave them some pause. However, as they said, the world faced a great calamity, bringing an era of cultivation winter. If they didn't fight for their lives, they would surely perish under the winter of cultivation. This made them choose to take the risk. After all, if they could capture Li Xing, they could reclaim the treasures stolen from them in ancient times, strengthening their foundations. When facing the winter of cultivation again, they would have more confidence. More than 20 ancient sacred lands joined the fray, with the participants all being saints or above, including a significant number of great saints and several saint kings. Of course, most of these great saints and saint kings came from Daoyin Sacred Land, Wuxia Sacred Land, and Xiaoyao Sacred Land. These three sacred lands were the top three in ancient times, with overall strength far surpassing ordinary sacred lands. The outbreak of this battle was beyond terrifying. Facing such a battle, the Saint Lord of Gu-Yi Sacred Land, a burly man, burst into tears on the spot. "Can we just fight somewhere else?" He cried bitterly, tears streaming down, heartbroken to the point of suffocation. There was no choice. After all, the battlefield was right inside their small world. The battle had just begun. Yet their small world was already riddled with holes and teetering on the brink of collapse under the terrifying force. If it continued like this, their small world would be completely obliterated in no time. Well, no need to wait. It was already shattered. With a terrifying explosion, the entire world crumbled in an instant. The combined power of more than 20 ancient sacred lands was too overwhelming, far exceeding the small world's capacity to withstand. Everything from Gu-Yi Sacred Land fell out of the shattered small world. From then on, this small world became history, never to exist again. "Ah, I'm crying." The Saint Lord of Gu-Yi Sacred Land plopped down on the ground, completely devastated. No matter the outcome of this battle, their Gu-Yi Sacred Land was finished. The small world was not only their base, but also their guarantee for surviving the winter of cultivation. In ancient times, they had constructed this small world, imprisoning a vast amount of high-level cultivation substances within. Even though the ancient era had passed into a distant memory, the small world still contained a considerable amount of high-level cultivation substances. Now, with the small world shattered, those high-level cultivation substances instantly flowed into the outside world. They were completely doomed. Even if they could rebuild such a small world, it would no longer contain any high-level cultivation substances. High-level cultivation substances no longer existed in the current era. Under such circumstances, they had almost no chance of surviving the winter of cultivation. On the other side, the news of Li Xing's assault on Gu-Yi Sacred Land and his battle with the ancient sacred lands spread rapidly throughout Yanzhou. The means of propagation was still the tea house established by a flourishing sect in the central region. When the three duplicates were exposed as doppelgangers and Li Xing attacked Gu-Yi Sacred Land, this central sect dispatched members to the scene immediately. "Fellows, I'm at the forefront of the battle. Li Jiudao is truly formidable, charging straight into Gu-Yi Sacred Land. My goodness, what did I see?" Li Jiudao, after entering Gu-Yi Sacred Land, immediately swept away the remaining saint-level combatants. Those are saints, the pinnacle of existence, towering above billions of lives. Yet before Li Jiudao, they were as fragile as clay and straw, easily swept away. This central flourishing sect was quite adept at doing business. They set up ancient artifacts in tea houses across the 5 regions, allowing the inhabitants of those regions to see the scenes from Gu-Yi Sacred Land in real time. Of course, Not all tea houses had this capability. Only one tea house in each region was equipped with such ancient artifacts. The central flourishing sect had established numerous tea houses across the 5 regions. They couldn't afford so many ancient artifacts, and even these 5 were draining their resources. Fortunately, the revenue from these tea houses that could display scenes was quite substantial. Countless beings paid a hefty price to witness the spectacle. This central flourishing sect truly profited handsomely. I really wish I could enter Gui's sacred land and show everyone the situation inside. Unfortunately, I can't. The fluctuations emanating from there are too terrifying. I can't even get close, let alone within 1,000 miles, to present the scenes. The pressure is immense. The powerhouse from the central flourishing sect, holding an ancient mirror, aimed it at Gui's sacred land. This ancient mirror could connect with the artifacts in the 5 region tea houses, presenting scenes in real time. Of course, maintaining the operation of the ancient mirror and the artifacts consumed a great deal. The powerhouse had brought all the sect's resources, and even that was running out in mere moments. But that was no big deal. The revenue from the 5 tea houses was astronomical. Soon, another powerhouse was dispatched, bringing a vast amount of treasures to continue sustaining the ancient mirror's operation. After all, such a battle was too astonishing, with the weakest participants being saints. Everyone wanted to witness such a battle, emptying their pockets to do so. Watching a battle above the saint level was incredibly beneficial for their cultivation. Any insight gained could lead to a dramatic leap in their realm. I can't get in, and the scenes I can present from within Gui's sacred land are limited. It's such a pity. I wonder what's happening inside Gui's sacred land right now. Wow. Too terrifying. One after another, terrifying figures fly across the sky. Did you see that? Even from afar, I feel a chill down my spine. Those are all beings above the saint level. All the ancient sacred lands have arrived. The battle escalates. They've all charged into the small world where Gui's sacred land resides. Ah, damn it. My level is too low to get there. It's so frustrating to miss the sight of Li Jiodao fighting against the multitude of saints. The powerhouse holding the ancient mirror stomped his feet in frustration, feeling utterly miserable. Such a battle was rare, even in ancient times. After all, how often does one see such a formidable young man taking on multiple sacred lands alone? Oh, haha, everyone's in luck. The small world has been shattered. Now you can enjoy the spectacle to your heart's content. At that moment, a massive explosion occurred at Gui's sacred land, and he saw the entire small world disintegrate. He was thrilled and excitedly announced the news. With the small world gone, he could present everything in its entirety. Chapter 171. 2 amazing shots, deserving to be among the top 10 of the day. What did I just see? Who is that? The Holy Master of the Ancient One Holy Land? He's actually sitting on the ground, holding his head and crying. The powerful figure holding the ancient mirror, named Zhoutong, directed the mirror towards the Holy Master of the Ancient One Holy Land, giving him some screen time. A Holy Master, a tough guy, holding his head and crying. The scene was too compelling. Earlier, he had been here, knowing who the Holy Master of the Ancient One Holy Land was. How can he not cry? His home has been destroyed. They probably never dreamed that Li Jiodao would actually go over there. Haha, it's so funny. The more they jumped around before, the more miserable they are now. Inside the 5 sects tea house, most of the creatures who saw this couldn't stop laughing. They had no feelings for the ancient holy lands, and even detested them. After all, the ancient holy lands were too shameless. To deal with a young man like Li Xing, they actually joined forces with over 20 others. It was truly despicable. Compared to these ancient holy lands, they preferred Li Xing. They hoped Li Xing could survive this ordeal, continue the myth and legend, and suppress all the holy lands. Well done, keep giving us more shots like this. We love seeing the holy lands getting humiliated. They praised Zhoutong, as the shot he provided was simply perfect. Unfortunately, Zhoutong couldn't hear these compliments. However, it seemed he had a hunch about what the 5 sects creatures wanted to see. He shook the ancient mirror and aimed it towards the ancient ancestor of the Ancient One Holy Land, who was battling against the thunder/blade. Everyone, before the small world of the Ancient One Holy Land was destroyed, I faintly heard some voices. It seemed like an ancient ancestor of the Ancient One Holy Land had awakened, summoning a Saint King level blade, fully displaying its strength and dominance. However, that Saint King level blade was instantly seized by Li Jiudao, becoming a weapon in Li Jiudao's hands. Now it seems my hearing was correct. The ancient ancestor of the Ancient One Holy Land really did awaken, and he really did summon a Saint King level blade. And yes, it was indeed seized by Li Jiudao, becoming a weapon in Li Jiudao's hands. Ahaha, this is too tragic. His own weapon, possibly even a lifebound artifact, was instantly seized and turned against him. I would call this one of the top 10 amazing shots of the day. Zhou Tong spoke rapidly. The ancient mirror not only displayed images, but also transmitted sounds. What he said was clearly conveyed to the 5 sects tea house. Indeed, I also think it can be called one of the top 10 shots of the day. The Holy Master's shot was also good. The hardships of the world, his home destroyed, a tough guy shedding tears. I think it can also be included in the top 10 shots of the day. The creatures in the 5 sects tea house kept commenting, finding Zhou Tong's selection of the top 10 shots of the day quite impressive. Come on, everyone. Let's aim the mirror at the main character. Let's see if Li Jiudao can survive this ordeal and suppress the ancient holy lands. Zhou Tong directed the ancient mirror towards Li Xing, deeply moved. No matter how amazing the shots are, they pale in comparison. A young man around 20 years old, truly displaying the momentum of 1 against 100. Too fierce. Saints are utterly powerless before him. Over there, Li Xing was incredibly fierce, truly like an invincible war emperor. With the Tao evolution spear in hand, he swept across, and a large number of saints were sent flying. It was like a rain of saints in the sky, with vast amounts of saint blood falling, dyeing the mountains and rivers red, and even reflecting a crimson hue on the sky. In front of Li Xing, saints were truly as insignificant as ants. He was too powerful. Even the thought of saints having the qualification to fight him was laughable. This is a true war emperor. With a young body, suppressing numerous saints, this is a legendary epic. Who would have thought that in this era of great decline, such a mythic figure could emerge? This battle will be remembered, and future generations will surely be amazed. Our era will also be frequently mentioned by future generations. The creatures in the 5 sects tea house, seeing the scenes, all expressed deep emotions. Li Xing truly belonged to the realm of legend. Everyone, do you know? I'm so excited. The feeling of being on the scene is so different. Zhou Tong held the ancient mirror, so excited that his hands were trembling, making the creatures in the 5 sects tea house want to punch him. His shaking caused the images to shake as well, making the creatures in the 5 sects tea house dizzy. Also, everyone, the blood falling from the sky is all saint blood, and there's even great saint blood in it. I really can't hold back anymore. I want to go over and collect some. Do you think I should go and collect some? Zhou Tong said excitedly. Saint blood was too precious, of unknown value. Even collecting a drop for refining and absorption would greatly benefit oneself, causing a surge in cultivation level. No. You must not let greed cloud your judgment. That battlefield is not somewhere you can go. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, the creatures in the 5 sects tea house all became tense. The battle over there was extremely terrifying. It wasn't something Zhou Tong could approach. If Zhou Tong really went to collect saint blood, he would surely die without a grave. If Zhou Tong died, how would they continue to watch this battle? What's that? At this moment, Zhou Tong shook the ancient mirror towards a certain direction. I say, brothers, someone else has the same idea as me, collecting saint blood and great saint blood over there. Aren't they afraid of something happening? Aren't they afraid that the owners of those saint blood and great saint blood will see and retaliate? Oh, they are Li Jiudao's mounts and pets. Then, never mind. Over there, a white fox was riding a dragon horse, collecting saint blood and great saint blood everywhere, not wasting a single drop. Brothers, Li Jiudao is really fierce, but it seems his aesthetic sense is different from ours. The pets he keeps are quite unique. Zhou Tong started to comment on the white fox. The white fox was currently in the form of a black dog with one ear, a small black mongrel, which didn't look very good. Huh, wait, that little black dog seems to be looking this way? Oh my, it really is looking this way. Sorry, brothers, I'm running away first. It seems my comments about it were heard. Zhou Tong ran away with the ancient mirror. In the central region, he was a top-tier powerhouse, having undergone 6 cycles of rebirth, with few who could match him in battle. It was precisely because he was so strong that he was sent here. But unfortunately, this was only on the surface, compared to the creatures on the surface. If everything were to be compared, his strength was simply not enough to be considered. The dragon horse, carrying the white fox, shot forward like a beam of light, catching up with Zhou Tong in an instant. Then, with a single hoof, the dragon horse knocked Zhou Tong down. What did you just say? What do you mean I am unique? The white fox jumped down, grabbing Zhou Tong's collar with her little paws, and asked fiercely. She had indeed heard and was very angry. Chapter 172. Even a small mosquito is meat. It can't be let go. Zhou Tong was terrified. His face as pale as a ghost. Why did he have to be so talkative and comment on the little white fox? Now, he had been caught red-handed by the little white fox herself. I'm sorry, it's my fault for being so talkative. He was quite sensible, not at all stubborn, and immediately apologized to the little white fox. Seeing how sincere your apology is, I'll let it slide and forgive you. The little white fox loosened her grip on Zhou Tong's collar. However, she noticed the ancient mirror in Zhou Tong's hand. In fact, she had already noticed Zhou Tong earlier when she was collecting the sacred blood and great saint blood. She saw Zhou Tong standing on the peak of the mountain, holding an ancient mirror and constantly adjusting it. What are you doing? She pointed to the ancient mirror in Zhou Tong's hand and asked him. Zhou Tong didn't dare to hide anything and quickly explained everything. You mean a lot of living beings can see the current scene in real time? The little white fox became interested. Yes, that's right. This is a capturing mirror, obtained from an ancient site. It doesn't have any other functions, just the ability to broadcast scenes in real time. Zhou Tong quickly explained. You guys are quite business savvy, aren't you? The little white fox truly hadn't expected that this could be used for business. Moreover, from what Zhou Tong said, the business was booming, with the 5 tea houses packed to the brim. This business was making a killing. She asked Zhou Tong to point the ancient mirror at her and smiled as she greeted the living beings in the 5 tea houses. Hello, friends in the 5 tea houses, she said with a sweet smile. However, the living beings in the 5 tea houses didn't buy it, all shouting to switch scenes, claiming they couldn't stand looking at the little white fox. It couldn't be helped. Who could bear to look at the little white fox in her current form as a black little mongrel? Yet, in the next moment, their opinions of the little white fox changed, finding her to be so beautiful and pleasing to the eye. This far away, what can you see? Come on, I'll take you guys to watch up close. Afterward, I'll even get Li Ju to come over and greet everyone. The little white fox patted Zhou Tong's shoulder, indicating he should follow her. Really? Zhou Tong was excited. The distance he was at was indeed quite far. If it weren't for the vast area where the sacred blood fell, and if the little white fox wasn't collecting the sacred blood, she wouldn't have been able to see him, let alone hear his voice. However, soon he calmed down and asked nervously in a low voice, "Won't anything happen if we go over there?" He had long wanted to get closer, but the residual shockwaves from the battle were too terrifying. He simply couldn't handle it and would be utterly wiped out if he went over. No problem, just follow me, the little white fox said. Before the ancient sanctuaries arrived, the Xiaoyao boat had returned with various sacred artifacts, and now these artifacts were on her. It was precisely because of the Xiaoyao boat and other sacred artifacts that she and the dragon horse could observe the battle up close without any harm, and collect the sacred blood and great saint blood without any hesitation. All right. Zhou Tong thought about it and decided that the little white fox had no reason to harm him, so he agreed immediately. Oh, and by the way, this isn't free help. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, understand? The little white fox looked at Zhou Tong and said, "You'll have to share some of the profits you get with me." Ah, really? Even such a small piece of meat? You can't let it go. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Li Xing had already stormed the ancient first sanctuary, and the first sanctuary was bound to be plundered. The profits they obtained were nothing compared to the first sanctuary's reserves. They were just like a small piece of mosquito meat. Even a small mosquito is meat. The little white fox seemed to know what Zhou Tong was thinking and said, especially in such a harsh environment nowadays. The era of the Great Cold was approaching, and the entire world would enter an era of no cultivation, where cultivation would become extremely difficult. Accumulating more things now would only be beneficial in the future. All right. Zhou Tong thought about it, and then agreed. Being able to present the scene up close and having Li Xing come over to greet them wouldn't be a loss. It would attract even more beings to watch. Then, Zhou Tong was led over by the little white fox and the dragon horse. Along the way, he was on tenterhooks, even feeling terrifying sacred power flying past him, scaring him to the point of almost collapsing. However, fortunately, he didn't get into any trouble. A special force protected him, and the terrifying sacred power was all blocked by this special force. He finally relaxed completely. Brothers, this position is good, isn't it? The view is super clear. You can even see the nose hairs and the nostrils of the saint. Zhou Tong held the ancient mirror, aiming it at a female saint, and said excitedly. However, to be honest, this saint, although she looks super beautiful on the outside, her nose hairs are incredibly rough, like wild grass growing in disorder, really ugly. He commented, "Does this female saint not look in the mirror, not trim the nose hairs in her nose? Oh, it's too bad. It really leaves a bad impression." The dragon horse wanted to laugh. Who the hell would trim their nose hairs? This Zhou Tong is really too funny. That female saint was very strong, not an ordinary saint, only half a step away from becoming a great saint, and could step into the great saint realm at any time. However, even so, she didn't have the qualifications to participate in that battle. Her strength was too weak. Just as she rushed towards the battlefield, she was sent flying by the terrifying power fluctuations, spitting out blood non-stop, suffering a serious injury. And she just happened to fall near Zhou Tong. Hearing his comments about her, she was instantly enraged, unable to hold back another mouthful of blood. "What did you say?" The female saint was furious. She never expected to receive such comments, being criticized for her nose hairs looking like wild grass. Zhou Tong was scared out of his wits. Why did he get caught again for making comments? He was really in a tough spot. Go to hell. Before Zhou Tong could respond, the female saint immediately attacked Zhou Tong, wanting to kill him. She couldn't deal with Li Xing, but she couldn't handle Zhou Tong. She wanted to kill Zhou Tong, who dared to comment on her nose hairs. However, at that moment, the Daoyan Cheng suddenly appeared, impaling her to the ground, nearly sending her straight to the afterlife. Anyone who dares to attack them, kill without mercy. Li Xing's cold voice rang out. Even in the midst of the fierce battle, he was still paying attention to the situation of the little white fox and the dragon horse. He absolutely would not allow anyone to harm the little white fox and the dragon horse. The female saint felt so wronged. She really didn't want to harm the little white fox and the dragon horse. She just wanted to kill Zhou Tong. Unfortunately, Zhou Tong was with the little white fox and the dragon horse, and her attack towards them made Li Xing mistakenly think she was targeting the little white fox and the dragon horse. Great! Zhou Tong burst into laughter, no longer worried, and began to comment boldly. Is that also a saint? It's really eye-catching. A burly man. What's inside his clothes-fitting clothes? It's actually a big red embroidered garment. Really? So flamboyant. The saint was severely injured, and his outer clothes were torn, revealing a big red embroidered garment inside, catching Zhou Tong's attention. He truly hadn't expected that such a burly man would wear a big red embroidered garment inside. The contrast was too great. Chapter 173. Who Rules the World? Only Li Xing. Zhou Tong's commentary was bold and sharp, leaving no room for politeness. The creatures in the 5 sects tea house all broke out in a cold sweat, worried for Zhou Tong. Brother, take it easy. Stop making reckless comments. If you get noticed by a saint again, you might be annihilated directly. Yeah, brother. Control your tongue. Just use the ancient mirror to display the images. We still want to keep watching. The creatures in the 5 sects tea house chimed in, truly afraid that Zhou Tong would be wiped out, leaving them unable to continue watching. On the other side, Zhou Tong continued his bold commentary without any restraint. Earlier, the female saint had tried to kill him, but Li Xing pinned her to the ground with a spear. He thought Li Xing was protecting him, so he no longer had any worries. Brothers, look. Is this what a saint is? Still pretending to be dead on the ground, truly lacking any saintly demeanor. Everyone saw it, right? His eyelids just twitched. Zhou Tong aimed the ancient mirror at a saint lying on the ground, bluntly stating that this saint had no saintly aura and was just pretending to be dead, truly embarrassing. Long Ma was almost in stitches, unable to help but say to Zhou Tong, "Brother, have you always been this brave? What do you mean?" Zhou Tong was a bit confused, not understanding the meaning behind Long Ma's words. That's a saint, with heaven-defying cultivation and extremely keen senses. Brother, you're making such comments. Surely these saints will notice. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Long Ma laughed and said, "Brother, take it easy. Don't risk your life for a moment of verbal victory. They might not dare to touch you now, but who knows about later?" Zhou Tong's face instantly turned pale. He was scared out of his wits by Long Ma's words, breaking out in a cold sweat. Reflecting back, he realized he had been too bold. Commenting from a distance was one thing, but doing so up close was truly courting death. It couldn't be helped. He had been too excited before, unable to rein it in. Now, he was awakened by Long Ma's words and immediately dared not continue. If these saints took revenge later, he would surely be doomed, facing certain death. Brothers, I won't comment anymore. You all watch for yourselves, he said tremblingly, his hand holding the ancient mirror shaking slightly. Brother finally came to his senses. Yes, just display the images. The creatures in the 5 sects tea house were happy for Zhou Tong's awakening. Such reckless commentary could easily lead to disaster. Rumble. At the same time, the battle between Li Xing and the ancient sect powerhouses reached a fever pitch. The saints had been completely swept away, with one less saintly force on this side. Li Xing was too fierce. Even though his target was the saints, the shockwaves from his attacks were beyond what these saints could withstand, all being repelled and gravely injured. Even the great saints above them weren't faring much better. Though still participating in the battle, they were barely holding on, each one covered in horrifying wounds, drenched in blood, looking like blood-soaked figures. Blood splattered everywhere as the great saints could no longer hold on, being blasted away by the shockwaves of the battle, spitting blood non-stop, each one falling to the ground in a disheveled manner. Only a few Saint Kings remained. What is this? How could this be? The Saint Kings cursed, each one's face more unsightly than the last. They never expected Li Xing to be so extraordinary, just one person with a spear, causing them to be in disarray, with unimaginable pressure. Their bodies were also covered in wounds, having lost the confidence they initially had. At first, they thought Li Xing, no matter how strong, wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the treasure he wielded. Even if Li Xing could unleash its power, it would surely be extremely taxing, and he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. They just needed to endure that period to take down Li Xing. But the result far exceeded their expectations. Li Xing wielded the Daoyan gun with ease, as if it were an ordinary weapon, showing no signs of strain. His movements were fluid, and there was no indication of any struggle on his part. In fact, far from Li Xing struggling, he became increasingly fierce, the power he unleashed growing more and more terrifying with each wave. They didn't wait for Li Xing to struggle. Instead, they themselves were about to collapse, their internal strength rapidly depleting, almost reaching the bottom. It was mainly because Li Xing's attacks were too fierce. They needed to consume a lot of strength to block them. This rate of consumption was simply too fast. Even for them as Saint Kings, they couldn't handle it. The Daoyan's spear struck, and Li Xing was like a war emperor, his power reaching its zenith. With a single spear thrust, he pierced through a Saint King's body, sending the Saint King flying, blood spraying across the sky. Then, with another spear thrust, he pierced through a Saint King's skull, instantly exploding his head. He was too fierce, displaying invincibility, with spear raised and lowered. The remaining Saint Kings all fell to the ground. Saints' blood flowed all over the ground, with several Saint Kings lying in pools of their own blood. Li Xing stood clean and unstained, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He held the Dao Yan Cheng, looking like an emperor of slaughter, his presence stunning and heart-shaking. Talent of a great emperor. No, this is the talent of an emperor of heaven. Zhou Tong aimed the ancient mirror at Li Xing standing in the pool of blood, trembling with excitement as he shouted. He had decided to keep silent and not comment anymore, but seeing this scene, he couldn't help but comment again. Li Xing was truly too awe-inspiring. Spear-thrusting Saint Kings, suppressing the entire field alone. Who rules the world? Only Li Jiudao. He loudly commented, giving Li Xing the highest praise. He felt that at just 20 years old, Li Xing absolutely deserved such praise and would surely dominate the world in the future, invincible under the heavens. This is the role model for our generation. To be like Li Jiudao, too damn awesome. What about the ancient sects? They're all just stepping stones. What is a true genius? This is a true genius. All others are merely pretenders. The 5 sects' tea house erupted, all creatures in a frenzy. They were fortunate to witness such a battle in their lifetime, fortunate to witness the rise of a true legend. In the future, once Li Xing truly matured, his name would surely spread across the entire world, revered by billions of living beings, becoming a true peak figure. On the other side, the several Saint Kings lying in the pool of blood all had faces filled with unwillingness. They had cultivated for thousands of years, yet now they were defeated by a young man like Li Xing who was just 20 years old. How could they be willing? It's just by relying on the power of the Daoyan gun. Without it, you're nothing. A Saint King said bitterly, "Don't be too smug. My Daoyan Sung Di will surely reclaim the Daoyan gun. By then, you will be doomed to die without a proper burial. Are you threatening me?" Li Xing raised an eyebrow, glancing at the Saint King. "This is not a threat, but a fact. My Daoyan Sung Di will never allow the Daoyan Cheng to remain in your hands. If you are sensible, hand over the Daoyan Cheng now, and we might spare your life, otherwise, you won't even get a good death." The Saint King clenched his teeth and declared, "No matter where you flee to the ends of the earth, my Daoyan Sung Di will surely track you down. Your fate is sealed. Death awaits." ## Chapter 174. Not fond of killing, but not averse to it either. And us, the Blossom Sanctuary, will never let you off either. The carefree sanctuary goes without saying. You won't survive in this world. Several saints gnashed their teeth and issued threats, their frustration palpable. The ancient triumvirate of sanctuaries, all subdued by a mere youth, Li Xing. How could they possibly accept this? Their frustration reached its peak. "Do you not understand the situation? Still threatening me? Do you really think I won't kill?" Li Xing spoke coldly. He didn't enjoy killing, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. "I hate being threatened the most," Li Xing said, wielding his Dao-derived spear. He thrust it several times, impaling the saints. The feud was already set. The 3 ancient sanctuaries would never let him go, so he saw no reason to hold back. He would simply slay them all. "They're dead?" Zhou Tong gaped in disbelief, never imagining saints could be so easily slain. Sages were hard to destroy, let alone saints far surpassing them. He had once read an ancient tome recounting a battle between 2 saints. One was formidable, quickly subduing the other. The two had a blood feud. The stronger saint sought to annihilate the other, But even with a significant advantage, it took centuries to truly obliterate the weaker saint. Yet now, what did he see? Li Xing impaled a saint with a single strike. Good heavens, when did a saint's life become as trivial as grass, ready to be reaped at will? It was too shocking. Brothers, did you see that? That was a saint, and he's dead. Li Jiodao has the power to kill a saint in an instant, he stammered. His voice relayed through the ancient mirror to the 5 divisions tea house. A saint was killed like that? One strike, instant death. Within the 5 divisions tea house, all beings felt parched and terrified. Truthfully, they didn't know as much as Zhou Tong about how difficult it was to kill a saint. However, they understood that even a god wasn't so easily slain, almost impossible to be killed in one strike. A saint, far more powerful than a god, should never be slain in one strike. Yet, Li Xing did just that, a shock too great for them to handle. How strong is he really? This question echoed again within the 5 divisions tea house. Li Xing's strength seemed bottomless, always capable of unleashing shocking power. Meanwhile, the white fox and dragon horse were stunned. So handsome, I might just throw myself into his arms without him even trying. The white fox gushed, truly falling for him. Ah! Beside her, Zhou Tong, hearing this, aimed the ancient mirror at the white fox. What did he hear? Was Li Xing pursuing the white fox? The mirror focused on her, and in an instant, the white fox filled the frame, with the one-eared black puppy appearing before the 5 divisions tea house beings. Throwing yourself at him? No, we don't have to go that far. The beings in the 5 divisions tea house, hearing the white fox's words, wailed. They never imagined that the legendary, peerless Li Xing would fall for a black puppy. Hear that? The puppy said he's been pursuing her, but she hasn't agreed. A celestial beauty, crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain, lamented. Losing to a true heavenly maiden is one thing, but to a puppy? I can't accept that. Not just her, all female beings in the 5 divisions tea house wept, as if their men had been taken, each more heartbroken than the last. Wipe away the tears, don't cry. If she can, doesn't that mean I can too? A massive female black dog, as stout as a small mountain, wiped her tears. I'm no worse than this puppy. I'll finally jiudao and compete with this puppy. Husband, I'm coming. She howled and ran out of the tea house to find Li Xing. Me too. A she-wolf also wiped her eyes, thinking that since dogs and wolves were similar, Li Xing might like her too. She also ran out of the tea house to find Li Xing. In an instant, all female dogs and wolves in the 5 divisions tea house were stirred, all heading to find Li Xing. On the other side, Li Xing was unaware that he was being targeted by many female dogs and wolves. He glanced at the thunder-severing blade, finding the battle there still ongoing, the ancestor of the ancient sanctuary not yet beheaded. Thunder-severing blade, are you capable or not? I'm done here, and you're still at it? A dying old man, and you still can't behead him? Li Xing said, if that's the case, I'll have to reconsider. A weak weapon can't be in my hand. Swish. Hearing Li Xing's words, the thunder-severing blade erupted with even more terrifying blade auras, continuously slashing towards the ancestor of the ancient sanctuary. It desperately wanted to be Li Xing's weapon, achieving a leap in power, its blade auras unimaginably fearsome. The ancestor of the ancient sanctuary, already at his limit, struggled immensely against the thunder-severing blade. With its more terrifying power unleashed, he couldn't withstand it, and in moments, he was beheaded, his head parting from his body. However, he didn't die. His saint soul remained. He was a saint, and even with the thunder-severing blade's leap in power, it couldn't outright kill him. How could this be? His saint soul roared in fury and confusion. How could the thunder-severing blade achieve a leap in power? It was just a magical weapon, its strength fixed. Where did the enhanced power come from? Swish. Li Xing raised his hand, throwing the Tao-derived spear, piercing the saint soul of the ancestor of the ancient sanctuary, completely obliterating him. He knew what the ancestor of the ancient sanctuary was confused about. Indeed, the thunder-severing blade's strength was fixed, almost impossible to leap like a living being. But I have the system. He praised the system in his heart. Any artifact, once in his hand, was immediately endowed with infinite possibilities by the system, no longer a dead object, capable of cultivation and enhancement like a normal living being. How is this possible? On the other side, Su Jiaolong's grandfather fell to the ground, his face ashen, eyes filled with despair. He had wanted to escape from the start, to flee during Li Xing's battle with the ancient sanctuary experts. Yet, the aftermath of the battle was too terrifying. Even as a heavenly god, he couldn't withstand it, being firmly suppressed, unable to escape. Now, the battle was over, the aftermath gone, and he was no longer suppressed. But it was too late, because Li Xing had already set his sights on him. Chapter 175. The end is not the end, but the beginning. Grandpa Su Jiaolong's eyes were filled with despair. His fate was sealed and could not be changed. Li Xing's gaze was fixed on him. How could he possibly change his fate? Don't be ridiculous. Li Xing could directly slay a Saint King. So how could he possibly escape from under Li Xing's watchful eye? It was utterly impossible. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask if you spare my life. He knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed to Li Xing, pleading for his life. You said you'd do anything? Li Xing looked at Grandpa Su Jiaolong. Anything, as long as you don't kill me. All right, then you shall be a toilet stone, forever guarding the latrine. Li Xing said. For this man who dared to threaten him with the lives of the little white fox and the dragon horse, he would not let him go. He hated him to the core. This time, he had come to the ancient sacred land specifically for Grandpa Su Jiaolong, so how could he possibly let him go? It was out of the question. Don't worry, I'll find a nice latrine for you to guard forever. Li Xing thrust his spear, directly extracting Grandpa Su Jiaolong's soul, which he then collected. Later, he would seal Grandpa Su Jiaolong's soul and imprison it in a latrine. He always kept his word. He had once told Grandpa Su Jiaolong that he would imprison him in a latrine, and he would fulfill that promise. As for you all, Li Xing turned and looked at the various ancient sacred land experts, saying, you should all be able to contact your sacred lands, right? Start contacting them now, and have them bring the ransom to redeem you. Moreover, the matter of your sacred lands attacking me cannot be brushed aside. You need to compensate me. After all, your sacred lands have been relentlessly pursuing me. Li Xing continued. Furthermore, I'm a man of great benevolence and do not like to kill. You all once laid hands on the precious saber crafted by my master, Xianxia, and even nearly caused its destruction. According to my master, Xianxia, you are all unforgivable and must pay with your blood. However, I do not wish to do so and am willing to give you all a chance. I won't be attacking your sacred lands. You by your lives yourselves, bring reasonable compensation, and come here yourself. Li Xing said calmly. Remember, my patience is limited. I won't wait for you for too long. I'll only give you half a day. If half a day passes and you don't come, or the compensation is insufficient, then don't blame me for being merciless. I will unleash a massacre. And if you persist in your foolishness, still harboring ill intentions towards me and attempting to attack me, then be prepared to be erased from this world. With that, he waved his hand and brought out a rocking chair, lying down on it and saying, half a day starts now. What's going on? After hearing what Li Xing said, the ancient sacred land experts' faces all changed. Goodness, is Li Xing insane? The battle is over, and instead of fleeing immediately, he calmly stays here, extorting all the ancient sacred lands? This is truly insane. Does Li Xing intend to confront all the ancient sacred lands by himself? What a madman! Go ahead, be arrogant. There will be a time when you cry. The ancient sacred lands will not fall into your hands. They sneered inwardly, refusing to believe that the ancient sacred lands could not handle Li Xing alone. You see, they were not the strongest in their respective sacred lands. There were even stronger forces within each of their sacred lands, unaware of Li Xing's true capabilities before. Now that they know, the ancient sacred lands will surely mobilize all their forces, dispatching all their experts. Li Xing not only fails to flee but also dares to stay here, truly seeking death. Then, they each contacted their respective sacred lands, reporting the situation here and the compensation Li Xing demanded. He's truly insane. We're on our way. The ancient sacred lands all moved immediately, gathering all their strong forces and heading towards the ancient sacred land. Li Xing's demands for compensation, they absolutely would not agree to. In today's environment, to demand such a huge compensation from them is equivalent to taking their lives. How could they possibly agree? The Daoyin sacred land, the Wuxia sacred land, the Xiaoyao sacred land, the three major ancient sacred lands, also immediately took action, gathering all their strong forces and heading over. Their Saint Kings were killed by Li Xing, but the members below the Saint King level were spared by Li Xing, who also allowed these members to convey the compensation information. As one of the three major ancient sacred lands, how could they choose to compensate? They were filled with murderous intent, not only intending to reclaim the treasures from their respective sacred lands from Li Xing's hands, but also to make Li Xing pay with his blood. In an instant, Yinzhou became even more chaotic, with sacred auras everywhere, and the sky above filled with saints, great saints, saint kings, and even saint emperors, rushing at high speed. This disturbance was even greater than any previous one. The ancient sacred lands had mobilized all their forces without reservation. The scene was too terrifying. Goodness me! On the other side, Zhou Tong held an ancient mirror, the lens aimed directly at Li Xing, his entire body trembling with fright. Brothers, this is really intense. He stammered, challenging the ancient sacred lands all by himself, demanding compensation from the ancient sacred lands. Goodness, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a dream. Too frightening. Unafraid of the ancient sacred lands, calmly lying on a rocking chair, waiting for the ancient sacred land experts to come. How strong is Li Xing's confidence? It's unimaginable. No way. I thought the battle was over, and he would leave immediately, but who knew? Not only did he not leave, but he also demanded compensation from the ancient sacred lands. Goodness, how strong is he really? I really didn't expect it. In the Five Parts Tea House, all the beings inside were shocked by Li Xing's actions. Li Xing was too unexpected. After the battle, they all thought this matter would come to a close, and Li Xing would disappear. But to their great surprise, this matter did not come to a close but had just begun. The climax is still to come. They could foresee that the ancient sacred lands would certainly not be intimidated by Li Xing, would not agree to compensation, and a more terrifying battle would inevitably erupt. Big Brother is really damn awe-inspiring. The dragon horse widened its eyes, also not expecting Li Xing to be so fierce, challenging the ancient sacred lands here alone. Won't he crash and burn? It couldn't help but say, feeling a bit worried. After all, if the ancient sacred lands were to come, they would certainly be prepared, mobilizing all their forces. Could Li Xing really deal with so many ancient sacred lands? Don't say depressing things. The little white fox waved her little paw, knocking on the dragon horse's head, saying, "There won't be a crash. I believe in him. He must have such strength to do this." However, although her words were very affirmative, she still felt a bit uneasy in her heart. The ancient sacred lands were no small factions. Their strength after mobilizing all their forces would be absolutely terrifying. And Li Xing was alone. Chapter 176. A Cup of Sacred Tea. The Great Saint Body breaks through to the late stage. The entire Yin state was in an uproar. All the ancient sacred grounds mobilized, and every living being in Yin state knew that a monumental battle was about to unfold. Originally, within the Five Sects tea house, some maternal dogs and wolves were planning to seek out Li Xing to compete with the white fox, but now, they all halted their steps, not daring to approach. "Xiaohei, trotting horse, don't just stand there. It's time to get to work," Li Xing called out from his reclining chair, summoning the white fox and the dragon horse. The saints and great saints from the various ancient sacred grounds, including the ancient number 1 sacred ground, had yet to be looted. He instructed the white fox and the dragon horse to carry out the looting. "Brother is truly composed," the dragon horse exclaimed, trembling with fear, while Li Xing showed no sign of dread, still basking in the sun on his reclining chair. This calmness far surpassed its own. "Trust in him." The white fox understood Li Xing's intentions and, along with the dragon horse, began their operation to loot the saints and great saints from the various ancient sacred grounds. "Take it. Just be afraid you might have the life to take it, but not the life to enjoy it. Here, take it all." The saints and great saints from the ancient sacred grounds sneered, willingly handing over all their belongings, knowing very well that these items would soon return to them. "Brothers, should I continue projecting the scene here?" Zhou Tong, holding an ancient mirror, was trembling all over, barely able to stand. He was genuinely terrified, wanting to leave with the ancient mirror and not dare to stay and project the scene any longer. After all, once the ancient sacred grounds attacked, a monumental battle would surely erupt. Staying here would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous end, swept away by the battle and perishing. "Don't leave, brother. Sacrifice one for the happiness of thousands. Hold on, brother. Don't be afraid." Countless beings within the 5 sects tea house shouted, not wanting Zhou Tong to leave, hoping he would continue projecting the scene for them to see. Such a monumental battle, if they couldn't witness it, would surely leave them with lifelong regrets. As for rushing to the scene for a first-hand view, they hadn't even considered it. Please, that kind of battle would be terrifying beyond imagination. Staying far away meant not seeing, but getting too close could result in being swept away by the battle's aftermath. With their meager strength, being caught in the aftermath would mean certain death. "All right, I'll continue then. I suppose all the beings in the 5 sects tea house are very eager to see this battle." Zhou Tong held the ancient mirror, seeking a safer vantage point. He truly didn't dare to stay any longer, even though the white fox had mentioned cooperation, promising to protect him. He had no confidence to remain nearby now. Times had changed. Previously, he believed the white fox could protect him, but now, he had no such confidence. The ancient sacred grounds had mobilized entirely. How terrifying that must be. He had no confidence left, and even Li Xing might be in peril. Soon, he found a distant mountain peak with a good view, able to see all the activity around Li Xing. For now, this will do. If it's not safe, I'll retreat further. He had already moved far enough, but still lacked complete assurance. After all, the impending battle would be the most terrifying one in the current Yin state. The distance he deemed safe might not be safe at all. Then, he aimed the ancient mirror at Li Xing, filled with admiration, and said, "What it means to be young and wild. Not wild, how can one be called young?" He perfectly illustrates this point. So calm. Even with a monumental battle about to erupt, he shows no sign of tension, still leisurely basking in the sun. Facing such an imminent monumental battle, even those veteran powerhouses might not be able to remain so calm, yet Li Xing was utterly composed, not placing any significance on this monumental battle. Even those truly terrifying old fogies dare not make a big move. There's nothing to be afraid of, Li Xing thought to himself, half-closed eyes on the reclining chair. There had been such precedents before. The ancient ancestor from the carefree sanctuary, a supreme being of the universe, even when emerging, dared not make a big move, fearing depletion. That was why he was so composed. As long as those old fogies did not make a big move and fight to the death with him, he would not face significant problems. The power of the great saint body at the mid-stage perfection was too fierce, fully capable of overpowering great saints and battling saint kings. If the great saint body were to unleash transcendent, over-transcendent, ultimate, and super-ultimate powers, he felt he could even contend with supreme beings. Moreover, he had a heap of treasures in his possession, all capable of automatically unleashing their full might. He truly had nothing to fear. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be waiting here for the ancient sacred grounds to come. He valued his life the most and wouldn't risk it for showmanship. My mouth feels a bit dry. Time for a cup of tea. He sat up, conjuring a set of teaware and some tea leaves, and began brewing tea. The teaware and tea leaves were from the treasures hidden by the demonic blade, both extraordinary. The teaware was a sacred artifact, and the tea leaves were sacred tea. Even the water used for brewing was not ordinary, being sacred spring water. Clearly, during ancient times, someone had a great fondness for tea, and the entire set had been looted by the demonic blade. Unfortunately, there's no good wine. I prefer drinking to tea, he lamented slightly. There was no wine among the demonic blade's treasures, so he could only drink tea for now. Amazing! In such a situation, he can still leisurely enjoy tea. Zhou Tong, on the distant mountain peak, commented with great admiration. The beings in the Five Sects tea house, through the projection of the ancient mirror, also saw this scene. They were all greatly impressed by Li Xing's composure. If it were them, their courage would probably be shattered, while Li Xing showed no concern, even having the leisure to enjoy tea. Not bad. Li Xing sipped the tea, praising it. The taste of the tea was excellent, fragrant yet not overpowering. A sip filled his mouth with the refreshing aroma of the tea, prompting him to take another sip. This is sacred tea. Drinking it shouldn't be without some effect, right? The great Saint Body, can't you break through to the late stage? He thought to himself. He wanted the great Saint Body to break through to the late stage, which would undoubtedly increase his confidence. Respected master, rest assured, the great Saint Body will break through to the late stage. The voice of the great Saint Body echoed in Li Xing's mind as it desperately absorbed the power of the sacred tea, fusing the tea's strength into its flesh to facilitate the breakthrough. This was not a significant issue. Previously, the great Saint Body had been close to breaking through to the late stage, only a hair's breadth away. Now, with the aid of the sacred tea, it easily broke through to the late stage. Good, Li Xing smiled, feeling even more confident. He finished the remaining tea and then put away the teaware, continuing to lie back on the reclining chair, comfortably basking in the sun, waiting for the arrival of the ancient sacred grounds. I hope you'll behave and not force me to kill, he said calmly. Hashtag chapter 177. Mutual shirkery, only to scare themselves. As time flowed, the creatures watching the battle grew increasingly tense. Zhou Tong held the ancient mirror, aiming it at Li Xing, not daring to relax for a moment. He knew that the time was almost up, and the ancient holy lands should be arriving soon. Here they come. His voice trembled as a terrifying holy aura approached from afar, changing the color of the sky. Terrifying figures began to appear in the lens. It's starting. A truly epic battle. Within the five-part tea house, all creatures clenched their fists tightly, their eyes glued to the images projected by the ancient artifact, not daring to blink for fear of missing anything. I never thought I would be at the center of such an epic battle. The dragon horse was both tense and filled with emotion. Gritting its teeth, it said, "If I survive, I must tell my descendants." Their ancestor was incredibly awesome, having been at the epicenter of the most terrifying battle of our era. Boom! The void shattered, revealing one terrifying black hole after another, like giant cavities, from which came dreadful rumbles. The ancient holy lands had arrived. They were densely packed, covered by countless terrifying figures, each radiating immense holy light. Zhou Tong almost dropped the ancient mirror in his hand from fear. Goodness, the masters of these figures were all above the level of saints. The ancient holy lands were truly terrifying, containing so many saints. A rough count revealed over 100. This time, the ancient holy lands had truly mobilized their entire forces. Among these ancient holy lands, the Daoyin Holy Land, Wuhua Holy Land, and Xiaoyao Holy Land stood at the forefront. The number of saints in these three holy lands far exceeded those of the others. Among them, a dozen figures were particularly terrifying, standing there like towering mountains, instilling infinite fear, making one shudder. Their strength was all above the level of holy emperors. Too terrifying. It's scaring me to death, Within the five-part tea house, exclamations rang out continuously. Though they were not on the scene, they were severely shocked by those dozen figures. All creatures trembled uncontrollably, filled with infinite fear, their scalps tingling. I'm kneeling. On the other side, Zhou Tong was completely terrified, his body shaking incessantly. Trembling, he said, I'm playing with my life here. He couldn't even stand up. Fortunately, he was at a considerable distance, and the targets of those terrifying figures were all Li Xing. Only a few wisps of their aura were spreading. Otherwise, he would have already been dead. Brothers, I'm risking my life to show you the scene. When I return, you must compensate me well. He shouted. Don't worry. You'll be rewarded when you return. Brother, you're so brave. We definitely won't be stingy. When you return, even if it means going bankrupt, we'll reward you handsomely. Many creatures within the five-part tea house said, He's really daring. He's actually waiting for us here. Damn, it's infuriating. We're here, and he's still leisurely sunbathing. The ancient Holy Land experts were all furious. Li Xing was too contemptuous of them, completely disregarding their arrival, lying in a rocking chair, closing his eyes, and leisurely sunbathing. Had they ever been so contemptuously treated? They were all enraged, filled with boundless killing intent. He's really damn impressive. How can he be so calm now? When will I be as strong as him? Facing the entire force of the ancient Holy Lands, he can still sunbathe calmly, completely unconcerned. The creatures within the five-part tea house were all amazed by Li Xing's calmness. Li Xing was truly formidable. The entire force of the ancient Holy Lands was right in front of him, yet who could still sunbathe so calmly? In this world, perhaps only Li Xing could do so. Meanwhile, the ancient Holy Land experts were even more enraged. Li Xing still hadn't moved, ignoring them, still lying in the rocking chair, sunbathing. Damn, he's really arrogant. We must kill him. Otherwise, what's the point of the Holy Land's prestige? Many ancient Holy Land experts said fiercely, each more filled with killing intent than the last. However, even though they all wanted to kill Li Xing, none of them made a move. Li Xing was too calm, making them suspect a trap, no one daring to act first, fearing repercussions. After all, if Li Xing had no cards up his sleeve, why would he truly wait for them here and be so calm? Undoubtedly, Li Xing must be holding some terrifying trump card, absolutely not to be underestimated. Dao Yin Holy Land friends, you are the first Holy Land, recognized as the strongest. Come, show this boy the might of the strongest Holy Land, and give him the lesson he deserves. A holy emperor from the Wuxia Holy Land said, Indeed, we are the first Holy Land, but that was in ancient times. Nowadays, such rankings are meaningless, as everyone has been in hiding, with unclear mutual strength. A holy emperor from the Dao Yin Holy Land said with a smile, I think the title of the first Holy Land of our era could be given to the Wuxia Holy Land. I believe your Wuxia Holy Land might be stronger than ours now. A joke. How could he not know the intentions of the Wuxia Holy Land's expert, wanting them to take the lead and act first? Li Xing clearly had some terrifying trump card. Whoever acted first would surely suffer. How could he fall for Wuxia Holy Land's ploy? Absolutely impossible. As for the title of the first Holy Land, it was all just a name. Giving it to the Wuxia Holy Land now wouldn't matter. No, our Wuxia Holy Land isn't capable. I think the Xiaoyao Holy Land is quite good, with very strong experts this time. How about the Xiaoyao Holy Land friends show off the Holy Land's might? Seeing that the Dao Yin Holy Land didn't fall for it, the Wuxia Holy Land's Holy Emperor flattered the Xiaoyao Holy Land, trying to get them to act. Nonsense. Couldn't fool the Dao Yin Holy Land. So now trying to fool them? The Xiaoyao Holy Land experts sneered inwardly. They weren't fools, they wouldn't fall for it, immediately rejecting the suggestion. And while they were all shirking, a sound came from Li Xing's side. Shua, be quiet. The Dao Yin Holy Land expert immediately said, wanting everyone to shut up and listen to what that sound was. The sound from Li Xing's side started softly, then gradually grew louder. The ancient Holy Land experts all heard it clearly. Their expressions changed instantly. Damn, he's sleeping? The Daoyin Holy Land expert cursed, his face looking worse than ever. The sound from Li Xing's side was none other than snoring. This was truly damn it. They thought Li Xing had some setup, scared out of their wits, shirking and not daring to act, only to find out in the end, they were scaring themselves? Li Xing hadn't set anything up, he was just asleep. Chapter 178. The treasures engage. Do not disturb the master's sleep. The ancient sacred land's mighty figures were in a state of mental collapse, feeling deeply humiliated, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They had believed that Li Xing lying in his rocking chair, ignoring their arrival, was a trap designed to lure them into attacking so he could hunt them down. In the end, it turned out to be nothing. Li Xing was merely asleep, his snores growing louder, like the grunts of an ox. How can he sleep at a time like this? My goodness! Zhou Tong, standing on a distant mountain peak, was stunned. Li Xing was truly not taking the ancient sacred lands seriously if he could sleep through this, showing an incredible level of composure. The beings within the 5-section tea house were equally shocked. The ancient sacred lands had mobilized their entire forces to attack. In such a situation, no matter how cautious and prepared one was, it would not be excessive. Yet, Li Xing didn't seem to care at all, leisurely taking a nap. Has brother been too careless? The dragon horse shivered with worry for Li Xing. This was not the time for sleep. It was far too dangerous. You're courting death. A saint emperor from the Daoyin sacred land snorted coldly, his voice like thunder echoing across the sky. He raised his hand, summoning a great bow, pulling the bowstring taut, and with a whoosh, a red light arrow shot forth, trailing terrifying radiance as it aimed for Li Xing. This red light arrow had the power to kill even a Saint King. Boom! A burst of explosion sounded as the Daoyin spear emerged from Li Xing's body, piercing through the red light arrow with a single strike, its tip pointing directly at the ancient sacred lands. Daoyin spear, what are you doing? You are a treasure of our Daoyin sacred land. A terrifying elder from the Daoyin sacred land, heartbroken, spoke out. He was the Grand Elder of the Daoyin sacred land, a figure whose cultivation level was unfathomably deep, even stronger than other saint emperors, known as Yuzhong. Do not disturb the mighty and wise master's sleep. The Daoyin spear transmitted its consciousness, which was sensed by all the mighty figures of the ancient sacred lands. Master? The mighty figures of the ancient sacred lands were thrown into disarray, especially those from the Daoyin sacred land, who felt an unbearable pain in their hearts, as if venomous serpents were gnawing at their hearts. Kill! The mighty figures of the Daoyin sacred land could no longer endure it. Yu Zhong took action, determined to reclaim the Daoyin spear forcefully. He appeared to be in much better condition than the ancient supreme elder of the Shaoyao Sengdi, at least without the aura of decay. He was a contemporary practitioner who had achieved the position of Saint Emperor in this era, with a long lifespan and not nearing his end. Most of the powerful figures who had come here were in similar situations, all contemporary beings with ample lifespan, which was why they dared to come here to fight. Those truly nearing the end of their lifespan, with insufficient time left, would not dare to participate in such a great battle. The ancient sacred lands are truly terrifying. Outside, even gods are hard to come by, let alone cultivate into. Yet, they have cultivated so many powers beyond saints in this era. On the distant mountain peak, Zhou Tong discerned the status of the mighty figures from the ancient sacred lands. Although most of them carried the vicissitudes of time, there was no sign of nearing their end. He was astonished. The ancient sacred lands indeed had remarkable means. In such a harsh environment of the current era, they could still cultivate so many powers beyond saints, truly incredible. This was the benefit of early hibernation and seclusion. The ancient sacred lands had chosen to hibernate in the ancient times, constructing special small worlds, preserving a large amount of high-grade spiritual substances, allowing those within to cultivate without being affected by the outside world. Without these special small worlds, the ancient sacred lands situated outside would never have so many contemporary powers beyond saints. The environmental conditions were too harsh, with severely lacking high-grade spiritual substances, insufficient to reach the level of saints. Boom! The Daoyin spear was astonishingly powerful, colliding with Yuzhong, bursting forth with infinite blazing light, as if a divine sun from the 9 heavens had exploded, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. The beings within the 5-section tea house saw only a flash of white light. Kill! The other mighty figures of the Daoyin sacred land also took action, 7 saint emperors, unleashing ancient great arts, causing the heavens and earth to rumble incessantly, with sacred principles leaping continuously, joining forces to attack the Daoyin spear, aiming to suppress it. They were too strong, none of them ordinary saint emperors, and coupled with figures like Yuzhong, even fellow saint emperors would be instantly annihilated upon encountering them. The Daoyin spear roared, continuously erupting with blazing light. But the situation was not optimistic. It was at a disadvantage, being somewhat suppressed. Although it was extremely close to becoming a supreme artifact, only a hair's breadth away, it was not yet a supreme artifact. Yuzhong was no simple figure, with movements that already carried the aura of a supreme being, likely a half-step supreme. Act! The mighty figures of the Wuxia sacred land took action, 5 saint emperors attacking together, pressing down towards Lixing. The heavens and earth rumbled incessantly, more terrifying than the sound of thunder, causing the beings within the 5-section tea house to feel as if their ears were about to go deaf, with blood trickling out. Swish! A sword light illuminated, piercing through the heavens and earth. A green sharp sword flew out from Lixing's body, its sword name resounding, instantly overpowering the rumbling sound of the heavens. This was the Wuxia Holy Sword, of the same extraordinary grade as the Daoyin Spear, nearing a supreme artifact. Of course, compared to the Daoyin Spear, it was still slightly weaker. In the ancient times, the Wuxia sacred land had also been plundered by the demonic blade, with the Wuxia Holy Sword being taken away from the sacred land. With a single slash, it unleashed countless visions, blocking all 5 saint emperors of the Wuxia sacred land. Boom! The saint emperors of the Xianxia arrived, fewer in number, only 3. The rankings of the ancient sacred lands remained reliable in the current era, with the Daoyin sacred land still the strongest, the Wuxia sacred land slightly weaker, and the Xianxia the weakest. Swish! A streak of light shot across the sky, intercepting the saint emperors of the Xiaoyao sanctuary as the Xiaoyao boat arrived. Originally just a small boat, upon reaching here, it immediately expanded, stirring up terrifying force fluctuations, enveloping the 3 saint emperors of the Xiaoyao, preventing them from approaching Lixing. Unfortunately, the main strength of the Xiaoyao boat lay in speed, not attack. Otherwise, the 3 saint emperors would not be its match. They would be easily swept away. Currently, it was struggling to hold its ground, not gaining any advantage. On the other side, Lixing was still sleeping, his snores unending, sleeping soundly, the fluctuations from the great battle seemingly not affecting him. Indeed, if viewed with the heavenly eye, one could see an invisible barrier around Lixing, shielding him from all fluctuations. Lixing possessed too many treasures, which had formed this invisible barrier, ensuring Lixing's sleep was undisturbed. These were loyal treasures, fearing that Lixing's beautiful dream would be disturbed, showing great consideration. No way! Amidst the great battle, this master is still sleeping. On the distant mountain peak, Zhou Tong exclaimed in utter shock. In this world, who could be so fierce? Truly, only Lixing. The ancient sacred lands had mobilized their entire forces to attack, with over a dozen saint emperors and figures like Yuzhong. This was undoubtedly an epic-making great battle, a battle of astonishing proportions. And the main figure, Lixing? He was still sleeping. This was too damn amazing. Zhou Tong's admiration for Lixing was truly like a surging river, endless, or like the yellow river overflowing, unstoppable. In simple terms, Li Xing was truly invincible. Chapter 179. Is Li Xing a supremacy? This is terrifying. Asterisk asterisk. The battle has erupted, and the main character is still sleeping? Am I seeing things? Within the tea house of the 5 sects, all creatures exclaimed in astonishment, truly captivated by Li Xing's audacity. The central figure in this epic battle is actually sleeping. This must be a first in history. Big Brother is truly Big Brother. Damn, he's so incredible. Longma exclaimed excitedly. Could it be that Big Brother will resolve these ancient sanctuaries even while asleep? What is this? Treating the Battle of Saints as a lullaby? This is too cool. Little White Fox's eyes sparkled with admiration, feeling herself drawn in even further. How audacious! Within the Jade Bead, the red-robed demon emperor thought to herself, even I didn't pull off such a stunt back in my day. With enemies closing in, he remained snoring away. This is too damn audacious. She admitted that even during her reign in the ancient times, when she was invincible, she never dared to be so audacious. In terms of audacity, she would call Li Xing the master. Boom. Other powerful figures from the ancient sanctuaries also moved, launching a coordinated attack towards Li Xing. In such a terrifying battle, with such intense combat, how could Li Xing possibly remain asleep? Undoubtedly, Li Xing was feigning sleep, deliberately mocking and humiliating them. Kill. Let's see if you wake up. They snorted coldly, their killing intent overwhelming, unleashing ancient techniques and sacred weapons, shattering the void and twisting the chaotic spatial forces, obliterating everything. Feigning sleep? Deliberately mocking them? Fine. They attacked with fury, each unleashing power more terrifying than the last, wanting to see if Li Xing would wake up. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, various radiant lights erupted from Li Xing's body, one after another. Sacred weapons emerged, carrying overwhelming divine radiance, intercepting the ancient sanctuary experts. None of these weapons were ordinary. All were above the level of sacred artifacts, blocking all the ancient sanctuary experts. The heavens thundered as if the end of the world had come, these sacred weapons bursting with terrifying power, preventing the ancient sanctuary experts from breaking through. What? This is impossible. The ancient sanctuary experts exclaimed in horror, their faces filled with dread, unable to believe what they were seeing. This was too incredible. Li Xing controlled the Tao Evolution Spear, the flowerless sacred sword, the wandering boat, and still had the strength to control so many sacred weapons? They were genuinely terrified, feeling a chill down their spines. Heavens, how terrifying was Li Xing? What was his real level of cultivation? So many sacred weapons, all above the sacred level, especially artifacts like the Tao Evolution Spear, the flowerless sacred sword, the wandering boat, which were even more terrifying, semi-supreme artifacts. How could they be so easily activated all at once? Even a half-step supremacy would struggle. Only a true supremacy could achieve this. Supremacy. When this thought emerged, they couldn't help but gasp, their spines tingling with cold. Was Li Xing a supremacy? Were they waging war against a supremacy? Instantly, their legs trembled, their hearts filled with dread. If this were true, if Li Xing truly was a supremacy, they were undoubtedly courting death, with no chance of survival. Good heavens, did you guys see that? Sacred weapons flying everywhere. This Li Jiudao, only around 20 years old, is truly going to defy the heavens. On a distant mountain peak, Zhou Tong held an ancient mirror, shouting in astonishment. Everyone knows that the stronger the sacred weapon, the harder it is to activate, and the greater the consumption on oneself. He trembled as he said, I roughly counted. There are about 100 sacred weapons above the sacred level. Among them, most are sacred king artifacts, sacred emperor artifacts, especially treasures like the Tao Evolution Spear, the flowerless sacred sword, the wandering boat. Good heavens, what kind of cultivation level is needed to achieve this? I think only a supremacy could do this. After saying this, he himself found it unbelievable. A supremacy at 20 years old? This was impossible. There had never been such a young supremacy. The youngest supremacy in history had trained for over 1,000 years. A supremacy at 20 years old was too astonishing, completely unbelievable. Supremacy. Good heavens! Within the tea house of the 5 sects, all creatures' hearts were pounding violently, like drums, unable to stop. They were greatly shocked, their mouths wide open, large enough to fit an egg. Could there really be such a young supremacy in the world? All the ancient sanctuaries have come to kill, yet Li Jiudao is snoring away. Everyone thinks Li Jiudao is pretending to sleep, not really asleep. A creature stammered, "Is there a possibility that Li Xing is truly asleep, not pretending to sleep?" As a supremacy, with his transcendent abilities, these sacred weapons he has collected want to protect him from being disturbed while he sleeps. Hence they automatically fight out to intercept the ancient sanctuaries. Li Xing was too terrifying. He felt the truth was exactly this. Previously the Tao evolution spear had emitted an awareness wave, saying it could not disturb Li Xing's sleep. I think so too. Another creature, full of emotion, said, "No wonder Li Jiudao dared to extort the ancient sanctuaries, dared to wait for the ancient sanctuaries to come to kill, not placing the ancient sanctuaries in his eyes. He is actually a supremacy." A supremacy? And so young. Li Xing's background was truly solid. He truly could challenge the ancient sanctuaries. What supremacy? That's impossible. Stop shouting nonsense. On the other side, Yu Zhong loudly rebuked. A supremacy at 20 years old. Even if he started training from the womb, he couldn't achieve it. He didn't believe Li Xing was a supremacy. Come on, if Li Xing was a supremacy, what was he? He had cultivated for thousands of years, yet he was only a half-step supremacy. Li Xing at 20 years old becoming a supremacy? Impossible. Even if you killed him, he would never believe it. He can't be that strong. Yu Zhong said resolutely, "These sacred weapons were all taken by the demon blade before. He is the successor of the demon blade. It must be the demon blade that bestowed him with some secret technique, allowing him to unusually activate so many sacred weapons." He believed everything was related to the demon blade. Such a young Li Xing, no matter how extraordinary, could not be a supremacy. It must be the demon blade that had researched some secret technique, enabling Li Xing to unusually activate so many sacred weapons. The demon blade from the ancient times was absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to rob so many sanctuaries. It was normal for it to research such a technique. Yes, this is the truth. Don't scare yourselves. How could there be such a young supremacy? I don't believe it. Throughout history, there has never been a 20-year-old emperor. The experts from the Flowerless Sanctuary and the Wandering Sanctuary coldly shouted, also not believing Li Xing was a supremacy, agreeing with Yu Zhong's view. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's just relying on the power of these treasures. Yu Zhong sneered, so many sacred weapons activated at once. How long can he last? Moreover, these sacred weapons can't stop us. Kill. He burst forth with even more terrifying brilliance, unleashing even more formidable power, advancing forward to kill. Chapter 180. Awakening from Slumber. The Tyrannosaurus strikes. Boom. The sky shattered, and Yu Zhong unleashed his full fury, exerting even greater power to quickly subdue the Dao Yin spear. Kill. The other saints of the Dao Yin Seng Di also displayed their ferocity, unleashing a continuous barrage of powerful techniques that shook the heavens. The might of a saint was truly terrifying. The Dao Yincheng trembled, its entire body dimming in luster. Yu Zhong was too fierce, clearly close to becoming a true sovereign, having touched upon deeper principles of sovereignty, posing a significant threat to it. Additionally, the 7 saints from the Dao Yin Seng Di, each not ordinary saints, possessed extraordinary combat power, and their coordinated attacks with Yu Zhong made it extremely difficult for the Dao Yincheng to withstand. Its blazing radiance was continuously suppressed, and its situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, gradually being overpowered. The conditions of the Wuhua Sengjian and the Xiaoyaozhou were also not looking good. Among the 5 saints from the Wuhua Sung Di, there were also those close to the sovereign realm, though not as fierce as Yu Zhong. They had also touched upon the principles of sovereignty, unleashing formidable power. The other 4 saints were also outstanding figures within the saint realm, and their joint attacks placed immense pressure on the Wuhua Sung Jia. The Xiaoyaozhou, not primarily designed for combat, had been struggling to maintain its speed from the start. The ancient Sung Deeds on this occasion had truly mustered all their strength, with their strongest forces unleashing their full might without reservation. Although the over 100 sacred artifacts above the saint level were formidable, they were ultimately just instruments, inferior to the seasoned practitioners who wielded numerous techniques. Their conditions were also not ideal, with some artifacts dimming in luster, being suppressed. At this moment, Li Xing, lying on his rocking chair, stirred. He had awakened, stretching comfortably. What a refreshing sleep. Recently, he had been either rushing to acquire treasures or engaging in battles, and it had been a long time since he had such a good rest. Under the warm sunlight, he couldn't help but fall asleep. What's going on? Soon, he heard various terrifying explosions and looked up to see a fierce battle unfolding before him. The Dao Yinchang and other sacred artifacts were engaged in combat against the ancient Sung Di's strongest forces. These are all fine artifacts. Are they protecting me from being disturbed while I sleep? Li Xing was filled with gankai and immediately understood the situation. Undoubtedly, while he was asleep, the ancient Sung Di's strongest forces had arrived and attacked him, and the Dao Yinchang and other artifacts had automatically awakened to protect him. With a bang, the Dao Yinchang was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to emit a blazing radiance, but the light flickered and immediately went out. Clearly, it had suffered a severe injury. Li Xing looked at the other artifacts and saw that their conditions were also not good, each dimmed in luster, being suppressed. Yet, despite this, none of the artifacts retreated. They continued to fight valiantly, preventing the ancient Sung Di's strongest forces from approaching him. Damn it, you're all insane. Li Xing glared coldly at the ancient Sung Di's strongest forces. With a thunderous boom, he stomped the ground, leaping up from his spot, causing the area beneath his feet to instantly crack, forming a deep, bottomless pit. Thank you for your efforts. You all return now, and watch your master take revenge for you. His gaze was icy, and his perfected Sung Ti unleashed an ultra-ultimate burst of power, filling his body with explosive strength. The artifacts hummed, appearing very excited, and obeyed Li Xing's command, withdrawing from the battle. Li Xing took over from the artifacts, charging forward alone. He was like a human tyrannosaur, too fierce and terrifying, with lofty Sung Run, Great Sung Run, and Sung Wang Zai Tarmin Chan, like ants, insignificant and not worth mentioning. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. No one could withstand a single punch from Li Xing. He charged forward, like a tyrannosaur in action. Many Sung Run, Great Sung Run, and Sung Wang were obliterated by him, turning into clouds of blood mist. He looked coldly, deeply enraged, his attacks merciless, like a messenger of hell walking into the mortal world, harvesting lives. He had given them a chance, but the ancient Sung Di was obstinate and continued their actions, so he wouldn't hold back anymore. They have angered the slumbering dragon, and now, the slumbering dragon has awakened, ready to make them pay the price. From a distant peak, Zhou Tong held an ancient mirror, excitedly shouting. How could he be so strong? Many of the ancient Sung Di's strongest forces were terrified by Li Xing's ferocity. Wasn't it said that Li Xing only relied on the power of artifacts and wasn't strong himself? They trembled all over, their souls almost scared out of their bodies. Where was Li Xing not strong? He was incredibly strong. Even Sung Wang, Zai Tarmin Chan were like ants, easily crushed by Li Xing. Don't be arrogant, Yu Zhong shouted, charging forward immediately. He wielded a golden spear, its tip shimmering with a chilling light. This was his life-bound artifact, refined by him for many years, a top-tier Sung Huang Qi, stained with the blood of Sung Huang, ending their lives. His aura fluctuated, causing the stars of the 9 heavens to rise and fall with his breath. He was too terrifying, having grasped certain principles of sovereignty, possessing some of the might of a sovereign. The golden spear pierced through, dividing the space, even affecting the flow of time, causing issues with the passage of time over there. Blazing radiance erupted, surpassing the light of the 9 heavenly suns, illuminating the world in a white expanse. The light of the 9 heavenly suns, in comparison, was like the light of fireflies, far inferior. Ah, my eyes! In the 5 parts tea house, many creatures cried out in pain. They had been too engrossed in watching, and when the radiance erupted, they failed to avert their gaze in time. Their eyes instantly blinded, blood flowing out, each becoming blood-eyed. I'm even afraid of myself when I'm angry. Li Xing's expression was cold, his eyes shining brightly, unafraid of the terrifying radiance emitted by the golden spear, not blinking once. He dominated the battlefield, his momentum overwhelming, truly like an invincible tyrannosaur reincarnated, actively charging towards the incoming golden spear. With a bang, he threw a punch, his fist like it was cast in gold, flowing with dazzling golden light, smashing hard against the incoming golden spear. In the next instant, a clear shattering sound echoed in the ears of all creatures present, followed by the golden spear breaking into fragments, scattering across the ground. Even Yu Zhong's arm holding the golden spear was affected, crushed by the terrifying force unleashed by Li Xing. Rising in a cloud of blood mist, Li Xing was too fierce, his fist shattering the top-tier Seng Huang spear, his physical body unimaginably strong. This was the ultra-ultimate power unleashed by a perfected Seng Ti in its later stages. It was incredibly strong, beyond belief. Damn, did all my ancestors' graves catch fire? Otherwise, how could I be so lucky to follow my big brother? The dragon horse excitedly shouted. To become Li Xing's mount, it truly was a tremendous fortune. Not just a bit of ancestral graves smoking, but all of them burning, to grant it such great luck. The Dao Yin spear trembled, its entire body radiating a dim light. Yu Zhong was too fierce, evidently very close to becoming a true supreme being, having touched upon deeper supreme laws, posing a significant threat to it. Additionally, the 7 saints of the Dao Yin Seng Di were not ordinary saints. They possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Together with Yu Zhong's attacks, they made it extremely difficult for the Dao Yin spear to withstand their combined force. Its blazing light was continuously suppressed, and its situation was far from optimistic, gradually being overpowered. The conditions of the Wu Hua Holy Sword and the Xiaoyao Bow were also not good. Among the 5 saints of the Wu Hua Holy Land, there were also experts nearing the Supreme Realm. Although not as fierce as Yu Zhong, they had also touched upon supreme laws, unleashing formidable power. The other 4 saints were also top-tier figures in the saint realm, jointly attacking it, causing immense pressure. The Xiaoyao Boat, needless to say, was not primarily designed for combat, possessing low combat power. From the beginning, it had been struggling to hold on with extreme speed. The ancient sanctuaries, this time, had truly mustered their full strength, pouring out in full force. The strong, when striking, held nothing back. Although the over 100 holy artifacts above the saint level were formidable, they were ultimately just artifacts, incomparable to the seasoned practitioners who had cultivated for years and mastered numerous techniques. Their conditions were also not good, with some artifacts dimming, suffering suppression. At this moment, Li Xing, lying on the rocking chair, stirred. He had awakened, stretching comfortably. This nap, refreshing. Recently, he had been either rushing to retrieve treasures or engaging in battles, having not had a proper sleep like this in a long time. Under the warm sunlight, he couldn't help but fall asleep. What's this? Soon, he heard various terrifying explosions and looked up to see a fierce battle unfolding ahead. Chapter 180. Awakening from slumber, the Tyrannosaurus strikes. Boom. The sky shattered as Yu Zhong unleashed even greater power, determined to quickly subdue the Dao Yin spear. Kill. The other saint emperors of the Dao Yin Seng Di also rallied, unleashing a torrent of powerful techniques that shook the heavens. The might of the Saint Emperors was truly terrifying. The Daoyin spear trembled, its entire body dimming. Yu Zhong was too formidable, clearly close to becoming a true sovereign, having touched upon deeper sovereign principles, posing a significant threat to it. Moreover, the 7 Saint Emperors of the Dao Yinseng Di were no ordinary beings, each possessing extraordinary combat prowess. Combined with Yu Zhong's attacks, the Daoyin spear was truly struggling. Its blazing light was continuously suppressed, and the situation was not optimistic as it gradually fell into a disadvantage. The circumstances for the Wu Hua sacred sword and the Xiaoyao boat were also not favorable. Among the 5 Saint Emperors from the Wu Hua Seng Di, there were also those nearing the sovereign realm, though not as formidable as Yu Zhong. They too had touched upon sovereign principles, unleashing devastating power. The other 4 Saint Emperors were also elite figures within their realm, jointly attacking it, placing immense pressure on it. The Xiaoyao boat, even less suited for combat, had been struggling to maintain its speed from the very beginning. The various ancient Seng Di had truly mustered their full strength this time, with their powerful practitioners unleashing their full might without reservation. Although the hundreds of artifacts above the saint level were formidable, they were still just artifacts, incomparable to the seasoned practitioners who wielded numerous techniques. Their conditions were also not ideal, with some artifacts' brilliance dimming, being suppressed. At this moment, Li Xing, lying on his rocking chair, stirred. He had awakened from his slumber, stretching comfortably. What a refreshing sleep! Recently, he had been either rushing to acquire treasures or engaging in battles, having not enjoyed such a good sleep in a long time. Under the warm sunlight, he couldn't help but fall asleep. What's this? Soon, he heard various terrifying explosions and looked up to see a fierce battle unfolding before him. The Dao Yin spear and other artifacts above the saint level were battling the strong practitioners from the ancient Seng Di. What a fine collection of weapons! Are they protecting me from being disturbed during my sleep? Li Xing was filled with emotion, instantly understanding the situation. Undoubtedly, while he slept, the strong practitioners from the ancient Seng Di had arrived and attacked him. The Daoyin spear and other artifacts had automatically awakened to protect him. Bang! At that moment, the Daoyin spear was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. It desperately tried to emit a blazing light, but the light flickered and then went out. Clearly, it had suffered a severe injury. Li Xing looked at the other artifacts, all in poor condition, their brilliance dimmed, being suppressed. Yet, even in such dire straits, the artifacts did not retreat, still valiantly defending against the ancient Seng Di's practitioners, preventing them from approaching him. Damn it, you're all mad. Li Xing glared coldly at the practitioners from the ancient Seng Di. With a thunderous boom, he stomped the ground, leaping from his spot, causing the ground beneath him to crack open, revealing a deep abyss. Thank you for your efforts. Return now, and watch your master avenge you. His eyes cold, he unleashed the ultimate power of his perfected sacred body, his body instantly filled with explosive strength. The artifacts roared, seemingly excited, obeying Li Xing's command and retreating from the battle. Li Xing took their place, charging forward alone. He was like a human tyrannosaurus, too fierce and terrifying, with lofty saints, great saints, and saint kings appearing as insignificant as ants before him. Puff, puff, puff. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. No one could withstand a single punch from Li Xing. He charged forward like a tyrannosaurus, causing numerous saints, great saints, and saint kings to explode into clouds of blood mist. His expression cold and furious, he showed no mercy, like a messenger of hell walking among mortals, reaping lives. He had given them a chance, but the ancient Seng Di were stubborn and continued their relentless pursuit. Now, they would face his merciless wrath. They have angered the slumbering dragon, and now, the slumbering dragon has awakened, ready to make them pay. From a distant peak, Zhou Tong held an ancient mirror, excitedly shouting. How could he be so strong? Many practitioners from the ancient Seng Di were terrified by Li Xing's ferocity. Wasn't it said that Li Xing relied solely on artifacts and was not formidable himself? They trembled, their souls nearly flying away in fear. Li Xing was far from weak. He was incredibly strong. Even Saint Kings were as insignificant as ants before him, easily crushed by his might. "Don't be arrogant," Yu Zhong roared, charging forward first. He wielded a golden spear, its tip shimmering with a chilling light. This was his life-bound artifact, refined over many years, a top-tier Saint Emperor weapon, stained with the blood of Saint Emperors and ending their lives. His aura fluctuated, causing the stars in the 9 heavens to rise and fall with his breath. He was terrifying, having grasped certain sovereign principles, wielding partial sovereign might. Swish! The golden spear pierced through, dividing the void, even affecting the flow of time, causing distortions. Brilliant light erupted, surpassing the 9 heavenly suns, illuminating the world in a blinding white, making the light of the heavenly suns seem like mere fireflies, vastly inferior. Ah, my eyes! In the 5 sects tea house, many creatures cried out in pain. They had been watching too intently, and when the light erupted, they failed to avert their gaze in time. Their eyes instantly blinded, blood flowing, all becoming blood-eyed. "I am terrifying when I'm angry." Li Xing's expression remained cold, his eyes piercing, unafraid of the terrifying light emitted by the golden spear, not blinking once. He took charge of the slaughter, his momentum overwhelming, truly like an invincible beast Tyrannosaurus reincarnated, charging towards the incoming golden spear. Bang! He threw a punch, his fist glowing like it was cast in gold, crashing into the golden spear. In the next instant, a clear shattering sound echoed in the ears of all present, followed by the golden spear disintegrating into fragments, scattering across the ground. Puff! Even Yu Zhong's arm holding the golden spear was affected, crushed by the terrifying force unleashed by Li Xing, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Li Xing was too formidable, shattering a top-tier Saint Emperor spear with his fist, his physical body unimaginably strong. This was the ultimate power unleashed by a perfected sacred body in its later stages. Simply too strong, beyond belief. Damn, did all my ancestors' tombs catch fire? No wonder I'm so lucky to be following my big brother. The dragon horse excitedly shouted. To become Li Xing's mount, it truly enjoyed immense fortune. Merely having ancestral tombs smoking would not suffice. They must all be burning to grant it such great luck. They are all fine artifacts. Are they protecting me from being disturbed while I sleep? Li Xing was filled with emotion, instantly understanding the situation. Undoubtedly, while he was asleep, the ancient sacred land's powerful practitioners had arrived and attacked him. The Daoyan spear and other artifacts had automatically awakened to protect him. Bang! At this moment, the Daoyan spear was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. The spear body struggled to emit a blazing light, but the glow barely appeared before it was instantly extinguished. Clearly, it had suffered a severe injury. Li Xing looked at the other artifacts, whose conditions were also not good, each dimming and being suppressed. Even so, the artifacts did not retreat. They continued to fiercely defend against the ancient Sungdi's powerful practitioners, preventing them from approaching him. Damn it, you've gone mad. Li Xing looked coldly at the ancient sacred ground's strong practitioners. With a boom, he stomped the ground, leaping up from his original spot. The area he stepped on instantly collapsed, revealing a deep abyss. Thank you for your efforts. All of you return now. Watch your master take revenge for you. His eyes cold, his perfected holy physique instantly unleashed an ultimate burst of power, filling his body with explosive strength. The artifacts hummed, seemingly very excited, obeying Li Xing's command and retreating from the battle. Li Xing took over from the artifacts, charging forward alone. He was like a human Tyrannosaurus, too fierce and terrifying. What lofty saints, great saints, and saint kings were in front of him, like insignificant ants, not worth mentioning at all. Puff, puff, puff. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. No one could withstand a single punch from Li Xing. He charged forward like a tyrannosaurus, causing numerous saints, great saints, and saint kings to explode into clouds of blood mist. His expression was cold, filled with great anger, his strikes merciless, like a messenger of hell walking the earth, reaping lives. He had given them a chance, but the ancient sacred grounds remained stubborn, still persisting. So, do not blame him for being ruthless. They have angered the slumbering dragon. Now, the slumbering dragon has awakened, and they will pay the price. From a distant peak, Zhou Tong held an ancient mirror, excitedly shouting. How could he be so strong? Numerous strong practitioners from the ancient sacred lands were frightened by Li Xing's ferocity. Wasn't it said that Li Xing only relied on the power of artifacts and was not formidable himself? They trembled all over, their souls almost scared out. Where was Li Xing not formidable? He was extremely formidable. Saint Kings in front of Li Xing were as insignificant as ants, easily crushed by him. Do not be arrogant. Yu Zhong roared, rushing over immediately. He wielded a golden spear, its tip flickering with a chilling light. This was his life-bound artifact, refined by him for many years, a top-tier saint artifact, stained with the blood of saints, ending their lives. His aura fluctuated, unleashing his utmost power, causing the stars of the 9 heavens to rise and fall with his aura. He was too terrifying, having grasped certain supreme laws, possessing some of the might of a supreme being. Swish! The golden spear thrust forward, slicing through the void, affecting the flow of time, causing issues with the passage of time. A blazing light erupted, surpassing the 9 heavenly suns, illuminating the world with a dazzling white light. The light of the 9 heavenly suns, in comparison, was like the glow of fireflies, vastly inferior. Ah, my eyes! Within the 5 parts tea house, numerous creatures cried out in pain. They had been too engrossed in watching, failing to withdraw their gaze in time when the blazing light erupted. Their eyes instantly blinded, blood flowing, each becoming blood-eyed. An angry me, even I fear myself. Li Xing's expression was cold, his eyes gleaming, unafraid of the terrifying light emitted by the golden spear, not blinking once. He took charge of the slaughter, his momentum overwhelming, truly like an invincible beast Tyrannosaurus Rex, actively charging towards the thrusting golden spear. Bang! He threw a punch, his fist seemingly cast in gold, flowing with dazzling golden light, clashing hard with the thrusting golden spear. In the next instant, a clear shattering sound rang in the ears of all creatures present, followed by the golden spear shattering into fragments, scattering across the ground. Pooh! Even Yu Zhong's arm holding the golden spear was affected, crushed by the terrifying force unleashed by Li Xing, rising into a cloud of blood mist. Li Xing was too fierce, his fist breaking a top-tier saint spear, his physical body unimaginably strong. This was the ultimate power unleashed by a perfected holy physique in its later stages. Simply too strong, beyond belief. Damn, did all the graves of my ancestors burn up? Otherwise, how could I be so lucky to follow by the side of my big brother? Dragon Horse excitedly shouted. To become Li Xing's mount, it truly had an immense fortune, not just a few ancestral graves smoking, but all of them burning, to grant it such great fortune. Chapter 181. Not related to the demon blade. All thanks to my master, Xianxia. The arena was filled with gasps of astonishment, as the ancient Holy Land's experts were all terrified. Li Xing was too terrifying, shattering the Holy Emperor's spear with a single punch. Could it be that Li Xing was truly a supreme being? They trembled in fear, their souls shuddering, and many of the experts quickly retreated from the battle, unwilling to face Li Xing again. You're seeking death. Yu Zhong was furious, his hair standing on end. Having cultivated for thousands of years and mastering profound supreme laws, he was shattered by Li Xing, who directly crushed his right arm. He could not bear it. A surge of radiance regenerated his shattered arm instantly. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful technique, causing the supreme laws to pulsate and shake the heavens. Rumble. Torrents of thunder descended from the sky, each bolt as thick as a mountain range, causing the void to collapse repeatedly. The chaotic spatial forces shredded everything, reducing mountains, rivers, and peaks to dust. He was a true half-step supreme being, capable of devastating the heavens and earth. "I'll help you." From the Wuhua Sung Di, a voice rang out coldly, launching a formidable technique, with supreme laws erupting. He was also a half-step supreme being, though not as strong as Yu Zhong. He had touched upon the supreme realm and could exert part of the supreme power. The heavens shook, and a fiery phoenix soared into the sky, stirring up a vast sea of flames, as if to burn down the heavens. "Why are you retreating?" "There's no retreat now. Once you've made a move, there's no turning back. If you don't suppress him, where do you think you have a chance to live? Think about it. Would he spare you?" The Holy Emperor of the Xiaoyao Sanctuary shouted coldly, urging the experts from the other ancient sanctuaries who had retreated to rejoin the battle. Simultaneously, the three holy emperors of their sanctuary joined the battle without hesitation. The experts from the ancient sanctuaries all looked grim. The Holy Emperor of the Xiaoyao Sanctuary was right. Previously, they might have had a way out, as Li Xing had given them a chance. But they didn't cherish this opportunity and chose to attack Li Xing again. They truly had no way out now, cutting off their own retreat. Kill. Retreat means death. Charge means life. The experts from the ancient sanctuaries roared and joined the battle again. Bang! Far away on a mountain peak, Zhou Tong's ancient mirror in his hand shattered instantly, the fragments cutting his face and causing blood to flow. The battle was too terrifying, far exceeding the scope that the ancient mirror could display, causing it to shatter. Rumble. A loud explosion echoed. Li Xing glowed all over, as if transformed into a radiant being, unfazed by the torrential thunder unleashed by Yu Zhong. He charged through the massive bolts of thunder and clashed head-on with the fiery phoenix summoned by the half-step supreme being from the Wuhua Sung Di. He was too ferocious, even more so than the fiery phoenix. On the phoenix, the flames burned fiercely, capable of reducing a holy emperor to ashes. Yet, Li Xing was incredibly resilient, unafraid of the burning flames, leaping onto the phoenix's back and tearing the terrifying fiery phoenix into pieces. What? The half-step supreme being from the Wuhua sacred land was shocked. Li Xing was too terrifying. The flames hadn't harmed him at all, completely beyond his expectations. Yu Zhong was equally astonished. He had never believed that Li Xing had achieved the status of a supreme being. But now, his belief was wavering. Li Xing might truly have achieved the status of a supreme being. So what? My Daoyan Sung Di is not without supreme beings. He stared coldly, still unafraid. This time, their Daoyan Sung Di had prepared thoroughly. Unlike the Xiao Yao Sung Di, their Daoyan Sung Di had a living supreme being, whose condition was much better than the ancient ancestor of the Xiao Yao Sung Di. Of course, much better didn't mean he could act carelessly. Their supreme being of Daoyan Sung Di, though having achieved the supreme position in the contemporary era, was a very long time ago, and now, although he had not yet reached the end of his lifespan, it was imminent. However, this time, their supreme being had still provided them with assistance, bestowing upon them a treasure containing his full power. Indeed, my Wuhua Sung Di also has a supreme being. The Wuhua Sung Di was no simple matter either, worthy of being second only to the Daoyan Sung Di. They too had a living supreme being. Similarly, this supreme being had also provided them with assistance before their departure. This supreme being had given them a treasure, also containing his full power. Unlike the supreme being of Daoyan Sung Di, the supreme being of Wuhua Sung Di had reached the end of his lifespan. Although not as close to death as the ancient ancestor of Xiao Yao Sung Di, he didn't have much time left. The assistance provided to the Wuhua Sung Di's expedition had consumed a lot from this supreme being, accelerating the end of his life. However, this supreme being didn't care and still offered help, because the treasures left by the demon blade were too astonishing. Once they captured Li Xing and obtained the treasures of the demon blade, all these sacrifices could be compensated. Even more, he could benefit greatly, delaying the approach of his life's end. It was because they held such a trump card that the semi-supreme beings of Daoyan and Wuhua Sengdi didn't hesitate at all, continuously launching attacks on Li Xing. It's over. Your time should come to an end. Yu Zhong sneered, summoning the treasure given by the living supreme being. It was an ancient flag. Once thrown out, it immediately spread an incredibly terrifying supreme aura. Then, the heavens rumbled, and the sacred hymns of the great path resounded. A vast figure emerged from the ancient flag, initially faint but quickly solidifying. Has it come to the point where I must intervene? The solidified figure looked at Li Xing and said, "Young man, you are truly remarkable. Unfortunately, you were born at a time when the world is ending and the great paths are withering. Even with extraordinary talent, you cannot unfold your potential." Clearly, this solidified figure contained the consciousness of the supreme being of Dao Yan Sengdi. At the same time, the semi-supreme being from Wuhua Sengdi also threw out a treasure. It was an ancient pearl, crystal clear and exuding ancient Tangsha. It seemed to have emerged from the river of history. The heavens resounded with the sacred hymns of the great path once more, and brilliant, auspicious lights continuously appeared, as if to welcome something. A figure also emerged from the ancient pearl, initially faint but quickly solidifying. This was an old woman's figure, the ancestor of Wu Hua Sengdi, her face covered with wrinkles and her skin dried and lacking vitality. However, even in this aged appearance, one could still vaguely see the beauty of this old woman when she was young, undoubtedly an unparalleled beauty in the world. After her appearance, her gaze immediately fell on Li Xing. "You have reached this step, truly astonishing. Did the demon blade pass on all its power to you?" She spoke, not believing that Li Xing had reached this level through his own cultivation. At 20-something, he was too young. Even if he didn't eat, drink, or sleep, and cultivated day and night, he couldn't possibly reach the supreme realm. She thought it must be that the demon blade had transferred all its power to Li Xing. "What demon blade? My achievements have nothing to do with it. All my accomplishments come from my master, Xianxia," Li Xing shouted. His gaze remained cold, undaunted. This time, their Daoyan Sengdi had prepared meticulously. Unlike the Xiaoyao Sengdi, their Daoyan Sengdi had a living supreme being, whose condition was much better than the ancient supreme being of the Xiaoyao Sengdi. Of course, being much better didn't mean he could act recklessly. Their supreme being, though having achieved the status in this era, was from a very distant past. Now, although he hadn't yet reached his limit, it was close. However, this time, their supreme being had still provided them with assistance, gifting them a powerful treasure infused with the supreme being's full power. "Indeed, my Wuhua Sengdi also has a supreme being." 乌花圣地的那名半部至尊同样不简单，他们圣地也有当世至尊。The Wuhua Sanctuary was equally formidable, second only to the Daoyan Sanctuary. They too possessed a living supreme being. Similarly, this supreme being had provided them with assistance before their departure. This supreme being had also gifted them a powerful treasure, infused with the supreme being's full power. Unlike the supreme being from the Dao Yan Sengdi, the supreme being of the Wuhua Sengdi had reached his limit. Though not as close to death as the ancient supreme being of the Xiaoyao Sengdi, he didn't have much time left. The assistance provided by the supreme being to the Wuhua Sacred Lands experts had consumed him greatly, hastening the end of his life. But this supreme being didn't care, and still provided the assistance. Because the treasures left by the demon blade were too astonishing. Once they subdued Li Xing and obtained the treasures of the demon blade, all these sacrifices could be compensated. Even more, he could benefit greatly, delaying the approach of his life's end. It was because they held such a trump card that the half-step supreme beings from the Daoyan Sengdi and the Wuhua Sengdi didn't hesitate at all, continuously launching attacks on Li Xing. "It's over. You should also step down from the stage." Yu Zhong sneered, invoking the powerful treasure given to him by the living supreme being. It was an ancient flag. Once thrown out, it instantly spread an incredibly terrifying supreme aura. Then, the heavens thundered, and the sacred songs of the great Tao resounded. A vast and majestic figure emerged from the ancient flag, initially vague but quickly solidifying. Has it come to the point where I must intervene? The solidified figure looked at Li Xing and said, "Young man, you are truly remarkable. Unfortunately, you were born at a time when the era is drawing to a close and the great Tao is withering. Even with your astonishing talent, it's hard to unfold." Clearly, this solidified figure bore the consciousness of the Daoyan Sung Di's living supreme being. At the same time, the half-step supreme being from the Wuxia sanctuary also unleashed a powerful treasure. It was an ancient bead, crystal clear, exuding a sense of ancientness, as if it had walked out from the river of history. The heavens resounded with the sacred songs of the great Tao again, with dazzling, auspicious light, as if welcoming something. A figure also emerged from the ancient bead, initially vague and then solidifying. It was an old crone's figure, the ancient ancestor of Wuxia Sung Di, her face covered with wrinkles, her skin dry and lacking vitality. However, even in this aged state, one could still vaguely see the beauty of the old crone when she was young. She must have been an unparalleled beauty in the world. After her appearance, her gaze immediately fell on Li Xing. "You've reached this point, truly surprising. Did the demon blade transfer all its power to you?" She spoke, not believing that Li Xing had cultivated to this level on his own. At 20-something, he was too young. Even if he didn't eat, drink, or sleep, and cultivated day and night, he couldn't reach the supreme level. She thought it must be the demon blade that had transferred all its power to Li Xing. "What demon blade? My achievements have nothing to do with it. All my accomplishments come from my master, Xianxia," Li Xing shouted loudly. Chapter 182. The curtain falls. Li Xing is invincible. "Young man, there's no need for such arrogance. Your identity, whatever it may be, cannot alter your current fate," the old supreme from the Wuxia sacred land said calmly. "In this era where everything is coming to an end, even the authority of a colossal entity like the Taiqing sect is not enough to sway the situation. Indeed, everyone is struggling to survive, and your identity, no matter how astonishing, won't scare us," echoed the supreme from the Daoyan sacred land, equally calm and unconcerned about the authenticity of Li Xing's identity. Because it was meaningless. Immediately, he took action, unleashing a supreme technique to suppress Li Xing. At your young age, to stir up such a huge commotion and draw the full power of two supremes against you, your life is already without regret, the old supreme from Wuxia sacred land exclaimed, also launching an attack to jointly suppress Li Xing. "Indeed." Yu Zhong laughed, his smile radiant. With two true supremes each delivering their strongest attacks, the outcome was evident. Li Xing would undoubtedly be suppressed, with no other possible outcome. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze, his entire body stiffened, and uncontrollable tremors shook him. How is this possible? He stumbled, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. What did he see? Two true supremes, each delivering their strongest attacks, yet unable to harm Li Xing in the slightest. Li Xing emerged unscathed, breaking through the strongest attacks of the two supremes with overwhelming force. Moreover, Li Xing continued to close in on the two supremes, shattering their forms into fragments. What a joke, trying to lecture me without even showing up in person. Li Xing snorted, his body radiating an invincible aura. How could this be? All the ancient sacred land experts were terrified, collapsing to the ground, their faces filled with horror, their hearts consumed by fear. They dared not continue the fight, completely losing their will to battle. Li Xing had withstood the strongest attacks of two supremes unscathed, far surpassing them, beyond their comparison. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Li Xing coldly gazed at the ancient sacred land experts, saying icily, "Attacking the weapons in my hand is equivalent to attacking me, an unforgivable offense. The artifacts had fought for him, and now he would stand up for them. Go and exact revenge on those who attacked you. Li Xing instructed the artifacts. The artifacts vibrated with excitement, their consciousnesses expressing deep gratitude for Li Xing's actions. They were fortunate to have a good master. In an instant, the artifacts moved in unison, charging towards the ancient sacred land experts. The Daoyan spear was the first to target Yu Zhong, its tip radiating a chilling light as it pierced through the void, aiming directly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, naturally, would not surrender passively. He launched a counterattack, blocking the Daoyan spear's assault and engaging in a fierce battle. He was indeed formidable, fighting the Daoyan spear to a standstill, making it difficult for the spear to defeat him. Li Xing noticed this and immediately intervened, easily suppressing Yu Zhong and delivering a beating. In just a few punches, Yu Zhong was severely injured, blood spewing from his mouth, his vitality waning. Ultimately, the Daoyan spear pierced through Yu Zhong's forehead, shattering his soul and ending his life. A half-step supreme had fallen. Go! Assist the other artifacts in their executions. Li Xing commanded the Daoyan spear. The spear resonated in response to Li Xing, then moved to assist the Wuhua sacred sword in slaying the half-step supreme from Wuhua sacred land. How can he be so handsome? Bai Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, Li Xing met all her criteria for a perfect partner, and even exceeded her expectations. Brother, my eternal dear brother. The dragon steed cried out, feeling truly blessed to have found such a powerful ally. Li Xing was extraordinary, and by his side, the dragon steed believed it would one day evolve into a mighty beast, a true dragon. With the Daoyan spear aiding the Wuhua sacred sword, it didn't take long for the half-step supreme from Wuhua sacred land to be slain, blood staining the ground. Then, the Daoyan spear and Wuhua sacred sword moved to assist other artifacts, swiftly eliminating all the ancient sacred land experts. The battle had come to a complete end. Your people haven't been playing by the rules? Li Xing addressed the ancient sacred land experts he had previously detained, saying, "All right, don't make me come again. Inform your sacred lands to deliver the compensation promptly." He was truly tired of running around. Moreover, he believed that after this battle, the ancient sacred lands would be too obedient to dare anything else, and would promptly deliver the compensation. Indeed, shortly after the ancient sacred land experts contacted their respective sacred lands, powerful figures from those lands arrived with the compensation. This included the Daoyan sacred land, Wuhua sacred land, and Xiaoyao sacred land. They were all very obedient, not daring to hesitate in the slightest, emptying their sacred lands to provide the compensation. It would have been better if you had done this from the start. Li Xing smiled, accepting all the compensation, saying, "I really dislike violence the most. If only they had known how formidable you were earlier. If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to provoke you." And was that line about disliking violence really sincere? With over 100 saints and above-level beings slain here, was that not considered violence? The ancient sacred lands were all in tears. After this battle, although their sacred lands were not completely eradicated, they were practically defunct, having lost too many above-saint-level beings. Especially since they had emptied their sacred lands, and now, they no longer deserved the title of sacred lands. Everything had truly come to an end, with no ancient sacred land daring to stir up trouble again. Li Xing's terror had shocked all living beings. "Let's go." Li Xing mounted the dragon steed, cradling Bai Xiaohu, and was ready to leave, feeling content. "Wait, let's find someone." Bai Xiaohu stopped Li Xing, informing him about Zhou Tong's matter. She mentioned that she had established a cooperation with Zhou Tong, wanting Li Xing to appear in the scene. "You really are a little money grubber, aren't you?" Li Xing gently flicked Bai Xiaohu's forehead, questioning what good could come from such a cooperation. It couldn't compare to even a fraction of the compensation from the ancient sacred lands. "Isn't this what you taught me?" Bai Xiaohu retorted, "You said, not making money is a fool, and not taking advantage is courting disaster." Li Xing felt a bit guilty and said, "Did I really say that?" Then, he accompanied by Xiaohu to meet Zhou Tong. Of course, appearing in the scene was impossible. The ancient mirror capable of transmitting images had shattered and could no longer relay scenes to the 5 sects tea house. Please rest assured, the benefits we gain from this will be split equally with you. No, we'll do a 70-30 split. You get 70%, and we get 30%, or even all of it to you. Zhou Tong said excitedly, if you want it all, we'll give it all. Even if it was a 70-30 split, they would still be at a loss, as maintaining the ancient mirror's transmission required significant resources. However, no matter how big the loss, they were willing. After all, if they could gain the favor of a young supreme like Li Xing through this, it would be an incredible boon. No need, let's just split it evenly. Li Xing chuckled, patting Zhou Tong's shoulder, saying, you're quite shrewd in business, and if there are future opportunities for cooperation, I'll come to you. Then he indicated that he would send by Xiaohu to Zhou Tong's faction to collect the payment. He rode the dragon steed, holding by Xiaohu, and left the area. Next, let's find a good latrine for Grandpa Su Jiaolong, the old codger, to guard, and then return to the Qin clan's ancestral land to have a talk with the Heavenly Bliss Supreme. He spoke. The true nature of the Heavenly Bliss Supreme was unclear, and he had once claimed to have reserves. Was that true? Li Xing felt he needed to probe further. Chapter 183. In a month, restart the ancient path in a month. Riding on the dragon horse and holding the white fox, Li Xing made good on his promise. He first found a suitable latrine for Grandpa Su Jiaolong and sealed him inside. It was a fecal pit in an ordinary mortal city, where the residents' waste was dumped. Without any accidents, this place would remain a fecal pit forever. Before sealing Grandpa Su Jiaolong in the fecal pit, Li Xing crippled his entire cultivation, ensuring that Grandpa Su Jiaolong would slowly rot and die in the fecal pit. After completing this, he returned to the Qin clan's territory. When the old god emperor of the Qin clan saw him again, he was trembling with fear. Li Xing's battle had long spread throughout the 5 regions, known throughout the Yin state. A young supreme being had emerged, annihilating many powerful figures from ancient holy lands. The old god emperor of the Qin clan was extremely fortunate that they had backed down early. Otherwise, the entire Qin clan would have been wiped out. How are things progressing? Li Xing asked the old god emperor of the Qin clan, still thinking about the ancient path. Although he already had many valuable treasures, he still felt inadequate in the face of the impending dark age of cultivation. After all, he didn't even have a single imperial artifact. How could he survive the cultivation winter? The ancient path was no ordinary place. The Qin clan and other ancient forces couldn't venture far before being unable to proceed further. Even so, they had reaped significant gains. If he could reach the end, the rewards would undoubtedly be even greater, possibly yielding imperial artifacts. He wouldn't pass up the opportunity to explore the ancient path. It's not easy to handle. The old god emperor of the Qin clan furrowed his brows. I've done my best, even threatening that if they didn't agree, the Qin clan would ceaselessly harass them, making their lives a never-ending nightmare. Even so, they refused. The old god emperor of the Qin clan shook his head. They are too deeply afraid of the ancient path, fearing that opening it would result in a total loss. They adamantly refused. Li Xing pondered for a moment, then said, in that case, use my name to request their assistance. Tell them I want them to help restart the ancient path. He continued, I believe that with my current standing, I still have some influence. You are too modest. If you speak, it's not just influence, it's a great honor for them. The old god emperor of the Qin clan said sincerely. These ancient forces were nothing compared to even a tenth of a holy land. Li Xing was a supreme being of the world, incomparable to these ancient forces. It's not that exaggerated, Li Xing said. Assure them that they won't work in vain. I will compensate them. All right, I'll take care of it right away. The old god emperor of the Qin clan replied. No need to rush, Li Xing said. There's no need to open the ancient path so soon. Tell them to open it in a month. This wasn't because he wanted to slack off for a month before entering the ancient path. If it were before, he might have done so, But now, he wouldn't slack off at all. Time was the most precious now. Not a moment could be wasted. The cultivation winter could descend at any time, and he needed to race against time to accumulate enough capital to survive this cultivation winter. He wouldn't slack off at such a critical moment. After all, he was well aware that slacking off now would be tantamount to courting death. The reason he chose to enter the ancient path in a month was that he didn't know how long this journey would take, possibly a very long time. The present world was facing a cultivation winter and a dark age, and no one could predict how chaotic things would become or what events would unfold. He couldn't rest easy about Xianxia sect and wanted to use this month to make comprehensive arrangements for Xianxia sect, ensuring it could handle various dangers. Only then could he feel at ease to enter the ancient path. He didn't want to emerge from the ancient path to find that Xianxia sect was gone, as that would be a lifelong regret. Additionally, he needed to make arrangements for the White Fox's clan, not wanting to find that the White Fox clan was gone when he returned. I will follow your instructions. The old god emperor of the Qin clan nodded repeatedly, complying with Li Xing's orders. All right, go ahead and do it. Li Xing handed a celestial god pill to the old god emperor of the Qin clan. Work diligently, and I won't treat you unfairly. For him now, celestial god pills were like candy, plentiful and easily consumed. But for the old god emperor of the Qin clan, it was entirely different. The celestial god pill was incredibly precious to him. Upon receiving it, he was so moved that he even knelt down to Li Xing. Thank you. I will work diligently, he said firmly. No need for this. Li Xing quickly helped the old god emperor of the Qin clan up. All right, go notify the other ancient forces. Afterwards, he went alone to the Qin clan's treasury, reaching the deepest part. Senior, I'm back, he respectfully said, calling out to the supreme bliss heavenly sovereign inside. You're back, no more accidents this time, right? The supreme bliss heavenly sovereign, also known as the demon blade, hurriedly asked. It was very nervous, fearing to hear that Li Xing had encountered any accidents. It had revealed all its life savings, all the locations of its treasures, to Li Xing. Accidents, too many. Li Xing sighed heavily. What? Inside, the supreme bliss heavenly sovereign was anxious. What kind of accidents happened? Previously, I thought only the Ancient One Holy Land was searching for the Demon Blade's treasure sites. This time, I found out that it wasn't just the Ancient One Holy Land. Li Xing said, many ancient Holy Lands were searching for the Demon Blade's treasure sites. All searching for the Demon Blade's treasure sites? Inside, the Demon Blade was even more anxious, its heart almost leaping out of its throat. Had all its life savings been lost? Tell me the details quickly, it urged. All right, Li Xing quickly said. All the treasure sites you told me about were empty. The ancient Holy Lands had taken the treasures from those places beforehand. He continued, later, they even erupted into battle, scaring all the living beings in the Yin state. No one expected that so many ancient Holy Lands were lurking in the Yin state. Hearing what Li Xing said, the demon blade almost fainted. Damn it! All empty? Initially, Li Xing mentioned that the Ancient One Holy Land was searching for its treasures and had knowledge of many places it had frequented in ancient times. Among those places, one was its treasure site, where it had hidden its treasures. Upon hearing just a few locations, one of which was its treasure site, it feared that the Ancient One Holy Land had discovered all its treasure sites. Thus, it revealed all its treasure sites to Li Xing, hoping he could retrieve the treasures beforehand. Who knew? It was still too late. Chapter 184. The face is torn. I am a heavenly sovereign. Everything was gone. All the treasures were missing, and the situation was even worse than it had imagined. It wasn't just the Ancient One's sacred land searching. All the ancient sacred lands were as well. It was about to cry, having risked its life to rob so many sacred lands, nearly being destroyed itself, only to end up with nothing. Damn it, could this kid be lying to me? Maybe he took all the treasures himself. It thought to itself, suspecting that Li Xing might be deceiving it. Which ancient sacred lands are involved? It asked out loud. Li Xing had only mentioned the ancient sacred lands without specifying which ones. It wanted to see if Li Xing was lying. Many, like the Tao Evolution Sacred Land, the Blossomless Sacred Land, the Free and Easy Sacred Land, the Azura Palace. Li Xing listed many names of sacred lands. Upon hearing this, the demonic blade felt extremely distressed. It seemed Li Xing was probably not lying. All the sacred lands Li Xing mentioned had been robbed by it. Not a single one was incorrect. Moreover, sacred lands like the Tao Evolution, Blossomless, and Free and Easy, after being robbed in ancient times, had kept it a secret to preserve their dignity. Even during the pursuit afterward, these three sacred lands had acted in secret, without public action. Li Xing must have truly seen these three sacred lands, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to name them. Damn these cursed sacred lands. It gritted its teeth and cursed inwardly. A lifetime's savings, also the capital for its recovery, were now all gone. It felt extremely distressed. It was completely dispirited. Without those savings, it didn't know when it could recover. Relying solely on itself, it was difficult for it to fully recover. I'm sorry, Senior. It's still my fault for being too slow and not being able to collect the treasures before the ancient sacred lands did. Li Xing said apologetically. It's not your fault. The demonic blade said weakly, how could you compare to those ancient sacred lands? It couldn't blame Li Xing even if it wanted to. Li Xing was just a young cultivator, completely incomparable to those ancient sacred lands. In the face of these ancient sacred lands, Li Xing was too insignificant to mention. It was normal for Li Xing to fail when all the ancient sacred lands were involved. Besides, even if it wanted to blame Li Xing, it didn't dare to do so openly. After all, it was relying on Li Xing to get it out. Senior, didn't you say there were other treasures that belong to you? Why don't you tell me the locations of these treasures? That way, when I go there, I can confirm your identity and feel safe about taking you out. Li Xing said. This was his ultimate goal, to trick the demonic blade again and get the remaining treasures. That was why he fabricated all those lies beforehand. Where were there any other treasures? All its treasures were gone, weren't they? The demonic blade felt even more distressed. It wanted to tell Li Xing but couldn't name any treasure locations. All the treasure locations, it had already told Li Xing earlier. Those treasure locations are different. I need to go there in person to enter. It said, you take me out first, and then I'll take you there later. It wanted to trick Li Xing into taking it out first, so it would be free and could just run away. Although its current strength was limited, it wasn't a problem to handle a young cultivator like Li Xing. I really can't do that, Junior. Li Xing said with difficulty, without proof of your identity, I can't trust you. To be frank, the treasure locations you told me earlier were all left by the demonic blade. Just what if, you are that demonic blade? Did he expect to just let the demonic blade out like that? Absolutely not. It was impossible. The heavenly sovereign of bliss inside was very likely to be that ancient demonic blade, and even if it wasn't, it was definitely not simple and extremely terrifying. Who knew what kind of terrible means it had in its possession? Although he was currently very strong, being cautious was always right. He wouldn't easily let out the heavenly sovereign of bliss. I'm so annoyed. The demonic blade shouted inwardly, truly frustrated. How could it have encountered someone as stubborn as Li Xing? It had thought that young people like Li Xing were the easiest to fool. Now, it didn't know what to do. It really had no more treasure locations to mention. It's no use telling you. Those places have extremely complicated and powerful restrictions engraved. Unless I go there in person, no one can enter. The demonic blade said helplessly. It's okay. I don't need to go inside. Just looking at the treasure locations from the outside is fine, Li Xing said. Not letting him in? No problem. As long as he knew the locations. He also practiced the art of restrictions and was working hard on it. As long as he knew the locations, he would find a way to get in later. No, the restrictions on these treasure locations are very powerful. Only when I go there personally will the treasure halls appear. If I don't go, even if you dig 3 feet into those places, you'll never find them. The demonic blade had to fabricate this, as it truly couldn't name any treasure locations. Was it true or false? Li Xing was suspicious. Under such circumstances, the heavenly sovereign of bliss still didn't tell him these locations. He suspected that these locations might not even exist. In that case, I can't let Senior out, Li Xing said apologetically. Then, to force the heavenly sovereign of bliss, he said, also, I might not be able to come back later. My ancestor said I need to go into seclusion for cultivation, and I don't know when that will end. This made the demonic blade a bit anxious. This place was the treasure vault of the Qin clan. Not just anyone could enter, especially young disciples. Over the years, it had only seen Li Xing, a young disciple, enter. If Li Xing couldn't come back, it was basically trapped here. However, it was anxious but had no other options. Take me out first. Once I'm out, I'll immediately take you to those treasure locations. It said stubbornly. It was sealed here, unable to draw power from the outside. Under such circumstances, it couldn't even maintain itself, let alone recover. It would gradually weaken until it completely perished. It truly didn't have much time now. I can't do that. Li Xing insisted. Damn it, I've told you so many treasure locations, and any one of them contains unimaginable great fortunes. You failed to obtain them yourself, and now you have the nerve to ask me for other treasure locations? Aren't you ashamed? The demonic blade cursed, completely losing its composure. Boy, be smart and let me out now, or else after I get out, I'll be the first to kill you. It completely tore off the mask, threatening Li Xing. After all, it really had no other options. Li Xing had said this was his last visit, so it had to tear off the mask. Boy, let me tell you, I am a heavenly sovereign, standing at the pinnacle of the clouds. These restrictions can't hold me. Sooner or later, I'll break them. It said menacingly, even if you tell your ancestor, it won't help. I'm not afraid. Think about it. Even that terrifying demonic blade, I could handle it. You should understand that I'm not just scaring you. I really have that kind of strength. Deception was no longer an option. It wanted to intimidate Li Xing into letting it out. Chapter 185. The Blissful Celestial? No. You should call me the Demonic Blade. Li Xing was too young, and his psychological resilience was bound to be poor. The Demonic Blade thought it could intimidate Li Xing. You've seen those ancient sanctuaries and should be well aware of how terrifying they are. Yet, even those terrifying ancient sanctuaries fell into the hands of the demonic blade, suffering from its plundering. Its voice was chilling as it spoke harshly, and the demonic blade fell into my hands. Think carefully, can you handle me? Was this the moment of truth? Li Xing sneered coldly in his heart. The blissful celestial inside seemed to realize it couldn't fool him anymore and was resorting to threats. You still have a chance, but it's your last one. I hope you don't squander it and seize this opportunity. The demonic blade spoke coldly. Now, do as I say. You old geezer. Li Xing no longer pretended and pointed out, the blissful celestial? No, you should call me the demonic blade. What demonic blade? Don't spout nonsense. Inside, the demonic blade was panicking but still pretended to remain calm. How could it not be panicking? If Li Xing confirmed it was the demonic blade and notified the ancient sanctuaries, it would be doomed. It would be dead without a burial place. Stop pretending. Li Xing sneered. The moment of truth has arrived. You're out of tricks, and there are no more treasures hidden. That's why you're threatening me like this. I didn't. Didn't I say earlier? My treasure troves, you can't access them. Only I can go there. The demonic blade insisted. Li Xing didn't believe it for a second. He thought the blissful celestial was the demonic blade, cornered and desperate. Fine. I can't tell if you're the demonic blade, but the ancient sanctuaries can. Li Xing said, I'll go notify the ancient sanctuaries right now. Damn it. Why is this kid so hard to deal with? The demonic blade cursed inwardly, truly on the verge of tears. It thought Li Xing, being so young, would cave under its intimidation. Who knew Li Xing's psychological resilience was so strong, incredibly calm, and not flustered at all after being threatened. He even managed to counter it so coolly. The mention of notifying the ancient sanctuaries left it completely dumbfounded, utterly at Li Xing's mercy. If the ancient sanctuaries came, it wouldn't have any good outcome. It would be annihilated on the spot. It really wanted to slap itself silly. Looking back, why did it approach Li Xing in the first place? Li Xing showed no sign of being a young man. His schemes were too deep, harder to crack than a tough nut. Don't go to the ancient sanctuaries. I really am the blissful celestial, not the demonic blade. Believe me. The demonic blade shouted, making a final desperate struggle. If you're not the demonic blade, why fear the ancient sanctuaries? You old geezer, still not being honest? Li Xing shouted coldly. Now, tell me the truth. Who exactly are you? The demonic blade was truly going mad. In the ancient times, it was so powerful, even the top 3 sanctuaries couldn't stop it from looting. But now, it was utterly dominated by Li Xing, a mere youngster. It was too miserable. Once invincible, now it was so pathetic. I'll tell you. The demonic blade said with a mixture of misery and helplessness, "You're right. I am indeed the ancient demonic blade, not the blissful celestial." Then, it quickly added, "Although my treasures are gone, I was once among the strongest, with incredibly rich experiences in cultivation. If you don't inform the ancient sanctuaries about my existence, I can guide you wholeheartedly, making your cultivation soar." It continued, "If you're not at ease, you don't have to release me. I can guide your cultivation from within this room. Think about it. I could rob the ancient sanctuaries, and even the top 3 great sanctuaries couldn't do anything to me. You should understand how strong I am. With such a powerful being guiding you, your rise to become a strong one is imminent." It compromised, now only hoping to stabilize Li Xing and prevent him from notifying the ancient sanctuaries. "So you really are the demonic blade?" Li Xing grinned. "Well then, it's settled. No problem. Since it was the demonic blade, there was no need to waste time with it. After all, he had already extracted all the treasures from it." "What do you mean?" The demonic blade cautiously asked. "What do you mean by no problem?" "No problem means you can rest." Li Xing directly strengthened the restrictions here. He planned to deal with the demonic blade after returning from the ancient path. Although he could destroy the demonic blade now, it wasn't entirely safe. The demonic blade, such a ruthless entity, had survived being hunted by the ancient sanctuaries and lived until now. It likely had some hidden cards or tricks up its sleeve. He'd better be cautious. When he returned from the ancient path, he wouldn't need to worry anymore. By then, he would undoubtedly be stronger, unafraid of any hidden cards or tricks the demonic blade might have. "I'm screwed." When the demonic blade saw through the room and noticed the restrictions Li Xing had set up, it was instantly shocked. The restrictions Li Xing set up were far stronger than those set by the old divine emperor of the Qin clan, interwoven with terrifying principles. It felt even saints couldn't break through such restrictions. Damn it, what the hell? How could a young man like Li Xing possess such terrifying restriction techniques? It instantly cursed in its heart, realizing it had misjudged Li Xing. He wasn't some minor cultivator but a profoundly mysterious and powerful being. Wait, why do these things he used to set up the restrictions look so familiar? As Li Xing engraved the restrictions, he incorporated many things into them. Initially, it wasn't noticeable, but later, it became increasingly familiar, as if it had seen these things somewhere. Oh no, these are celestial star gold, emerald mystic silver, 100 refined steel. It cursed repeatedly, recognizing these things, feeling utterly frustrated. These were all treasures it had forcibly taken from the ancient sanctuaries, materials above the sacred level. Didn't it say its treasures were taken by the ancient sanctuaries? It was so furious that its entire blade was trembling. How could it not understand? It had been deceived. Li Xing's words were all lies. The ancient sanctuaries hadn't taken its treasures. Li Xing had taken them all. Taken them and used them against it. Damn it, it was utterly infuriated. "I'll cut you, you little bastard." It was so out of control that its blade wildly slashed at the door, wanting to break through and cut Li Xing to death. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. However, it soon cried out in pain. It was too weak. The strike against the door didn't break it. Instead, it was severely jolted. Save your strength. Wait patiently inside until I return. By the way, you can think about what value you still have that could make me spare you. After setting up the restrictions, Li Xing spoke. How fierce was this demonic blade? What was its true origin? Who forged this blade? He felt there must be more to uncover about the demonic blade. Chapter 186. Red-Robed Demon Emperor. Take your filthy hands off. After finishing his task, Li Xing left the place. His current cultivation level was extremely high, as he was a divine sovereign, and his mastery of restrictions had also skyrocketed. Moreover, he had incorporated various rare and extraordinary treasures into his restrictions. Such restrictions would be ineffective even against saints, great saints, saint kings, and even saint emperors. Of course, the most crucial factor was the ultra-ultimate burst in the mastery of restrictions. Otherwise, even with these top-tier extraordinary treasures, he wouldn't have been able to set up such terrifying restrictions. Under such circumstances, the demon blade could never escape, allowing him to feel at ease about embarking on the ancient path. Damn it, this brat. The demon blade's mood was incredibly bad, feeling utterly miserable. At the same time, it was deeply shocked. How old was Li Xing, and how could he be so terrifying, capable of setting up such fearsome restrictions? It had encountered a monstrous genius. He detailed the specifics of the ancient sacred lands, which means he must have clashed with them. Damn it, it's unlikely that all the ancient sacred lands were no match for him and were all dealt with. It was horrified. The more it thought about it, the more it felt this was the truth. From the beginning, I fell into his trap. It completely broke down in tears, with sobs in its voice. Li Xing had been deceiving it from the start, but it had been foolishly thinking Li Xing was just a naive youngster, a greenhorn. Master, I miss you so much. This world is too tough. Even a young man is so terrifying, with such profound schemes. It wept more and more bitterly, thinking of its creator, its master. Yes, it had a master, an unimaginably powerful being, with overwhelming strength. If only you were still here, how could I be in such a miserable state? It cried bitterly, hunted by the ancient sacred lands in the distant past, and now falling into the hands of a young man like Li Xing. If its master were still around, it wouldn't be in such a wretched state. Absolutely not. Don't rush, there's still a chance. As long as I have value, that brat won't destroy me. I need to think about what value I can provide to that brat, to avoid being destroyed by him. It stopped crying and thought seriously. However, soon it lost its spirit, saying, that brat isn't deceiving me again, is he? If it had value, would that brat let it go? Recalling Li Xing's track record, it seriously doubted it, feeling that even if it had value, after being deceived dry, it would still be destroyed by Li Xing. Forget it, let's think first. Take it one step at a time. It was full of helplessness. In any case, it had to think of its value first, otherwise, it would undoubtedly be directly destroyed by Li Xing. After leaving the treasury, Li Xing mounted the dragon horse, held the white fox, said goodbye to the old divine emperor of the Qin clan, and returned to the Qingxin sect. During the journey, they found a deserted area and carefully and repeatedly confirmed that there were no issues before they each restored their true forms. He couldn't return to the Qingxin sect with the appearance of Li Jiudao. Along the way, everywhere was filled with discussions about him. His battle with the ancient sacred lands had completely spread throughout Yinzhou, known to everyone. All living beings in Yinzhou were shocked by his strength and marveled at his extraordinary talent. A young supreme being in his 20s was as terrifying as it gets. Throughout history, there had never been such a young supreme being. They asserted that they saw the shadow of the future celestial emperor. Without any accidents, Li Xing would surely stand at the pinnacle of human cultivation in the future, becoming an invincible celestial emperor that ruled over everything. Invincible celestial emperor? Over the top? Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was quite disdainful of such voices. In today's world, How could one casually achieve the position of celestial emperor? Even if Li Xing was a reincarnated, and reincarnated old monster, he couldn't achieve the position of celestial emperor in the present era. The celestial emperor was the highest realm and achievement in the human world. To achieve such a celestial emperor achievement, the requirements were too harsh, not only needing extraordinary cultivation substances, but also many other aspects. For example, the comprehension of the heavenly Tao. In each era, the heavenly Tao was different, and the rules that needed to be comprehended to achieve the position of celestial emperor were also different. Even if Li Xing had been a celestial emperor before, when he wanted to achieve the position of celestial emperor again, he also needed to comprehend the heavenly Tao of the current era and comprehend the new rules of the celestial emperor. And in the current era, the heavenly Tao had long become incomplete and severely flawed, with the rules of the celestial emperor no longer existing. Under such circumstances, no matter how heaven-defying Li Xing was, he couldn't change this fact and was doomed to fail in achieving the position of celestial emperor. It's possible. Thinking of this, her mood instantly became beautiful. Li Xing's current state was clearly recultivation, which required comprehending new rules of the celestial emperor. She was different. She wasn't recultivating, just injured, and didn't need to comprehend new rules of the celestial emperor. Once she recovered, she could regain her celestial emperor achievement and possess her former peak power. Li Xing couldn't achieve the position of celestial emperor, which meant that when she fully recovered, Li Xing wouldn't be her opponent, and she could suppress Li Xing. All right, let's see how the wheel of fortune turns then. She smiled in her heart. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. At that time, she would definitely treat Li Xing as her slave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Li Xing's actions made her completely unable to laugh anymore. Li Xing actually took out the jade bead and played with it in his hand. Hey, take your filthy hands off. She was about to go crazy, roaring wildly in her heart. The jade bead was her, and she was the jade bead. Li Xing playing with the jade bead in his hand was equivalent to playing with her. What exactly is your origin? Li Xing looked at the jade bead in his hand and said softly. The jade bead could create illusions and confuse, clearly belonging to a type of magic weapon. And this was interesting. He had obtained the jade bead for some time, but during this period, he hadn't heard the jade bead express any loyalty to him. At the same time, the jade bead showed no signs of cultivation. This naturally aroused his curiosity. You know, any magic weapon in his hands, under the effect of the system, would express loyalty to him and then automatically cultivate. The jade bead didn't. Obviously, the jade bead was extraordinary, not an ordinary object, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. It was precisely because of this that he always remembered the jade bead in his heart, never forgetting it. On the other side, the red-robed demon emperor was originally roaring crazily in her heart, but after hearing what Li Xing said, she instantly became nervous and stopped all her roaring. He wouldn't have discovered me, would he? She couldn't help but think, feeling extremely scared. What would be her fate if Li Xing discovered her? She shuddered in her heart, not daring to think. The jade bead was extraordinary and supreme. Would Li Xing, in order to obtain the jade bead and ensure its uniqueness, directly annihilate her? After all, as long as she was still inside the jade bead wasn't unique. She was really nervous, not knowing if Li Xing had discovered her. Chapter 187. Li Xing. Is this jealousy? Fortunately, she overthought it, and Li Xing didn't notice her. After playing with the jade bead in his hand for a while, he put it away. Not being loyal is not a problem. Loyalty will come later, Li Xing thought with a light smile, not worrying. The jade bead was extraordinary, not an ordinary item. The system might just be temporarily unable to control the jade bead, but with time and as he grew stronger, the jade bead would eventually be controlled by the system, becoming his tool and fully loyal to him. The dragon horse galloped swiftly through the mountains and forests. Now, the dragon horse had also grown stronger, evolving from a divine being to a minor divine king. It had previously consumed a celestial elixir. For them now, there was no need to rely on teleportation arrays. The distance between regions was no longer an issue for them. In no time, they returned to the northern region and to the Qingxin sect. "You're a supreme being?" Mu Yin blinked her big eyes, unable to believe it. The news of Li Xing's battle had already spread widely, and she had heard about it. Since she found out, she had been astonished and still hadn't recovered from the shock. This was a supreme being, a being above the great realm of saints, an absolute powerhouse in any era, standing at the pinnacle, an existence that all beings could only look up to but never reach. Now, such a supreme being stood before her, especially one who was also her junior brother. How could she believe it? It felt like an unrealistic dream. You lied to me," she said, feeling hurt, her eyes turning red. Once, she had asked Li Xing if he was one of those reincarnated old masters, and Li Xing had clearly told her no. Before, she had believed Li Xing wholeheartedly. Now, she began to doubt and wasn't so sure anymore. A supreme being in his 20s? It was impossible. Even the most brilliant and extraordinary talents of ancient times had not achieved the status of supreme being so early. She felt Li Xing had deceived her. If he wasn't a reincarnated old master, he couldn't be so strong. "What are you thinking?" Li Xing looked at Mu Yan's red eyes, understanding what she meant. "You're my good senior sister. I wouldn't lie to you. Rest assured, your junior brother is definitely not a reincarnated old monster. I'm the real deal, a young and handsome guy," he said. He hadn't lied to Mu Yin. Even on Earth, he wasn't old, and he had no connection with those old monsters. "Really?" Mu Yin asked. "Of course not." Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor thought, "Little girl, he's lying to you. How extraordinary was I? In ancient times, there were hardly any peers who could compare to me. I was truly a heavenly prodigy." Especially in ancient times, with various high-level spiritual substances flourishing, cultivation was much simpler than now. Yet, it still took me 2,600 years to achieve the status of supreme being. She absolutely didn't believe Li Xing was a contemporary being, a young man in his 20s. It was impossible. Not a shred of possibility. "Really, senior sister, I can swear to you. If I were one of those reincarnated old monsters, let me be struck by lightning the moment I step out and die a horrible death," Li Xing said. However, before he could finish, Mu Yin anxiously covered his mouth with her small hand. "I believe you. Don't swear carelessly. The heavenly Tao will remember it," she said worriedly, fearing something would happen to Li Xing. My goodness. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was anxious, wanting to rush out and tell Mu Yin not to be fooled. Would a swear really work? Certainly, in the world of cultivation, vows couldn't be taken lightly. If broken, one would be punished by the heavenly Tao. The more powerful the cultivator, the more careful they had to be with their vows. Once made, they would surely be remembered by the heavenly Tao and needed to be kept in mind at all times. Otherwise, they would face the heavenly Tao's punishment. However, all this was based on a complete heavenly Tao. The current heavenly Tao was too incomplete, severely deficient. Vows could only constrain minor cultivators, not powerful figures like Li Xing. Simply put, in this era, minor cultivators couldn't take vows lightly, while powerful cultivators could freely make vows without any worry or concern. The incomplete heavenly Tao of the present era couldn't remember them. He can only fool naive and ignorant girls like Mu Yin, she thought, disdainful of Li Xing. Wasn't it shameful for the most ancient being to deceive a young and inexperienced girl like Mu Yin? In her heart, she didn't believe Li Xing's words. She thought Li Xing was the most ancient being, traceable to the most primitive and wild era, having undergone countless reincarnations. Is senior sister so concerned about me? It feels great to have your concern. Li Xing smiled. Pfft, you're starting to act up again. Mu Yin blushed, spitting out a word. Thinking about it, how could there be such an unruly old master, especially one at the pinnacle like a supreme being? Yes, it's right to think that way, Li Xing smiled, explaining. The reason I'm so strong is firstly because of my extraordinary talent and powerful physique, and secondly, I have another fortune, though I can't talk about it yet. Got it. But when you can talk about it, you must tell me first. Mu Yin said. Sure, no problem. Li Xing assured, feeling great to have someone care. No, tell me first. The white fox in Li Xing's arms raised its paw in protest. You, such a beautiful white fox, being held by such a rough man, it's too much for you, Mu Yin said, taking the white fox from Li Xing's arms. Let me hold you. It'll be more comfortable for you. I don't want to, the white fox shouted, struggling in Mu Yin's arms. But Mu Yin held it firmly, unable to escape her embrace. Was this jealousy? Li Xing laughed, looking at Mu Yin and the white fox, saying, the white fox doesn't want to stay in your arms. How about we switch? I'd love to stay in your arms. Get lost. Mu Yin glared at Li Xing, who was still the same old Li Xing, not at all serious. Young people are great. Feng Laobua, standing nearby, laughed heartily, seeing this scene. After chatting for a while, Feng Laobua put away his smile and spoke to Li Xing seriously. Li Xing, I think it's not good for you to spread rumors about my master, Zhang Zimo. I'm afraid something bad might happen to you. Zhang Zimo, the Grand Elder of the Taiqing sect, was too terrifying. Even supreme beings were insignificant before him. He really feared Li Xing would suffer, as that kind of figure was too terrifying and dreadful. Chapter 188. Fireproof, Theft-proof, and guard against the Taiqing sect, the so-called brothers on the surface, the Taiqing sect. Elder Feng felt that Li Xing's constant mention of his master, Zhang Zimo, was not appropriate and very unwise. Indeed, making Zhang Zimo take the blame might be satisfying, but the potential dangers it brought were enormous. The Taiqing sect is supreme and transcendent, having inherited for several eras and more. Their ancient world is not in Yenzhou, so your comments have not yet reached the Taiqing sect, Elder Feng said gravely. Once your words reach the Taiqing sect, they will immediately know the truth, as you are not a figure within the Taiqing sect. He continued, Zhang Zimo is extremely concerned about his reputation. Your actions of making him take the blame everywhere will surely provoke his displeasure, and I fear you might meet with misfortune. When he was still in the Taiqing sect, all the disciples were terrified of Zhang Zimo. Zhang Zimo valued his reputation immensely. There was a disciple who accidentally spoke ill of Zhang Zimo, and then this disciple disappeared without a trace. Later, the disciple's mutilated body was found outside, horribly disfigured and subjected to severe torture and abuse. At that time, the sect's enforcer elder merely stated that the disciple had encountered a beast attack outside and hastily concluded the matter. But everyone in the sect knew it was Zhang Zimo's doing. How could such a coincidence happen? Just after speaking ill of Zhang Zimo, the disciple died. If it had nothing to do with Zhang Zimo, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the disciple went missing at night. The Taiqing sect prohibits going out at night. How did the disciple manage to leave? And if it were truly a beast attack, the disciple should have been eaten immediately, not subjected to such severe torture and abuse before being killed. Clearly, everything was related to Zhang Zimo. That disciple didn't even say something too damaging. He just jokingly mentioned that the Grand Elder seemed overly concerned about his reputation and liked to put on a show for everything he did. Elder Feng recounted the disciple's story. Just a similar joke led to his tragic death. I really fear for your safety. He knew that Li Xing used an alias and disguised his true identity. However, someone like Zhang Zimo was too terrifying, possessing inscrutable powers. He worried that such an alias and disguise might not fool Zhang Zimo, who could directly uncover the truth. That's ruthless. Mu Yin was shocked, genuinely frightened. Although the disciples' words were indeed disrespectful, they didn't warrant death, especially not such severe torture and abuse before death. She couldn't help but worry for Li Xing, saying, Li Xing, maybe you should use the title Master Zhang Zimo less often in the future. Indeed, I was somewhat negligent, Li Xing admitted after hearing Elder Feng's words, feeling a bit apprehensive. His transformation technique, enhanced by the system, wouldn't be exposed before saints or supreme beings. However, with someone like Zhang Zimo, everything was uncertain. If Zheng Zimo were to be provoked, Li Xing would likely be in trouble, exposed by Zheng Zimo. Nevertheless, he wouldn't let it go so easily. He half closed his eyes and said, "If the fake identity won't work, then I'll use my true identity." "What do you mean?" Mu Yin widened her eyes, wondering what scheme Li Xing had in mind. "It's just a rough idea," Li Xing said. "I think, with my current achievements, joining any cultivation sect should be no problem, right?" "Absolutely no problem. Even a sect like the Taiching sect, which has inherited for several eras, you could easily join. Your talent is severely over the top," Elder Feng said sincerely. Honestly, Li Xing's talent was truly exceptional. Among the disciples of his time, the most outstanding ones couldn't compare to Li Xing. The gap was vast. "I originally wanted to join the Taiching sect and become Zheng Zimo's real disciple, but the thought of calling that disgusting, cruel old man master makes me extremely uncomfortable." Li Xing revealed his thoughts. "So, I'll pass on that. There must be other sects that have inherited for several eras, right?" "Yes," Elder Feng nodded. "The depths of this world are too profound. The current apparent powers are nothing compared to many ancient, terrifying clans and sects with roots that are incredibly frightening, capable of spanning eras and tracing back to the distant past." "That's good," Li Xing said. "Are there any sects that are particularly hostile to the Taiching sect? If so, I'll join that sect and then constantly seek trouble with Zheng Zimo." "There really is one," Elder Feng immediately replied without hesitation. "The Zhongyun Palace is the Taiching sect's sworn enemy. Every disciple entering the Taiching sect is warned about this. If they encounter a member of the Zhongyun Palace outside, they must eliminate them without mercy. Similarly, the disciples of the Zhongyun Palace are very ruthless towards the Taiching sect disciples. They attack without hesitation and don't waste any words." It was because of this that Elder Feng remembered it vividly and could immediately recall it. What grudge is this? So intense. Mu Yin couldn't help but ask. These were true enemies, the kind that would never stop until one side was annihilated. She was curious about what grudge could make these two ancient sects so hostile towards each other. "I'm not too clear about the specifics, but I've heard that it was because the ancient ancestor of the Taiching sect stole the ancient ancestor of the Zhongyun Palace's partner," Elder Feng explained. Initially, the Taiching sect and the Zhongyun Palace were not hostile to each other. Their relationship was quite good, even. The two ancient ancestors were close friends, with an excellent relationship. However, this so-called close friendship was all a facade. At that time, the ancient ancestor of the Taiching sect had taken a liking to the ancient ancestor of the Zhongyun Palace's partner and befriended the ancient ancestor of the Zhongyun Palace for that reason. The ancient ancestor of the Zhongyun Palace was unsuspecting, truly considering the ancient ancestor of the Taiching sect as a brother, and eventually suffered greatly, losing his partner. Afterward, the Zhongyun Palace and the Taiching sect became hostile to each other. But at that time, it hadn't reached the point of an all-out, never-ending conflict. It was just minor friction. Then, after an era, the same thing happened again. The partner of that era's palace master of the Zhongyun Palace was stolen by that era's sect master of the Taiching sect. This really infuriated the Zhongyun Palace, and from then on, they engaged in a never-ending battle with the Taiching sect, continuously launching wars against them. Elder Feng recounted everything he knew. "I can vouch for this. It's true," the red-robed demon emperor said inwardly from within the jade bead. Elder Feng had only heard about it, but as an invincible demon emperor from the ancient era, she knew more and understood deeper. The root cause of the never-ending conflict between the Zhongyun Palace and the Taiching sect was precisely this: fireproof, theft-proof, and guard against the Taiching sect. The so-called brothers on the surface, the Taiching sect. These were common sayings among the members of the Zhongyun Palace. Chapter 189. The nine-tailed rainbow fox bloodline is inconceivably powerful, tracing back to the ancient era. Li Xing listened in silence, truly believing that other people's wives are the most appealing. The Taiching sect really has some morally corrupt individuals. Moreover, once is forgivable, but twice? The Songyun Palace wouldn't be furious with the Taiqing sect for this. All right, I'll join the Songyun Palace. After I come out from the ancient path, I'll head straight to the Songyun Palace, Li Xing said. The Songyun Palace was indeed too unfortunate, constantly being betrayed by the Taiqing sect. He felt it was necessary to avenge the Songyun Palace. That's great. Elder Feng nodded, believing that Li Xing joining the Songyun Palace was far better than going solo. It would indeed be very dangerous for Li Xing to be alone. Are you leaving again? Mu Yin looked at Li Xing with teary eyes. Noticing that Li Xing mentioned going to the ancient path, she couldn't help but feel reluctant. Yes, but not right now. I'll leave in a month. Li Xing explained the reason, stating that he needed to build the strongest defenses for the Qingxin sect within this month to ensure their safety. What merit does our Qingxin sect have to accept a disciple like you? Elder Feng looked at Li Xing, deeply moved, and said, Our Qingxin sect is truly too fortunate. Afterwards, during the following days, Li Xing was busy arranging the defenses for the Qingxin sect. He had too many sacred artifacts on him, even semi-emperor level items. For the Qingxin sect, he was not stingy at all, using only the best items with great care. A few days later, he revealed a satisfied smile. He had set up multiple layers of restrictions within the Qingxin sect, all being the strongest restrictions he could currently set up, capable of blocking half-step emperor-level power. With these restrictions in place, the Qingxin sect would likely be safe. Those above the half-step emperor level are mostly very old and wouldn't easily make a move. The Qingxin sect also doesn't have enemies of that caliber, so under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any issues. Let's go to the White Fox clan. Li Xing mounted the dragon horse, holding the little white fox, and arrived at the White Fox clan's territory. I admit, my vision was narrow before. The little white fox's mother, the nine-tailed rainbow fox, upon seeing Li Xing, was filled with deep emotion. A young emperor, truly too powerful, refreshing her perception. Did you hide your strength before, or did you improve during this time? She looked at Li Xing, asking a question that had puzzled her for a long time. The White Fox Emperor also looked over, eager to hear Li Xing's answer, as this question had also puzzled him for a long time. Thinking back to when they first met Li Xing, although he was very impressive at that time, he was still far from the level of an emperor, not to mention even a saint. They were truly curious whether Li Xing originally possessed emperor-level power, or if he had cultivated it up during this period. Compared to the latter, they felt the former was closer to the truth. After all, if it was the latter, it would be too terrifying. From the first meeting until now, it had only been a few months. Could one really improve from barely being able to fight against a god realm level to possessing emperor-level power in just a few months? They didn't quite believe it. If that were true, wouldn't it mean that for Li Xing, improving his realm was as simple as drinking water and eating? Improving in cultivation was never that simple. I improved during this time. Li Xing didn't hide it, saying, however, my situation is different from what you think. My actual realm isn't that high, currently just a god sovereign. The reason I can possess power to rival an emperor is due to other fortunes and means. So that's how it is. The nine-tailed rainbow fox and the White Fox Emperor understood, but they still couldn't help but exclaim, even as a god sovereign, it's quite terrifying, the speed of growth is too fast. Li Xing smiled, saying, It's all right. I've received too many fortunes. Such growth isn't surprising. He attributed everything about the system to fortunes, using it as an explanation. Later, he revealed the purpose of his visit, to set up multiple layers of restrictions for the White Fox clan to prevent any mishaps while he was on the ancient path. That's wonderful. The nine-tailed rainbow fox was so moved that her eyes teared up, saying, My little Chi being able to meet you is truly her blessing for a lifetime. How could she not be moved? Previously, Li Xing had already given them a large amount of treasures, and now, he was concerned about their clan's safety, wanting to set up powerful restrictions for them. Everything was done for their sake. Little Chi truly found the right person. Before, I didn't dare to tell you the truth, fearing that you would feel pressured and panicked once you knew what you would face. Now, I think it's time to tell you the truth. A young emperor, although not Li Xing's actual realm, he possessed the real power to rival an emperor. Especially with Li Xing's rapid growth, it wouldn't take long for him to achieve true emperor status. Moreover, Li Xing's handling of crises was much calmer and more capable than she had imagined. Take the recent incident with the ancient sects. Li Xing was more calm and capable than her. If it were her, she couldn't have handled it as well as Li Xing did. Li Xing's stress resistance was undoubtedly very impressive and capable. Under these circumstances, the nine-tailed rainbow fox felt that she should now reveal the truth. Revealing the truth would allow Li Xing and Little Qi to prepare in advance. This way, when the disaster struck, Li Xing and Little Qi wouldn't be caught off guard and panic. All right. Li Xing put away his smile, becoming serious and solemn, ready to listen to the whole truth. Next to him, the little white fox also looked serious and attentive. She was too curious about her bloodline's origins and had always wanted to know the whole truth. Unfortunately, her mother had never told her. On the other side, the dragon horse's 2 ears perked up. It loved hearing such secrets. Previously, it had come to the White Fox clan with the little white fox, and the nine-tailed rainbow fox and the white fox emperor trusted it. The nine-tailed rainbow fox didn't ask it to leave. Earlier, I mentioned that you, like me, have the bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox. The nine-tailed rainbow fox looked at the little white fox, saying, "The problem lies in our bloodline." She revealed everything, this time without any concealment, feeling that Li Xing could handle it. The bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox, you don't know how powerful and terrifying this bloodline is. It can be traced back to the ancient era. The ancient era? Inside the jade pendant, the red-robed demon emperor was slightly shocked. She had interacted with the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan during the ancient era and had some understanding, knowing that the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan was not simple. But she had never thought that the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan was this terrifying. The ancient era was one of the oldest eras, with the ancient era being separated from that era by countless ages. It was a truly terrifying era. In that era, various ancient races emerged, extremely fearsome. The so-called powerful races of later eras couldn't even compare to a fraction of those ancient races. If the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan could be traced back to that era, it was truly too frightening. Chapter 190. The Ancient Era, the 11th Fiend. The Ancient Era, a truly magnificent age that even the red-robed demon emperor yearned for. The 10 most famous fiends of ancient times, with their might, have intimidated countless eras. No matter how the winds of change shifted in later ages, and how terrifying and fearsome new beasts emerged, none could ever shake the status of the 10 fiends. The 10 fiends are recognized as the strongest 10 beasts. The reason they earn such recognition is that the 10 fiends are indeed powerful, and they were born in the ancient era. In the ancient era, countless ancient clans with extraordinary powers existed, truly a terrifying age where various heroes clashed. For instance, the ancient god clan, born as gods, infants possess the power of a god. Young children can compete with saints, and youths can battle supreme beings. Once fully grown, they can rival emperors. Then there's the celestial clan, possessing chaotic celestial blood, even more extraordinary, born with blessings from the heavens, and then protected by the heavens, all the way to the highest, the celestial emperor realm. Their cultivation is as easy as drinking water, deeply comprehending the profound mysteries of the heavens effortlessly, and like the golden exotic clan, truly divine, born with the mastery of the Tao of weapons, commanding all treasures under the heavens, with a single word, all treasures submit. Each of these ancient clans, no matter which era they arrive in, can be called invincible races, undefeated in the world. Yet in the ancient era, such clans were innumerable, which gives an idea of how terrifying and dreadful that era was. The 10 fiends, in such an era, could still overpower all ancient clans. Undoubtedly, they were even more terrifying and dreadful, and no beast in later ages dared to challenge their position. I was invincible in the ancient times, unafraid of any enemy, able to battle any strong opponent, but if placed in the ancient era, I might not survive a day. The red-robed demon emperor thought to herself. This was not her belittling herself, but the ancient era was truly too terrifying. If she were placed there, a slight misstep in provoking these ancient clan powerhouses would mean her immediate demise. Emperor Bai is too amazing, she thought again, recalling the White Emperor of the ancient demon clan, her most revered figure, who led the ancient demon clan to emerge from various ancient clans, allowing the ancient demon clan to stand equal with the other ancient clans. Truly astonishing, truly admirable. The White Emperor was originally just a small white cat. In that era, the various ancient clans were so formidable, each more monstrous and extraordinary than the last. Yet, the White Emperor, a common small white cat without any extraordinary bloodline, with only an ordinary bloodline, led the ancient demon clan step by step out of the various clans, elevating the ancient demon clan to the highest ranks, equal with the other ancient clans. She truly admired the White Emperor to the utmost. This was her lifelong goal, to become such a figure as the White Emperor. The two heavenly emperors of the human race are also truly admirable. One is the Emperor Huang, the other is the Emperor Yi, leading the human race to emerge from the various terrifying ancient clans, intimidating all ancient clans, making them dare not harm the human race. In the ancient era, the various clans were too terrifying and extraordinary. The human and demon races, compared to these clans, had a huge gap, especially the human race. The difference was like comparing a firefly to the sun, or even beyond comparison. In the ancient era, the human race was the blood food of the various clans, slaughtered and enslaved, with no status at all. For half an era, the human race's situation remained thus, never changing. However, later, two epic-shaking heavenly emperors emerged in the human race. They were the Emperor Huang and the Emperor Yi. The two human heavenly emperors demonstrated invincibility, engaging in battles with the supreme beings of the ancient clans, breaking the human race's status as blood food and slaves. Although she was a demon, she also admired these two human heavenly emperors greatly. These two human heavenly emperors, regardless of race, their deeds in the ancient era are definitely worthy of reverence and respect by future generations. If the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan could trace back to the ancient era, that would be truly terrifying. She thought to herself, to have a lineage that has survived such a terrifying era, it must be extraordinary, extremely frightening. If not strong enough, they would have perished in the ancient era, and there would be no such thing as inheritance. The ancient era? On the other side, Li Xing, the little white fox, and the dragon horse, upon hearing about the ancient era, were not as excited as the red-robed demon emperor. This was mainly because they had no concept of the ancient era, only knowing it was an ancient era, older than the ancient times. Other than that, they knew little about the other aspects of the ancient era. The ancient era is too distant now, and they are not old, so their understanding is limited. Let me tell you about the ancient era in detail. Seeing Li Xing and the others' expressions, the nine-tailed rainbow fox knew they had little understanding of the ancient era. If Li Xing and the others knew what kind of era the ancient era was, their expressions would not be so calm. Afterward, she recounted all she knew about the ancient era. Oh my! So terrifying! The dragon horse, upon hearing, was instantly scared into a crouch. The ancient god clan, born as gods? Young children can compete with saints? Youths can battle supreme beings? Upon adulthood, they can rival emperors? Goodness, this is too damn frightening, frightening for a horse. Li Xing's heart raced, equally startled. Was the ancient era really that terrifying? Compared to the ancient era, the present age seems like a child's world. No, not even a child's world. Didn't the nine-tailed rainbow fox say, the ancient god clan were born as gods, while in the present age, the god realm is a distant dream for most cultivators. Mother, is our nine-tailed rainbow fox bloodline so terrifying? The little white fox's voice trembled, greatly shocked. Naturally, the nine-tailed rainbow fox said, otherwise, when I first met Li Xing, I told you that no matter how amazing Li Xing is, how special his physique, he is not your equal. and you will surpass him in the future. This was her confidence in the nine-tailed rainbow fox bloodline, which is indeed incredibly terrifying and extraordinary. Of course, now I have to retract that statement. Li Xing is too unexpected. I really can't be sure if you'll surpass him in the end. The nine-tailed rainbow fox continued. To be honest, she was truly curious about what fortunes Li Xing had encountered to grow so quickly, possess such formidable strength. Truly, she had no confidence whether the little white fox could surpass Li Xing in the end. Mother, how powerful was our nine-tailed rainbow fox clan in the ancient era? The little white fox asked. The 11th fiend after the 10 fiends. The nine-tailed rainbow fox replied. Chapter 191. Illegitimate bloodline. The entire nine-tailed rainbow fox clan are enemies. The 11th fierce beast after the 10 most ferocious. When these words were spoken, Li Xing and the others were all shocked, never having imagined that the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan had such a significant background, ranking just after the most ferocious and terrifying of the 10 most ferocious. So formidable. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was also startled. She had long thought that the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan was extraordinary, but she had still underestimated them. The nine-tailed rainbow fox clan ranked 11th and could compete with the 10 most ferocious. No wonder the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan could be passed down from the ancient times to the present day. They were indeed terrifying. But why had she never heard of them? Such a formidable clan, capable of competing with the 10 most ferocious, should have left many records behind. The dragon horse clearly shared the same question and posed it to the nine-tailed rainbow fox. Everyone knows about the 10 most ferocious, no matter how many generations have passed, but I had never heard of the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan before now. The dragon horse asked, such a formidable clan should be remembered by later generations, shouldn't they? Remembered for what? The nine-tailed rainbow fox shook her head and said, ranking 11th or ranking 100th, it makes no difference. The world only recognizes the victors, never the losers. She continued, in the ranking of beasts, 11th place means failure. Only the top 10 are considered successful. Understood. Li Xing nodded, showing his understanding. This was similar to the blue planet, where everyone knows the name of the highest peak, but few know the name of the second highest. In various competitions, people only remember who the champion is, rarely who comes after. Even if the latter is astonishing, if they fail to win the championship, they will still be forgotten by the world and not remembered. The theory of success. Everyone only recognizes success. This theory on the blue planet also applies in this world of cultivation. The 10 most ferocious are the champions, the successful ones. Those ranked after them are failures, losing the spotlight and not being remembered. I see. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor also understood. Just as throughout history, there have been countless heavenly emperors, but how many can be remembered by the world? The world only remembers the most brilliant heavenly emperors, while others are known by few. But are the less brilliant heavenly emperors not formidable? Impossible. The heavenly emperor is the highest cultivation achievement in the human world. Those who become heavenly emperors are all extraordinary and formidable. These are not the main points. I told you about the past of the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan to let you know how formidable and terrifying they are. The nine-tailed rainbow fox said gravely, because in the future, you will be opposed to the entire nine-tailed rainbow fox clan. They are all your enemies. Enemies? Little white fox widened her eyes, never expecting her mother to say such words. How could the same clan become enemies? Although we share the same bloodline, they do not acknowledge us. The nine-tailed rainbow fox's voice grew cold, her eyes turning red as she said, we are the illegitimate bloodline, not recognized by them. They consider us a disgrace. At the same time, I do not acknowledge them, and you are not allowed to acknowledge them either. This was the deepest pain in her heart, the most painful memory she wished to forget. However, for Li Xing and Xiaoqi to be prepared in advance, she was willing to reveal this painful past she wished to forget. My mother had ordinary blood, just an ordinary white fox. Back then, she accidentally met my father. No, he is not worthy to be called my father. Her voice grew colder, unwilling to use the term father, and said, "That scoundrel was called Hulai, a truly despicable creature." At that time, her mother was just an ordinary white fox with low cultivation levels, meeting the young Hulai. Even though Hulai was young, due to his bloodline from the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan, his realm and strength were very high. Her mother was immediately captivated by Hulai. Hulai did not reveal his true identity to her mother at that time, only saying that he came from another fox clan. Her mother trusted Hulai without doubt, and Hulai also had feelings for her mother, so they ended up together. At that time, my mother was truly very happy, feeling incredibly fortunate, and every day she looked forward to a beautiful future, believing that Hulai was someone she could rely on for life. Who knew that in the end, her mother had been mistaken. Hulai disappeared completely not long after they were together, leaving no trace. "Ah, that beast!" The nine-tailed rainbow fox cried out with red eyes. My mother thought something had happened to that beast and begged the clan leader to send clan members to find him. The clan leader agreed and sent clan members to search for Hulai. However, they never found Hulai. He seemed to have evaporated from the world. Then, one day, Hulai appeared. That beast was truly despicable. He slaughtered my mother's entire clan. The nine-tailed rainbow fox broke down in tears as she spoke. Hulai returned, not to find her mother, but to kill her mother. At that time, Hulai never loved her mother. He was just playing with her. Later, Hulai disappeared because he returned to the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan. Back in the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan, Hulai was reprimanded. The bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan was too extraordinary. Hulai's union with her mother could lead to the bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan leaking out, so the clan ordered Hulai to kill her mother. That scoundrel never cared about my mother's life, never loved her. When he arrived at my mother's clan, he started a massacre. The nine-tailed rainbow fox cried, "My mother's clan fought to the death to send my mother away. She was already pregnant with me at that time." Her mother's entire clan was slaughtered by Hulai. From the top to the bottom, none were spared. The blood dyed the entire clan site red, and the clan was completely wiped out. The bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan is too extraordinary and domineering. My mother's ordinary bloodline couldn't withstand it. The nine-tailed rainbow fox recounted that her mother, pregnant with her, hid and evaded Hulai's pursuit, but when giving birth to her, couldn't withstand the domineering bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan and died shortly after giving birth. Before her death, her mother imprinted all related memories into her mind. Only then did she know everything. If not for this, she wouldn't have known so clearly. So ruthless. On the other side, Li Xing clenched his teeth in anger. This Hulai was truly a beast. Not only did he play with the mother of the nine-tailed rainbow fox, but he also killed the entire clan of the nine-tailed rainbow fox's mother. His own mistakes, forcing others to pay the price? Hulai was really not a thing. Chapter 192. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you. Disgusting. Truly, fucking disgusting. Li Xing was thoroughly disgusted by Hulai's actions, his anger reaching its peak. Mother. The little white fox, already in tears, rushed to embrace her mother, whose story was too tragic. Some damnable creatures really deserve to die. Within the jade bead, the red-clothed demon emperor's killing intent surged. If not for her not having fully recovered and her strength not at its peak, she would have undoubtedly charged into the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan and killed Hulai. That was her nature, a hatred for evil, regardless of how terrifying the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan might be. Such a character had led her to suffer many setbacks in the ancient times, yet she never yielded, never bowed to evil. When faced with wickedness, she would still act to eradicate it. After a long while, the nine-tailed rainbow fox gradually calmed down and continued her tale. As I grew older, through the memories my mother had imprinted in my mind, I learned everything. She knew that once the bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox was exposed, it would bring her a fatal disaster. Hulai would not let her go, nor would the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan. For a long time, she had been very low-key, never revealing her bloodline. and because of her nine-tailed rainbow fox bloodline, she grew very quickly, reaching the peak of the divine emperor realm. Unfortunately, she eventually encountered misfortune. It was in an ancient ruin. I encountered danger, almost dying, and had to unleash my bloodline power to extricate myself. Who knew? Someone noticed. Soon, members of the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan came to hunt her down. Over the years, she had always been alone, starting from childhood, experiencing numerous events. These rich experiences had been of great help to her. She successfully evaded the pursuit but suffered severe injuries, nearly costing her life. I remember clearly at that time. I truly reached the brink of exhaustion, unable to stand, lying at the foot of a cliff, cold and in pain, my consciousness blurred. She looked at the White Fox Emperor with eyes full of love, saying, "It was you who saved me and took care of me, which is how I survived." This was the truth of everything. Afterwards, she stayed with the White Fox Emperor, living in the White Fox clan, and gave birth to the little White Fox. It's been hard on you. I hate my own incompetence. Otherwise, I would have taken you to seek revenge. The White Fox Emperor said with gritted teeth, "Don't think about revenge. I only hope they will spare us." The nine-tailed rainbow fox shook her head. How could she not want revenge? But the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan was too terrifying. All she hoped for was that the clan would spare her and Xianxia. However, she also knew that these were merely her delusions. The nine-tailed rainbow fox clan would never spare her and Xianxia. "Auntie, rest assured. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you or Xianxia," Li Xing said earnestly. He didn't care how terrifying the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan was. If they dared to harm the little white fox, he wouldn't agree. "And if Annie wishes, in the future, I can take you to the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan to seek revenge." He had such confidence. Given enough time, no matter what the Taiching sect or the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan was, he could overthrow them directly. Hearing Li Xing say this, the nine-tailed rainbow fox revealed a gratified smile, saying, "I believe in you. Believe you can protect Xianxia well." Then, she said, "If in the future, you truly have that kind of strength, please take me to the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan." Although Hu Lai was her biological father, he was utterly unworthy of being her father. The grudge of her mother, the grudge of her mother's clan, she would never forget. Unless Hu Lai was dead, she would never rest in peace. "Auntie, rest assured. That day will come, and it won't be too far away," Li Xing solemnly promised. Although this guy is not serious, he is quite reliable. Many things he promised have not been left behind. Within the Jade Bead, the red-clothed demon emperor's impression of Li Xing slightly improved. For example, regarding the Taiching sect, Li Xing took action, constantly making Zhang Zimo take the blame, and later planned to join the Zhongyun Palace to take revenge on Zhang Zimo. Afterwards, Li Xing began to arrange things within the White Fox clan. Knowing the whole truth, he was even more dedicated to the arrangements for the White Fox clan, exerting his utmost effort to help the White Fox clan with its arrangements. He was afraid that the nine-tailed rainbow fox clan would come for them. For several consecutive days, he was busy making arrangements, eventually succeeding in setting up numerous terrifying and formidable restrictions. He also left many rare treasures, as well as various divine techniques and methods of practice, to help the White Fox Emperor and the nine-tailed rainbow fox in their cultivation. "Uncle Annie, this is just the beginning. When I return from the ancient path, I will make further arrangements." Before leaving, Li Xing said to the White Fox Emperor and the nine-tailed rainbow fox, when he returned from the ancient path, he would undoubtedly become stronger. By then, he could set up even more powerful restrictions, ensuring the White Fox Emperor and the nine-tailed rainbow fox would be even safer. Finally, he left riding a dragon horse, leaving the little white fox behind. Including the time spent arranging in the Qingxin sect, only half a month had passed. He had told the old divine emperor of the Qin clan that the ancient path would open in a month. He asked the little white fox to spend the remaining half a month accompanying the White Fox Emperor and the nine-tailed rainbow fox. When the time for the ancient path came, he would come to pick up the little white fox. Yes, this time, he still planned to take the little white fox with him on the ancient path journey. With the system, safety should not be a problem. Taking the little white fox was also to let her gain more experience, which would also be helpful for her cultivation. Returning to the Qingxin sect, Mu Yin found him. Can you also take me into the ancient path? Although my strength is not enough, and I'll only be a burden, I still want to go with you into the ancient path. During the days Li Xing was at the White Fox clan, she had been struggling with this issue. She really wanted to go with Li Xing on the ancient path, but she was also afraid of being a burden to him. Let's not. The ancient path is extremely dangerous. Even the strongest ancient Sungdi experts might not be safe inside. Li Xing said, "All right." Mu Yin felt a bit disappointed, but did not continue to plead with Li Xing. She understood that Li Xing was right. The ancient path was indeed perilous. Going with Li Xing would only cause trouble and not be of any help. Even in her heart, she blamed herself for being too immature, not understanding that she should not have asked Li Xing to take her into the ancient path. What's all right about it? Li Xing chuckled, tapping Mu Yin on the head, saying, "All right, senior sister. This time on the ancient path, I've already decided. Senior sister, you have to go, whether you want to or not." What do you mean? Mu Yin's eyes lit up. An ancient path from an unknown era, the spiritual essence within must be far superior to the outside world. I've already decided to take senior sister with me. Li Xing said with a smile. The previous statement about not taking Mu Yin was just a joke with her. He was well aware that arranging restrictions wouldn't take a month, and the remaining time was what he had left for Mu Yin. As he had said, he had long decided to take Mu Yin into the ancient path. After arranging the restrictions, he would use the remaining time to guide Mu Yin's cultivation, making her stronger during this period, so she could go with him on the ancient path. Chapter 193. 1 month's time is up. Restart the ancient path. During his journey on the ancient path, Li Xing's goal was not merely to acquire treasures. Through his interactions with various ancient sacred grounds, he gained a deeper and clearer understanding of the current era. The current environment is too harsh. High-level spiritual substances are almost non-existent. He wanted to enter the ancient path to obtain those high-level spiritual substances. An ancient path from an unknown era, still sealed, likely contains astonishing high-level spiritual substances. The progress and improvement in cultivation still rely on these spiritual substances in the world, including various heavenly treasures. Without spiritual substances, these treasures would wither and lose their divine properties, becoming mundane. Therefore, he was extremely eager to open the ancient path. If he could obtain enough high-level spiritual substances on the ancient path and store them, it would undoubtedly increase his chances of surviving the upcoming spiritual winter. Time is running out. Since he stepped into the realm of divine sovereign, he has been able to sense the changes in the world. The environment is indeed changing daily, and he cannot predict when the spiritual winter will arrive, leading to an era of impossibility. It is for this reason that he wanted to bring Mu Yin into the ancient path. Although the journey is perilous, the rewards are undoubtedly substantial. After returning from the ancient path, Mu Yin would undoubtedly undergo a drastic transformation. In fact, he not only wanted to bring Mu Yin, but also Elder Feng, the White Fox Empress, and the Nine-Tailed Color Fox into the ancient path. After all, time is short, and there may not be another such opportunity. However, he eventually abandoned this idea. Qingxin sect and the White Fox clan need someone to preside over, and although he is strong, he is not invincible. The ancient path is unknown and terrifying. Too many people would make it impossible to ensure safety. In the following 2 weeks, Li Xing guided Mu Yan's cultivation daily, had her soak in medicinal baths, and consume heavenly god pills and divine elixirs. Of course, Mu Yin was not like him. With his formidable physique and the system that allows for ultra-ultimate bursts, she could not indiscriminately consume heavenly god pills and divine elixirs without restraint. He determined the appropriate amount for Mu Yin and then had her consume them, ensuring she benefited the most without harm. Under such circumstances, Mu Yin's progress was extremely fast. Even Mu Yin herself was shocked. She had never expected such rapid advancement. From her original Mingluan realm, She leaped through the donghua realm and even the 9 stages of the Tao realm, reaching the Nirvana realm. Moreover, she achieved 9 nirvanas and was only a step away from igniting the divine flame within her and attaining the divine status. I'm actually going to become a god in just half a month. Mu Yin was stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Becoming a god was something she had never dared to dream of before. It was too far away, like a mirage. But now, she truly touched the divine realm, felt the location of the divine flame within her, and was just a step away from becoming a god. All it took was that final push to break through the barrier and ignite the divine flame within her, and she would attain the divine status. And this was achieved in less than half a month. She was truly shocked. Under Li Xing's guidance, cultivation had become as simple as drinking water and eating food. You haven't become a god yet, just about to. Is that enough to make you so emotional, senior sister? Li Xing smiled and said, Senior sister, there's no need to be so emotional. Think about what I've given you to eat and use. Such rapid progress is not surprising. He continued, and this is just the beginning. Later, senior sister, you will become even stronger. During this month, although he was busy every day, either helping Xianxia sect and the White Fox clan set up restrictions or guiding Mu Yan's cultivation, his own cultivation never lagged behind. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching and the small completion saint body, along with various divine techniques and skills, continued to be diligently practiced. His own realm progressed from the initial stage of divine sovereign to the peak of the heavenly god realm. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to improve. Compared to before, in 1 month, he only advanced 1 realm, from divine sovereign to heavenly god. Although starting from the initial stage of divine sovereign to the peak of heavenly god, it was equivalent to advancing 2 realms, but it was still slow. In the past, a month would never have brought such a small advancement. This is the difficulty of advancing at higher realms. In addition, it is also related to the environment of the world. With incomplete heavenly Tao laws, it is harder to advance at higher realms. In the era when the heavenly Tao laws were complete, Li Xing could easily become a saint. Of course, this is only in comparison to himself. It is slow. Compared to others, it is still an incredibly fast advancement, like a myth. In 1 month, advancing from the initial stage of divine sovereign to the peak of heavenly god is unprecedented in the history of humanity. No one has ever advanced so quickly. On this day, Li Xing's communication artifact lit up. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan contacted him. The day to restart the ancient path had arrived. In his name, he requested the help of various ancient forces to restart the ancient path. The process was very smooth. None of the ancient forces refused, all agreeing very readily. Moreover, these ancient forces also said they did not need any compensation from Li Xing. They were willing to restart the ancient path without fear of consumption. This time, it was my desire to enter, and I asked for everyone's help. How could I still ask everyone to spend? Compensation is necessary. Li Xing had the old divine emperor of the Qin clan pass on his words, expressing that he would not let the ancient forces help for nothing. Compensation is nothing to him. He is now extremely wealthy. Let's go. Li Xing leaped onto the dragon horse, reaching out to Mu Yin, who blushed slightly, took Li Xing's hand, and landed on the dragon horse. Oh, whoa. The dragon horse howled, carrying Li Xing and Mu Yin, leaving Xianxia sect, galloping rapidly through the forest, leaving a trail of divine light as they headed towards the White Fox clan to pick up the little white fox. On the way, Mu Yan's face remained flushed, never subsiding. What kind of horse is this? Not at all proper. She seriously suspected that Li Xing had instigated it. The way it ran was so bumpy that she never left Li Xing's embrace, constantly bumping into his chest. The strong masculine aura enveloped her. It was her first time being so close to a man. Her heart raced, and she felt flustered and disoriented, unable to remain calm. Run more steadily. Li Xing tapped the dragon horse on the head. The bumpy ride made it difficult for him to know where to place his hands, and every time he did, he touched Mu Yan's delicate skin, making it hard for him to stay calm, his mind wandering and fantasizing. Doesn't Big Brother like it? The dragon horse chuckled mischievously, looking like it was seeking praise, clearly doing it on purpose. Chapter 194. Piercing through with a single shot, advancing into the ancient path. This horse? It's really not behaving properly. Mu Yin was speechless. Indeed, the master determines the behavior of the steed. Was this horse trying to gain some benefits for him? Li Xing thought to himself that the dragon horse was quite adept at causing trouble, not wasting the time they had spent together. Thud. He raised his hand and knocked on the dragon horse's head again, saying, "What are you talking about? Your elder brother is not that kind of person. Don't think of your elder brother like that." The dragon horse was first stunned, then grinned and said, "I understand, elder brother." Then, it galloped rapidly, weaving through the forest. Mu Yin was more speechless than ever, wanting to grab the dragon horse's ears and ask what exactly it thought it understood. What did the dragon horse understand? It was even more bumpy than before. She was almost hanging off Li Xing's body. The journey was excruciating for her, and finally, they arrived at the territory of the White Fox clan. "We're here." The dragon horse looked at Li Xing with a hint of pride, thinking it had been too clever just now, perfectly interpreting Li Xing's signals. Earlier, when Li Xing knocked on its head for the second time, the force was noticeably lighter than the first time. It immediately understood that this was Li Xing giving it a signal. However, it got knocked again. "I told you to be steady, but you got even more bumpy. You really don't listen." Li Xing reprimanded. "Say one thing but mean another." It was using the dragon horse as a shield. "No problem, elder brother. I understand." The dragon horse thought to itself, willing to take the blame, and then said, "Don't worry, elder brother. Next time it will definitely be smooth as a mill pond, not a bit bumpy." After picking up the little white fox, they left the White Fox clan and arrived at the territory of the Qin clan. Of course, on the way, in uninhabited areas, they altered their appearance, and Li Xing resumed his identity as Li Jiudao. Now there was no need for the disfigurement fist or the restore beauty fist. Li Xing had a better transformation technique from the treasure within the demon blade, extraordinary in grade and more effective. This made the little white fox exclaim unfairly, shouting that Mu Yin hadn't been beaten, which was too unfair. "Lord Li is here." "Greetings, Lord Li." As soon as Li Xing and his group arrived at the Qin clan territory, a large number of powerful figures surrounded them, greeting Li Xing. These powerful figures were from various ancient factions, who had specially come to the Qin clan to await Li Xing's arrival. As a young supreme being, Li Xing was now highly esteemed, and the ancient faction leaders were vying to curry favor with him. "No need to call me Lord, just call me young Master Li." Li Xing smiled lightly and set off with the leaders of the ancient factions towards the entrance of the ancient path. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan did not come along. He was assigned by Li Xing to guard the Qin clan's treasury, while Qin Kuan followed along to help restart the ancient path. The entrance to the ancient path was located deep within an icy plain, a place perpetually covered in thick ice, an uninhabited zone with no other living beings. They journeyed to the deepest part, where towering ice mountains stood before them. The leaders of the ancient factions explained that this ice mountain had been moved here by their respective factions during ancient times to obscure the entrance to the ancient path, preventing other beings from discovering it. Moreover, their factions had inscribed prohibitions within the ice mountain to prevent other beings from entering. Time is the most ruthless. Nothing can withstand its passage. The prohibition forces left in the ice mountain are now weak beyond measure. A powerful figure sighed. The current prohibition forces within the ice mountain were far inferior to what was recorded by their factions, having been greatly depleted by time. Now, breaking these prohibitions would not cost them much less than they had anticipated. Indeed, not very powerful. Li Xing's eyes swept over the ice mountain, seeing the prohibitions within. He felt that even without the ancient faction's intervention, he could break the prohibitions with a single punch. And he wouldn't even need to exert any transcendent power. "Then let me handle it." Li Xing smiled and said to the ancient factions, "There's no need for you all to take action." He raised his hand and summoned the Tao Evolution Spear, throwing it with a dazzling light. The spear crashed into the ice mountain with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the entire ice mountain crumbled, and all the prohibitions within were destroyed. The prohibition forces currently existing in the ice mountain were at most comparable to the power of a saint. Facing the onslaught of the Tao evolution spear, they could not withstand it and were easily broken. With the ice mountain shattered, the entrance to the ancient path appeared. A stone gate about 2 men high, constructed from various ancient stones, emitting a hazy glow from within, making it impossible to see what lay inside. I can't let you all come for nothing. Li Xing smiled lightly, not stingy, and gave some pills to the leaders of the ancient factions as a token of gratitude. Although the ancient factions hadn't taken action, this ancient path was ultimately discovered by them and had brought him here. It was appropriate to show gratitude. This, we can't accept without merit. We haven't done anything. The leaders of the ancient factions declined one after another. They hadn't intended to accept Li Xing's gratitude, let alone that they hadn't actually taken action. It's fine, please take them. Li Xing insisted that the leaders of the ancient factions accept, and they finally did. Thank you. Thank you so much. The leaders of the ancient factions thanked Li Xing one after another. Li Xing's generosity was extraordinary. The pills he gave them were all celestial deity pills, of extremely high value. They were even more full of mixed feelings. Everyone present was over 1,000 years old, yet none could compare to Li Xing, a young man. Not to mention, they didn't even have the qualifications to compare themselves to Li Xing. Then, Li Xing set off, entering the stone gate with Mu Yin, the little white fox, and the dragon horse, stepping onto the ancient path. I'm going in, hoping for a good outcome. The old ancestor of the Xianxia sect, an old celestial deity, entered the stone gate with a stooped posture, full of melancholy. His time was running out, and he had little life left. He wanted to take a gamble in the ancient path. It was he who had sent someone to find the Qin clan to discuss restarting the ancient path. The mysterious ancient path, full of countless fortunes. I want to enter too. A powerful figure's eyes flickered with a strange light, his heart burning with desire to venture into the ancient path. But eventually, the strange light in his eyes dimmed, and the fire in his heart extinguished, dispelling the thought of entering the ancient path. In ancient times, their factions were at their peak, and the powerful figures who entered the ancient path were far stronger than they were now, yet still, they couldn't venture far, with many dying on the ancient path. Now, they were not as strong as in ancient times. Entering the ancient path would undoubtedly end in failure, with a very slim chance of success. Leaving. Though unwilling, we must submit to reality. The leaders of the ancient factions, with dim expressions, left one after another. They all had thoughts of entering the ancient path to take a gamble, but reason told them that entering would not end well, most likely resulting in death inside. Chapter 195. The Ancient Path of Starry Trials, the Road to Death for the Strong. The path to transcendence is universally acknowledged, but one must have the life to enjoy it. The ancient powerhouses retreated, and Qin Kuren of the Qin clan also withdrew, fearing death on the ancient path. The place was empty, devoid of any living beings, only the shattered remnants of ice mountains, and a towering stone gate that seemed to have stood there since eternity. The stone gate emitted a hazy glow, and within it, all scenes were obscured, as if distorted by time and space. Silently, a living being appeared there, an old Taoist in a tattered, yellowing robe, holding a whisk with only a few strands left. He was slightly hunched, emaciated, with deep-set eyes, staring intently at the stone gate. This is the ancient path of starry trials. His cloudy old eyes grew profound, and he muttered softly, his voice tinged with surprise. The void twisted, and a peculiar aura spread. A tall, muscular man with bulging muscles and an overwhelming pressure stepped out of the void. He too stared at the stone gate, examining it repeatedly. Indeed, it is the ancient path of starry trials. He was equally surprised, as if he hadn't expected to see the gate here. Then, dazzling lights flickered, and various terrifying auras spread, as a dozen formidable figures appeared, men and women alike, each exuding great authority, clearly extraordinary. The ancient path of starry trials, connecting the stars, interlinked with myriad worlds, a path for the universe's strongest to compete. An old woman spoke, leaning on a snake-headed cane, her expression grave. Legend has it that this is an ancient path specially created for achieving immortality. She continued, interlinked with myriad worlds, the strongest compete, fighting all the way to the end, achieving the ranks of the supreme celestial emperors, and then, collectively breaking through to immortality, opening the entrance to the immortal realm. Her words were undoubtedly terrifying, involving immortality and the immortal realm. Immortality, elusive and unattainable, has always been so throughout history. From ancient times to the present, legends of immortals have never ceased, but unfortunately, no one has ever seen an immortal, nor has any being truly achieved immortality. It is said that immortals can be eternal, enjoy endless life, and are immune to the erosion of time, smiling at the vicissitudes of life within the river of time. The ultimate dream and goal of all practitioners is to achieve immortality and enter the immortal realm. The ancient path of starry trials aims for immortality, but is it effective? The oldest Taoist muttered, "How many eras has this ancient path existed?" It can be traced back to the ancient era, and it is said to have been jointly constructed by the two greatest celestial emperors of our human race, Emperor Huang and Emperor Yi. He clearly knew a lot about the ancient path of starry trials. But what was the result? Neither of the two emperors succeeded. Later, it was rumored that someone saw the remains of the two emperors at the end of the path. His voice grew heavy. In the subsequent eras, there were no successful examples at all. The end of the path is filled with the remains of supreme powerhouses, almost piled into mountains. This ancient path of starry trials has become the final brilliant moment for supreme powerhouses, shining before their demise. I think this ancient path of starry trials is more aptly called the road to death for the strong. He continued, back then, which of our major factions didn't suffer on this ancient path? The strong who entered, without exception, all buried their remains on the path. Indeed, their factions had once entered this ancient path. It was precisely because of this that they could quickly recognize the origin of this ancient path and confirm it. Their factions, with long-standing legacies, were all inherited from the ancient era, even stronger than those ancient sacred lands. Li Xing's great battle against the ancient sacred lands, displaying supreme power, attracted their attention, prompting them to emerge from their respective small worlds. They wanted to know more about Li Xing. Of course, they currently only wanted to understand Li Xing and had no other intentions. Otherwise, they would have acted against Li Xing long ago. Li Xing, so young, was astonishing. They felt that the identity Li Xing claimed was highly likely to be true, that Li Xing was a disciple of the long-standing and untraceable Taiqing sect. They wanted to connect with Li Xing and then establish a relationship with the Taiqing sect. Li Xing, though astonishing and a young supreme, was not enough for them to fawn over. In previous eras, they would not have acted this way, certainly going to extremes to fawn over Li Xing. But in this harsh current environment, no matter how brilliant Li Xing was, it was destined to be useless. The impending Xiaoxing Handong would leave Li Xing with no time to grow, and he would eventually fall short. What attracted them about Li Xing was his identity as a disciple of the Taiqing sect. The long-standing Taiqing sect, regardless of the era, was an absolute giant, standing at the pinnacle. They very much wanted to establish a connection with such a Taiqing sect, relying on a big tree for shade. Chapter 195. The Starry Sky Trial Path, a road of death for the strong. The extraordinary nature of this ancient path is a consensus, but one must have the life to enjoy such greatness. The powerful figures from various ancient factions have retreated, including Qingkuan from the Qing clan, who dared not enter the ancient path, fearing death within. The place is now empty, devoid of any living beings, only remnants from the shattered ice mountains, and a towering stone gate that seems to have stood here since eternity. The stone gate emits a hazy glow, concealing all within, as if it were a twisted space-time. Silently, A being appears here. An old Taoist priest in a tattered yellow robe, holding a whisk with only a few strands left. He is slightly hunched, emaciated, with deep-set eyes, staring intently at the stone gate. This is the Starry Sky Trial Path. His cloudy old eyes deepen, muttering to himself with a hint of surprise. The void twists, spreading a peculiar aura, and a tall, muscular man steps out of the void, his muscles bulging, exuding an overwhelming pressure. He also gazes at the stone gate, repeatedly. Indeed, it is the Starry Sky Trial Path. He too is surprised, as he did not expect to see the stone gate here. Following this, dazzling lights flash continuously, with various terrifying auras spreading, and over a dozen formidable figures appear, both male and female, each exuding great authority, clearly extraordinary. The Starry Sky Trial Path, connecting the stars, interlinked with myriad realms, is the path for the universe's strongest to compete. An old woman speaks, leaning on a snake-headed cane, her expression grave. Legend has it that this is an ancient path specially created for achieving immortality. She continues, interlinked with myriad realms, the strongest compete, battling all the way to the end, achieving the status of the strongest heavenly emperors, and then jointly breaking through to the immortal realm, opening the entrance to the immortal domain. Her words are undoubtedly shocking, involving immortality and the immortal domain. Immortality is elusive and unattainable, just as it has always been throughout history. From ancient times to the present, legends of immortals have never ceased, yet sadly, no one has ever truly seen an immortal, nor has any being ever truly achieved immortality. It is said that immortals can live eternally, enjoying endless life, unafraid of the erosion of time, able to laugh at the vicissitudes of the world within the river of time. For practitioners, the ultimate dream and goal is to achieve immortality and enter the immortal domain. The Starry Sky Trial Path aims for immortality, but is it effective? The oldest Taoist priest mutters, "How many eras has this ancient path existed?" It can be traced back to the ancient era, and it is said to have been jointly constructed by our two greatest heavenly emperors of the human race, the Heavenly Emperor of the Wasteland and the Heavenly Emperor of the Leaves. He clearly knows a lot about the Starry Sky Trial Path. But what was the result? Even the two heavenly emperors did not succeed. Later generations suspected that they saw the remains of the two heavenly emperors at the end of the path. His voice is heavy. In the subsequent eras, there were no successful examples. At the end of the path, the remains of supreme beings piled up almost like mountains. This Starry Sky Trial Path has become the final brilliant moment for supreme beings, shining brightly before they perish. I think calling it the road of death for the strong is more fitting. He continues, back then, which of our great factions did not suffer on this Starry Sky Trial Path? The strong who entered, without exception, all perished on the path. Indeed, their factions had all entered this ancient path in the past. It is precisely because of this that they can quickly recognize the origin of this ancient path and confirm it. Their factions, with long-standing heritage, all date back to the ancient era, even stronger than the ancient sacred lands. Li Xing's great battle against the various ancient sacred lands, displaying the power of a supreme being, caught their attention, prompting them to emerge from their respective small worlds. They wanted to know more about Li Xing. Of course, at present, they only wanted to understand Li Xing and had no other intentions. Otherwise, they would have already acted against Li Xing. Li Xing, so young and astonishing, they felt that the identity Li Xing claimed was highly likely true, that Li Xing was indeed a disciple of the ancient and untraceable Taiqing sect. They wanted to make contact with Li Xing and then establish a connection with the Taiqing sect. Although Li Xing was astonishing and a young supreme being, to them, he was just that, not worth fawning over. In previous eras, they would not have done so, undoubtedly going to great lengths to fawn over Li Xing. But in the current harsh environment, no matter how brilliant Li Xing was, it was destined to be useless. The winter of cultivation was about to descend, and Li Xing had no time to grow. In the end, he would still fall short. The point that attracted them about Li Xing was his identity as a disciple of the Taiqing sect. The Taiqing sect, with its long-standing heritage, was an absolute behemoth in any era, standing at the pinnacle. They very much wanted to establish a connection with such a Taiqing sect, relying on a big tree for shade. Although their factions were extraordinary, inherited from the ancient era and even stronger than the ancient sacred lands, they still lacked confidence and a sense of security in the face of the impending winter of cultivation. Therefore, they wanted to attach themselves to a behemoth like the Taiqing sect, hoping to ride out this winter of cultivation by following the Taiqing sect. Unfortunately, after Li Xing's great battle, he disappeared, only to reappear now, discovered by them. And before they could make contact with Li Xing, he entered the ancient path. The Starry Sky Trial path is not only accessible through this entrance. There are numerous entrances in our realm alone. It's unclear whether any living beings have embarked on this path in the present era, the old woman says with a sigh. Moreover, do you think there might still be sages alive, still on the ancient path? There are many entrances to the Starry Sky Trial path, at least a dozen that they know of, scattered around the world. In the ancient era, there were numerous attempts to enter the Starry Sky Trial path, quite a spectacle. Unfortunately, this was also the last glorious moment for the Starry Sky Trial path, as too many beings perished on the path, leading to a significant reduction in discussions about it afterward. By the ancient era, it was rarely mentioned. Of course, the main reason was the drastic changes in the natural environment during the ancient era. Ancient beings were preoccupied with dealing with the impending winter of cultivation and had little energy to consider other matters. If the natural environment had not changed so drastically in the ancient era, the Starry Sky Trial path, while not being widely known or discussed, would certainly not have been so obscure and little known. In the present era, there should be very few. The muscular man says, however, it's not certain. Some ancient factions might still harbor hope for the Starry Sky Trial path, wanting to venture into it and take a gamble. After all, if one can gain something on the path, the rewards are very substantial. The path is extraordinary, traceable back to the ancient era, with countless strong beings having embarked on it. Most of these strong beings perished on the path, so there must be numerous opportunities and blessings left behind. As he said, if one can truly gain something on the path, the benefits would indeed be immense. Therefore, they sought to align themselves with the formidable Taiqing sect, hoping to navigate the impending Shouxing winter under its protection. Unfortunately, after Li Xing's great battle, he disappeared, only to reappear now, discovered by them. Before they could connect with Li Xing, he entered the ancient path. The ancient path of starry trials is not limited to this one entrance. Just within our realm, there are numerous entrances. It's unclear whether any living beings have embarked on this ancient path in this era. The old woman spoke with deep emotion. Also, do you think there might still be sages alive, still on the ancient path? There were many entrances to the ancient path of starry trials, at least a dozen that they knew of, scattered around the world. In the ancient era, there were even large-scale attempts to enter the ancient path of starry trials, quite a spectacle. Unfortunately, this was also the last glorious act of the ancient path of starry trials, as too many beings died on the path and later, there were fewer mentions of the ancient path of starry trials. In the ancient era, it was even less frequently mentioned. Certainly, the primary reason was that the ancient era underwent a sudden environmental change, and ancient beings were preoccupied with addressing the imminent Shouxing Handong, leaving little room for consideration of other matters. If the environment of the ancient era had not changed so drastically, the ancient path of starry trials, though not widely known and frequently discussed, would certainly not have been so obscure and little known. In this era, there should be very few. The muscular man said, however, it cannot be determined. Some ancient factions might still hold hope for the ancient path of starry trials, wanting to venture into the path and take a gamble. After all, if one can gain something on the ancient path, the rewards are still very considerable. The ancient path was extraordinary, traceable back to the ancient era, with countless strong beings embarking on it. Most of these strong beings died on the path, and the path must have left numerous opportunities and blessings. As he said, If one can truly gain something on the ancient path, the benefits would indeed be immense. Chapter 196. This is just the beginning, not the true ancient path yet. The ancient path is special. It is the road for true powerhouses, and it is highly likely that it still contains ultra-high-level spiritual substances. Some of the sages who have walked this path might still be alive. The muscular man said, "Think about it. How many brilliant and supreme emperors of ancient times have walked this ancient path, engaging in debates and discussions on it? Anything unimaginable could happen." He believed that countless brilliant and supreme emperors had left deep imprints on this ancient path, and it was possible that some sages had truly benefited and survived within it. So it's this ancient path. Never thought of it before. A powerful figure spoke, saying, "However, given the current situation, this ancient path can also be considered a road of hope. Countless supreme powerhouses have left behind their blessings on this path. If we can gain something, the chances of surviving the spiritual winter in the future will undoubtedly be greater. It's better to rely on oneself than to seek help from others. Even if we were to align with a behemoth like the Taiching sect, what then? Even the Taiching sect might not be able to protect itself during this spiritual winter. It's more reliable to rely on oneself. Moreover, whether he is truly a disciple of the Taiching sect is still in doubt." He continued, "I'm leaving now. I will return to my clan to discuss with the clan's powerhouses and venture into the ancient path to take a gamble." With that, he tore through the void and left the place. "I'm leaving too, most likely to venture into the ancient path as well." The old Taoist said, "After all, in this current era, there are not many hopes we can cling to, and this ancient path is considered one of them." Subsequently, he also left the area. The old woman, the muscular man, and other powerful figures also left, each harboring thoughts of venturing into the ancient path. The ancient path was perilous, known as the road to death for powerhouses, but it also gave them hope, prompting them to take a gamble and strive for a future. Most likely, they would all venture into the ancient path later on. The ancient path. Behind the stone gate was a special space, vast as the cosmos, with a wide ancient cobblestone road stretching straight to the sky, with no end in sight. On both sides of the ancient stone road was pitch-black darkness, looking somewhat frightening, with no idea what lay within. Li Xing enhanced his vision with his power, but still couldn't see through the darkness on either side of the ancient path. He couldn't help but raise his Daoyan spear, preparing for any unexpected occurrences. What's in there? Are the opportunities and blessings hidden in this darkness? The dragon horse looked at the darkness on both sides of the ancient path with great curiosity, its front hooves stepping towards the darkness, eager to explore the area within. "Don't!" A hurried voice came from behind, stopping the dragon horse, saying, "The opportunities and blessings are not in the darkness, only endless dangers lie within." Then, an aged figure followed from behind. It was the ancestor of the Xianxia sect, an old heavenly god nearing the end of his lifespan. "This is just the beginning. There are no opportunities or blessings here. The real ones are further along." The old heavenly god of the Xianxia sect said, "After passing the beginning, we will enter a special small world, where the true opportunities and blessings lie." His sect had ventured into the ancient path during ancient times and left many records about it. Before coming, he had read these records over and over, memorizing the content. We haven't truly set foot on the ancient path yet. That special small world is the true starting point of the ancient path. Only by entering that special small world can we truly set foot on the ancient path. He shared all the information he knew. This short stretch of road is just the beginning. However, even this beginning is extremely dangerous. Back then, our ancestors of the Xianxia sect couldn't even pass this stretch of road. He recounted that during ancient times, their Xianxia sect still had saints and even saint kings, but they couldn't pass the beginning, only vaguely glimpsing the special small world from afar. There are terrifying forces in the darkness on both sides of the beginning, ready to launch attacks at any moment. Back then, over a dozen of our ancestors who entered the ancient path, only one managed to escape alive. He said with a bitter smile, "This time, I don't plan to enter that special small world. I just hope to pick up some treasures on this beginning of the ancient path. A heavenly god trying to pass the beginning was simply impossible. He was very clear about this and hadn't come with the intention of passing the beginning. The beginning was not yet the ancient path, but it was extremely dangerous, with many strong figures falling along it. He hoped to obtain some of the things left behind by these strong figures on the beginning. Oh, I understand now. You want to be a scavenger. The dragon horse understood. Scavenger? The old heavenly god of the Xianxia sect was stunned for a moment, then said with a bitter smile, "Yes, that's right." Li Xing looked at the old heavenly god of the Xianxia sect and said, "I remember giving your Xianxia sect a heavenly god pill. Although it may not completely solve your problem, it can extend your lifespan for a while. Why take the risk and come here?" Earlier, to express gratitude to the ancient forces, he had given out some heavenly god pills, and the Xianxia sect was among them. What the young Master Li said is correct. That heavenly god pill can indeed extend my lifespan for a while. The old heavenly god said with a bitter smile, "However, I feel that using the heavenly god pill on me would be too wasteful. Living a few more years doesn't serve much purpose. It would be better to leave it for the Xianxia sect." After listening, Li Xing nodded and didn't say anything more. He could give this old heavenly god a pill above the sacred level and let him return, but he wouldn't do that. The old heavenly god was a complete stranger to him, and he wasn't the type to be overly benevolent and easily give away precious pills. If he did that, no matter how many good things he had, they wouldn't be enough. Come on, there were too many living beings like the old heavenly god who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Was he supposed to give one to each of them? He wasn't some kind of savior. At present, he was just one of those struggling to survive in this era of the end of the law. Act according to your capabilities, and as long as you don't die, there is always hope. Li Xing looked at the old heavenly god and said, "I hope you remember this." Then, he rode the dragon horse and quickly moved forward, disappearing from the old heavenly god's sight. In the endless darkness, the ancient cobblestone road shimmered with light, piercing through it, like the only sanctuary in the darkness, looking especially eerie and terrifying. Really, even before starting, I'm scared. The little white fox curled up in Mu Yan's arms, shrinking its little head, its big eyes scanning the darkness on both sides, trembling with fear, feeling that some terrifying creature might suddenly jump out. Chapter 197. The multiverse is too strong, and even the emperors vary greatly in power. Don't be like this. Your trembling is making me scared too. The white fox in Mu Yan's arms trembled incessantly, and Mu Yan, affected by it, began to tremble as well. On both sides of the ancient path, endless darkness surged, like an abyss without a bottom. Looking at it made one's heart tremble with fear. Don't be afraid. Li Xing dismounted from the dragon horse and hovered in the air, gripping the Daoyan spear, appearing like a battle deity, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Roar! A roar suddenly came from the darkness, like a 10,000-year ferocious ghost howling, followed by a massive black shadow quickly rushing out from the darkness, stirring up a bloody storm, and heading towards Mu Yan. Puff! Li Xing reacted swiftly, thrusting the Daoyan spear with a hand. The spear blazed with boundless radiance, momentarily lighting up the entire darkness, instantly piercing the colossal black shadow, and the formidable power shattered the shadow into oblivion. Oh my! The dragon horse cried out in panic. Earlier, when the Daoyan's spear erupted with boundless brilliance, it dimly illuminated the entire darkness, revealing many eerie and terrifying monsters on both sides of the ancient path, their faces hideous and fearsome. It was immediately frightened. It's just the road ahead, not that terrifying. Don't worry, don't be afraid. Li Xing was very calm. He had even killed emperors before, so how could he not be able to pass this stretch of road? Impossible. Flowerless sacred sword. Go, protect them well. Li Xing summoned the flowerless sacred sword, allowing it to erupt and provide comprehensive protection for Mu Yan and the others. Then, he walked at the front, leading the way. The further they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. As if a mountain was pressing on their hearts, making it almost impossible to breathe. Bold. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching issued a rebuke, achieving an ultra-ultimate eruption and operating autonomously, breaking this oppressive atmosphere, preventing it from affecting Li Xing. They continued to move forward, and monsters occasionally charged out from the darkness, but they were useless, unable to block Li Xing and the others' path. Of course, this was mainly because Li Xing was too strong. If it were other creatures, even saints or emperors, they would definitely perish. These monsters that charged out from the darkness could easily kill saints and emperors. On the way, they saw a large number of bones, all of which had rotted. At first, they could still see the bones, but then they turned to dust and scattered on the ground. The long years had obviously sealed this ancient path for a long time. Even saint bones were not spared, losing their sacred nature and completely turning to dust. Among these bones, there were many treasures scattered on the ground, including sacred weapons and medicinal herbs. However, these treasures were also severely damaged by the erosion of time, losing their luster and becoming incomplete. Of course, it was mainly because these treasures were not well protected, scattered here like this. If they had been properly protected, it would not have been like this. The treasures of the Demon Blade were the best example. The treasure vault was in a fully enclosed state, well protected, and the treasures inside were not eroded by time, preserved perfectly. During this time, the dragon horse wanted to collect these treasures, but was stopped by Li Xing. "Leave them for the old celestial god of the Xianxia sect," Li Xing said. "If he can come out alive, we can't let him return empty-handed, can we? These treasures are useless to us." They continued to advance. Throughout the journey, the Daoyan spear continuously emitted radiant light, vanquishing the monsters that emerged from the darkness. The special small world gradually came into view. We're about to enter that special small world again. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was full of emotions. Indeed, she had also set foot on this ancient path of star trials, competing with the strong from all worlds. Unfortunately, she ultimately failed to reach the top and had to withdraw in defeat. The multiverse is too strong. Recalling the time when she competed with the strong from the multiverse, the red-robed demon emperor's heart was full of helplessness. In the ancient times, she was absolutely formidable, able to sweep through all enemies in this world. However, when she engaged in competition with the strong from the multiverse, she realized how weak she was and how strong the other strong ones were. The peak realm of the mortal world, the Emperor realm, this realm is too vast. It's not that all emperors are more or less the same. The difference is too great. She sighed heavily in her heart. Like her, in this world, she could be considered a top-tier emperor, far surpassing other emperors. But the emperors in the multiverse were much stronger than her. Some emperors could suppress her with just one hand. To be honest, since she began her cultivation, she had never suffered setbacks, able to solve even the strongest enemies. However, after encountering the strong from the multiverse, she completely lost her temper, suffering greatly. At that time, she sadly withdrew from the ancient path of star trials and took a long time to recover from this setback. The blow she suffered at that time was truly too great. Li Xing and the others continued to move forward, and that special small world gradually became clearer in their eyes. Finally, they successfully entered this special small world. What kind of path is this? It's too terrifying. At least it requires the level of a half-step emperor to pass through. The dragon horse was deeply moved. In the final stretch of the road, even Li Xing felt immense pressure, and his strikes were no longer as relaxed. Indeed, only combat power above the half-step emperor level could pass this stretch of road. Its heart was filled with awe. This was still just the road ahead, not the main road. It had to start with the half-step emperor level, so how terrifying would the main road be? It didn't even dare to imagine. Indeed, this road, even the road ahead, requires touching the emperor realm to pass through. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor said in her heart, "After all, this is the ancient path of star trials, the real path of strong ones. Even saints are not qualified to participate, and emperors are just barely enough. Then, she sighed again. Unfortunately, the current environment is too harsh, not comparable to the past era. The extraordinary ancient path of star trials has lost its significance, unable to see the scene of strong ones clashing. In her time, it was called intense. Countless emperors were in this small world, but now, there might not even be a single emperor-level combat power. Yes, we've come to the right place. The situation here is similar to what I had imagined. On the other side, Li Xing smiled lightly, sensing the abundant high-level spiritual substances in this small world. He had indeed brought Mu Yin and the others here for the right reasons. In such an environment, Mu Yin and the others were bound to achieve significant improvement. As for him, he was about to soar, because, as soon as he stepped into this special small world, the supreme chapter of Tai Ching became extremely excited and active, like a fish returning to the sea, greedily and madly absorbing these high-level spiritual substances for refinement. Under such circumstances, he was bound to achieve rapid improvement. I feel that in no time, I can truly step into the Emperor realm, Li Xing said in his heart. Chapter 198. The Ninth Trial Ground, Rankings, and Rewards. High-grade cultivation substances are not exclusive to Dao practitioners. Li Xing's physical body has also greatly benefited from absorbing these high-grade cultivation substances. The perfected sacred body has become extremely active, greedily absorbing the high-grade cultivation substances in the world. Soon after, Li Xing heard the sound of the perfected sacred body breaking through in his mind. The perfected sacred body has completed its breakthrough and transformed into the ancient sacred body. Here, the ancient sacred body expresses its gratitude to its beloved master for bringing it to such a blessed place. Li Xing was not surprised by the perfected sacred body's breakthrough. The perfected sacred body had long since reached its later stages, and after a month of training, it naturally completed its breakthrough upon entering this special small world. Ancient sacred body? A higher grade sacred body? Li Xing thought to himself, the ancient sacred body should be able to fight against a supremacy-level combatant without any need for transcendent outbursts. He believed that even purely with the power of the ancient sacred body, it might not be able to match a supremacy, but it would definitely be close, and it could certainly hold its own against a half-step supremacy. If we encounter a supremacy, we can give it a try. They continued their journey, exploring this special small world. The small world was filled with a dense primordial aura, with towering ancient trees everywhere, giving it an ancient and aged appearance. Dong! Suddenly, a deep bell sound echoed through the heavens, startling Li Xing and the others. Li Xing quickly raised his Dao evolution spear. Where did the bell sound come from? Li Xing looked up but saw nothing. The sky was a clear blue, without any bells. The ancient path of celestial trials, the ninth trial ground, Zhongtian, successfully slayed the abyssal beast king. Reward: a piece of emperor bone. An ancient voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. Li Xing was certain he had never heard this ancient language before, yet he could clearly understand its meaning. What's going on? Mu Yin and the others also heard this voice, and like Li Xing, they had never heard this ancient language before, but they too could clearly understand its meaning. They looked at each other, bewildered, unsure of what was happening. What is the ancient path of celestial trials? What is the ninth trial ground? And who is Zhongtian? Are there other people in this special small world? What is the abyssal beast king? Is it possible to receive rewards by killing the abyssal beast king? A series of questions popped into their minds, and they had no answers to these questions. However, one thing is for sure, these rewards are damn tempting. Longma couldn't help but exclaim, a piece of emperor bone. The value is too high. Are the rewards here always this astonishing? They had no knowledge of these questions, but the red-robed demon emperor was well-versed in these matters. The so-called ninth trial ground refers to this small world. The ancient path of celestial trials consists of 9 trial grounds. The first 3 trial grounds, the ninth, 8th, and 7th trial grounds, are all within this realm. The subsequent trial grounds, the 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st trial grounds, will collide with the powerhouses from myriad worlds. Of course, the further one goes, the higher the gold content, especially the 1st trial ground, which is truly where the strongest gather. Powerhouses who can enter the 1st trial ground are all peerless heavenly emperors, whose realms and strength have truly reached an unfathomable level. The exchanges within the 1st trial ground are truly earth-shattering, discussing various methods of becoming an immortal, researching various paths to immortality. It is no exaggeration to say that if one can hear such exchanges within the 1st trial ground, it will undoubtedly benefit one for life, gaining unimaginable great benefits. Unfortunately, except for true peerless heavenly emperors, other beings cannot enter the 1st trial ground. The 1st trial ground, one can't even dare to think about it. I can only reach the 5th trial ground at most, and then I can't go any further. I have to withdraw in defeat. The red-robed demon emperor sighed inwardly. In the ancient times, she was undoubtedly powerful, but facing the powerhouses from myriad worlds, she was still very helpless. The gap was too large. The 5th trial ground was her limit. She couldn't go any further. She couldn't fight any longer. There are rewards set in each trial ground. If one meets the corresponding requirements, they can obtain the rewards. The red-robed demon emperor thought to herself again. It is said that this ancient path of celestial trials was jointly created by the heavenly emperor of the wilderness and the heavenly emperor of the leaves. The two human heavenly emperors are truly admirable, with great breadth of mind, truly seeking the path to immortality for all beings. She was deeply moved. The heavenly emperor of the wilderness and the heavenly emperor of the leaves, the two human heavenly emperors, did not discriminate based on race. The ancient path of celestial trials they created is open to all beings, not just humans. The two human heavenly emperors were also very generous, not stingy, leaving numerous rewards in various trial grounds. As long as the beings within meet the corresponding requirements, they will automatically be granted rewards, allowing those who enter the trial grounds to greatly benefit and improve. Xianxia's situation was like this. The Abyssal Beast King is a Lord-level beast in the 9th trial ground. By hunting it, Xianxia gained the recognition of the 9th trial ground, and then was rewarded by the 9th trial ground. There are many ways to gain the recognition of the 9th trial ground, not just this one. The red-robed demon emperor thought to herself, now, the rankings should be announced. As she predicted, just as she finished thinking, golden light burst forth from the sky, illuminating the world in a golden hue. Then, within the golden light, ancient stone projections appeared, each stone engraved with complex ancient characters. Li Xing and the others immediately looked at these stone projections. The ancient characters on them, they did not recognize a single one, just like the ancient language that had previously sounded. Although they did not recognize them, they could clearly understand their meaning. These ancient characters, through some form of Tao principle, directly transmitted their meaning. Li Xing and the others looked one by one, and found that these seemed to be one ranking after another. 9th Trial Ground Beast Ranking. 1st, the Eastern Sea Dragon. 2nd, the Cursed Nightmare. 3rd, the Diamond Giant Ape. 4th, the 5-Spirit Falcon. 5th, the Abyssal Beast King. 9th, the Grey Wolf King. 10th, the Ice Bear King. Li Xing looked at a ranking and read out its contents. This was a beast ranking, with a total of 10 beasts. Earlier, the voice announced that Xianxia had killed the Abyssal Beast King, which was indeed on the list, ranking 5th. What does it mean? Does it mean that as long as you kill the beasts on the list, you can get rewards? Li Xing half closed his eyes, feeling that this was likely the truth. Chapter 199. Illiterate, doesn't even know the universal language. Dong. At this moment, the solemn bell tolled once more, and that ancient announcement echoed again. On the ancient path of the starry trial at the 9th trial site, Yu Feng has successfully slain the Ice Bear King. Reward, 1/3 of an emperor's scripture. Upon hearing this announcement, Li Xing's eyes lit up instantly. It seemed he had guessed correctly. Slaying the beasts on the list would yield corresponding rewards. Is this how the opportunities and fortunes of this place are obtained? Li Xing found it quite intriguing. Let's go, big brother. We should hurry and kill the beasts on the list before someone else does. Long Ma urged anxiously. First, there was a piece of emperor's bone and now, a third of an emperor's scripture. Although it was only a third, it was still incredibly astonishing, as it pertained to techniques of the emperor's level, which could be considered the highest grade techniques in the mortal world. They had only just entered not long ago, yet 2 beasts on the ranking list had already been slain. Who knew if there were more beasts on the ranking list that had already been killed? Long Ma was concerned that the beasts on the ranking list might be running out. No need to rush, Li Xing said calmly, not acting like a headless fly. He continued, even if all the beasts on the beast Bangdan are killed, it doesn't matter. After all, there are so many other Bangda. Rewards should also be obtainable from other Bangdan. In addition to the beast list, there were also lists like the achievement list, combat list, challenge list, and so on. They didn't have to focus solely on the beast list. What we need to do now is to gain as much understanding as possible about this small world. Even if they plan to hunt beasts on the beast ranking, they needed to know their locations. Therefore, gathering various pieces of information was their top priority. It's evident that there are many other beings on the ancient path who arrived here before us. They should have a better understanding of this place. Li Xing suggested, we can start by seeking out these beings to learn more about the situation. Indeed, information is always the most important. It's best to first grasp the information. Mu Yin nodded in agreement. Following that, they set off to find other beings in this special small world. As they had anticipated, there were indeed many other beings in this special small world, and they found 2 human cultivators in no time. These 2 human cultivators were young, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and dashing, while the woman was beautiful and enchanting. They seemed to be siblings, with some resemblance in their features. Greetings to the 2 of you. Li Xing greeted them proactively. The man and woman appeared very composed. The man smiled and spoke some words. What gibberish was that? Li Xing frowned, not understanding a single word. Seeing Li Xing's reaction, Mu Yin knew he hadn't understood. She laughed merrily, saying, even the all-powerful you has a moment of embarrassment. It's what you get for being lazy and not studying or learning from the elders properly. No way, big brother. You really don't understand? Longma widened its eyes. It had been living in the ancient ruins and had learned this language. How come its big brother didn't? You're illiterate. Little White Fox couldn't help but laugh, seizing the opportunity to mock Li Xing. To be honest, Li Xing was too monstrous, dazzling to the point of being appalling. It was rare to find a flaw in him, so finding a moment to mock him was quite a rarity. What the heck? Li Xing rubbed his nose sheepishly. Was this language so popular that everyone knew it except him? He thought about it and realized it was probably due to his laziness back at the Qingxin teaching, where he hadn't paid attention to learning properly, missing out on much knowledge. This is the universal language. Mu Yin explained to Li Xing, this world is too vast, with many regions. Therefore, at the beginning of this era, sages and great beings created this universal language. I see. Li Xing understood, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The universal language should be the most basic knowledge. No wonder Little White Fox had mocked him for being illiterate. He was practically no different from an illiterate, only knowing the popular dialects of the Yenzhou region. He was greeting us. Mu Yin translated the man's words. Just a moment. Li Xing asked Mu Yin to translate for the pair while he pulled Long Ma aside. With the language barrier and the need for a translator, it was inconvenient. Li Xing asked Long Ma to open up its memories of the universal language so he could learn it. Long Ma fully opened up its memories related to the universal language, and Li Xing quickly grasped it. No problem now, he smiled and returned with Long Ma, this time with no communication barriers. May I ask how the 2 of you are addressed? He asked the man and woman. Zhua Kong. Zhua Ling. The man and woman replied, indeed siblings. They appeared to be around 25 years old, both exuding an extraordinary aura. I am Li Jiudao, and she is Mu Yin fan, Li Xing smiled as he introduced himself and Mu Yin. Mu Yin fan? What nonsense. Mu Yin ground her teeth inwardly. Why did Li Xing give her such a name? What did Mu Yin fan mean? Was it implying she was pining for Li Xing? Pfft. So unruly, always trying to take advantage of me. She thought angrily in her heart. We've just arrived and are unsure of the situation here. Can the two of you enlighten us? Li Xing asked directly. Didn't your elders know? Zhuoling, a beautiful girl with a striking blue mane, a voluptuous and alluring figure, and a pair of lively, intelligent eyes, asked with a hint of surprise. Elders? It seemed Zhuoling had misunderstood. It's normal to misunderstand, given the perilous nature of the path ahead. It's not easy to pass through, requiring at least the combat power of a half-step supremacy, Li Xing thought to himself. Zhuoling probably assumed they were brought in by their elders. He didn't correct her, as the world was treacherous, and one couldn't be too careful. Although Zhuoling seemed kind and harmless, he couldn't afford to be careless. Whether our elders knew or not, we're not sure, Li Xing continued. Our elders only said they were bringing us here for training. After entering, they separated from us, and we are truly in the dark about everything here. Zhuokong and Zhuoling didn't seem to doubt Li Xing's words. Zhuoling smiled and said, That's right, the various rewards here are not something you can participate in. It's a competition among the supremacy level and above. It's normal for your elders not to tell you about the situation here. She continued, When we first arrived, our situation was similar to yours. Our elders didn't tell us much, and we were also ignorant about this place. Good. Hearing this, Li Xing smiled inwardly. They had found the right people. Zhuokong and Zhuoling clearly had some understanding of the situation here. Chapter 200, Trial Rules. The first kills of the top 3 beasts still remain. Later, as we stayed here longer, we gradually understood the situation here, Zhuoling explained, generously sharing all the information she knew. You must have seen the various rankings displayed earlier, right? Those rankings are the ways to obtain rewards. The beast ranking, by killing the beasts on it and gaining recognition from the 9th trial ground, one can be granted rewards. The achievement ranking, by achieving certain accomplishments and appearing on the ranking, one can also be granted rewards. The combat power ranking, similar to the achievement ranking, by appearing on the ranking, one can receive rewards. Zhuoling explained in great detail, covering all the situations of the various rankings. At this point, Li Xing and the others fully understood. What exactly is the 9th trial ground on the Starry Sky Trial Ancient Road? Li Xing asked. Zhuoling replied, The Starry Sky Trial Ancient Road is an ancient road that connects with myriad worlds. There are a total of 9 trial grounds. The first 3 trial grounds are for the competition among beings of this world, while the last 6 trial grounds will involve clashes with the powerhouses from myriad worlds. She explained that the 9th trial ground is the lowest trial ground, where the competition among the Great Sovereign Realm takes place. The Great Sovereign Realm is vast, starting from the Sovereign and progressing upwards to the Heavenly Sovereign, Dao Sovereign, Sovereign Lord, and the highest, 9 Tribulations Sovereign Ancestor. All these realms fall under the Great Sovereign Realm category. Only those within the Great Sovereign Realm can obtain rewards in the 9th trial ground. Those who exceed this realm, even if they meet the requirements of the various rankings, will not be recognized by the 9th trial ground and will not be granted rewards. Zhuoling smiled and said, Of course, beings below the Great Sovereign Realm, if they meet the requirements of the various rankings, can also be recognized. However, the possibility of this is very low, almost non-existent. Small. The pattern is too small. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor thought to herself, according to ancient records, in the 9th trial ground, there have been many extraordinary geniuses who completed the requirements of various rankings at realms below the Great Sovereign Realm and were granted rewards. She continued, Now, another such extraordinary example is about to appear. Li Xing can definitely accomplish this as well? Understood. Li Xing nodded. The rankings have an upper limit, but no lower limit. Those who exceed the upper limit will not be recognized, but those below it are fine. What an ancient road indeed. Beside him, Mu Yin listened with excitement. connecting with myriad worlds and competing with powerhouses from those worlds. What a grand gesture. Do you know who constructed this ancient road? She asked tremblingly. It is said to be constructed by the two greatest and invincible heavenly emperors of the human race, the heavenly emperor of the wilderness and the heavenly emperor of the leaves, Zhuoling replied. Truly impressive. Upon hearing this, Mu Yan's admiration for the two heavenly emperors grew immensely. Connecting with myriad worlds, does this mean that there are entrances to this ancient road in the myriad worlds? Would the myriad worlds allow the two heavenly emperors to leave such entrances in their respective domains so easily? It seems highly unlikely. Moreover, the two heavenly emperors could make the beings of the myriad worlds believe in this ancient road and willingly step onto it for competition and trial. One can imagine how formidable the two heavenly emperors are. Truly deserving of the titles of the greatest and invincible. Li Xing was also astonished by the power of the two heavenly emperors. They are indeed terrifyingly powerful. Are both of you from Yin Prefecture? Li Xing asked, wanting to understand the origins of Zhuokong and Zhuoling.
No.
Zhuoling shook her head and said, we come from Song Prefecture, not Yin Prefecture. She then explained that the Starry Sky Trial Ancient Road has many entrances in this world, not just one. Here, you will not only meet beings from the 9 prefectures of the Eastling domain, but also from other domains. Zhuoling smiled and said, we are truly fated. Although we are not from the same prefecture, we are from the same domain. Yin Prefecture and Song Prefecture both belong to the Eastling domain, which has a total of 9 prefectures. This world is vast, with a total of 8 domains. The Eastling domain is only a small domain among them. Larger domains have even more prefectures. The largest domain, the Heavenly domain, has 18 prefectures, twice the size of the Eastling domain. It seems we are indeed fated. Li Xing smiled. However, he was still shocked by what Zhuoling had said. He had not expected there to be so many entrances to the Starry Sky Trial Ancient Road, gathering beings from all over. Undoubtedly, the 9th trial ground would be extremely lively, and the competition would be very intense. Could we encounter people from the Taiqing sect? He thought to himself. The Starry Sky Trial Ancient Road can be considered the ultimate trial road. Especially on this road, as long as one meets the requirements of the rankings, one will be granted various rare and extraordinary blessings. He felt that it was possible to encounter people from the Taiqing sect in this trial ground. This Starry Sky Trial Ancient Road has entrances all over the world. It is possible that members of the Taiqing sect have also stepped onto such a trial road. I hope to meet them. He thought coldly, looking forward to encountering members of the Taiqing sect. If he encounters Taiqing sect members whose conduct is not up to par or who provoke him, he would not hesitate to strike, taking a bit of revenge. Could we meet people from the Zhongyun Palace? If we can build a good relationship in advance, making it easier to join the Zhongyun Palace in the future. Li Xing thought again. Then, Li Xing asked Zhuoling, how many beasts on the beast ranking have not been killed? Zhuoling replied, 1 era, 1 ranking. Will refresh the previous year's rankings. As for the beasts that have not been killed, the top 3 beasts, the East Sea Dragon, the Cursed Nightmare, and the Diamond Giant Ape, have never been killed. She continued, I'm talking about the first kill. The top 3 beasts have never been killed even once. Have all the other beasts been killed? Mu Yin asked with a bitter face. The top 3 beasts, just hearing their names, seem difficult to deal with. Could it be that they can only target these top 3 beasts? Yes, all the other beasts have been killed. Zhuoling nodded and said, however, it doesn't matter. These killed beasts will regenerate. It doesn't mean that once they are killed, they are completely extinct. Later beings can still kill these beasts. Of course, they can't be killed repeatedly. Except for the first time, killing them again will not yield rewards. Understood. Hearing this, Li Xing fully understood. The top 3 beasts have never been killed even once, while all the other beasts have been killed. The dead beasts can regenerate, and later beings can still kill them. Hashtag Chapter 201. The most suitable list, the physical body list. After knowing everything, Li Xing felt a bit more at ease. He was worried that all the beasts on the beast list would be hunted down, making it impossible for him to continue hunting and thus unable to receive the rewards from the beast list. However, beasts would not disappear. They would regenerate after death, and killing them would still grant rewards. Therefore, he didn't need to rush to find these beasts. I'll go later, Li Xing thought to himself. The beasts on the beast list were undoubtedly not ordinary beasts. They must be incredibly powerful. If he were to go now, it would be difficult for him to kill these beasts. Thank you for informing me. By the way, do you eat candy beans? Li Xing thanked Zhuoling and Zhuokong and asked, What candy beans? Zhuoling asked, puzzled. Li Xing smiled, took out several celestial god pills, and said, Here, these are the candy beans. When Zhuoling and Zhuokong saw the several celestial god pills, their eyes widened. These were candy beans. They were not low in cultivation, both being divine emperors, and their family was not a small one. They immediately recognized the pills Li Xing had taken out as genuine celestial god pills. Moreover, they were of good quality. They were shocked and then couldn't help but look at Li Xing with strange expressions. Li Xing was too wealthy. He could casually take out several celestial god pills. How could they not be shocked? Considering their own Zhuo clan, which had a long history, tracing back to ancient times, with deep reserves, and they were the elite members, seed players, who received the best cultivation resources from the clan to aid their cultivation. Even so, they couldn't produce several celestial god pills, not to mention even half a pill. Thank you for telling us about this place. These candy beans are a gift of gratitude, Li Xing said with a light smile, handing the several celestial god pills to Zhuokong, who was still in a daze. These are given to us? Zhuokong looked at the celestial god pills in his hand, almost unable to believe it, feeling as if he were dreaming. Sister, hurry and slap me to see if I'm dreaming, he said to Zhuoling. Zhuoling also felt everything was too surreal. She had merely informed Li Xing of the basic situation here, and received several celestial god pills as a thank you? Okay, brother. She didn't hesitate, swinging her hand and slapping Zhuokong's face hard to see if this was a dream. With a bang, Zhuokong was sent flying. His face contorted from the slap. Zhuoling's slap was too powerful. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts. Zhuokong fell to the ground, his bones almost dislocated, creating a large pit in the ground, with dust flying everywhere. He let out a miserable cry, but soon excitedly climbed out of the pit, shouting happily, Sister, it's not a dream. Everything is real. It hurt so much, a heart-wrenching pain. This could not be a dream. If it were, he would have woken up long ago. Mu Yin, the little white fox, and the dragon horse couldn't help but snicker at the sight. The scene was just too funny. Goodbye, see you if we meet again, Li Xing said with a smile, bidding farewell to Zhuoling and Zhuokong, and left with Mu Yin and the others. On the way, Mu Yin asked Li Xing, What should we do next? Find a place to cultivate? The environment here was extraordinary, far superior to the outside world, with extremely rich high-level cultivation substances. This was probably why those powerful figures brought their juniors here. Cultivation can wait. Let's go get the list rewards first, Li Xing said, narrowing his eyes. There's a list that suits me very well. The list displayed in the sky had many categories, covering a wide range of aspects. He had carefully read and memorized all the lists at the time. Among them, there was one list that was very suitable for him. The physical body list. The physical body list. Mu Yin and the little white fox exclaimed in unison after hearing what Li Xing said. The physical body list, as the name suggested, compared pure physical strength. This was incredibly suitable for Li Xing, whose physical body was undoubtedly strong and terrifying. So, when Li Xing mentioned that there was a list that suited him, they both immediately thought of the physical body list. Yes, that's right, Li Xing nodded. Other lists were too challenging for him at the moment. After all, although he was strong now, he couldn't sweep through everything here or be invincible. Compared to those terrifying powerhouses, he was still far behind. The realm of the Supreme Great was too vast. He felt that the ultimate power unleashed by the ancient sacred body could at most match the strength of a Dao sovereign. Any higher, such as a lord or a nine-crisis ancestor, he felt he wasn't a match for. However, if it was just a pure comparison of physical strength, he was full of confidence. The era of physical cultivation had long ended, and countless subsequent eras were dominated by the cultivation of the Dao. All kinds of creatures, whether human, demon, beast, or other races, had abandoned physical cultivation and turned to Dao cultivation. Even demon, beast, and other races, whose bodies were naturally strong, no longer focused on physical development but on the development of Dao power. This was because the upper limit of physical cultivation was too low, making it difficult to reach the highest level, as proven in the era of physical cultivation. If one wanted to become stronger and reach the highest level, one could only follow the path of Dao cultivation. One's mind couldn't be divided. Pursuing both physical and Dao cultivation together consumed too much mental energy and time. Time was ruthless. Those who didn't become immortals would eventually be eroded by time and die. They didn't have the time and mental energy to engage in such dual cultivation. Of course, in the earliest eras, such as the era following the end of the physical cultivation era, many creatures believed that dual cultivation of the body and Dao was better and pursued such cultivation. However, the results of these creatures were not very good. Their cultivation was neither fish nor fowl, far inferior to single cultivation. Therefore, in subsequent eras, there were no more dual cultivators, including demon, beast, and other races with naturally strong bodies, who also abandoned dual cultivation, focusing on Dao cultivation, with physical cultivation improving as it went. Under such circumstances, Li Xing was full of confidence and had the assurance to ascend the physical body list. Let's go to the physical body battlefield. Li Xing and the others set off, heading towards the physical body battlefield. There were 10 spots on the physical body list, and to be listed, one needed to compete in the physical body battlefield. Zhua Ling had detailedly explained the situation of various lists to them, so they knew where the physical body battlefield was. On the way, they saw a large number of creatures from various races, mostly young ones, brought here by their powerful elders. This small world was quite lively. Soon, they arrived at the physical body battlefield. Li Xing's eyes lit up. The rewards that belonged to him were coming. He was confident he could ascend the list and receive the rewards. Chapter 202. Invincible Under the Starry Sky. What are you looking at? The battlefield for physical combat was situated within a vast valley, where ancient stones paved the ground, covered with traces and worn-out patterns. Ancient arenas stood tall within the valley, exuding an aura of antiquity, constructed from stacked five-colored ancient stones that flowed with a peculiar luster. As Li Xing and his companions entered the valley, they immediately felt a certain special Dao principle enveloping them, after which they could no longer sense any Dao fluctuations. Clearly, the special Dao principle that had fallen upon them suppressed their Dao powers. Within this valley, only physical strength could be utilized. The valley was teeming with countless beings, representing a multitude of races, including humans, various demonic clans, beast clans, and other exotic beings. Moreover, the majority of these beings within the valley were quite young. Competing purely with physical strength naturally favored the young, as the physical bodies of the elderly were far inferior to those of the young. Moreover, this place did not consider cultivation realms. It solely compared physical strength. Beings below the level of a supreme sovereign had equal chances to make it onto the list and receive rewards. Hence, the number of beings coming to this place was quite substantial. In front of the five-colored arenas, a towering stone tablet stood, inscribed with numerous names. Behind these names were various records of achievements and points. The top 10 with the highest points could ascend the physical combat rankings and receive rewards. However, the points for the physical combat rankings had a restriction. A minimum of 100,000 points was required to make it onto the list. If one managed to rank in the top 10 but did not have enough points, they would not be able to ascend the physical combat rankings. Points were divided into 10-point, 100-point, 1,000-point, and 10,000-point arenas, progressively advancing. The initial arena was the 10-point arena, and upon reaching 100 points, one would enter the 100-point arena. After reaching the 1,000-point arena, one would automatically advance to the 1,000-point arena, and upon reaching 10,000 points, they would enter the 10,000-point arena. There were also engsub rewards. In the 10-point arena, achieving 10 consecutive wins would earn an additional 100 points. In the 100-point arena, 10 consecutive wins would earn an additional 1,000 points. In the 1,000-point arena, 10 consecutive wins would earn an additional 10,000 points. If one could achieve 10 consecutive wins in the 10,000-point arena, they would directly earn 100,000 points. Additionally, there were engsub rewards. In the 10-point arena, achieving 10 consecutive wins would earn an additional 100 points. In the 100-point arena, 10 consecutive wins would earn an additional 1,000 points. In the 1,000-point arena, 10 consecutive wins would earn an additional 10,000 points. If one could achieve 10 consecutive wins in the 10,000-point arena, they would directly earn 100,000 points. However, such a feat of 10 consecutive wins in the 10,000-point arena had not occurred. At least not in this era. Li Xing examined the contents on the stone tablet. Many achieved 10 consecutive wins in the 10-point and 100-point arenas, and there were quite a few in the 1,000-point arena. But no one had achieved 10 consecutive wins in the 10,000-point arena. The best record was held by the top-ranked, Flame Tyrant Dragon, who achieved 5 consecutive wins in the 10,000-point arena, accumulating a total of over 500,000 points. The competition for the physical combat rankings is intense. Li Xing narrowed his eyes. The 10 beings on the physical combat rankings had very high points, far exceeding the lower limit set for the list, all with points above 400,000. He understood the reasons for the intense competition and the high points of the top 10. Besides the initial rewards for making it onto the list, there were also maintenance rewards. After making it onto the list, if one did not drop off the list within a month, they would receive additional rewards. Maintaining the ranking for 6 months or half a year would result in even better rewards. Further maintenance periods included 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, etc. Of course, the longer the maintenance, the better the rewards. According to Zhualing, in ancient times, there was a being who maintained the ranking for 100 years without dropping off, and was bestowed a scripture of an emperor. An emperor's scripture was a true pinnacle scripture, far surpassing ordinary emperor scriptures, with unimaginably high value. Maintaining the ranking for 100 years was already the best record, and there was nothing beyond that. In every era, there were always astonishingly talented prodigies. Maintaining a long-term position on the list was truly not as simple as it sounded. It was extremely difficult. The gold content of this ranking is high. It's the real deal, Li Xing said. For instance, behaviors like fixing matches, bribing opponents to deliberately lose, etc., did not exist here. There was a special force present that would monitor such actions. Once detected, it would immediately terminate the behavior, clear the points, and expel the offender from the trial grounds. The punishment was very severe. Therefore, any being that stepped onto the arena would fight with all their might, not daring to slack off, for fear of being punished and expelled from the trial grounds. All right, let's go and participate. Li Xing smiled and said to Mu Yin and the others, "Is physical training really useless? I don't think so. A being's physical body is the foundation. Only with a solid foundation can one go further." He continued, "You should also sign up. Winning or losing is not important. What's important is to hone your physical body. Since the 2 emperors have established the physical combat rankings, it shows that physical training is also important and cannot be overlooked." "Okay, we'll follow you." Mu Yin and the others nodded and followed Li Xing to sign up. Zhualing had provided them with very detailed information about the rankings, so they knew the entire process. The sign-up location was on the other side of the arenas, where numerous light spheres floated in mid-air. Signing up with these light spheres was all it took. After successfully signing up, one would be given a Jade token. The Jade token contained a special force that allowed one to immerse their consciousness within it to view their own and others' records and points. Additionally, the Jade token had multiple functions: signing up for battles, notifications, and teleportation. As long as one held the Jade token, regardless of their location, they could sign up for battles through the token and be teleported to the battlefield. Furthermore, the Jade token would upgrade. The token Li Xing received was the lowest level, with limited range, usable only within the physical combat battlefield. If one left the physical combat battlefield, many of the token's functions would disappear, and it could only be used to view one's own and others' records and points. Upon reaching 100, 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 points, the Jade token would undergo corresponding upgrades. At 100 points, the token's functions could be used even outside the physical combat battlefield, though not too far from it. At 1,000 points, as long as one was within the 9th trial ground, the token's functions could be used. At 10,000 points, the functions could be used even outside the 9th trial ground, but with some restrictions. One could not leave the entire Starry Sky Trial Ancient Path. This meant that as long as one was on the Starry Sky Trial Ancient Path, regardless of which trial ground they were in, they could use all the token's functions. And if one left the Starry Sky Trial Ancient Path and went to the outside world, they could not use the token's functions. The Jade token at 100,000 points had no restrictions at all. Even in the outside world, all its functions could be used. At the sign-up light spheres, many new beings were signing up. These beings likely arrived at the 9th trial ground, just like Li Xing and his companions. Li Xing and his group queued up, and eventually, it was their turn. State your name. A consciousness wave emanated from the light sphere. Zhuoling had mentioned that names were entirely arbitrary. One did not have to use their real name, and any name would do. Many beings had given themselves aliases. For example, some beings, extremely narcissistic, called themselves Invincible under the starry sky. Some were more eccentric, calling themselves, "What are you looking at?" Others called themselves 9,000-year-old man fighting with injuries. In short, there were all kinds of names. Of course, some used their real names. After all, if one managed to make it onto the rankings, it would be announced throughout the 9th trial ground, a sense of honor that was too great for many beings, so they used their real names. Chapter 203, Mu Bu Nian Fan. I walk with the Heavenly Emperor. Li Jiudao. Li Xing left his name, opting for the straightforward Li Jiudao rather than any quirky pseudonyms. After some thought, he decided it was best to stick with his original name. This way, if his name became renowned within this trial ground, it would undoubtedly boost his chances of joining Sangyan Palace. A jade token materialized within the orb and floated before him. He took the token, immersing his consciousness within to view his status. Li Jiudao, points, 10, record, none. He could also see the points and records of other beings. Next up were Mu Yin and the others. Mu Bu Nian Fan. Mu Yin declared without hesitation. Li Xing stared in astonishment. Was this Mu Yan's way of expressing dissatisfaction with the name Li Xing had given him, Mu Yin Fan, by retaliating with this? The most passionate in the 9 heavens. The little fox was quite flamboyant, opting for this alias instead of her own name. I walk with the Heavenly Emperor. The dragon horse was even bolder, choosing a name that was audacious. I walk with the Heavenly Emperor. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Mu Yin expressed his concern to the dragon horse. That name is just asking for trouble. What's there to fear? I, old horse, am not afraid of them. The dragon horse said confidently. Moreover, this name is entirely factual. My big brother is destined to become the Heavenly Emperor, so I am indeed walking with the Heavenly Emperor. It continued, besides, would I avoid getting beaten up by not choosing this name? Don't be ridiculous. Once on stage, names don't matter. No one will hold back. True, names don't matter once on stage, but what about off stage? With a name like that, people will definitely want to chase you down and beat you up. The little fox added. Chapter 203, Mu doesn't care about the ordinary. I walk with the Celestial Emperor. Li Jiudao. Li Xing left his name, not opting for any quirky aliases. After some thought, he decided to stick with Li Jiudao. He reasoned that if his name could resonate within this trial ground, it would surely boost his chances of joining Sangyan Palace. A jade token emerged from the light sphere and floated before him. He took it in hand, immersing his consciousness within to view his profile. Li Jiudao, points, 10, record, none. He could also see the points and records of other beings. Next up were Mu Yin and the others. Mu doesn't care about the ordinary. Mu Yin didn't hesitate, immediately declaring his name. Li Xing stared, wondering if this was Mu Yan's way of expressing dissatisfaction with the name Li Xing had given him. Mu Yan fan? The first devoted in the 9 heavens. The little fox was quite flamboyant, choosing a nickname instead of her real name. I walk with the celestial emperor. The dragon horse was even bolder, choosing a name that was audacious. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Mu Yin voiced his concern to the dragon horse. That name is just asking for trouble. What's there to be afraid of? I, old horse, am not scared of them. The dragon horse confidently replied, besides, the name I chose is entirely truthful. My big brother is destined to become the celestial emperor, so of course, I walk with him. It continued, and if I didn't choose this name, would I be safe? Don't joke around. Once we step onto the stage, names don't matter. Nobody will hold back. True, names don't matter on stage, but what about off stage? With a name like that, people will definitely want to chase you down and beat you up. The little fox added, oops, Horsia miscalculated. The dragon horse's face changed drastically. It had only considered the stage, not the aftermath. With such a flamboyant name, it would indeed likely be chased and beaten. It nervously glanced behind, noticing the hostile looks from the queuing beings who had heard its declaration. Can I change my name? It pleaded, genuinely scared. No. Unfortunately, the light sphere ignored its request, sending out the dragon horse's token with an indifferent mental wave. I walk with the celestial emperor? Who does this guy think he is? So pretentious. To dare take such a name, this fellow needs a lesson. It's an insult to the celestial emperor. Lack of respect for the celestial emperor definitely deserves a beating. Within the physical battleground, many beings saw the dragon horse's name through their tokens, each more outraged than the last, eager to teach it a lesson. The dragon horse, hearing these remarks, didn't dare lift its head, almost burying it. Big brother, maybe I should just skip this and not participate. It was truly frightened, too scared to step onto the battlefield, fearing exposure and a beating. Look at how cowardly you are. With me here, no one dares touch you. Li Xing assured, patting his chest. At that moment, a being in the queue shouted, brothers, the one who dares call himself, I walk with the celestial emperor, is here. It's just a mule, yet it acts so big. Where? I'm coming. We need to teach this guy a lesson. It has no idea how high the heavens are. Soon, a large group of beings rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The dragon horse's entire face turned green. It quickly ran to Li Xing, pleading, big brother, protect me? All right, I'll protect you. Li Xing agreed. However, before the dragon horse could relax, it felt a kick to its rear, sending it flying out. Brothers, this horse is too shameless. It really needs a beating. Li Xing shouted, having kicked the dragon horse out himself. The dragon horse was instantly in tears. What kind of big brother is this? So unreliable. Just promised to protect it, then turned around and sold it out. It was then surrounded and pummeled by numerous beings, quickly getting beaten to a pulp. Haha. Mu Yin and the little fox laughed uncontrollably. This dragon horse was truly naive. Having been with Li Xing for so long, didn't it know of Li Xing's unreliability? Yet it still trusted him so innocently, almost making them laugh to death. In critical moments, Li Xing was undoubtedly reliable, serious, and trustworthy. But otherwise, that was another story. Let's begin. With the token in hand, Li Xing didn't want to waste time, immediately signing up for the 10-point battle. Soon, the token glowed, conveying a message that Li Xing's registration was successful and that his opponent was being randomly selected from those signed up for the 10-point battle. Opponent selected, drunk and frenzied for how long? In the next instant, special runes flew out from the token, forming a teleportation array in front of Li Xing. Drunk and frenzied for how long? Sounds like a very storied individual. Li Xing smiled, noting that many beings used aliases, wondering about their actual strength. He stepped onto the teleportation array, disappearing in a burst of dazzling light. When he reappeared, he was on a platform, with drunk and frenzied for how long already there. This was a human youth, not physically robust but exuding an excellent aura, indicating a high cultivation level. He was full of confidence and arrogance, saying, "I've been in Trial Ground 9 for a long time but never entered the physical battleground, using the high-grade spiritual essence to cleanse my body. Sorry, but you've met me. The worst luck for your first match, facing an ordeal and a crushing defeat." So that's how it is. Li Xing smiled, not expecting this. He thought all beings were like him, just entering Trial Ground 9. It turned out his opponent had been in Trial Ground 9 for a while, only not participating in the physical battleground, using the high-grade spiritual essence to cleanse his body. This was a good strategy, as high-grade spiritual essence benefits both cultivation and physical body. It seemed drunk and frenzied for how long had a clear goal, aiming for consecutive victories. In that case, I must apologize to you, as you've met me, destined for a nightmare start. Li Xing said confidently, even more so than his opponent. Hope it doesn't scare you, leaving you with a shadow, never daring to participate here again. He added. The dragon horse's face turned pale. It had only thought about the stage, not the aftermath. Bearing such a flamboyant and pretentious name, it was likely to be chased and beaten after leaving the stage. It nervously glanced behind, noticing the hostile gazes of the beings in line, all of whom seemed ready to pummel it. "Can I change my name?" it cried out, genuinely scared. No. Unfortunately, the orb ignored its plea, sending out the dragon horse's jade token with an indifferent wave of consciousness. "I walk with the Heavenly Emperor? Who does this guy think he is? So pretentious. Whoever dares to take such a name needs a lesson. It's an insult to the Heavenly Emperor. Lack of respect for the Heavenly Emperor definitely deserves a beating." Inside the physical combat arena, many beings saw the dragon horse's name through their jade tokens and grew furious, eager to teach it a lesson. Hearing these remarks, the dragon horse didn't dare to lift its head almost touching the ground. "Big brother, maybe I should just skip this and not participate." It was genuinely scared, not daring to step onto the stage for fear of exposure and a beating. "Look at how cowardly you are. With Big Brother here, no one will dare touch you," Li Xing assured, patting his chest. At that moment, a being in line shouted, "Brothers, the one who dares to call himself, 'I walk with the Heavenly Emperor,' is here. It's just a mule, yet it acts so big." "Where?" "I'm coming. We need to teach this guy a lesson. It has no idea how high the heavens are." Soon, a large group of beings rushed over upon hearing the call. The dragon horse's entire face turned green. It quickly ran to Li Xing's side, pleading, "Big brother, protect me." "All right, Big brother will protect you," Li Xing agreed. But before the dragon horse could relax, it felt a kick to its rear, sending it flying out. "Brothers, this horse is too shameless. It really deserves a beating," Li Xing shouted, having kicked the dragon horse out himself. The dragon horse immediately burst into tears. What kind of big brother was this? So unreliable. Just moments ago, he promised to protect it, and then he sold it out. It was then surrounded and pummeled by numerous beings, quickly getting a swollen and bruised face. Haha. Beside them, Mu Yin and the little fox laughed uncontrollably. This dragon horse was truly naive. Having been with Li Xing for so long, didn't it know how unreliable he was? Yet it still believed him so innocently, almost making them laugh to death. Li Xing was indeed reliable, serious, and trustworthy in critical moments, but otherwise, that was another story. Let's begin. With the jade token in hand, Li Xing didn't want to waste time and immediately registered for the 10-point battle. Soon, the jade token glowed, and a consciousness informed Li Xing that his registration was successful and that he was being randomly matched with an opponent. Opponent selected, Jiuzue Feng Ji Shi. In the next instant, Special runes flew out from the Jade Token, forming a teleportation array in front of Li Xing. Jiuzue Feng Jishir? Sounds like a person with a story. Li Xing smiled. There were quite a few beings using aliases, but he wondered about their strength. He stepped onto the teleportation array, disappearing in a burst of dazzling light. When he reappeared, he was already on a platform, with Jiuzue Feng Jishir also present. This was a human youth, not particularly muscular but with an excellent demeanor, indicating a high cultivation level. He exuded confidence and arrogance, saying, "I've been in the 9th trial ground for a while but never participated in the physical combat arena. I wanted to use the high-grade spiritual essence to cleanse my body. Sorry, but you've met me, your greatest misfortune. You'll face hellish difficulty in the first round and suffer a crushing defeat." So that's how it is. Li Xing smiled, not expecting such a situation. He thought all these beings had just entered the 9th trial ground like him. It turned out that his opponent had been here for a while, only not participating in the physical combat arena, using the high-grade spiritual essence to cleanse his body. This was a good idea. High-grade spiritual essence was beneficial not only for cultivation but also for the physical body. It seemed Jiuzue Feng Jishir had good ideas and clear goals, aiming for consecutive victories. In that case, I should apologize to you, because meeting me will mean a nightmare start for you. Li Xing said with even more confidence. I hope it doesn't scare you so much that you never dare to participate here again. He added. Chapter 204. The person with the unluckiest face in history. Arrogant. Jiuzue Feng Jishir snorted coldly, not expecting Li Xing to speak even more arrogantly than him. He burst out from his original position and in an instant arrived near Li Xing, his fist moving like lightning, stirring up a gust of wind as it rapidly smashed towards Li Xing's head. It had to be said, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. His physical strength was extremely strong, and the fist he threw out glowed with a dazzling light, a manifestation of his formidable physical prowess. Able to fight on par with a God Realm expert. Too astonishing. It seems another undefeated champion is about to emerge. Some onlookers were shocked by Jiuzue Feng Jishir's explosive power. His purely physical strength could rival that of a God Realm, making him an obvious candidate for Lansung. However, the next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded for them. The contender expected to easily secure a winning streak, and defeat Li Xing was instead directly defeated by him. Within the arena, Li Xing executed a sidekick, and people didn't even see his foot move. Jiuzue Feng Jishir was kicked off the platform, falling down and suffering a humiliating defeat. What's going on? Is his cultivation still intact? A creature widened its eyes in disbelief. The speed of Li Xing's kick was too fast, completely unseen, as if he never moved at all. How fast must that be? Could it really be unleashed purely by physical strength? He strongly doubted it, suspecting that Li Xing likely used the power of Dao cultivation. What are you thinking? Even figures above the supreme realm, when they come here, their Dao power is suppressed. He's so young, clearly a junior, brought here by a senior above the supreme realm to the trial grounds. His true cultivation level certainly won't be too high. Someone beside him refuted, he absolutely cannot use Dao power. The speed of his kick is definitely brought by his physical strength. This is very likely a 10,000 points contender. Many creatures marveled. Just that one kick from Li Xing was enough to demonstrate his strength. They felt Li Xing certainly had the potential to reach 10,000 points. How could this be? Below the platform, Jiuzue Feng Jishir was in utter distress, unable to accept this outcome. He had ceased all cultivation in the Dao to purify his body, aiming to secure a winning streak and earn higher points. Little did he expect, he met with a humiliating defeat in his very first match, kicked off the platform with a single swift kick. Next match. On the other side, Li Xing directly signed up for the next match. This was only a 10 points arena. How could he possibly falter? If that were the case, he wouldn't even think about reaching the top 10 on the physical strength ranking. The subsequent battles were quite ordinary, nothing special. In the 10 points arena, not everyone was like Jiuzue Feng Jishir, who had long arrived at the trial grounds. Most were just newcomers, signing up for battle just to try out, their strength far inferior to even a fraction of Jiazue Feng Jishi's. Such battles were even simpler for Li Xing. He easily secured 10 consecutive victories, earning the Lansung reward and advancing to the 100 points arena. In his hand, the Jade token underwent some changes, with additional special runes appearing on it. The 100 points arena also posed no challenge for him. He easily achieved another 10 consecutive victories in the 100 points arena, advancing to the 1,000 points arena. The Jade token changed again, acquiring some Dao marks. So fast. This hasn't even been an hour, right? A creature exclaimed in awe, having noticed Li Xing from his first match and following him until now. Of course it's fast. One kick and it's over. No one can withstand his kick. A 10,000 points contender. The number of creatures paying attention to Li Xing grew increasingly. Li Xing continued, opening battles in the 1,000 points arena. He was too fierce. In the 1,000 points arena, there were many who had won consecutive matches, their strength formidable. But upon encountering him, they had no fighting power and were defeated in one move. Even opponents who had witnessed Li Xing's strength and prepared fully were unable to withstand his kick. All kicked off the platform by Li Xing, ending the battle. Li Xing once again easily secured 10 consecutive victories in the 1,000-point arena, advancing to the 10,000-point arena. The Jade token changed once more, the entire token now glowing with a luster, adorned with ancient patterns. Li Xing didn't stop and continued to sign up, commencing battles in the 10,000 points arena. The 10,000 points arena was the final segment of the battlefield, above which there were no higher segments. It was a mixed bag, with vast differences, including 10,000 points creatures, as well as those with 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 points or more. Even some of the top 10 on the physical strength ranking. The spots on the physical strength ranking were determined within this 10,000 points arena. Therefore, securing 10 consecutive victories in the 10,000 points arena was extremely difficult, as one could never predict what kind of opponent one might encounter. It was possible to face a 100,000 points or higher creature right away. Moreover, if unlucky enough, one might encounter a top 10 invincible creature from the physical strength ranking who happened to sign up. Such examples had occurred before. Someone was so unlucky, with 100,000 points, they ran into the top 10 invincible creatures on the physical strength ranking 5 times, losing 100,000 points each time. In the arena battles, losing would deduct corresponding points from the respective arenas. 10 points for the 10 points arena, 100 points for the 100 points arena, 1,000 points for the 1,000 points arena, and 10,000 points for the 10,000 points arena. This person was incredibly unfortunate, having no luck at all. The first time he reached 10,000 points and advanced to the 10,000 points arena, he encountered the 8th rank creature on the physical strength ranking. Then he suffered a humiliating defeat, losing all his 10,000 points, having to start over from the 10 points arena. The key was, it wasn't just once, but 4 consecutive times, each time encountering the top 10 invincible creatures in the newly opened 10,000 points arena. He was utterly devastated, crying his eyes out each time, feeling that the heavens were against him, toying with him. How could it be that he always faced the top 10 invincible creatures right from the start? Throughout any era, no one had been as unlucky as him, not giving him any chance to accumulate points at all. Luck is also a part of strength. Every time he appeared in the physical strength battlefield, creatures would tease him like this, making him so angry he wanted to explode on the spot. Oh, it's him again. Look everyone, the Luck King is here. Haha, which one of the top 10 on the physical strength ranking will he encounter this time? He's already met the 8th, 7th, 5th, 3rd, and 2nd ranked. This time, he won't run into the 1st ranked, Flame Tyrant Dragon, will he? Many creatures noticed this unlucky person, causing the entire physical strength battlefield to erupt in excitement, laughter echoing. Don't talk nonsense. 5 times. A full 5 times. The heavens have toyed with me too much. You watch, this time, I definitely won't encounter a top 10 creature again. This person said bitterly. Moreover, he prayed inwardly, Heavens, earth, please, no more torment. Don't let me encounter a top 10 creature again. Then, trembling, he activated his registration, ready to embark on his 10,000 points arena campaign once more. This time, after reaching 10,000 points, I stopped fighting for 2 whole years. This time, I won't encounter a top 10 creature, will I? He kept praying inwardly. Not long after, the jade token in his hand lit up and his opponent's information emerged. Hooray! Upon seeing the opponent's information, he excitedly jumped up from his spot. Haha, I said, the heavens have toyed with me 5 times. How could they not let me off now? This time's opponent, not a top 10 invincible creature, nor a 100,000, 200,000 points tough guy, just a 2,000 points person. He laughed nonstop, truly going crazy with joy. The heavens finally let him off, favoring him once, arranging a very weak opponent for him. Yes, a very weak opponent. His strength was formidable, capable of lasting a couple of moves even against the top 10 invincible creatures. Creatures below 100,000 points were simply too weak for him, easily handled with a casual flick of his hand. Is he my opponent? Li Xing immediately smiled. Chapter 205. The Battle of Transformation, the Trials Before Me by the Heavens. At the same time, Li Xing's jade token also informed him of his opponent, who was none other than this King of Luck, Tianyu. Tianyu? That's the wrong name. It should be Tian-yi, misfortune. Even Li Xing couldn't help but marvel at how this person had offended the heavens so much. It was truly too bad luck. Could it be that the name he chose had angered the heavens? Hence, he was plagued by misfortune and bad luck? He overheard the discussions of the beings within the physical battleground about this King of Luck and learned about his past. This King of Luck was indeed extremely unlucky. Although this time the King of Luck didn't encounter any of the top 10 beings on the physical prowess rankings, he did encounter Li Xing. This King of Luck was still destined to suffer a crushing defeat. Then, he stepped onto the arena, and the King of Luck also arrived. The King of Luck was tall and muscular, with a bronze-colored, well-developed physique, and occasionally, a crystalline luster would flicker on his skin, a manifestation of his formidable physical strength. The King of Luck's physical prowess should be quite strong. 5 times, a full 5 times. Every time I started a 10,000 point battle, I would encounter one of the top 10 beings on the physical prowess rankings. This time, I have finally escaped my misfortune and have a chance to rise. Tianyu, the King of Luck, was so excited that his entire body trembled as he spoke loudly. I've seen your record, newcomer. You've been winning all the way up. This is your first 10,000 point battle. He looked at Li Xing with a pitiful gaze and said, I'm sorry, but what happened to me back then will fall upon you. I really don't want you to fail in your first 10,000 point battle, but on this arena, I can't hold back, nor can I afford to. This is a turning point in my fate, and I can only let you fade away and accept this defeat. After hearing this, Li Xing was rendered speechless. The King of Luck was actually pitying him and talking about a turning point in fate. Really? Had it turned? Oh, you should change your name. Tianyu, heaven's blessing, is too much for your own fate to handle. Li Xing couldn't help but say, why change my name? Tianyu is my real name, and I won't change it. Tianyu said, when the heavens bestow a great mission upon someone, they first exhaust their spirit and bones, starve their skin and flesh. I originally thought my own fate wasn't strong enough to bear the name Tianyu, but now, I understand. All my previous miserable experiences were trials from the heavens, to see if I was worthy of bearing various blessings. I endured, never giving up. Finally, I passed the heavens' trials, gained their recognition, and my fate has completely turned. From now on, misfortune will have no connection with me. I will be the true blessed one, the chosen one of heaven. Tianyu said excitedly. He thought he would no longer be unlucky, that his fate had truly turned, and he had become a truly favored one of heaven. Don't say it, but there's really a possibility. Things don't happen 3 times without reason. The King of Luck was unlucky 5 times in a row. This is truly strange and full of doubts. It's very likely just as the King of Luck said that the previous experiences were trials from the heavens, and the King of Luck passed these trials. From now on, he really will become the true King of Luck, many beings said, and they also felt that the King of Luck was about to turn his luck around. The King of Luck was quite strong, and even the top 10 beings on the physical prowess rankings couldn't easily handle him. If it weren't for his previous bad luck, the King of Luck would now have over 100,000 points without a problem. This time, the King of Luck didn't encounter any of the top 10 beings on the physical prowess rankings, but encountered Li Xing, which undoubtedly meant a turn in his luck. Judging from the King of Luck's previous performances, the King of Luck had a very high chance of defeating Li Xing, especially since after the King of Luck's last crushing defeat, he didn't participate in any 10,000-point battles for 2 whole years. In those 2 years, the King of Luck probably stayed in the 9th training ground, cultivating his physical prowess. Now, the King of Luck should be even stronger. Under such circumstances, the King of Luck was almost impossible to defeat and would easily defeat Li Xing. Well, to be honest, I still advise you to change your name. Li Xing mentioned changing his name again. He didn't think Tianyu could defeat him. Just the power of the ancient sacred body alone could rival a supreme being, and the ancient sacred body could also achieve cross-level, transcendent level, ultimate, and super-ultimate bursts. What could Tianyu use to win against him? The top 10 beings on the physical prowess rankings couldn't defeat him either. After all, physical cultivation had long declined, and the methods of physical cultivation had long been lost in the annals of history. It was truly difficult for living beings of this era to achieve anything in the path of physical cultivation. From what you're saying, do you think you can defeat me? Tianyu chuckled and said, "You're thinking too much. Let me show you how powerful I am." With that, he directly attacked, his entire aura changing instantly, like a slumbering beast awakening, exuding an extremely terrifying